The atmosphere suddenly fell silent, and Urashu was scared stiff. Cha Wenliang's eyelids twitched a few times before he reluctantly turned and left. "Grandpa, please don't go. We didn't mean to say those things." The two little girls felt they had gone too far and quickly called out. Cha Wenliang staggered, almost falling, and then hurriedly left. Urashu was amazed as she watched her master's back, not understanding why he, who was usually quick-tempered, did not get angry this time. But when she glanced at the two beautiful little girls, she suddenly understood. Moreover, unlike the strange and irritable temper of Chen Wenliang, the notes recorded by Zuan were extremely detailed and rigorous, supplemented with various fine illustrations and detailed experimental cases in key areas. Zhu unknowingly became somewhat fascinated as he read on. At that moment, Chen Wenliang walked in. Yan subtly nodded and then left the room. Up until this point, Zuan was completely unaware of Chen Wenliang's arrival. Chen Wenliang didn't rush him, he sat silently waiting on the side. It wasn't until a full hour later that Zuan finally set down the notes, then sighed lightly. "How is it?" Chen Wenliang asked. "Very impressive. Of course, this should be the most real and thorough first-hand information on souls in the entire Tianwai world," Chen Wenliang said proudly. Zhu nodded. "That is true, but I feel that there are areas where some improvements can be made in the ideas presented." "Oh, where?" Chen Wenliang became interested. Over the years, he had explored every possible idea and considered the current path to be the most suitable, believing there was no room for improvement. To his surprise, after just an hour of reviewing, Zuan had already identified shortcomings. He couldn't help but feel somewhat skeptical. Firstly, here, I think starting experiments on souls of those who have committed many evils is a good approach to prevent harm to the innocent, but it brings about a problem. What problem? These evildoers are often very cunning, meaning they may have higher intelligence than usual people, causing greater resistance when dissecting their souls. Chen Wenliang slapped his thigh. "Right? I also noticed this problem. But do you have a good solution? I can't just target innocent, ordinary people." Zuan smiled. "Of course not harm the innocent." "Then what should I do?" Chen Wenliang asked with a furrowed brow. "It's simple, you see, not all souls are born perfectly intact. Some individuals have various defects and shortcomings in their souls, and you can use your understanding of souls to diagnose and treat them. This way, there won't be any harm done, and it will deepen your understanding of souls, a win-win situation, isn't it?" "Ah, why didn't I think of that?" After hearing Zuan's words, Chen Wenliang suddenly had a realization, excitedly clapped his thigh, then stood up hastily and walked out. But after a few steps, he stopped and with confusion asked, "Where can we find so many individuals with deficient souls?" Zhu smiled. "Oh, I think your disciple definitely has a way." "Urashu." "Exactly. What could she do?" Chen Wenliang was somewhat incredulous. In his eyes, Urashu was just an ordinary dragon girl, and his initial motive for rescuing her was merely to find a subject different from the others for experimentation. After all, the physiological differences between the dragon race and the human race could render medications effective on humans ineffective on dragons. This difference was the target of Chen Wenliang's research. However, upon bringing her back, Chen Wenliang discovered that Urashu was remarkably intelligent and had a rather bumpy romantic history. Chen Wenliang couldn't help but feel sympathy and thus took her on as a disciple. Therefore, up to that point, in Chen Wenliang's impression, Urashu was just an ordinary girl. This impression shattered when Zuan called Urashu over and inquired carefully. Urashu confidently said, "Don't worry. Leaving this small task to me is enough. I guarantee success." Chen Wenliang was dumbfounded and couldn't help but ask, "How will you do it?" Urashu grinned mischievously. "Master, perhaps you are not aware, but you have been engrossed in research recently, so I got bored and established the Azure Dragon Gang. Haven't you noticed the decrease in patients seeking treatment lately?" Chen Wenliang nodded thoughtfully. "Yes, indeed, there have been fewer patients. That's my doing. I monopolized the entire Luotian Valley. Anyone wishing to enter must register. This not only increases revenue, but also prevents the entry of some idle troublemakers." Chen Wenliang had no clue about this matter and was slightly bewildered. Urashu continued, "I felt that our Luotian Valley was too deserted, with many wasted spaces, so I developed and accommodated many homeless fairies and humans, helping us manage them. Now, the entire Luotian Valley has transformed drastically." The output from the medicinal fields alone is sufficient for your daily needs. Aoshu went on listing on her fingers, while Chen Wenliang listened in a cloud of confusion. As a renowned healer, he was deeply immersed in his medical practice, but utterly clueless about these mundane matters. However, he quickly brushed off these thoughts and earnestly said, "Can you really find these individuals with deficient souls?" "No problem. Most of the subordinates I tamed in the Azure Dragon Gang excel in this," Aoshu proudly declared. Ahem. Just then, Zuin lightly coughed twice and then somewhat awkwardly said, "I forgot to tell you, but I've killed all your subordinates outside." Aoshu. Nevertheless, she still accepted the task because as the founder of the Azure Dragon Gang, even though the members were dead, the network was still alive. Thus, with her full efforts, a message spread rapidly in the star domains surrounding Luotian Valley. The valley was seeking individuals born with defective souls, promising a chance for recovery. The news quickly circulated, sparking enthusiasm among the people. Although individuals born with defective souls were not many, the larger population ensured that such individuals often became a significant burden to their families. Therefore, upon hearing that the renowned healer of Luotian Valley was searching for these individuals with a chance to heal them, these families were naturally overjoyed, eagerly bringing them in. Of course, many were enticed by the generous rewards offered by Luotian Valley, but regardless, individuals with deficient souls swiftly fulfilled the requirements for experimentation from various sources. A hazy mist was driven by Zuan into the center of a man's brows who appeared foolish. In an instant, the man trembled all over, his face showing a look of pain. Zuin immediately released his own divine thoughts to help the man integrate the mist. Unfortunately, after only supporting for a brief moment, the man's mouth and nose started to bleed, and the gleam in his eyes rapidly dimmed. Zuin quickly released his control, and the mist drifted out from the man's brows once again, and his expression returned to its foolish state. Another failure, Xie Wenliang said, devoid of any emotional color. But this time at least persisted for more than 10 seconds. Zuin replied. Xie Wenliang shook his head. It's useless. With the current pace of integration, the host needs to endure for at least 3 minutes to have hope of success, but this kind of pain is almost destructive. Ordinary soul strength simply cannot withstand it. Zuin fell silent because he knew Xie Wenliang was stating the truth. Watching the traces of blood still flowing from the mouth and nose on the face still bearing a foolish smile, Zuin fell into contemplation. This was already the 10th day since they began the experiment. However, unlike their expectations, they seemed to be stuck in a difficult bottleneck. Everything was as Xie Wenliang said. This operation at the soul level was destined to be accompanied by unbearable pain. Ordinary souls could only last at most half a minute. Any longer and irreversible collapse would occur. But no matter how Zuan and Xie Wenliang changed the experimental methods, they couldn't speed up the integration process to within half a minute. And if the experiment failed, they wouldn't obtain the crucial data about the soul. Without this data, the discussion about refining soul replenishing elixirs would not even take place. The entire experiment was like a chain, so despite Zuan being extremely anxious, he could only patiently make incremental improvements to the procedure. Yet, the repetitive failures day after day still made him feel a bit disheartened. Xie Wenliang seemed to have noticed this, speaking in a deep voice. "Why don't we take a break?" Zuin shook his head. "Not necessary." Then he looked at Xie Wenliang curiously. "You're surprisingly not irritable at this time. It's truly miraculous given your personality." Xie Wenliang chuckled. After several days of interaction, the two of them had nothing to hide from each other, so facing Zuan's query, he just laughed. "In your eyes, am I a capricious tyrant? Aren't you? Haha, I detest that kind of meaningless hypocrisy, but when it comes to research failures, I will never be angry. Because no success is achieved without countless failures. Being able to fail at least means we are moving closer to success." Watching Xie Wenliang's eyes gleaming, Zuin suddenly felt the hint of discouragement from before completely dissipate. "Shall we continue?" "Let's continue." However, when they were ready to continue the experiment, they found that all the hosts had been used up. Of course, used up here didn't mean that the people born without souls had all died. It meant that they had all undergone one experiment, proving that they couldn't endure integration for more than half a minute, so conducting more experiments would just be a waste of time. Xie Wenliang frowned. What's going on? Wasn't Aoshu supposed to solve the host issue? Why have they run out? Zuin sighed. Perhaps we were conducting experiments too quickly. Xia Qi Wen Liang fell silent. Yes. Because of Zuan's unparalleled divine control power, the speed of their experiments had reached a staggering rate. They effortlessly completed dozens of experiments in a day. With such a terrifying consumption rate, it was reasonable that the hosts were depleted. No, I have to find Aoshu. Wasting time like this is not acceptable. Just as Xia Qi Wen Liang got up to find his disciple, Aoshu's voice came from outside. Master, no need to look. I'm already here. With that, Aoshu, looking tired, walked into the room. How is it? Are there new hosts? Xia Qi Wen Liang immediately asked. Aoshu smiled. I took matters into my own hands. How could I return empty-handed? Saying this, several women filed in behind her. These women were dressed in tattered clothes, looking dull, with eyes filled with panic. When they saw Zuan and Xia Qi Wen Liang, they trembled all over like frightened animals, shaking uncontrollably. Don't be afraid, they are not bad people. Aoshu reassured them gently. Hearing her comforting words, the women gradually stopped shaking. Are these the hosts you brought? Xia Qi Wen Liang furrowed his brows. Aoshu nodded. Just these few this time, because I encountered them by chance on the road, so I brought them back. At that moment, Zuan approached, speaking softly. Don't be afraid, I won't harm you. With that, he grabbed the arm of one of the women and pulled up her sleeve. The woman cried out in fear, murmuring incomprehensibly, Don't hit me. When Zuan saw the skin under the sleeve, flames of anger ignited in his eyes. Because on that skinny arm, there were crisscrossing scars everywhere. There were fresh wounds, old wounds, layer upon layer, forming a horrifying scar that made it impossible to see any skin. Just then, An Yan walked in, her expression stern. All these girls are injured like this. Zuan took a deep breath. Who did this? Aoshu said, it was a gang not far from here. And the outcome Xu? An asked solemnly. Aoshu licked her lips. They are all dead already. An Yan added, that's right, after rescuing these poor girls, we killed those bastards. Good. Well done. Xia Qi Wen Liang sighed with some regret. Initially, you should have captured the souls of those rascals. They would have been valuable material. Aoshu scratched the back of her head apologetically. Master, I'm sorry, but I was too angry at the time, didn't think much, and directly destroyed the souls of those scoundrels. That's right, letting those bastards who committed such abhorrent acts survive would have been an insult to this world. An Yan added, Zhu. Unchuckled, all right, they're dead now anyway. The most important thing now is to heal the wounds on these girls and then mend their souls. Master, here it is for you. Upon opening it, Kun Wen Liang was surprised to find a complete set of golden needles inside. This set of golden needles emitted countless rays of light and was surrounded by a huge amount of spiritual energy, clearly a rare treasure. Kun Wen Liang picked up one of the golden needles, no longer than his pinky finger, and casually pierced it into the woman's body. Ah! The woman let out a painful scream. But soon, a majestic spiritual energy rapidly flowed into her body, along with the golden needle. Under the baptism of this spiritual energy, her visible injuries rapidly healed at a speed that could be seen by the naked eye. In the blink of an eye, thick dead skin fell off her body, revealing fresh new skin. Seemingly severe injuries had miraculously recovered. Kun Wen Liang proceeded to do the same for the rest of the few women present, quickly healing all their injuries. It was only then that he could clearly see the faces of these women, all of whom were described as beautiful and graceful. Unfortunately, due to their fragmented souls, each person's eyes seemed vacant. An Yan couldn't help but feel a bit uneasy and whispered to Zuan, Honey, these girls are already so pitiful. Will the next experiment not harm them, Zhu? An smiled, Don't worry. This experiment will only help them return to a normal state without causing harm. An Yan finally relaxed. Shall we begin? Zuan said to Kun Wen Liang. Let's start. Just like the previous experiment, Zuan first separated enough soul cha from Kun Wen Liang's soul reserves, then used his extremely precise control to infuse this cha into the women's minds. The entire process was extremely dangerous. A small mistake could result in the complete destruction of these women's minds and spirits. But Zuan managed it skillfully and effortlessly. Even Kun Wen Liang had to admit that in terms of manipulating soul cha, Zuan might be unmatched. Soon, Zuan solemnly said, All right, everything is ready. The most painful ordeal is about to begin. Kun Wenliang nodded, raised the golden needle, and said solemnly, "Let's begin." "I am ready too." Zuan took a deep breath and forcefully stimulated his soul cha. "Ah!" The woman immediately let out an extremely agonizing scream. It was the sign of her soul cha feeling the severe pain caused by her congenital defects. Aoshu, Anyan, and Yue Qinghuan couldn't help but tense up. Time passed second by second. In the blink of an eye, half a minute had passed. Past experiments had almost always come to a halt at this point. Even Kun Wenliang couldn't help but feel nervous, attentively observing the woman. If anything went wrong, he would immediately stop the experiment. Unexpectedly, although the woman continued to groan in pain, her body did not show many violent reactions. This indicated that she had not yet reached her limit. This discovery made Kun Wenliang's eyes light up as he couldn't help but exclaim, "Zuan." Zuan naturally understood the implication. He had also noticed that this woman was different from the previous test subjects. She possessed a much stronger tolerance for pain. This made Zuan sigh inwardly. The only explanation for her exceptional endurance was that she had grown accustomed to pain. It was easy to imagine the miserable circumstances she must have endured. 1 minute, a minute and a half, 2 minutes. Time passed second by second until it reached the critical 3-minute mark. If she could endure beyond this point, the experiment would have a high chance of success. However, at this moment, blood began to trickle from the woman's nose and mouth, a sign that her body was on the brink of collapse. "Quick! She's about to pass out," Kun Wenliang said solemnly, as he repeatedly pierced the woman with the golden needle in an attempt to sustain her body. However, no matter how the spiritual energy surged, it couldn't penetrate the woman's body. Not only that, her skin began to crack, blood streaming out, a heartbreaking sight. "Stop immediately! She's dying!" Kun Wenliang shouted. But Zuan did not stop. Instead, he forcefully increased the intensity of his soul cha. With a soft click from the woman's head, her cries abruptly ceased. She hung her head down, motionless, like a dead body. The room fell silent. Kun Wenliang's face showed anger. "I told you to stop. Why didn't you listen? You've killed her." Zuan did not offer any explanation, but instead reined in his soul cha, quietly watching. The woman sat motionless, head hanging down, seemingly lifeless. Anyan, Aoshu, and Yue Qinghuan, who had remained silent until now, approached. Anyan whispered, "Honey, is she dead?" Zhu unsmiled and did not directly answer Anyan's question, but instead asked, "Do you think I was a bit cruel just now?" Anyan remained silent. Sometimes silence implied consent. Yue Qinghuan sighed softly. After facing so many hardships, perhaps such a death is a kind of release. Otherwise, once she returns to normal, she may be unable to face those unbearable experiences. Aoshu nodded, "Yes. So, Brother An, you don't need to blame yourself. This might be a release for her." "Why should I blame myself? She's not dead," Zhu An laughed. "Not dead?" The three women were surprised. Kun Wenliang was also puzzled, but after a brief examination, he understood and exclaimed, "Indeed, she's not dead. She's just temporarily asleep." "What's going on?" Anyan asked. "It's simple, actually." Before the 3-minute mark, her soul cha had already been restored. But as Qinghuan just mentioned, once she recovers, the unbearable experiences she went through might become an unbearable burden in her life. So I decided to erase that part of her memory. However, the consequence of purging these memories is that she must sleep for a moment. Hence, you witnessed what just happened. After hearing Zuan's explanation, everyone suddenly understood. "When will she wake up?" Aoshu couldn't wait to ask. "Very soon," Zuan said, clapping gently. "Wake up, everything is over." At his call, the woman trembled all over, then slowly lifted her head to look at Zuan. Zuan smiled, still not awake. Gradually, a gleam appeared in the woman's originally dull eyes. In her memory, the overly tragic events had all been erased, and she only remembered being abducted by a group of bad people and then rescued by the people in front of her. Zhu An smiled lightly. "No need to be polite. How do you feel now?" The woman replied very clearly, "I feel no difference." Zhu An and Cha Wenliang exchanged a glance and saw the joy in each other's eyes. Undoubtedly, this experiment was a success. With one successful experience, the next steps became simple. Soon, Zhuan healed the rest of the women. Like the first woman, their memories were also erased by Zhuan. With the successful experiences from these women, Zhuan's skills in manipulating souls made significant progress. Unnecessary steps were eliminated. What previously took 3 minutes in the experiment was now compressed to less than a minute. This short time was no longer a difficult barrier for the other test subjects. With the assistance of Cha Wenliang, Zhuan didn't stop, and in just one day, he treated all the test subjects. The final results were pleasing. Except for a few with severe soul injuries, the rest had fundamental changes. When their family members saw the transformed individuals, they could hardly believe their eyes. Who could imagine that people born with injured souls could one day be healed? Soon, this result made waves in the surrounding star regions of the Falling God Valley. People praised and believed that it was all thanks to the miraculous Dr. Cha Wenliang. For a while, Cha Wenliang's reputation grew even more. Of course, these matters were of no importance to Cha Wenliang, because he had more important tasks to attend to now. After accumulating enough experience, Zhuan and Cha Wenliang finally launched an attack on their ultimate goal, creating souls. The entire cottage fell into endless disputes. What you are doing is wrong. These Empyrean fruits are intended for soul condensation. If you remove them, how will you condense the souls? Cha Wenliang slammed the table and shouted, "Zhu!" and remained calm. There are hundreds of medicinal materials in this pill recipe alone, with a dozen specifically for soul condensation. Therefore, I believe adding these Empyrean fruits is entirely unnecessary. Removing them will help streamline the recipe. No, this pill recipe is the result of my decades of hard work. It's a delicate balance, you can't change it haphazardly. Cha Wenliang disagreed and raised his voice even more. Decades of hard work resulted in explosions in the furnace all day. Zhuan said coldly, cutting off Cha Wenliang's words. Aoshu trembled, afraid that his master would explode again because of this, gesturing with his eyes for Zhuan to stop. Zhuan paid no attention and continued to gaze unwaveringly at Cha Wenliang. After a long standoff, Cha Wenliang finally couldn't hold on anymore. Fine. Since you insist, do as you please. But I want to tell you, some of these medicinal materials are extremely rare. I have painstakingly collected them for hundreds of years, and there's not much left after multiple consumptions. If your changes to the recipe lead to failure in the end, don't blame me for being harsh. With that, Cha Wenliang left angrily. Zhuan just smiled faintly, not taking Cha Wenliang's threat seriously, because he had long understood the temper of this miraculous doctor. Although he sounded tough now, he would soften when it came to action. Moreover, Zhuan didn't change the recipe randomly. He had his own considerations and plans. Indeed, Cha Wenliang's medical skills could surpass Zhu, and 100 times. But the soul completion experiment had provided Zhuan with much richer experience than Cha Wenliang. This experience became his confidence, because only he understood best where the crucial point of completing the soul lay. It could be said that in the Falling God Valley, the person most knowledgeable about souls was now Zhuan, not Cha Wenliang. Zhuan even discovered, to his surprise, that after completing these experiments, his soul's strength had subtly improved. This feeling was very subtle. Zhuan didn't sense any changes in his power, but the improvement was real. As Zhuan said, Cha Wenliang's temper came and went quickly. In no time, he voluntarily returned to prepare the alchemy materials. Since there were so many required items, Yan, Aoshu, and Yue Qinghuan also came to help. The pitiful background of those few women also joined in to assist. Because they were rescued by Aoshu, Yan, and Yue Qinghuan from the sect, their identities were unverifiable, so they had nowhere else to go. Fortunately, Falling God Valley was vast, and a few more people wouldn't be a problem, so Cha Wenliang took them in. Naturally, these women were grateful and eager to do whatever they could. As for the two little girls, they were already playing with the fairies in the front yard. The ginseng doll, Che, and many other little monsters immediately got along well with Xiangxiang and Nianian upon meeting. In this situation, all the preparatory work for alchemy was finally ready. Then Zhuan took a deep breath and waved his hand. Boom! Flames surged into the air, completely enveloping the pill furnace. This was a crucial alchemy that was extremely important to everyone present. At the beginning, everything went smoothly. unsystematically added the initial medicinal ingredients into the furnace and successfully laid a solid foundation for alchemy. The strong scent of medicine began to diffuse, which made Cha Wenliang's expression clear. The beginning of things was always difficult, and this opening of the furnace seemed promising. This was generally a good sign. Zhuan was also focused on observing the changes in the pill furnace and carefully controlling the heat. In all honesty, this time's pill making was a significant challenge for Zhuan. Because this pill had never appeared in any record before, not even its effects were known for making souls. This meant that Zhuan had no experience to refer to and had to figure everything out on his own. However, the progress was faster than expected. In just a half hour, the opening of the furnace was near its end, and it was time to add the medicinal ingredients. Cha Wenliang couldn't help but feel nervous. In the past, every time the furnace exploded was during this phase. The sound was very faint, but it was like thunder in Cha Wenliang's ears. His face turned pale, and he immediately shouted, "Not good! Anomalous activity in the alchemy furnace!" As soon as he spoke, a deafening roar came from the furnace, followed by violent alchemical energy surging out, blowing several women who were assisting around the furnace far away. Not only that, Cha Wenliang also felt the temperature of the furnace rising rapidly, to the point where his face felt scorched. It was clear how critical the situation was. But upon hearing Cha Wenliang shout, Zhuan remained calm in the face of danger. He calmly formed intricate hand seals and cast a complex spell. As he did so, the flames below the furnace changed from white to blue, forming a lotus flower shape to support the furnace. The anomalies in the furnace gradually calmed down with the change in flames. Cha Wenliang wiped off his cold sweat and breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness, that was really terrifying. Zhuan glanced at him with a smile that didn't reach his eyes. Are you so scared? Cha Wenliang smiled bitterly. You don't understand. I've been traumatized by explosions. Every time I see any anomaly in the furnace, I can't help but tremble involuntarily. Hey, Zhuan chuckled softly, then looked at the furnace and said calmly, "Don't worry, with me here, the past will not repeat itself." Next came the long and tedious process of alchemy. Due to the large number of medicinal materials involved, this batch of pills required more time than usual. This tested the alchemist's ability to control the heat continuously. Many alchemists failed during this stage due to mental fatigue. Initially, Cha Wenliang was somewhat worried, as Zhuan's cultivation was only at the immortal venerable level. Could he endure the prolonged consumption of alchemical fire? But after 3 days, he noticed that Zhuan was still energetic and showed no signs of fatigue, which relieved him. "Mom, what kind of pills is Dad making? Why is it taking so long?" Nyan asked as she leaned towards Yan. "Dad is making the most mystical pills in the world. They can help many people," and Yan explained. Nyan nodded as if she understood. However, unable to resist, she sniffed the air deeply and said, "Wow, it smells so good. Are these pills tasty?" From the 5th day onwards, a faint fragrance wafted from the furnace, but no one paid it much attention except for the foodie, who couldn't help but wonder about the taste of the pills. Aoshu couldn't help but chuckle. "You're always thinking about eating good things, aren't you?" "Heh," the foodie giggled awkwardly. "It's not true. It's like I only care about eating." However, Nyan was quick to expose her when she mentioned the ice cream she had secretly taken out the other day. A playful argument ensued between the two little girls. This light-hearted moment was interrupted by a delightful sound coming from the furnace. Everyone turned to look. The sound was from the furnace, clear and pleasant. Along with the music, faint light emanated from the furnace, forming various illusions. Aoshu's face lit up. It's about to condense the pills. Once the pills were condensed, it meant the alchemy process was about to be completed. However, Cha Wenliang's face showed no signs of joy, but rather seriousness, because the closer they were to completion, the easier it was to make mistakes. After all, Zhuan had been standing on the platform for 8 days, adjusting the flames constantly and observing the state of the furnace. This was a tremendous test of both physical and mental strength. At this point, any slight mistake could jeopardize all their efforts. So Cha Wenliang couldn't help but softly suggest, "Zhuan, should I take over?" Zhuan chuckled lightly. "No need. Prepare the medicinal materials for the pill formation." "Already prepared." Zhao Wenliang had been overly cautious, personally selecting the medicinal materials for pill formation to prevent any mistakes from Hashu and others. That's good. Just then, the music coming from the furnace abruptly ceased. Now, Golden Feather Spirit Flower, Zhu, and shouted. Before he could finish speaking, Zhao Wenliang handed the Golden Feather Spirit Flower to Zuan. Zuan formed hand seals, pointed at the furnace, and said, "Rise." The furnace opened a small gap, but strangely, no alchemical energy leaked out of it. Zhu uncasually tossed the Golden Feather Spirit Flower into the furnace. In an instant, the furnace trembled, and the illusory image at the top became more solid. This was just the beginning. Zhu continued to shout, "Free Treasure Grass, Brahma Stone, Blood Enchantress Bone," and so on. As Zuan spoke, Zhao Wenliang handed each medicinal material to Zuan in an orderly manner. Aoshu was dazzled by this rapid and dazzling operation. Zuan was amazing. Even his master had to follow his orders obediently. Finally, as the last medicinal material was thrown into the furnace, it fell into a quiet state, and even the solidified illusion at the top became still. Zhao Wenliang sighed slightly, his eyes fixed on the furnace without blinking, his heart pounding in his throat. Decades of effort would be judged by this final act. Not only him, but Aoshu, Yue Qinghuan, and others were also anxiously watching. Just as the whole place fell silent, Zuan suddenly looked up and laughed lightly. Success! Before the crowd could react, Zuan pointed his finger, and the alchemy furnace shattered with a soundless explosion. No sound was made, not even a splash. Instead, it fell like scattered sand. Amidst this, a dazzling light burst into the sky, stirring up changing winds in all directions. Following that, the light soared towards the sky at an exceptionally fast speed, heading straight for the boundary above the failing deity valley. Not good. It's going to escape. Xia Qi Wenliang exclaimed in shock, though his eyes couldn't hide his joy. Just from the display of this light, it was evident that the alchemical pill inside the furnace had awakened its spiritual consciousness. This was the most difficult requirement for this particular pill. Once this goal was achieved, it proved the success of the alchemical pill. Despite his joy, Xia Qi Wenliang's movements did not slow down in the slightest. In an instant, he shot up into the sky like a cannonball, heading straight for the light. But he was fast. Zuan was even faster. Before Xia Qi Wenliang reached halfway, Zuan had already arrived at the boundary and reached out with his hand to grab the light. The light was caught in his hand. Faintly, a sound resembling a baby's cry could be heard from within the light. The light flickered as if trying to break free from Zuan's grasp, but all struggles were in vain. Zuan's hand felt as immovable as cast iron. He calmly said, "Don't move. If you move again, do you believe I'll crush you right now?" Hearing this, the light immediately grew still. Then Zuan landed on the ground. Xia Qi Wenliang rushed over. "How is it Zhu?" Slowly opened his palm. In his palm were two pill-sized spheres, dark and unassuming. But in Xia Qi Wenliang's eyes, these two pills were more enchanting than the most beautiful woman in the world. Trembling with excitement, he asked, "Is it a success, Zhu?" And nodded. "According to your requirements, it's a success. But the specifics will only be known after testing." This reminder spurred Xia Qi Wenliang into action, and he gestured, "Let's go now, Zhu." Understood Xia Qi Wenliang's excitement. After all, this was a goal he had been striving for in the past century, and witnessing it about to be achieved would excite anyone. Therefore, Zuan didn't say anything but followed Xia Qi Wenliang back to the room. Yan Aoshu and the others naturally followed suit. Meanwhile, Xiang and Nianian whispered behind them. "Did you see that?" Nianian asked. "Yeah, it's like the chocolate balls on ice cream. It should taste good," Xiang said, still savoring the taste. "TSK, did you eat it?" I said. "Did you see where we are?" Nianian spat. "Huh, isn't it the backyard? What's different?" Xiang didn't understand. "Ahem, I forgot you can't see things that ordinary people can't see." Then Nianian mysteriously pointed at the house. "Do you know what's inside that house?" "What?" "Heh." A mischievous smile appeared on Nianian's face. "There's an evil ghost living in there." She knew her sister was timid and scared of ghosts. Sure enough, Xiang shivered. An evil ghost. Exactly, and a very fierce one. Nianian exaggerated with gestures. Xiang's face turned pale, but then she forced a smile. I'm not afraid. Dad and Mom are here, so what is there to be afraid of, even if there's an evil ghost? Oh, really not scared? Nianian asked playfully. Really not scared? Heh. But this evil ghost is different. From my observation, it seems quite powerful. The stronger the evil ghost, the more terrifying it looks. So this evil ghost must have a fierce appearance, with a grim face, long protruding teeth, and its eyes, Nianian described vividly. Xiang exclaimed in fear, moving behind Yanao. Yanao had already heard the conversation between the sisters and sighed softly. Nianian, you're scaring your sister again. Heh, but she's so timid. Nianian chuckled. Xiang found the courage to say, Mom, I'm not scared. I just lost my balance and took a few steps back. Alright, I don't believe you. Oh, the door is open. Nianian pointed ahead. Hearing this, Xiang quickly retracted her head. Anya now lovingly patted her head. Okay, don't be afraid anymore. As for this evil ghost, Anya now also assumed there must be a ferocious evil spirit in the room. After all, her daughter's truth-seeing eyes never lied. So she was prepared. But to her utter surprise, when the door opened, a creature with a large head and comical features emerged. This discovery left her stunned. Nianian, on the other hand, was dumbfounded, but quickly let her natural curiosity override her surprise. Sister, look quickly. It's so cute. Tisk, I don't believe your ghost stories. You can't fool me. Really, it's really a cute big-headed monster. Xiang hesitated. Could it be true? She cautiously peeked through her fingers. Indeed, the appearance of this big-headed monster made her also pause in shock. What do you think, sister? Didn't lie, did I? But before Nianian could respond, Xiang playfully tapped her head. Ouch, why did you hit me? You say you didn't lie. Where did the evil ghost you spoke of go? Xiang said indignantly. The two little girls started arguing again. On the other side, Xie Wenliang took a deep breath and suppressed his excitement. Shall we begin? He was actually seeking Zhu An's opinion. Zhu smiled. Let's begin. With that, Zhu handed Xie Wenliang a pill. Xie Wenliang held the pill in his hand, feeling his teeth chatter, then handed the pill over with trembling hands. Swallow it. The big-headed monster had already developed a basic form of intelligence, especially listening to Xie Wenliang's words. Without hesitation, it opened its mouth and swallowed the pill. And then, nothing happened. That's right. Amidst the expectant and eager gazes of everyone, the big-headed monster blinked its eyes, but showed no changes. Xie Wenliang's face turned as pale as paper, and he staggered unsteadily. Could he have been wrong? Was the alchemical formula he had researched so diligently for over 100 years ineffective? These questions clouded Xie Wenliang's mind, causing his vision to darken. Yue King Huan clenched his hands, tears welling up in his eyes. In the blink of an eye, it shrank from a huge monster to the size of a normal person. Then the radiance gradually dissipated, revealing the figure below. Everyone couldn't help but widen their eyes, because what appeared before them at this moment was actually a fair-faced young man. They saw him slowly open his eyes, looking around with a bewildered expression. Chen Wenliang was very excited. Do you still recognize me? Upon hearing his voice, the young man trembled all over, and then knelt down on the ground. Master! Chen Wenliang couldn't care about anything else at this moment, took a big step and rushed to the young man, grabbing his shoulder eagerly. Do you remember who I am? Of course I remember, because you, Master, created me and bestowed me with a soul. How could I forget? The young man spoke clearly. His logical reasoning in speech was very different from the previous vague and simple tones he would emit. Chen Wenliang couldn't help but burst into laughter. Good, 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 he exclaimed 3 times, his laughter brimming with extreme joy. Zhuan did not stop him, but looked on with a smile. After all, anyone encountering such a situation would be ecstatic like Chen Wenliang. When he finally stopped laughing, Zhuan spoke calmly. I have now fulfilled what I promised you. What about your promise? That's easy to say. Now that I have some confidence, as long as you are willing, we can leave now. Chen Wenliang said with a smile. All right, let's go now. In such a hurry? Chen Wenliang was taken aback. Of course, because for every day delayed, there will be an additional variable. Zuan said softly. All right, let's go now. Chen Wenliang immediately agreed without hesitation. The group immediately set off, leaving the Forgotten Valley and heading towards the Yue family. At the same time, the atmosphere at the Yue family was very oppressive and gloomy. The previous festive atmosphere created by winning the martial arts tournament had long disappeared, and everyone's hearts felt as heavy as a boulder. Occasionally, people would look worriedly towards the backyard and then shake their heads in sighs. Yue Hechang was no exception, as he stood in front of the backyard door, gazing at the deep scenery beyond it. After a while, he asked, "How long has Miss Yue not come out?" Yue Johns, who was standing beside him, showed a look of sorrow. "It's been 10 days. Still no news at all?" "None." Yue Hechang furrowed his brow, walked to the front of the backyard door, and gently touched it. The space immediately rippled slightly and formed a large light curtain, enveloping the entire backyard. After entering the backyard, Miss Yue has enveloped the entire backyard with a barrier. Now, unless she permits it, no one can enter, Yue Jun said. Yue Hechang sighed softly. With such tight defense, what is the situation inside? Could it be that the head of the family? Yue Hechang didn't finish his sentence, but his meaning was already clear. Yue Juns remained silent. Be prepared for the worst. If the head of the family is really going to awaken again, the Yue family will be without protection for at least 3 years, while the Long family and the Sima family are watching closely. We must be even more cautious about this. Understood. Yue Juns nodded with tears in his eyes. While they were talking, in the flower hall of the backyard, Miss Yue sat quietly on a chair with blooming flowers around her. The warm breeze blew gently, and everything remained unchanged, as if time had frozen here. However, all this did not disturb Miss Yue in the slightest. At this moment, all her attention was focused on Yue Shifang, not far away. Yue Shifang was currently in a deep sleep. He appeared very tired in his sleep, leaning against the chair in an unusual posture, his chest heaving rapidly. However, there was no sound of breathing, and after a long time, a snoring sound, resembling air leaking from a bellows, would emerge. Miss Yue knew that this was a sign that his lungs were on the brink of collapse. So every time the sound rang out, a hint of heartache would appear in Miss Yue's eyes. However, this state did not last long because even this difficult sleep was a luxury for Yue Shifang. After a quarter of an hour, Yue Shifang slowly opened his eyes, breathing heavily. The gasp seemed to strangle his windpipe, making it unbearable for anyone to listen. Suddenly, perhaps due to the urgency of the gasping, Yue Shifang couldn't help but cough violently. The coughing was so severe that it seemed like he might suffocate the next second. Miss Yue hurried to his side and patted his back gently. But she dared not use force because Yue Shifang, who was already extremely thin, had prominent bones on his back, as if they might break with the slightest effort. So she could only pat gently. After a while, the bout of coughing finally subsided. Yue Shifang lay back on the chair, covered in sweat, his body drained of strength, unable to even lift his fingers. There was no trace of his former commanding presence. Tears glistened in Miss Yu's eyes, full of compassion, and she finally couldn't help but speak. If it's so uncomfortable, why don't you just awaken and reincarnate early? Yue Shifang smiled. Don't be sad, I have become accustomed to it, but... Miss Yue was about to say something, but Yue Shifang interrupted her directly. Has Zuan and King Huan returned? Not yet, Miss Yue replied. Even if they manage to bring back that mysterious needle doctor, Chen Wenliang, it will be useless because the injury I suffered comes from the depths of the soul and can't be cured by ordinary medicine. Then why are you waiting for them? I have to wait for them to return and see them one last time before awakening, Yue Shifang said softly. Silence fell in the flower hall once again. Yue Shifang had long lost his sight, and now his hearing was starting to deteriorate as well. Despite this, he could still keenly feel Miss Yu's sorrow. All right, stop crying. While you may see me in pain, for me, it's just a piece of cake. Don't forget, I have undergone dozens of awakenings and rebirths, Yue Shifang said with a smile. Just as he finished speaking, he felt a coolness on his shoulder. I didn't cry at all. I just happened to have sand blown into my eyes by the wind. Second Miss forcefully defended herself. All right, whatever you say. Is that settled now? Yue Shifang chuckled. However, this time, Second Miss didn't banter with him as usual. Instead, Yue Shifang faintly heard the sound of sobbing. This made him sigh deeply, unsure of what to say next. The flower hall fell silent. Yue Shifang leaned back in his chair, his lifeless eyes staring into the distance, while his mind pondered the arrangements after he dissipates his power. The reason he lingered with his increasingly broken body was to see Zuan and his sister, and then arrange the at least 3-year hiatus after dissipating his power. After all, even Yue Hechang could see the crisis facing the Yue family currently, so as the head of the family, he naturally couldn't ignore it. As for curing the injury, in fact, he never held any hope from the beginning, because he understood his situation clearly. The injury had penetrated deep into his soul, something that could not be solved by medical methods. Just as he was contemplating, Second Miss suddenly showed a change in expression, her face reflecting surprise. They've returned. Who has returned? They have returned. With that, Second Miss swiftly stood up, raised her hand, and opened the light curtain ceiling off the backyard. Indeed, a group of people led by Zuan descended from the sky, landing directly in front of the flower hall. Second Miss immediately spotted the Divine Needle Doctor among the crowd. There was no doubt, despite his unimpressive appearance, the scruffy and small stature made him too conspicuous. Despite his unsightly appearance, Second Miss's heart skipped a beat, immediately recognizing him as the famous Divine Needle Doctor, Zhao Wenliang, whom she had heard about. Even though Yue Shifang believed that Zhao Wenliang wouldn't be able to heal his injuries, it still presented a glimmer of hope. Therefore, Second Miss didn't even bother with pleasantries and immediately called out, "Dr. Zhao, please come and look at his injuries." In fact, there was no need for Second Miss to hurry him. After landing, Zhao Wenliang walked straight into the flower hall. The first thing that caught his eye was Yue Shifang's emaciated and withered body. Zhao Wenliang raised an eyebrow slightly and blurted out, "Such a dominant power." Yue Shifang chuckled softly, "Dr. Zhao has keen eyes." However, Zhao Wenliang ignored Yue Shifang's words and went straight to him, directly gripping Yue Shifang's wrist to check his pulse. Everyone held their breath, waiting quietly. Yue King Huan watched his brother, who was once spirited, now looking like a frail elderly man, feeling a wave of sadness in his heart. Sensing this, Anyan gently patted her shoulder, whispering comfortingly, "Don't be sad, didn't Dr. Zhao say he had an 80% certainty before? He should be able to heal the injuries on your brother." "Yes," Yue King Huan replied softly. At this moment, Zhao Wenliang released his hand, stood up, and gazed at Yue Shifang. Yue Shifang asked with a smile, "How is it?" "The injuries are severe. To be honest, the fact that you can still sit here and talk to me is a miracle in itself. Normally, you should have been dead by now." "Heh, someone said the same thing to me thousands of years ago, but I managed to survive." Yue Shifang chuckled self-deprecatingly. "Relying on your power of reincarnation? Do you really think that method is the solution?" Zhao Wenliang sneered. Yue Shifang shook his head, "Of course not, but I have no other choice." "So you're resorting to drastic measures? With your cultivation, you should know that each reincarnation depletes your soul source, worsening your already severe injuries." "How long did you survive after the first reincarnation?" Zhao Wenliang asked. 800 years. "And this time?" Yue Shifang fell silent for a moment. "Not even 100 years. That is the best evidence. Indeed, you cannot just sit idly by. However, in your situation, the correct approach would be to seal yourself away and wait for the right moment, rather than foolishly depleting your soul source." Zhao Wenliang spoke bluntly, completely disregarding Yue Shifang's dignity. Yue Shifang could only smile bitterly. "Yes, you are right in your advice, but if I'm not here, the Yue family will soon be swallowed up by other clans. So, for the sake of these matters, I have no right to slumber. Heh, I am a doctor. I can only evaluate your condition. As for why you choose to act the way you do, it is none of my concern. But I must remind you, your soul's condition is on the brink of collapse. If nothing unexpected happens, this reincarnation will be your last, and even whether you can make it through is uncertain. I believe you understand this clearly," Zhao Wenliang coldly stated. Upon hearing this, both Second Miss and Yue King Huan paled. "What?" Yue King Huan exclaimed. Second Miss looked at Yue Shifang in disbelief. "Is what Dr. Zhao said true?" Yue Shifeng remained silent for a moment and finally nodded with a wry smile. Yes. You scoundrel! Second Miss burst into anger. If that's the case, why didn't you tell me? Do you know how devastated I would be if you were gone? Yue Shifeng was at a loss for words until a moment later when he slowly said, I'm sorry. Don't just apologize to me. I want you to be deserving of it. I'm telling you, Yue Shifeng, you are not allowed to die without my permission. Second Miss said fiercely, then turned around and knelt before Zhao Wenliang. Her kneeling was firm and decisive, without any hesitation. Miss, what does this mean? Zhao Wenliang stepped aside and asked. Second Miss's face was resolute as she said, Dr. Zhao, I seek nothing but for you to save him. As long as you can do it, I'll do everything without question. Yue King Huan also fell to her knees with a thud. Yes, please, Dr. Zhao, save my brother. With both women kneeling, Zhao Wenliang was somewhat overwhelmed and quickly said, Please, get up. Since I've already promised Zuan, I will do everything in my power to help. Although his injuries are indeed severe, there's still hope. With the help of Zuan, there should be a chance for survival. Hearing this, Second Miss's eyes suddenly sparkled with hope as she asked tremulously, Is what you're saying true? This sentence was full of domineering, making the two girls and Yue King Huan feel relieved. Just then, Zuan suddenly asked, Second Miss, do other people know about our return now? The Second Miss shook her head. As long as you come back without alarming anyone and enter directly from the backyard, others definitely won't know. Zhu nodded. That's good then. Yue King Huan couldn't help but ask in a low voice, What's wrong with Zhu? Smiled. Nothing. Just a somewhat immature thought that came to me suddenly. With that, he turned and left, going to discuss with Cha Wenliang on how to cure Yue Shifeng. Yue King Huan looked at Zuan thoughtfully, not understanding why he had asked that just now. But after pondering for a while, she couldn't figure it out and had to temporarily put that question aside. Because there were more important things she needed to do, like mediate. Yes, indeed. Due to the issue with the treatment plan for her brother Yue Shifeng, a fierce argument erupted between Cha Wenliang and Zuan. It was described as an argument, but in reality, only Cha Wenliang's roaring could be heard on the scene, while Zuan hardly said anything, only occasionally making a rebuttal. However, every word struck directly at Cha Wenliang's weakness, making him furious. Talking about anything else is useless. I am the holy hand of medicine, so everything I say is correct. Cha Wenliang shouted. I admit that, but when it comes to understanding the soul, I am definitely not inferior to you, and your plan indeed has significant issues. What issues? All of his problems stem from deep traumas in the soul. As for the injuries on his body, they are just a physically flawed shell. Do we need to care about it? Cha Wenliang said coldly. However, Zuan shook his head. I feel that what you're saying is incorrect. While the root cause does come from deep within his soul, haven't you noticed that his cha and blood have deteriorated to an extreme level? If we forcefully repair his soul now, it might lead to his body being unable to withstand and collapse directly. And what if he collapses? As long as his soul can be restored, this body is insignificant. Haha, under normal circumstances, that might be true, but his situation is different. How is it different? Don't forget, he has undergone dozens of battles and reincarnations. His soul is already extremely fragile. At this point, he cannot withstand any more turmoil. Zuan said solemnly. Hearing Zuan's words, Cha Wenliang opened his mouth to say something, but ultimately didn't speak. I know your abilities in the medical field are strong, so you can ignore this point, but he indeed is different. So for safety's sake, I think it's better to first strengthen his physical body, and then proceed to restore his soul. Cha Wenliang looked at Zuan with a thoughtful gaze, and after a long time suddenly said, Are you interested in advancing in the field of medicine? With these words, all eyes, including Yue King Huan's, focused on Zuan. Obviously, Cha Wenliang intended to impart medical knowledge to Zuan. This would have been a dream come true for others, but to everyone's surprise, Zuan lightly shook his head with a smile. I have dabbled in the field of medicine, but I don't want to invest too much energy in it. There are still many important things in front of me that need to be done, so I'm sorry. Cha Wenliang sighed lightly and directly interrupted Zuan's words. All right, just say you don't want to learn. There's no need to beat around the bush, let alone apologize. As for his medical treatment plan, let's follow your approach. With that, Cha Wenliang turned to the second miss. Can you please ask if there's a cauldron here? A cauldron. Yes, the kind of stove used to concoct medicine. Of course, there is a stove for concocting medicine, but... The second miss looked hesitant. Oh, as long as it's a stove for concocting medicine, why hesitate? Cha Wenliang obviously didn't like indecisiveness and said directly. Helplessly, the second miss had to bring out the pill furnace she used to concoct medicine for Yue Shifeng. When this pill furnace appeared in front of everyone, Cha Wenliang couldn't help but be dumbfounded. You usually use this for concocting medicine? Zuan couldn't help but ask, yes? The second miss nodded somewhat shyly. The reason everyone reacted this way was because this pill furnace looked incredibly strange. At first glance, it looked like a large bathtub, over a person's height. Aoshu circled around the pill furnace, then reached out to touch it, suddenly chuckled. Master, I remember you once said that if something looks like a certain thing, feels like it, and has all the aspects of it, then it is that thing. So, I think this pill furnace is just a large bathtub. The second Mrs. face turned even redder. She explained softly, there's no other way. I used traditional pill furnaces before, but I found it too difficult to control the heat. So I modified one myself. The high rim is to prevent the boiling medicine from spilling. At this moment, Cha Wenliang approached and after carefully sniffing the scent inside the pill furnace, couldn't help but say somewhat helplessly, mixing all kinds of tonics for nourishing Cha and blood together for refining. It's a testament to the profound skills of you, Master Yue. If it were someone else, they would have likely been poisoned by you long ago. The second Mrs. Face instantly reddened even more. She lowered her head and twiddled with her clothes, speechless. If there were other family members of the Yue family present, they would surely be amazed at the small and timid appearance of the second miss. It seems that this pill furnace won't work, so we should find another one. Cha Wenliang had just wanted to suggest finding a different pill furnace, but at that moment, Zuan suddenly said, there's no need. Just use this pill furnace, huh? Why? Everyone was slightly puzzled. Zuan smiled faintly, because I suddenly feel that although this pill furnace's medicine refining quality is not up to standard, but it's perfect as a bathtub. Many people still didn't understand, except for Cha Wenliang, who looked at Zuan thoughtfully. Are you saying? That's right. Currently his Cha and blood have deteriorated to an extreme level. Ordinary medicine is unlikely to be effective, so why not treat him as a medicament itself? Only by doing this extreme method is there a chance to replenish his Cha and blood. Zuan said lightly. Soon, all kinds of medicinal herbs were ready. This was also thanks to the fact that Aguniang had left many medicinal herbs behind when she was making medicine in the backyard before. And when the medicinal herbs were all prepared, all eyes couldn't help but focus on Zuan. Zuan raised his hand and pointed at Yue Shifeng, saying in a deep voice, now, put him into this pill furnace. Under the pill furnace, flames soared into the sky, and the nearly pure white flames quickly turned the entire pill furnace bright red, and the medicinal herbs and rootless spirit water added beforehand also boiled. However, these vapors all stopped halfway when they were half a finger's distance from Yue Shifeng, who was sitting in the center of the pill furnace, because a faint barrier blocked them. This was also Zuan's handiwork. After all, Yue Shifeng was already very old now, and if he was bathed in medicine directly, he could very likely be burnt by the scalding liquid. Therefore, Zuan deliberately added a layer of flame seal to him. For Zuan, who possessed different fires and was adept at control, this flame seal was extremely simple. But its effect was significant. For example, right now, as the temperature of the liquid rose and it boiled violently, the scorching heat forced everyone to retreat far away. But Yue Shifeng, sitting in the center, remained calm, with a hint of enjoyment on his face, and then chuckled. It feels good, just like taking a bath. Hearing that he could still make jokes, Aguniang and Yue King Huan felt a sense of relief. Zuan then said, this is just the beginning. There is more to come for you. By then, you probably won't be able to speak so lightly. Yue Shifeng chuckled. Do you think I'm afraid of pain? Not afraid, but that feeling is not as simple as just pain. With that, Zuan casually cast a spell, and the flames under the pill furnace roared up, completely enveloping the entire furnace. As for Yue Shifeng inside the furnace, he disappeared without a trace. Although Aguniang knew Zuan wouldn't harm Yue Shifeng, seeing this scene, she couldn't help but feel a moment of panic. It seemed as if she had noticed her fear, and Yan softly comforted her. Don't be afraid, everything will be fine in the end. At this moment, Zhao Wenliang on the side stroked his beard and said calmly, "With this progress, at most 48 hours will be enough." "Does it really need that long?" Aguniang couldn't help asking. Zhao Wenliang turned to look at her and said, "What do you think this is?" In fact, if Zuan didn't use this method to supplement his cha and blood, considering his current condition, if he were to slowly recuperate, it would take at least a month. But through this method, the medicinal liquid and spiritual energy are directly infused into his body, greatly speeding up the progress, so these 48 hours are already a very short period of time. Aguniang fell silent, just looking hopefully at the burning pill furnace. In any case, she had seen a glimpse of hope. The next step was a long wait. During this process, Zuan focused on controlling the flames in the furnace, while Zhao Wenliang continuously adjusted the medicinal herbs that needed to be added to the furnace. Their seamless cooperation slightly expedited the progress. Time passed by second. In the blink of an eye, a full 48 hours had elapsed. Throughout the entire process, Aguniang and Yue King Huan stayed close to the pill furnace. Finally, when the time reached a certain critical point, the pill furnace suddenly began to tremble slightly. Then, steam and heat burst out from the furnace. Aguniang instantly became extremely excited. "Is he coming out soon?" Zhao Wenliang chuckled. "It looks like it's almost time." But before he could finish his sentence, Zuan suddenly shouted, "Something's wrong." These 3 words immediately shook the entire scene, especially Aguniang, who was filled with horror and astonishment. "What's wrong?" she asked in a panic. Zhao Wenliang immediately rushed forward, his face also becoming extremely serious. "What's going on?" Because at this moment, the flames on the pill furnace were rapidly diminishing before their eyes. Despite several attempts by the flames to fight back throughout the process, they failed. It was as if there was an irresistible force commanding these flames to retreat. Moreover, above the pill furnace, an extremely oppressive force suddenly appeared. This force, once it emerged, made everyone in the room feel a heavy pressure on their chests. Zhao Wenliang was about to shout in shock, but at that moment, the pill furnace silently shattered. It was a very eerie scene, as the entire process produced no sound, but the scalding liquid mixed with broken pieces of the furnace spread in all directions. The speed didn't seem fast, but it made the space tremble. Zhao Wenliang and Aguniang and the others all stood still, even Zhao Wenliang's floating beard freezing in the air, as if someone had pressed a pause button on them. Seeing that the scalding liquid was about to reach them, at that moment, a cold command was heard. "Retreat!" With this command, a mighty force surged out from Zuan, directly colliding with the incoming shockwave. Boom! The hot steam surged up, but it was as if there was an insurmountable barrier that blocked all the scalding liquid and pieces of the furnace from them. The sound suddenly came back, the pause button was finally released, and Zhao Wenliang's floating beard swayed again. Then he exclaimed, "This is bad, retreat!" But before he could finish his sentence, he realized something was amiss, because all the medicinal liquid evaporated right in front of him. Not only him, even Aguniang and Yue King Huan also noticed that something was wrong. How could this happen? "Where's Shifang? How is he?" Aguniang asked anxiously. With a somewhat pale face, Zuan took a deep breath, then said slowly, "It failed. But he should be fine, because this force seems to be some kind of mark left behind by the entity that injured him in the first place." Indeed, when the mist of the medicinal liquid dissipated, what they saw in the center of the scene was Yue Shifang sitting alone in the remains of the furnace, his eyes closed tightly, his body looking as frail as ever, even more so. "Who did this?" Zhao Wenliang asked angrily. Zuan's eyes glittered brightly. It should be a mark left by the entity that initially injured him. Zhao Wenliang shook his head with a sigh and remained silent. "Cha Shini, Zuan, why aren't you saying anything? Does this mean his injury can never be cured?" The second miss asked in despair. Zhao Wenliang nodded. The second miss staggered and nearly fainted, but Yue King Huan hurried forward to support her. The second miss barely managed to stand, but her face was pale like paper, murmuring softly, "No, this can't be true. There must be a way to cure him. There must be, right Zuan? Answer me." Yue King Huan wanted to comfort her, but at this moment, tears filled her eyes as well. Seeing this scene, An Yan and Aoshu remained silent. It was Yue Shifang not far away who slowly opened his eyes and smiled, saying, "It's fine, little second, don't be so sad." I'm fine now, aren't I? If worse comes to worst, I can try the reincarnation technique again. But everyone knew that he was just comforting the second miss, because Cha Wenliang had just made it clear that given his current state, he might not survive another attempt at reincarnation. The second miss naturally understood this, thus, choked with emotion and unable to speak. But at this moment, Zuan suddenly walked up to Yue Shifang, looking at him with keen eyes. Are you willing to make a bet? What kind of bet? Never mind the details, I just want to know if you dare. If we succeed this time, not only can your injury be healed, but we may also eliminate the hidden dangers among martial artists. But if we fail ... Before Zuan could finish, Yue Shifang directly said, no need to say more, I choose to bet. Zuan was surprised by how readily Yue Shifang agreed and raised an eyebrow slightly. Don't you want to think it over? Yue Shifang smiled nonchalantly, there's nothing more to consider. With my current condition, what better option do I have? Instead of waiting for death, I might as well make a desperate gamble. There might still be a chance. All right, in that case, let's join forces and make this bet, Zuan said in a solemn tone, then turned to Cha Wenliang and others. Come over here, I need your cooperation for something. Cha Wenliang and the second miss were utterly bewildered because they had no idea what Zuan was planning. So upon hearing Zuan's words, they immediately stepped forward. What do you need me to do? Cha Wenliang asked first. Zuan smiled, it's simple. With that, he transmitted a message with his divine consciousness. Cha Wenliang was initially stunned, but then showed a knowing expression and gave Zuan a deep look. Just like this. Just like this. All right, I will cooperate with you, but I cannot guarantee the final outcome. After saying this, Cha Wenliang turned and left. Zuan then instructed the second miss and Yue Qinghuan separately. Both women looked surprised, but ultimately nodded in understanding. Got it, we'll start preparing now. Once all the arrangements were completed, Zuan turned to Yue Shifang and said, all right, it's your turn next. By this time, Yue Shifang had already learned of Zuan's plan and couldn't help but chuckle. Zuan, you really are suited to be a strategist manipulating the situation. Are you saying I'm a schemer? Haha, not quite, and being a schemer isn't necessarily a derogatory term, especially in the martial realm. Zuan also laughed and then said calmly, all right, now it's your turn to prepare. After all, you are the absolute protagonist in the upcoming scene. I hope you won't mess it up. Don't worry, I believe there's no one in the entire Tianwei realm who understands death better than me. Yue Shifang nodded, let's hope so. With that, he turned and departed. Although unseen, as Zuan's footsteps receded, Yue Shifang suddenly let out a breath and then said with a smirk, is this deceiving the heavens and crossing the sea? Zuan, compared to being a schemer, you should actually be a martial family leader. It was already the 13th day that Yue Juns had been stationed in front of the backyard gate. Watching the empty courtyard gate, Yue Juns' heart was filled with mixed emotions. As one of the top talents in the younger generation of the Yue family, second only to Yue Qinghuan, he was keenly aware of the dangerous situation the Yue family was currently facing. Despite their recent victory at the combat tournament under Zuan's leadership, this brief glory couldn't dispel the shadow cast by the severely injured family head, Yue Shifang. After all, for any branch of a family, the family head is the spiritual pillar and a crucial existence. Especially with the Yue family's lack of top-tier combat strength, aside from Yue Shifang, hardly anyone could bear the responsibility. This meant that once Yue Shifang underwent reincarnation, the entire Yue family would face the embarrassing situation of not having a superpower house to lead them. In the presence of the watchful eyes of the Dragon and Sama families, this situation was almost fatal. That's why the atmosphere hanging over the Yue family was so solemn. Everyone understood that once Yue Shifang left, the Yue family would face unprecedented challenges. Yue Juns' heart weighed heavily because of what his father, Yue Hechang, had mentioned to him. Prepare for the worst in advance. Didn't that mean the family head's condition had reached an irreparable stage? Furthermore, Yue Qinghuan had not returned with Zuan from the Fallen God Valley, where they went to seek the Ghost Needle Divine Doctor. All these circumstances cast a thick shadow over Yue Juns' heart. However, just then, there was a sudden commotion in the front yard. Yue Juns furrowed his brow slightly. Go and see what's happening. Why is it so noisy in the front? Yes. One of his men tried to go and check the situation in the front. But before the man could even step out of the backyard, another person came running excitedly. It's the third miss. The third miss and Mr. Zhu are back. What? Yue Jun's face lit up upon hearing this news. Did they manage to bring back the Ghost Needle Divine Doctor? They did. Overjoyed, Yue Jun hastily straightened his clothes and prepared to go and welcome them. Just then, Zhu and his group hurriedly arrived. Mr. Zhu. Yue Jun immediately stood still and respectfully called out. But Zhu didn't stop and just nodded slightly, then hurriedly walked to the back gate. Yue Jun was about to remind Zhu that the entire backyard had been sealed off by the second Mrs. Light barrier. But before he could say anything, the barrier dissipated like mist, and the second miss appeared at the gate. You're back, yes? We're back. Zhu said solemnly. Is the family head here? He's right inside. Before leaving, Zhu did not forget to instruct Yue Jun, watch the courtyard gate. No one is allowed to enter or exit without my permission, yes. Yue Jun immediately responded. Soon, the courtyard gate became empty. But Yue Jun's heart was burning with excitement, dispelling the previous gloom. Mr. Zhu had returned, bringing along the famous Ghost Needle Doctor. Now, the family head might finally be saved. Thinking of this, Yue Jun couldn't help but show joy on his face. At the same time, Yue Hechang, along with many elders, arrived upon hearing the news. What's going on? Yue Hechang asked. Yue Jun immediately recounted the situation, then excitedly exclaimed, Just now, Mr. Zhu and the Ghost Needle Doctor have entered. I believe good news will come soon. Upon hearing this, Yue Hechang and the other elders couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief, their faces showing joy. That's great, yes. Mr. Zhu is indeed powerful. He actually managed to invite the renowned eccentric temper master, Cha Wenliang. The family head is saved. The people discussed excitedly. Nobody left, but instead stood eagerly by the back courtyard gate. Time passed second by second. Soon, the sky darkened, and someone lit a lantern, illuminating the entire back courtyard as if it were daytime. But at that moment, a muffled sound came from behind the courtyard gate. Then, a faint sound of weeping was heard. 10 directions. This cry made everyone present change their expressions. The previous joy disappeared, replaced by seriousness and doubt on their faces. What's going on? Yue Hechang asked in surprise. I don't know. Maybe we misheard. Yue Jun forced a smile to explain, though not even he believed his own excuse. A sense of foreboding instantly gripped the hearts of everyone present. The previous discussions faded away. Everyone nervously waiting for the final message. Finally, a group of people walked out from behind the gate. Ju. An escorted Cha Wenliang out solemnly, then Cha Wenliang stopped. I'm sorry, the family head's injuries are too severe. I am unable to save him. Please accept my condolences, Cha Wenliang said. This statement was like a heavy bombshell, leaving everyone dumbfounded. Zhu, with a grave expression, lightly nodded. Thank you, Dr. Cha. Alas, they've left. Cha Wenliang sighed, then led Ao Sufei, and they disappeared into the sky in a blink. After he left, Zhu looked at the people present. Yue Hechang immediately walked up to him, his face pale, and asked, Zhu, what really happened inside? What happened to the family head? Zhu lowered his head and gravely said, the family head's injuries were too severe, and even Dr. Cha was unable to help. What do you mean? Yue Hechang felt his teeth chattering. It means, the family head, he has passed away. Dead. This word was like a thunderbolt, shocking everyone present to the core. It can't be. How could the family head die? Even if his physical body perishes, he can still reincarnate. Yue Jun shouted hoarsely, yes. This statement reminded many people. The family head's injuries were not new. Even if they were severe, reincarnation was still possible. But Zhu shook his head. It's of no use. The injuries this time were too sudden and severe, to the extent that the family head's consciousness and soul have completely collapsed, so there is no chance for reincarnation. The whole place fell into a deathly silence. Everyone's eyes became dull. Who could have imagined that the family head, who had protected the Yue family for thousands of years, would leave in such a way? Suddenly, someone fell to their knees, wailing in grief. In an instant, everyone knelt towards the back courtyard. Family head. Their voices were filled with grief, unbearable to hear. But Yue Hechang still held on to a glimmer of hope in his heart. He trembled and asked, "Where is the family head's body now? I want to see him." Zhu nodded. "It's in the back courtyard. Come in." Saying that, Zhu turned and walked into the back courtyard. Yue Hechang and the others followed suit. As they crossed the courtyard gate, they were greeted by the sight of withered flowers and plants in the courtyard. The once vibrant flower hall was now desolate. In the center of the flower hall, there was a wooden bed with a person lying quietly on it. Two people knelt beside the bed. It was the second miss and Yue Qinghuan. At this moment, they were already wearing white robes with mourning bands on their heads. The white was so glaring. Upon seeing this scene, Yue Hechang felt a darkness encroach upon his vision, nearly falling to the ground. Yue Zhans hurriedly supported him, but Yue Hechang broke free, then knelt by the bed, bursting into tears, and cried out, "Family head." This cry caused everyone present to break into tears. Everywhere you looked, all you could see was the glaring white. The entire main part of the Yue family fell into a solemn quietness, shrouded in a sorrowful atmosphere. Yue Shifeng was gone. This news was like a heavy bombshell, catching the entire Yue family off guard. Those who were out on missions immediately dropped everything and rushed back home. When they saw the white mourning banners hanging at the gate, almost all of them collapsed on the ground, some even spitting out a mouthful of blood. Because Yue Shifeng had been the spiritual pillar of the entire Yue family. For thousands of years, he had been inseparable from the Yue family. They thought this time would continue forever, but no one expected it to come to an abrupt end. The back courtyard had already erected tall spirit pavilions, with the second miss and Yue Qinghuan kneeling beside in heavy mourning, their eyes seemingly dried up of tears. At that moment, news of Yue Shifeng's passing spread like a hurricane. The first to receive the news were the Long family and the Sima family, who had been closely monitoring the Yue family's movements. Honestly, at first, Long Yushu and Sima Chongzhao couldn't believe the news. After all, it was too sudden. But as various pieces of news followed, especially when they heard that even Dr. Cha Wenliang couldn't save Yue Shifeng, these two men were left half in doubt. Heh, of course, we go under the guise of paying respects. At this time, they can't just shut out those who have come to pay their respects, right? Laughed Long Yushu. Sima Chongzhao remained silent in contemplation. He was naturally suspicious and cautious, so upon hearing this news, he felt that there was some deception involved. Long Yushu said lightly, "Sima, you must know that both of us have a deep-seated blood feud with the Yue family. Are we just going to watch this opportunity slip away? Let's go to investigate the situation. If the Yue family is deceiving us, we can leave directly. But if it's true..." A cruel smile appeared on Long Yushu's face. If Yue Shifeng is dead, wouldn't the Yue family be ripe for the picking? And if we can seize the opportunity... Long Yushu didn't finish his sentence, but the implication was clear. It was these words that moved Sima Chongzhao, who finally made up his mind and nodded, "All right, let's go on this trip." At the same time, not only the Long family and the Sima family, but also the other families of the 12 martial arts families received the news. Their reactions, however, varied. The Gu family. Gu Wangya suddenly stood up in shock and exclaimed, "What did you say? Yue Shifeng is dead." The messenger bowed his head and said, "Yes, we just received the news." "How is that possible? Yue Shifeng is the only one among the martial arts families with power surpassing that of a saint. He has lived for thousands of years. How could he have suddenly passed away?" Gu Wangya still found it hard to believe. The news has been confirmed. At least for now. It seems that Yue Shifeng has indeed passed away because someone just saw the ghost needle doctor from the Fallen God Valley leave. Gu Wangya sat down in silence for a long time. Even though they belonged to different branches, they were all martial artists, especially Yue Shifeng, who was one of the few great figures of that era. His sudden departure naturally left Gu Wangya confused. At this moment, many of the Gu family's steward came rushing in. "Master, what should we do now? I heard that the heads of the Long family and the Sima family have already set out to pay their respects to the Yue family. Shouldn't we take some action as well?" asked one of the chief stewards. Gu Wangya finally came to his senses and said with a complicated expression, "The people from the Long family and the Sima family have already gone. Yes, these guys, their thieving hearts never change. Gu Wangya snorted, then stood up and ordered in a low voice, "Prepare the armor." With this command, someone immediately brought Gu Wangya's armor. Gu Wangya put on his armor neatly. However, this time she didn't wear a red cloak, but instead a plain outer garment. Then she said, "As martial artists, with the fall of Yue Shifeng, it is only right that we pay our respects. Spread the word. All the stewards and above should wear plain clothing and accompany me." Yes. The entire Gu family sprang into action. The Zhongli family was no exception. At this moment, Zhongli Wumong was pacing back and forth in the room with a serious expression, casting a heavy atmosphere over the entire room. No one dared to speak. It wasn't until a long time later that Zhongli Wumong stood still and let out a long sigh. What a pity, a generation of heroes ended up like this. With your departure, the once flourishing Yue family is probably on the verge of collapse. His voice floated in the air, and an elder from the Zhongli family couldn't help but speak up. "Master of martial affairs, now that people from other families are preparing to pay their respects, should we also go pay our respects?" "Pay respects? Of course. We must also go pay our respects." Zhongli Wumong's face revealed a cold smile. Then he asked, "Have the people from the Long family and the Sima family already left?" "Yes. There are reports that they were the first to set off." "Then let's prepare to set off too. How can we, the Zhongli family, miss out on such a big event?" The Song family. Song Yuja looked at the various elders of the Song family arguing loudly in the hall and couldn't help but slam the table. Enough. This forceful command instantly quieted the room, and all eyes turned to him. The head of the Song family, Song Jianmu, couldn't help but ask, "What's the matter?" "Father, I think the situation is unclear at the moment, and arguing about gains and losses here is pointless." "Oh, what do you think?" Song Jianmu's eyes flashed, and he asked in a deep voice, "In my opinion, we should first go to the Yue family to pay our respects and investigate the truth of this matter. After all, as martial artists, the fall of Yue Shifeng, a predecessor from ancient times, is bound to cause upheaval among the martial artists. Our Song family is relatively weak and should understand the truth early and make preparations." Song Yuja's clear and coherent words prompted nods from the crowd. Song Jianmu smiled and nodded. "Very well. In that case, I'll leave this matter to you." "Yes." Song Yuja arched his hand in salute, then turned and left to prepare. Meanwhile, the Dao family, Bai family, LV family, and other families also mobilized. But all the families sent out their own delegations to pay their respects to the Yue family. In an instant, the long-dormant martial artists community was finally stirred up. As the first family to set out, Long Yushu and Sima Changchao were naturally the first to arrive at the Yue family. When they saw the tall elegiac couplet in front of the Yue family's door, Long Yushu and Sima Changchao couldn't help but raise their eyebrows slightly and exchanged a meaningful glance. Their eyes clearly conveyed the same question. Could it be that Yue Shifeng really died? With this question in mind, the two of them stepped forward to the door. There were naturally people responsible for guarding the gate, and Long Yushu and Sima Changchao presented their white cards. Then a mournful voice resounded throughout the entire Yue family headquarters. Long Yushu, the head of the Long family, and Sima Changchao, the head of the Sima family, have come to pay their respects. The sound echoed in the sky, and then someone came forward to lead them inside. Along the way, all Long Yushu and Sima Changchao saw was white. The people of the Yue family were dressed in heavy mourning, their faces full of sorrow. This only deepened their doubts, as if this was indeed a scheme, the cost was too great. Soon, the two of them arrived at the central courtyard where the coffin was placed. Here, the atmosphere was even more solemn and melancholy. People were kneeling around the coffin in sorrow. Due to the special occasion, no matter how deep the enmity, as long as the other party comes to pay respects, there can be no outburst. At this moment, Long Yushu signaled to Sima Changjiao with his eyes, and then the two of them picked up 3 sticks of incense, offering a distant salute, and walked towards the coffin. As they approached the coffin, the two of them immediately saw Yue Shifeng lying on top. At this moment, Yue Shifeng was lying quietly on the coffin, thin to the point of being skin and bones, with sunken eye sockets like 2 dark holes, giving off a chilling feeling. The two of them felt a thump in their hearts, but then their eyes showed joy. Because they could clearly sense that there was no sign of life left in Yue Shifeng, meaning he had truly passed away. With their level of cultivation, No one could deceive their eyes, so upon confirming this fact, they couldn't help but feel elation. However, in this situation, they still suppressed their joy and pretended to look mournful. Lord Yue, we never expected you to pass away so suddenly. It is truly regrettable, Long Yushu sighed. Sima Changjiao even wiped away tears that didn't exist in his eyes. Despite harboring prejudice towards Long Yushu and Sima Changjiao, they had to reciprocate the respect when these two came to pay respects to the coffin as the bereaved family members, Yue Shifang's younger sister and Yue Qinghuan. So, the two sisters turned towards them and nodded in acknowledgement. Thank you, lords, for coming to pay respects, the younger sister said in a solemn tone. Long Yushu responded with a nod, saying, You are too kind, please accept our condolences. Sima Changjiao remained silent, as he couldn't take his eyes off the two women in white, radiating beauty and grief. The sisters, with their natural beauty and tear-streaked faces, appeared even more charming in their sorrowful state. Sima Changjiao, who had always been fond of women, was captivated by the beauty of these two radiant women, feeling almost unable to move. The naked longing glances didn't escape Yue Qinghuan's notice. She furrowed her brows slightly and gently tugged at the younger sister. The two turned back around and knelt by the coffin, saying no more. The more they remained silent, the more restless Sima Changjiao became. Especially now that Yue Shifang had passed away. In his view, the entire Yue family no longer had anyone who could oppose him. In this situation, he chuckled lightly. Lord Long is right. The departed have passed. The living must remain strong. Thank you. The younger sister noted the insinuation in Sima Changjiao's words and replied coldly. Met with such a response, Sima Changjiao didn't intend to give up. He continued, Speaking of seniority, I am actually your senior. Now that the Yue family is facing a major upheaval, it is my natural responsibility, but I wonder if you ladies need anything done. I am more than willing to assist. Thank you for your concern, Lord Sima, but we require nothing, the younger sister replied sternly. At this point, the onlookers also sensed that something was amiss and glared at Sima Changjiao. However, consumed by his desires, the disapproving gazes had little effect on him. Just as he was about to say something else, a shout was heard from the front. Gu from the Gu family, Commander Gu is here. With those words, a group of women dressed in white entered the scene, led by Commander Gu from the Gu family, Gu Wangya. Her appearance made Sima Changjiao swallow his words. He couldn't blatantly flirt with the widow of the Yue family in front of others. He didn't leave but stood beside Long Yushu, waiting for an opportunity. Commander Gu naturally noticed them, but ignored their presence and respectfully approached the coffin, offering 3 sticks of incense and bowing solemnly. Unlike the superficial gestures of Long Yushu and Sima Changjiao, Commander Gu's actions stemmed from genuine respect and sincerity, displaying a great deal of seriousness. After completing her ritual, she walked towards the coffin. By then, the younger sister and Yue Qinghuan had turned around to reciprocate the respects, but were stopped by Commander Gu, who spoke with a mournful expression. No need for this. Do not be too sorrowful. No one wishes to see the departure of Lord Yue. The two women felt relieved, understanding Commander Gu's genuine intentions, and nodded in gratitude. Commander Gu glanced at Long Yushu and Sima Changjiao in the distance, lowered her voice, and said, Their appearance here is obviously not simple. But your Yue family is currently isolated. Do not act recklessly. If needed, the Gu family can offer assistance. Whether this statement was sincere or not, the two women were grateful for Commander Gu's words. The younger sister nodded gently. Thank you for the kind offer, Commander Gu. Regardless of their intentions, my Yue family will not fear. Commander Gu nodded, then walked to the side but didn't leave. Long Yushu and Sima Changjiao sneered inwardly, but remained composed. Shortly after, the Zhongli family's representatives arrived. When Zhongli Wumong entered, he knelt before the coffin at once, surprising many present. Known for his laziness and stubbornness, why was he now kneeling on the ground so suddenly? Ignoring the gazes around him completely, Zhongli Wumong performed for kowtow seriously before speaking. Lord Yue, you were a hero in your lifetime, deserving of my humble bow. His words brought tears to many members of the Yue family. The younger sister and Yue Qinghuan also paid their respects in return, along with many other members of the Yue family turning to kneel and return the courtesy to Zhongli Wumong. Zhongli Wumong stepped aside and waved his hand. No need for such formalities. I dislike such ostentation. His gaze swept across the room, and upon seeing Long Yushu and Sima Changjiao, he couldn't help but snort. He then remarked slowly, "Oh, what about the Gu family's commander Zuan? Where is she?" This question was something Long Yushu and Sima Changjiao had been pondering since their arrival at the Yue family. Because since they arrived, they hadn't seen Zuan's presence. The younger sister explained, "Commander Zhu is currently overseeing the construction of the tomb for our lord, so she is not here." As he spoke, Zhongli Wuwang strode directly to a corner not far from Long Yushu and Sima Changjiao, his gaze fixed unwaveringly on them. Long Yushu and Sima Changjiao were both well aware that Zhongli Wuwang's actions were deliberate, but they hesitated to react, as Zhongli Wuwang was known for being difficult to deal with in military circles. So, despite being stared at like criminals, the two could only pretend not to notice. The atmosphere instantly became eerie. Gu Wengya looked at the watchful Zhongli Wuwang, as well as the unnaturally tense expressions of Long Yushu and Sima Changjiao, and couldn't help but smile knowingly. There is a saying that evil begets evil, and it really made sense. Just as Gu Wengya was sighing inwardly, members of the Song family also arrived. Song Yuzi, dressed in plain white clothing, solemnly performed a ritual of worship, then cast a meaningful glance at Long Yushu and Sima Changjiao. He had already received news on the way that Long Yushu and Sima Changjiao had not left after the ceremony, seemingly planning some mischief. Sure enough, the scene at the venue was no different from the rumors. Interestingly, members of the Gu family and the Zhongli family also did not leave but stood into separate corners, subtly forming a confrontational stance against the Long and Sima families. Seeing this, Song Yuzi pondered for a moment before proactively finding an inconspicuous corner to sit in. The Song family was already in a weak position and needed to assess the uncertain situation in front of them early on. Similarly, the families that followed, like the Lu family, Bai family, and Dao family, had similar thoughts to the Song family. Thus, the grand courtyard quickly filled with people, representatives from all 11 branches present. Among the crowd of the Yue family, a young person who was inexperienced in the world couldn't help but ask the elder beside him, "What are these people planning? Why are they all staying?" Anger flashed in the elder's eyes. Some of these people are friends, staying out of goodwill, but others are trying to take advantage of our Yue family's lack of a superpower, intentionally staying to mock us. As the elder of the Yue family said, without a superpower to lead them, the Yue family was like a building without a main beam, constantly in danger of collapse. Just as the situation grew increasingly tense, a wailing cry was suddenly heard in the distance. "Yue Shifeng!" The voice was hoarse and ear-piercing, resonating in the ears of everyone present. People turned their heads to see a figure rushing towards them at lightning speed, arriving in the center of the courtyard in the blink of an eye. After landing, the person was revealed to be wearing a golden mask. His appearance caused a stir among the crowd, especially within the Yue family camp. Someone exclaimed with excitement, "It's the former commander of the Yue family's elite forces, Miss Yue," and Yue King Huan shuddered. The newcomer was none other than Yue Guanan, who had led the Yue family's elite forces for 1,000 years and was revered as the war god of the Yue family. Although her mask had undergone many changes, her figure and demeanor remained the same as before, even more somber and melancholic. Miss Yue and Yue King Huan had not expected Yue Guanan to appear suddenly at this time. As they stood there in shock, Yue Guanan knelt in front of the coffin, then stood frozen in place. On the coffin lay the corpse of Yue Shifeng, quietly resting. Tears began to flow from Yue Guanan's eyes at that moment, rolling down her face obscured by the ornate mask. She stood there silently weeping, and many members of the Yue family were moved to tears as well. Only Long Yushu and Sima Changjiao, seeing the situation, exchanged a glance of apprehension, sensing the mutual fear in each other's eyes. It must be noted that Yue Guanan had commanded the Yue family's elite forces for a millennium, never achieving high scores in martial arts competitions, but ensuring the stability of the Yue family under her leadership. Her sudden disappearance some time ago, replaced by the mysterious Zuan, had relieved the Long and Sima families. Little did they expect her to come rushing in today, complicating matters. This was the source of the annoyance on Long Yushu and Sima Changjiao's faces. Just then, Yue Guanan, who had been silently weeping, suddenly chuckled. However, her laughter sounded so desolate. In her laughter, her shoulders trembled incessantly, like a helpless and despairing butterfly caught in a storm. "Brother, it's actually better for you to leave." You won't have to endure the pain of reincarnation as a soldier over and over again. But, Yue Guanan paused, but if you leave, what am I to do? By the end of her words, Yue Guanan was choked with emotion, leaving all who heard her speechless. Many members of the Yue family started weeping quietly. Only Long Yushu and Sima Chongqiao looked as if they had discovered a new continent, their eyes lighting up in surprise. Brother! She called Yue Shifang her brother. What was the relationship between them? Just as they pondered this question, Yue Guanan suddenly trembled and slowly removed the mask from her face, revealing a beautiful and ethereal visage beneath. However, her face was now pale and tear-streaked, a terrifying sight. The sight shook the entire assembly, with Gu Wangya wide-eyed and muttering in disbelief. So, the famous Yue family war god is a woman. Zhongli Wuang was speechless, only gasping for breath after a long while. So, she's a woman. That's terrifying. In his eyes, the fact that Yue Guanan had achieved such glory as a woman was simply incredible. The astonishment of others was beyond words. Even many members of the Yue family wore expressions of utter shock. Yue Guanan raised her hand and gathered the loose hair behind her into a bun, then turned around to sweep her gaze over everyone present. Many couldn't help but avert their eyes when her gaze passed by. No wonder. It was because her eyes were too sharp and frightening, as if they were as cold and sharp as a blade, sending chills down one's spine. Even Long Yushu and Sima Chongqiao, who had already made up their minds, couldn't help but show a slight change in expression. At the same time, Yue Guanan casually grabbed the nearby stool, took a step towards the crowd. Under the oppressive atmosphere, many people instinctively took a few steps back. Then, Yue Guanan heavily put down the stool in her hand and sat down. The atmosphere fell silent instantly because people didn't know what Yue Guanan was up to. Yue Guanan didn't rush to explain. It wasn't until a long time later that she spoke in a cold tone. I know many of you here think that Yue Shifang is dead, and that the Yue family will become playthings for others to bully. But I just want to tell you, you are wrong. With her words, Yue Guanan suddenly raised her head, and a violently fierce aura surged from her. With me, Yue Guanan here, you scheming people can forget about stirring up any trouble. Every word she said resonated with immense power, causing a chill to run through the crowd, and even Long Yushu and Sima Chongqiao, who had planned to take advantage of the situation, had extremely unsightly faces. Because everyone knew who Yue Guanan was referring to, it was as if she was directly accusing them. They naturally couldn't accept it. Especially Sima Chongqiao, known for his ruthless and domineering character, he gritted his teeth and then smirked sinisterly. Yue Guanan, I never expected you to be Yue Shifang's sister, but judging by your age, you should only be his sister in one of his past lives. Yue Guanan raised an eyebrow slightly. So what if I am? Does Master Sima need to care about the private matters of our Yue family? Heh, I'm not interested in the trivial matters of your Yue family. I just want to know, what gives you the confidence to speak such bold words just now? Do you think you're still in charge of the Yue family's military affairs? Yue Guanan sneered, if Master Sima is dissatisfied, you can come over here now and try it out. I will show you what confidence I have. Sima Chongqiao was momentarily stunned, then chuckled a few times. All right? This is what you asked for, but don't blame me for making a move at your Yue family head's funeral. After all, I am considered your elder. Despite speaking politely, Sima Chongqiao showed no mercy in his actions. He charged towards Yue Guanan sitting there as if he was shooting an arrow, and at the same time, raised his hand to strike down. The palm strike was fierce, and if it landed, Yue Guanan would likely have her bones shattered instantly. Surprisingly, Yue Guanan didn't dodge at all. Instead, she raised her cold gaze to meet the incoming strike. As the palm drew closer to Yue Guanan's face, a cruel look appeared on Sima Chongqiao's face. He delighted in destroying beautiful women like Yue Guanan with his own hands. It gave him a perverse pleasure. But unexpectedly, the soft touch he anticipated did not happen. Instead, Sima Chongqiao felt a sudden chill in his wrist, followed by intense pain. When he looked down, he saw that his hand had somehow been completely severed at the wrist, and blood was gushing out of it. Ah! Sima Chongqiao screamed in pain, unable to help but step back several paces, then looked at Yue Guanan with a serious expression. What's going on? What did you use to injure me? In fact, not only was Sima Chongqiao shocked at this moment, but everyone present was in utter confusion. After all, Sima Chongqiao was close to the level of a saint in terms of cultivation and possessed an incredibly tough body. Even ordinary treasures would have a hard time leaving a scratch on his skin. Yet just now, with no visible action from Yue Guanan, Sima Chongqiao's wrist was suddenly severed. This naturally seemed unbelievable. Yue Guanan held the severed palm of Sima Chongqiao in her hand, disregarding the blood oozing out, and coldly smiled, surprised. With that, Yue Guanan squeezed the hand forcefully. Crack! The severed hand was crushed into a pulp by Yue Guanan. Sima Chongqiao groaned, showing a mix of shock and anger in his eyes. Although this injury was not significant for him, the humiliation was profound. Yue Guanan chuckled softly, then lifted the blood-stained fingers to lightly smear her lips. Instantly, her lips turned a crimson red, adding color to her pale cheeks. "Want to know how I injured you? Then come and try again," Yue Guanan said softly. This time, Sima Chongqiao hesitated. He didn't know what kind of cards Yue Guanan held in her hands. The unexpected severing of his wrist had made him cautious. As mentioned before, Sima Chongqiao was extremely cautious and suspicious by nature. Especially now, seeing Yue Guanan's confident demeanor, he was even more alert. "Humph, no matter what trick you're using, I can't be bothered to compete with you. I just want to tell you, you may protect the Yue family for now, but you won't be able to protect them forever." With that, Sima Chongqiao turned around and called Long Yushu, "Let's go." Long Yushu wasn't planning to leave, but now he and Sima Chongqiao were joined together, and their glory and disgrace were shared. With Sima Chongqiao being wounded by Yue Guanan, it was evident that they couldn't stay any longer. He had no choice but to leave with Sima Chongqiao. After the two families left, the atmosphere in the room instantly lightened. Everyone looked at Yue Guanan in front of the coffin with awe, like a formidable military commander. Because she had just driven away the prestigious head of the Sima family. Only the second young lady showed a hint of worrying in her eyes because she was the only one that understood the price Yue Guanan had paid for that last strike. Second Miss Yue, now that the Long family and the Sima family have left, there shouldn't be any more trouble here. The Gu family will take their leave, but may I ask when the funeral for the head of the Yue family will be held? Gu Wangya asked. The so-called funeral was actually the burial ceremony. The second miss lowered her head and said, "Zuan is overseeing the construction of the tomb, and it should be completed within 7 days. That will be the time for the funeral." "Oh, I see. Then we will come back after 7 days," Gu Wangya said and took his leave. Her eyes became dull and lifeless. Despite this, she sat on the chair, her back still straight like a sword. "Rest is unnecessary. There are still 7 days until my brother's funeral. Many things are sure to happen in these 7 days. Let me guard here. It can also be considered ... sending him off on his final journey." Yue Guanan's voice was low. The second miss didn't try to persuade her, just nodded, "Okay?" Then she turned back and knelt beside the coffin. After this storm, the members of the Yue family present became more united. Although the atmosphere was still heavy and somber, there was a hint of determination. Meanwhile, Zuan was also busy. This is a deserted, dead planet. There is nothing on the ground except endless rubble. Yet, on this valueless planet, there appeared a deep, bottomless hole. Suddenly, several Naji flew out of the hole. Aoshu, standing at the entrance of the hole, immediately caught the Naji and flew away, opening the seal. Boom! A massive amount of sand and soil directly collapsed, forming a small mountain on the ground. Similar small mountains were already scattered throughout half of the wilderness, resembling tomb mounds. After dumping the soil from several Naji, Aoshu turned back to the entrance and threw them back in. She had been doing this monotonous work for several days. Frankly speaking, Aoshu was somewhat puzzled about what Zuan was doing. With his strength, he could have punched through this planet with ease. Moreover, with the help of his master, it took so long to complete the task. Aoshu was really curious about what Brother An was busy with below. However, she didn't dare to go down because Zuan made it clear that she should guard the entrance and prohibit anyone from entering. Despite the extreme desolation of this planet, with not a soul in sight, Aoshu faithfully followed Zuan's instructions without any slack. Now let's shift our focus to below the entrance of the hole. After flying down a distance, you will be amazed to discover that the walls of the hole were faintly glowing. These faint lights, although subtle, firmly supported the entire cavity, unaffected by the billions of tons of sand and rock. Delving hundreds of kilometers further, you arrived at the core of this dead planet. Despite its death, the temperature here was still extremely high. The sand and rock had been compressed into semi-solid substances emitting a dark red sheen due to immense pressure and temperature. In this hellish environment, Zhuan suddenly struck out with a punch. With a tremor, the semi-solid substances in front were shattered into pieces, which were quickly collected by Cha Wenliang with Naji. The two of them cooperated seamlessly throughout the process. However, Cha Wenliang didn't show any joy on his face. Of course, regardless of who you are, after being forced to work continuously in such an environment for several days, you would feel frustrated and aggrieved. Cha Wenliang, at least, was feeling this way. He was unclear about what Zhuan was planning. First, he faked Yue Shifang's death, which could be explained as a means to lure out those with sinister motives hiding in the shadows. But then, Zhuan actually started looking for a burial site for Yue Shifang, eventually choosing this planet. What followed was a nightmare for Cha Wenliang, as Zhuan almost deceived him into helping with the work under the guise of creating a grave for Yue Shifang. Cha Wenliang couldn't understand why Yue Shifang, who was supposed to have faked his death, needed a grave. At this moment, Zhuan continued to dive deeper into the hole, suddenly stopped, and began painting on the walls of the entrance. This scene had already occurred many times. Each time he went further down, Zhuan would pause to draw formations and symbols on the walls of the cavity. Cha Wenliang could barely accept this, as without the formation's support, the cavity would probably have collapsed. However, the symbols Zhuan painted were far more complex than expected, with intricate lines that made one shudder. Finally unable to bear it, Cha Wenliang asked, "Zhuan, what are you doing?" "Building a grave for Yue Shifang," Zhuan said nonchalantly, as if it were obvious. Cha Wenliang was dumbfounded, "But you told me Yue Shifang faked his death. Why would he need a grave?" Pointing to the invisible entrance behind him, whose grave needs to be buried so deep. "We've reached the core of this planet." "Exactly. I intend to bury Yue Shifang in the core of this planet," Zhuan said calmly. Cha Wenliang blinked, stopped his movements, and stared at Zhuan. "Zhuan, yes? Do you know how many days I have been working in this hellhole? No? 4 days. 4 whole days without seeing sunlight, going insane with you in this dark pit. So what?" Zhuan's actions did not cease, only calmly asking, "I just want to know what you're doing. If you won't tell me, then sorry, I'm not playing this game anymore. You handle it yourself." With that, Cha Wenliang turned to leave angrily. It was at this moment that Zhuan finally finished what he was doing and smiled, saying, "Don't be so petty. I didn't tell you because you never asked in these days." Cha Wenliang nearly spat out blood. "Blaming me for this, Zhu." Unrubbed his wrist, looked at the dark red magma head, and said softly, "What I want to do is simple, deceive all existence." "Deceive all existence?" Cha Wenliang was shocked. "That's right." Zhuan turned around, his eyes gleaming brightly. "Not only the members of the Yue family, but also that existence who gravely injured Yue Shifang and has been entangled with him to this day. Only a planet like this has such a strong aura of death." With these words spoken, a lightning bolt seemed to flash across Za Wenliang's mind, making everything that was previously vague suddenly clear. His whole body trembled as he looked incredulously at Zhuan. "Are you trying to ... Zhu?" Nodded with a smile. "Yes, just as you have guessed." Za Wenliang felt his body covered in goosebumps, because if his guess was correct, then Zhuan's plan was too deep and terrifying. At the same time, Zhuan calmly said, "I could have punched straight into the depths of this planet, but that would likely leave traces of my presence and lead to flaws in the entire plan. So, I had to rely solely on physical strength to slowly dig in, while also inscribing a formation on the walls to shield all perception and perfectly disguise as sand and rocks. In this way, once Yue Shifang is placed into the core of this planet, for the rest of the world, he will have truly and completely disappeared. And when that time comes, it will be your turn to take action." "I understand. After completely erasing any traces of his existence, I will then supplement his soul to prevent any previous interference from unnameable forces. Is that correct, Zhu?" Nodded. "Yes, that is my whole plan." Za Wenliang gasped. What a brilliant way to deceive others. At first, I thought your plan was just to induce instability within the military by faking deaths and then eliminating it to stabilize the situation. Zuan chuckled. I put in so much effort. How could it be that simple? At that moment, Zhao Wenliang suddenly realized something and furrowed his brow slightly. But can this passage alone truly block such intrusive beings? Of course it's not that simple, so after completing this passage, I plan to cover the entire planet with formations to deceive fate. Wow, that's quite a huge project. Zhao Wenliang exclaimed. Not that complicated, Zhu. And pointed to the path behind him. I have instructed Aoshu earlier to stack soil mounds according to my directions. With some minor adjustments, this formation will be ready. You even thought of this in advance? Zhao Wenliang marveled. More or less. Planning ahead is necessary for me to act. Zhao Wenliang now looked at Zuan with admiration in his eyes. I used to think it was a waste for you to not fully utilize your incredible medical talents, but now I think differently. Oh, why? Because compared to being a medical genius, you are more suitable for being a strategist manipulating situations from the shadows. Zuan burst into laughter. Why are you laughing? I'm serious. I laughed because someone else once said the same thing to me. In other words, you think I'm more suited to be a schemer, right? Yes, that's what I mean. Zhao Wenliang's eyes flashed with admiration as well. I don't want to do anything, actually. If I had enough strength, I would just knock down those who think they are superior and play with others as they please. You're absolutely right. That's exactly what I think. Unfortunately, my innate talent in cultivation was too low, so I had to turn to medicine. Zhao Wenliang slapped his thigh. Damn, who would want to be a nurse when they can be a warrior? Zhu patted his shoulder and smiled. Being a nurse is also a promising profession. Work hard at it. Wait a minute. Zhao Wenliang suddenly remembered something. What's wrong? If the being that injured Yuexi Fang was still paying attention to this matter, how can you be sure they won't send someone to investigate on site? Especially now that Yuexi Fang's body is still in the Yuexi family headquarters. If they use the pretext of paying their respects and happen to discover something, wouldn't all our efforts be wasted? Zhu sighed. I've thought about that too, which is why I asked Yuexi Fang how certain he was about this. His response was that nobody understands death better than he does. That is the only variable in this entire situation that I cannot control. Now, I can only hope he truly lives up to his words. As long as he can hold on until the funeral, then this mission will be considered accomplished. But is it that simple to just wait until the funeral? If these people follow, and even attempt to dig up the grave to find out the truth. Zhao Wenliang furrowed his brow in concern. Zuan smiled, a hint of mockery and cruelty in his expression. If they dare to do that, the roles of attacker and defender will be reversed by then. Because once Yuexi Fang's injuries heal, I believe he will show these people with concrete actions who are the prey and who are the predators. Right now, I just hope that Second Miss and Yue King Huan can keep their composure. Even if someone provokes them, they must not act recklessly, or all our efforts will go to waste. Zuan said solemnly. Zhao Wenliang sighed. I hope so too. Zhu patted his shoulder, half smiling. All right, now that our doubts are resolved, shouldn't we get back to work? There's still a lot to do. Zhao Wenliang, looking at the smile on Zuan's face, couldn't shake the feeling that he resembled a heartless taskmaster exploiting his workers at the bottom. Sigh, I take back what I said earlier. You are more suited to be a heartless taskmaster. Zhao Wenliang muttered before turning around to get back to work. And just as Zuan was busy with his tasks, as Zhao Wenliang had predicted, a group suddenly emerged from the void not far from the Beijia star system. On board the head flagship of what seemed like a colossal star system, a man in luxurious attire sneered, "What a grand star system, but the former glory of the Beijia has long faded. What's left now is just a bunch of useless people." A flirtatious voice came from behind him. "Mr. Zyman, why are you suddenly feeling sentimental?" With the voice came the sound of crisp footsteps, which hinted at the graceful demeanor of the woman walking. However, the man didn't even turn his head, and his expression became somewhat grim. "Pan, stop talking nonsense." The woman finally reached the man's side, her intoxicating fragrance filling the air, revealing a delicate and beautiful face. She giggled a few times and moved closer to the man. Pan Rumei covered her mouth and chuckled. "Zyman, how? Why are you so afraid of me? Do you think I'm going to eat you?" Simon Hao's face turned extremely ugly, and he subconsciously took a step back, because he was well aware that this woman, who appeared as beautiful as a celestial being, was actually a ruthless person who left no bones when eating. Seeing Simon Hao so cautious, Pan Rumei snorted disdainfully, and her smile instantly vanished. How boring! I was planning to play with you, but you're so timid. You're not much of a man. With a lazy stretch, she nonchalantly said, "Call me when it's time to leave the ship. I'll take a nap first." Then she gracefully walked away. Simon Hao gritted his teeth inwardly, resentful of Pan Rumei's tone that resembled ordering a servant, but he didn't dare provoke this beautiful snake, so he could only swallow his anger and said coldly, "Set off towards the Yue family branch." The fleet slowly turned around and headed towards the Yue family branch. At the speed of this fleet, in just an hour's time, they arrived at the Yue family branch, ultimately stopping on the planet where the main branch of the Yue family was located. Upon landing, the huge commotion startled the guards at the gate. What's going on? Why did a fleet suddenly arrive, and what are they here for? With these questions in mind, Yue Juns, in charge of the guard duties, signaled immediately, and soldiers dispersed without changing expressions, forming a defensive formation. At that moment, the door of the fleet slowly opened, and a group of sturdy men walked out first, each brimming with an aura of hostility. Following them were Simon Hao and Pan Rumei. They stepped off the spacecraft and looked up at the Yue family branch. Upon seeing the couplet hanging above the gate, their faces couldn't help showing a strange expression. They then walked towards the gate. Yue Jun sternly asked, "Stop! Who are you and why are you here?" Simon Hao smiled slightly and replied loudly, "We are friends of Yue Shifang, the former head of the Yue family. We heard of his sudden passing and came to pay respects." Saying this, Simon Hao casually threw something. "This is my letter of condolence." Yue Juns was stunned. A friend of the former head of the family. He received the letter with some doubt, and upon opening it, saw 3 golden characters embossed on it. Simon Hao. The surname Simon was not common in this world. Yue Juns pondered. Simon Hao had already walked closer, smiling as he said, "What? Can't we pay respects? Is this how your noble family treats guests?" Yue Juns gritted his teeth and then stepped aside to make way, saying, "You can pay respects, but only you can enter. The others must wait outside." "No problem," Simon Hao replied with a smile. "But I have a problem." Pan Rumei suddenly spoke up, then stepped forward with a charming smile, saying, "Little brother, if only he can enter. What about me?" Yue Juns hesitated as he looked at Pan Rumei. "Yes, it's me." With a proud stance, Pan Rumei's presence immediately enticed Yue Juns. Redness quickly spread across his face as he awkwardly looked away, unable to meet her eyes. "Ahem, do you have a letter of condolence too?" Seeing Yue Juns' embarrassment, Pan Rumei licked her lips and flirtatiously said, "Although I don't have a letter, I'm also a close friend of the former head. I am deeply saddened by his sudden passing. If you don't believe me, you can feel for yourself." She gestured to step forward. Yue Juns retreated in fear. No need, I believe you. You can enter too." "Heh, little brother, you're so understanding. I like that." With a coquettish smile, Pan Rumei gave Yue Juns a seductive look, then gracefully walked inward. Simon Hao's face turned into a stone, his eyelids twitching furiously as he inwardly repeated, "I don't know this woman. It's just too embarrassing." He couldn't comprehend Pan Rumei's behavior at all, as she acted so provocatively. But he dared not speak out, as he couldn't afford to offend Pan Rumei either in cultivation or status. So he suppressed his anger and followed her inside. Upon crossing the front courtyard gallery, the two arrived at the central courtyard. Here, everything was as usual, except for an extra chair in front of the coffin. After days of mourning, most of the Yue family members had already accepted Yue Shifang's passing. However, there was a solemn silence around Yue Guanan, who sat quietly guarding the man she once loved and may still love in the future. Despite the quiet vigil, Yue Guanan had not spoken a word in these days, just silently staring ahead at the door. When Simon Hao and Pan Rumei walked in, all eyes in the courtyard, including Yue Guanan's, focused on the two. Her dull eyes suddenly ignited as if by a spark, emanating a majestic aura. However, Simon Hao and Pan Rumei paid no attention to this, as their gazes were immediately drawn to the coffin in the middle of the courtyard. Despite the distance, with their strength, they immediately saw Yue Shifang lying peacefully on the coffin. Upon this sight, they exchanged a glance and then moved forward without hesitation. "Stop!" A cold shout, coupled with a powerful force, blocked their path. It was only then that the concerned pair looked up and saw Yue Guanan not far away. As his foot was just lifted, before it had a chance to land, a sudden intense sense of danger rose in his heart. This feeling startled him, causing him to retract the foot that had already been taken out. However, perhaps due to being a bit slow, he saw the front part of his shoe as if it had been cut off by an extremely sharp blade, and it fell down neatly, to the point where his toes were visible. Now, Ximenhao's face instantly turned somewhat pale, because he had no doubt that if his foot had hesitated for just a moment to retract, what would have been severed would not have been just the shoe alone. The key was that he had not noticed any signs of the woman sitting there making a move beforehand. This attack seemed to appear out of thin air, chilling to the bone. "I said, this way is impassable. Can't you hear?" Yue Guanan said coldly. Ximenhao's expression was beyond ugly at this point, because before coming, he had never taken the Yue family seriously. In his view, losing the top powerhouse Yue Shifang from the Yue family was just like losing chickens and dogs, and dealing with them would be a piece of cake. But he never expected that as soon as he arrived today, he was given a show of force by the Yue family. How could he maintain his dignity in this situation? And it was at this moment that Pan Rumei next to him suddenly chuckled. "This sister has some impressive skills." Yue Guanan glanced at her coldly and said, "And who are you?" "Who I am is not important. What is important is that we came here today especially to pay respects to the head of the Yue family, but you are blocking us. Isn't that somewhat unreasonable?" Yue Guanan raised an eyebrow slightly. "I don't care if it's reasonable or not. I only know, everyone must stop here. If you want to pass, you'll have to step over my dead body." Pan Rumei's smile gradually turned cold. "So there's no room for compromise?" Yue Guanan did not speak, but the boiling power emanating from her already spoke volumes. "It's a pity, such a pretty little sister. I didn't want to fight with you, but you're just too stubborn." With that, Pan Rumei suddenly waved her sleeves, and a strange fragrance filled the air. In an instant, Yue Guanan felt the scene before his eyes change in the blink of an eye. And in front of him stood Yue Shifang, smiling at him. "Sister, let's be together." This phrase, combined with his smile, made Yue Guanan's heart beat faster. Wasn't this what she had been dreaming of? Consequently, a touch of infatuation appeared in her eyes. "Brother, is it really you?" "Of course, it's me." With that, Yue Shifang walked forward with a smile, reaching out to embrace Yue Guanan. Happiness beamed on Yue Guanan's face. However, in the depths of this Yue Shifang's eyes, a touch of cruelty lurked. But in the next moment, this cruelty turned into shock as he looked down, unbelievably staring at the wound on his chest. How is this possible? With this exclamation, the surrounding illusion receded like a tide. Pan Rumei staggered back a few steps, with her chest and abdomen drenched in blood. "How did you figure it out?" Pan Rumei hoarsely shouted. Yue Guanan clapped his hands, sneering, "From the very beginning, I knew this was an illusion because my brother would never say those words." Resentment flashed in Pan Rumei's eyes as she whispered to Ximenhao beside her, "This woman is quite tricky. Let's attack together. You distract her, and I'll go see what's happening." Although he didn't want to deal with this cunning woman, but with the situation as it was, he had no choice but to nod. The two divided their roles, immediately charging towards Yue Guanan. At the same time, Misa led the Yue family members who were guarding the solemn occasion to close in. They couldn't just stand by and watch Yue Guanan being bullied, so they rushed forward, trying to share the burden with him. With a major conflict about to erupt, at this moment, a gentle yet icy voice came from afar. "Why, coming to provoke at your doorstep?" Upon hearing this voice, the members of the Yue family were all shaken, revealing expressions of joy. And at that moment, a figure dashed to the courtyard at lightning speed. When the figure appeared, it was none other than Xuan, in white attire. He landed gracefully on the ground and nodded at Misa and Yue Guanan, who was seated in a chair. "Misa, Lady Yue." Misa breathed a sigh of relief and took a step back. Yue Guanan simply gave Xuan a deep look, but did not say anything. "And who are you?" Ximenhao asked sharply. However, Pan Rumei, upon seeing the snow-white figure of Xuan, her features beautiful and clear, Her eyes brightened, her expression quickly softened, and she giggled. "Oh, what a handsome young man." Zuan remained unmoved as he said calmly, "I am Zuan, the current chief of the military of the Yue family." "And who are you?" "HMPH." Ximenhao snorted but didn't speak. It was Pan Rumei who warmly said, "So you are the chief of the Yue family's military. Perfect timing. The two of us are friends of the former head of the Yue family. We came here specifically to pay our respects, but this woman is being unreasonable and not allowing us to pass." "Oh, is that so?" Zuan looked at Yue Guanan. Yue Guanan nodded, "Yes." Zuan smiled, "So it's just a simple matter like that. You two just want to pay respects and view the remains of the head of the Yue family. All right, follow me now." "Really?" Pan Rumei still found it hard to believe that things could be that simple. "Of course." With that, Zuan signaled to Yue Guanan. After a moment of silence, Yue Guanan finally bowed his head. "Let's go." Zuan turned and led the two to the front of the coffin. As they drew closer, Ximenhao and Pan Rumei could finally discern the body of Yue Shifang lying on the coffin. After exploring with their spiritual senses and various methods, the body showed no signs of response, as if it could not be any more lifeless. The two couldn't help but exchange a glance. Then Pan Rumei showed a look of sorrow. "Head of the Yue family, never did I expect you to depart so suddenly. It truly saddens me to the core." Saying this, she naturally rushed forward, grabbing Yue Shifang's arm. Yue King Huan's chest heaved with anger. "Get out! My brother's body should not be defiled by the likes of you." Pan Rumei sneered. "Very well, then I shall take my leave." With that, she turned and walked out. Although Ximenhao had wanted to stay and see how things unfolded, with Pan Rumei leaving, he had no reason to stay either. So he could only follow Pan Rumei out of the Yue family. After they left, Yue King Huan's anger had not dissipated, but he did not speak, only glared at Zuan with questioning eyes. The second Miss Yue furrowed her brow. "Zuan, these two individuals clearly have ill intentions. Should we be on guard?" Zuan smiled calmly. "Their ill intentions are certain, but there's no need to be on guard. Judging from what just happened, they have already confirmed certain things, which is why they have left." Although saying this, many people still felt uneasy. Some even felt that Zuan's actions just now were inappropriate, allowing outsiders to touch the body of the family head. While it dispelled doubts from the other party, wasn't this showing weakness? However, these thoughts were kept hidden, not expressed. The second Miss Yue spoke solemnly. "Even so, we must remain vigilant. By the way, how is the construction at the tomb site going? Why did you return early?" "The main structure has been built. The rest are just minor details that are insignificant, so I returned." "So, can we confirm the funeral date?" The second Miss Yu's eyes flashed as she asked in a deep voice. "Yes, 3 days from now will be Yue Shifang's funeral day." As the Yue family settled on the date for Yue Shifang's funeral, not far from their main residence, a fleet was quietly floating in the starry sky. Ximenhao and Pan Rumei did not go far. Instead, they stayed there quietly waiting for something. At that moment, in the flagship, Ximenhao frowned and asked, "Are you sure he's really dead?" "Of course, after I touched his body and probed through various means, there was no response, so I can confirm he is indeed dead. But if we just go back and report like this, the superiors will obviously not be satisfied, right?" Ximenhao hesitated. "Heh, you probably saw the situation earlier. That woman who blocked the way is obviously very powerful. If we had acted on the spot, it would have been difficult to leave unscathed. That's why I decided to retreat temporarily and follow them when they leave for the funeral. By then, we can dig up his body. Whether to bring it back for reporting or otherwise, it will be considered fulfilling our duty." Pan Rumei said. Ximenhao nodded. "That's our only choice." At the same time, news spread that 3 days later would be the day of Yue Shifang's funeral, spreading throughout the military households. Long Yushu coldly snorted. "Finally, the time has come. Good. Let's see how arrogant you can be at the funeral." Sima Changjiao did not speak, but his face was eager, clearly planning to avenge the day of the severed palm. As for the reactions of people from other families, they were naturally varied. As the clock counted down, 3 days passed in the blink of an eye, and the day of Yue Shifang's funeral had finally arrived. From early in the morning, guests kept coming and going. Soon, the square in front of the Yue family's main residence was filled with guests from all around. Groups of people gathered together, discussing the upcoming funeral, with many expressing their feelings. It's a pity that this hero, Yue Shifeng, passed away so suddenly, and after his death, even his own family was almost at risk. That's true. If the former Yue family war god, Yue Guanan, had not suddenly returned, the Long and Sima families might have already made their move. Ah, I almost forgot if you didn't mention it. Who would have thought that the illustrious Yue family war god turned out to be a woman, and moreover, Yue Shifeng's sister? It's truly unbelievable. Hey, that is indeed somewhat surprising. But alas, a woman is still a woman. Now that the Yue family is in jeopardy, she alone cannot support it. And what about the young man who led the Yue family troops to win the martial arts competition? How is he doing? You mean that mysterious Zuan? Although he is skilled in military training, his cultivation is too weak, not even comparable to Yue Guanan. How could he resist the covetous eyes from the outside world? These discussions were ongoing, with sympathy, admiration, and malicious intent mixed in. The atmosphere in the crowd was buzzing like a marketplace. Meanwhile, there was a sudden commotion in the crowd as members of the Long and Sima families arrived. Long Yushu and Sima Chongjiao stood proudly, occupying their own space, clearly disdainful of standing with the common folk. As they appeared, the voices of discussion in the crowd immediately lowered. Everyone knew that these two were among the top experts in the military households, and if they were angered, there would be consequences. At that moment, members of the Gu family, Zhongli family, Song family, and other families also arrived together. In an instant, the atmosphere reached its peak with the arrival of these factions. However, the more intense the gathering, the quieter it became. Everyone obediently closed their mouths, quietly waiting for the funeral hour to arrive. Only those close associates would quietly stand together, communicating silently through spiritual sense. Suddenly, a solemn gong rang from the Yue family, a mournful sound that reverberated through the hearts of everyone present, making them shudder. With a shout that echoed in the courtyard, someone lifted Yue Shifeng's body off the coffin and placed it into a prepared casket. Following closely, 360 pallbearers in orderly attire silently approached. Lift! With a deep shout from Zuan, the massive casket rose up. The casket, as large as a small mountain, could not fit through the courtyard gate. However, this did not deter the crowd. The pallbearers all flew up, carrying the casket into the air. This scene was also seen by the people in the square outside. Wow! Such a grand spectacle, with 360 top-notch pallbearers. The Yue family can actually gather them all. Quite surprising. Someone exclaimed. At this moment, most people were focused on where the casket would go and whether the Yue family would allow others to follow. All were skeptical that the Yue family would make the gravesite public, fearing reprisals from enemies. However, nearly everyone doubted that the Yue family would allow it, as it could attract trouble. Unexpectedly, Zuan, the spirit guide, just glanced coldly at the crowd before pointing ahead. Let's go! With his command, the 360 pallbearers swiftly followed his lead and flew towards the starry skies. Behind them were Second Miss, Yue Guanan, and other members of the Yue family. There was no obstruction during the entire process. This greatly surprised many. Long Yushu and Sima Chong exchanged a glance, then took flight and followed. Similarly, Gu Wangya, Zhongli Wuwang, and others were not left behind. In a moment, the members of the 11 branches all rose and formed a vast funeral procession heading towards the starry skies. Just as everyone began to move, Ximen Hao and Pan Rumei, who had been hidden in the void, immediately noticed. They did not mobilize a large force, as it would be too conspicuous. They quietly flew out from the fleet and followed the procession into the deep void. The planet selected by Zuan was not too far from the main Yue family residence. With his speed, it should have taken at most half a day, but due to the casket and the large number of people, it took a full day to arrive. When everyone landed on the planet, the desolate surroundings surprised many. Typically, people chose picturesque locations for burial sites. Who would select such a desolate, dead planet? Even the members of the Yue family were shocked, as Yue Hechang finally could not help but ask softly, Zuan, is this the family head's burial site? Zhu. And nodded, yes. Can't you see? It's right ahead. Everyone followed Zuan's direction and saw a lone tomb standing in the vast wilderness. This. Yue Hechang was dumbfounded because the tomb was extremely simple. In front of a small grave less than 3 meters in size was a stone tablet with hastily written words, Tomb of Yue Shifang. Apart from that, there was nothing else. Even those who came to pay their respects were in an uproar. Someone whispered with a strange expression, he was once a prominent figure, but it's unexpected he ended up with such a modest tomb. Indeed, with the grandeur of the funeral procession, I thought the tomb would be magnificent. Instead, it's more ordinary than that of an average person. Quite amusing. There must be some hidden reason behind this. It seems things are about to get lively. Although these remarks were whispered to keep the volume low, many reached the ears of the Yue family members. They felt embarrassed and bowed their heads low, as the external comments were true. Even Yue Juns, who admired Zhu, and the most, couldn't help but sigh internally, wondering why the commanding officer had created such a plain tomb for the family head. Many felt a chill in their hearts, suspecting foul play. Zhu, unseemed oblivious to the uncomfortable gazes, only saying calmly, the auspicious time has come, let's proceed with the burial. Although Yue Hechang had wanted to say something, it was too late. They had no choice but to suppress their inner turmoil and solemnly agree, proceed with the burial. The 360 pallbearers arrived at the grave, but encountered an unexpected problem during the burial. The dugout grave was too narrow to accommodate the casket smoothly. Yue Hechang couldn't restrain his anger and approached Zuan. Zuan, what is going on here? Why is the grave so narrow? How can we proceed with the burial? Zhu unsmiled and replied, small? I didn't notice. Yue Hechang, containing his rage, urged him, come and see for yourself. Zuan, second miss, Yue Guanan, Yue Qinghuan, and others inspected the grave. Indeed, it appeared smaller. The Yue family's gaze turned to Zuan, especially Yue Guanan, who stared at him with icy eyes. Zuan smiled, oh, I see. It is indeed somewhat small, but it's too late to redesign it now. What if we bury the casket upright? The suggestion caused an uproar. Yue Hechang, in disbelief, shouted, Zuan, are you speaking sensibly? You want us to bury the family head's casket upright? What kind of heart do you have? I have no ulterior motive. Digging such a large grave is already at my limit. It's too late for drastic changes now. If we don't bury it upright, what should we do? Zuan responded calmly. It's nothing. Just do as he says. The second Miss Yue said in a low voice. Yue Hechang's eyes showed a mix of sadness and anger, but he could only helplessly turn away and gesture with his hand. Stand up the coffin and bury it. Upon hearing this, the Yue family members started to stir, many of them showing expressions of discontent. But under the pressure from the second Miss Yue, they dared not say anything and could only hold in their anger as they began to work. The coffin slowly stood upright, then was lowered into the tomb. At that moment, someone in the crowd suddenly laughed and said, look, doesn't this look like planting radishes? This remark sparked a low chuckle from the audience. The Yue family members collectively lowered their heads, filled with shame and anger. But with things coming to this point, there was no use in saying anything else. Soon, the coffin was placed in the tomb. All the Yue family members knelt down, watching as the earth covered the coffin bit by bit. Suddenly, Yue Hechang let out a mournful cry, Master, farewell, before heavily kowtowing to the ground. The rest of the Yue family followed suit, a scene that touched the onlookers. Long Yushu glanced at Sima Chongqiao beside him and smirked. Shall we make a move now? Sima Chongqiao grinned wickedly. Let's wait for now. After all, so many people are watching. Let them live a few more days. We'll take care of the Yue family after the funeral is over. This plan resonated with Long Yushu, who nodded in agreement. All right, let's leave now. With that, the Long family and the Sima family departed directly. As they walked away, members of the other families exchanged glances, then shook their heads and also left. Although Gu Forgets Horizon from the Gu family and Song Yuzek from the Song family looked at the Yue family members with a mix of sorrow, they eventually sighed and left. After all, with the burial completed, there was no reason for them to stay. Soon, the crowd dispersed, leaving behind Ximon Hao and Pen Rumei hidden among them, silently waiting for the right moment. They couldn't leave so easily. At the very least, they needed to bring back Yue Shifang's body for closure. At that moment, Zhu Onchong said to the second Miss Yue and Yue Qinghuan, Let's go. The head of the Yue family is at peace. You should return home now. Finally unable to hold back, Yue Jun spoke up. Shouldn't we have someone stay here to guard? After all, so many people witness the burial site of the family head. What if someone tries to seek revenge? This question shifted many eyes onto Zuan. Unlike the respect and admiration before, this time there was a hint of coldness in their gazes. It seemed they were waiting for Zuan's response. Zuan simply smiled faintly. You need not worry about that. Even if someone were to cause trouble, my presence here is enough to handle it. Despite his reassurance, many were still uneasy. Like Yue Guanan, who had remained silent throughout the entire funeral process, but now spoke up, I will stay. This proposal resonated with Yue Hechang and others, who immediately agreed. Good. If General Yue is willing to stay and guard, that's excellent. The emphasis placed on General Yue in their words carried a hint of sarcasm. Zuan, however, just smiled calmly, seemingly unfazed. All right then. Since Miss Guanan is willing to stay, let her stay. Soon, the Yue family members also departed, leaving only Zuan and Yue Guanan in the wilderness. Yue Guanan glanced deeply at Zuan, but remained silent. She found a sheltered spot out of the wind and sat down, silently keeping watch. Zuan, seeming oblivious to her coldness, approached and sat down beside her. Tea. There was silence from across the table. Silence means yes. With that, Zuan casually tossed out a table and displayed various tea sets. Selecting one, he quickly lit a small stove, causing a fragrant flame to rise, and the scent of tea to pervade the air. The jade green tea was poured into a pristine cup, creating a beautiful sight. Pushing the cup toward Yue Guanan, Zuan smiled. Try it. It tastes great. But Yue Guanan didn't even glance at the teacup in front of her, instead fixing a cold gaze on Zuan. Unfazed, Zuan continued to smile brightly. After a while, Yue Guanan finally spoke softly. I really want to know what secrets you are hiding. Oh, why do you say that? Zuan took a sip of tea and chuckled lightly. It's simple, because you must have made some sort of deal with the second Miss Yue, and even Yue King Huan for them to cooperate with you like this. Zuan remained silent. But that's the issue. What kind of deal could it be to make them disregard Yue Shifeng and the entire Yue family's reputation? Or maybe Yue Shifeng never died to begin with. Yue Guanan's voice turned cold, but she quickly shook her head, denying her own suggestion. But that's impossible, because I've confirmed that he is indeed truly dead. Setting down his teacup, Zuan smiled lightly. Is the truth really that important to you? Absolutely. Then let's drink tea and wait, because soon, all the answers will be revealed. After listening to Zuan's words, a glimmer shone in Yue Guanan's eyes. Eventually, she picked up the teacup in front of her and started to sip slowly. Apart from the raging wines, there was no other sign of activity on the planet. Zuan and Yue Guanan sat in silence, sipping their tea. This scene was also observed by Ximen Hao and Pan Rumei concealed in the void. They communicated discreetly through their divine sense. What should we do now? This somewhat mysterious woman actually stayed behind to watch. Should we make a move now? Ximen Hao inquired. Pan Rumei's expression was serious as water. Let's not act recklessly. I have a feeling this man is even more profound than that woman. Him. Just a mere immortal emperor. How powerful can he be? Ximen Hao scoffed. But at that moment, Zuan sighed lightly. The wind is blowing quite noisily, scattering the tea fragrance. With that, he snapped his fingers. The wind ceased, and the entire world fell into a quiet stillness. Ximen Hao was amazed. The way Zuan handled it was extremely graceful, something he could do as well, but not as effortlessly as Zuan did. Meanwhile, the main base of the Yue family was shrouded in gloom and despair. With the family head fallen and the Yue family lost without the superpower house guarding it, the future of the Yue family seemed bleak. Adding to the uncertainty was Zuan's sudden betrayal and the ambiguous attitude of the second Miss Yue, making the prospects even dimmer. Yue Hechang and others felt the weight on their shoulders. Juns, Yue Hechang said in a deep voice. Here, now that the Yue family has no one left to rely on, Zuan is no longer dependable. We have to rely on ourselves. Therefore, I declare that from now on, the Yue family is in a state of emergency. Everyone must be at their best, understood, yes? Yue Juns replied resolutely. Yue Hechang then hurriedly left because there were too many things that needed to be dealt with in the Yue family. Within a few short days, even Yue Hechang, who had always maintained himself well, began to show signs of graying hair at his temples. Not only him, but all the men in the Yue family were prepared for the worst, as they knew that the upcoming trials would be even more severe. Indeed, before 3 days had passed, there was urgent news from outside. "Report to Elder Yue." "What's the matter?" Yue Hechang immediately asked. "It has just been discovered that the fleets of the Long family and the Sima family appeared in the void before the branch veins." "What?" Upon hearing this news, everyone was startled. Yue Hechang became furious and exclaimed, "Long Yushu, Sima Chongqiao, you really have no shame." Yue Juns then asked, "Father, should we go out and fight them now?" "Not yet." Yue Hechang stopped Yue Juns and said firmly, "The Long family and the Sima family are obviously testing us. They want to provoke us into acting first and gain the upper hand. What should we do? Should we just watch as the fleets of the Long and Sima families loiter in front of our home?" Yue Juns asked angrily. Yue Hechang pondered for a moment, then said coldly, "Men, come with me to the entrance and see what they're up to." With a command, dozens of elders volunteered. "I'll go. Count me in." "Damn, the Long family and the Sima family are too much. Let's fight them." "All right, follow me." Yue Hechang immediately took off into the void, followed by many elders. The entire process did not disturb the second Miss Yue in the backyard, because Yue Hechang believed that her ambiguous attitude at the funeral was not reliable. The disaster facing the Yue family now needed to be overcome by members of the Yue family. Soon, they arrived in the void before the branch veins. Indeed, not far ahead in the void, two massive fleets were arrogantly moving about. Yue Hechang's expression became even darker. This behavior was like playing with knives and guns in front of someone's home, a serious provocation. However, he barely suppressed his anger and stepped forward, saying, "Elders of the Yue family, Yue Hechang, are here to greet the leaders of the Long and Sima families." His voice spread out through spiritual consciousness. Soon, lights appeared on the front to flagship vessels, but Long Yushu and Sima Chongqiao did not show themselves, only responding with a cold voice. "Oh. So it's Elder Yue Hechang. What's the matter?" said Long Yushu. Sima Chongqiao just smirked but said nothing. This behavior was already blatant discrimination, as they were the ones provoking first, but now asking Yue Hechang what he wants. Yue Hechang's eyelids twitched a few times, but he forced himself to remain calm and asked, "I wonder why both of you are leading such a large fleet to patrol in front of our branch veins." "Heh. Elder Yue, you're mistaken." A hologram of Long Yushu appeared on the Long family flagship, wearing a cold smile. "We are just conducting routine military exercises. How can you say we are patrolling in front of your branch veins?" With those words, the people of the Yue family began to show anger. This was not just sophistry, but blatant lies. Yue Hechang could no longer contain himself and, after a few cold laughs, looked up and said, "Oh, routine exercises? What a coincidence that our family head just passed away, and you conduct routine exercises in front of our branch veins. What do you mean in front of your branch veins? This void is unclaimed territory, and we have never stepped into your territory," said Long Yushu coldly. Yue Hechang was speechless because what Long Yushu said was true. Although their fleets had been hovering before the branch veins, they had not entered the Yue family's domain. Yue Hechang's face turned even darker. This blatant insult was more infuriating than provocation. If possible, he wanted to attack the two families' fleets immediately. But reason told him that it was impossible, as Long Yushu and Sima Chongqiao were far more powerful. So he had to suppress his boiling anger, saying coldly, "I see. Please continue with your exercises. But let me say one thing in advance." Yue Hechang paused, then with a menacing look, said, "If you dare to step into the territory of the Yue family, we will not be polite." "Heh." Long Yushu laughed coldly and dismissed the hologram, resuming their exercises as if nothing had happened. Yue Hechang stood there watching coldly and whispered to Yue Juns behind him, "Juns, go back now and have all the underage members of the family immediately transferred to the training ground. After all, that is the fire seed of the Yue family. As long as they are alive, the Yue family can continue to exist." Unexpectedly, when Yue He and Chong, along with many elders of the Yue family, were prepared for a desperate fight. The fleets of the Long family and the Sima family showed no signs of movement, instead continuing to circle slowly in the distance. What's going on? Are these two families not planning to make a move? A senior asked quietly. Yuehi and Chong's face was as deep as water. Are they mobilizing such a large force just to show off in front of us? Then why aren't they attacking? Yuehi and Chong took a deep breath. I think they want to deplete our morale in this way, to make us lose our composure. At this point, a touch of mockery appeared on Yuehi and Chong's face. Unfortunately, their plan is flawed. As descendants of the Yue family, we would rather die in battle than submit. This statement also made many elders of the Yue family shudder, and the previously boiling momentum solidified. But this solidification did not mean a decline in momentum. On the contrary, everyone's eyes became very determined. This scene was also seen by Long Yushu and Sima Chongjiao on the two flagship ships. Sima Chongjiao said impatiently, I really don't understand. What are we waiting for? Judging by the current strength comparison between us and the Yue family, a direct attack would surely result in victory. Why wait here? Long Yushu chuckled lightly, you don't understand. The Yue family has clearly felt the pressure from us by now. In this situation, they will definitely unite internally. In this case, although an attack would also be successful, it would also mean paying a high price. And if we wait for a while, until the morale of these people is completely worn out, the fear of death will naturally make some timid people have second thoughts. By then, when we make a move, our efforts will be twice as rewarding. Sima Chongjiao pursed his lips at the words. In fact, he understood these principles, but because of the grudge due to the severed palm, he harbored deep hatred towards the Yue family. Especially now, with the main headquarters of the Yue family right before his eyes, he wanted nothing more than to charge in and capture all those who had previously injured him and the second Miss Yue, and then torture them in his hands. But since Long Yushu had said so, he had to reluctantly control himself and wait quietly. At the same time, someone else's mood was similar to Sima Chongjiao's. Hiding in front of Yue Shifang's tomb was Zimenhao. Watching casually drinking tea, Zimenhao couldn't help but use his divine sense to contact Pan Rumei beside him. How long do we have to wait for? Why not take action now? Pan Rumei, however, looked at Zuan in fascination. In all honesty, as a retainer of a great person, she had seen countless young talents, but none had the demeanor of the young man in front of her. Especially when he sat there leisurely drinking tea, the elegance and handsomeness he exuded from his very core completely captivated her. She even felt reluctant to make a move. She just wanted to quietly watch this scene forever. So when Zimenhao's urging resounded in her mind, she couldn't help but frown. What's the rush? It's not time to act yet. Zimenhao had long noticed Pan Rumei's unusual behavior, so he couldn't help but say, but look at this guy's current appearance, he probably doesn't know how long he'll have to wait. What if the big boss urges us? How do we explain ourselves? Zimenhao, don't use the big boss's name to pressure me. I know what I'm doing. You don't need to interfere. Pan Rumei responded coldly. Zimenhao was about to explode with anger. Nevertheless, in terms of strength, he was really no match for Pan Rumei, so he had to reluctantly suppress his anger and stare coldly at Zuan in the distance. In his view, this was originally a simple task. As long as they found a way to open the grave, take Yue Shifang's body, and leave. But Pan Rumei seemed to have been possessed, refusing to make a move. And just as he was getting anxious, Zuan, who seemed to be leisurely drinking tea, had already quietly infiltrated the tomb with his divine sense, connecting with the entire planet's array. So although Zimenhao and Pan Rumei thought they were hiding well, they had already been discovered by Zuan. He just didn't reveal it. Gluttony, disguise yourself as me, and wait here. Zhu. Unordered. The ancient beast Gluttony, which had been subdued by Zuan in the Linglong city, immediately transformed, taking on Zuan's appearance. Not only in appearance, but even in temperament, it perfectly imitated him. The whole process was seamless, and outsiders could not detect it at all. As Gluttony took Zuan's place after transforming, Zuan slipped into the ground, arriving below the tomb. Clang! Zuan smashed the thick coffin board with a fist, revealing Yue Shifang inside. At this moment, Yue Shifang was dressed in mourning clothes and appeared terrifying in this deep cavern. Yet Zuan didn't even blink an eye, directly pulling his feet to drag him out of the vertical coffin. At this moment, Yue Shifeng, withered like a skeleton, appeared lifeless. Even Zuan had to admire how flawlessly Yue Shifeng had played dead. Leading Yue Shifeng, Zuan descended further down the deep underground passage. As they passed, the seals on the walls of the tunnel were lit up one by one, layering over Zuan and Yue Shifeng. If someone were to detect it outside at this moment, they would be surprised to find Zuan's presence gradually disappearing. As for Yue Shifeng, he seemed to have never existed. Soon, Zuan led Yue Shifeng to the bottom of the passage. Here was the core of this planet, which had been mostly hollowed out by Zuan, forming a vast square. In the center of the square was a huge alchemy furnace, and Cha Wenliang was busy by the furnace. When Zuan arrived with Yue Shifeng, Cha Wenliang wiped the sweat from his forehead. "You've arrived just in time. The medicine in the alchemy furnace is ready. Quickly wake him up and put him in." As Zuan spoke, he extended a finger and tapped it on Yue Shifeng's forehead. "The time has come. Why aren't you waking up?" With this gentle call, a glimmer suddenly flashed in Yue Shifeng's forehead. His whole body then trembled slightly. The tremor was so subtle that if you weren't observing closely, you might have thought you were mistaken. But Zuan knew that this was the sign that Yue Shifeng was about to wake up. To prevent any mishaps in awakening him, Zuan had a secret phrase agreed upon with Yue Shifeng. The tone of Zuan's recent words contained the hidden message of this phrase. Soon, Yue Shifeng, who had been nothing but skin and bones like a skeleton, rapidly began to plump up. Aoshu was left dumbfounded by this scene. He's actually coming back to life. At the same time, Yue Shifeng slowly opened his dull eyes. Although he could not see, he keenly sensed Zuan's presence and gave him a faint smile. "Thank you for your hard work." Zuan also smiled. "No need to be polite. The medicine to replenish your blood and energy is ready. I will now place you inside, but it might be a bit painful. You must bear it." Yue Shifeng chuckled. "Thanks for the reminder. Let's begin." Zuan nodded. Then with a wave of his hand, Yue Shifeng was lifted as if by something and flew directly into the furnace. At the moment the medicinal liquid met his body, Yue Shifeng furrowed his brows in pain but quickly steadied his mind, closed his eyes, and began to absorb the surging spiritual energy flowing into his body. In an instant, a white vortex faintly appeared above his head, and the medicine, revolving slowly with him at the center. Za Wenliang's face turned serious. "Do you think it will succeed?" Azu uncalmly replied. "There is no need to doubt. It will definitely succeed. But I can't help feeling that just at the beginning, the power is already so great. If it continues, I'm afraid this planet won't be able to bear it." Za Wenliang muttered. Zuan remained undisturbed. "As long as we can get through the most critical period. Let's hope so." Meanwhile, as Yue Shifeng in the planet's core frantically replenished his blood and energy in preparation for his healing. On the planet's surface, Yue Guanan blinked and watched Zuan, who sipped tea one cup after another without saying a word, with a strange light in his eyes. Meanwhile, Pan Rumei, hidden in the void, furrowed her brows when she noticed something strange. "What's strange?" Zaimanhao asked irritably. He was getting fed up with Pan Rumei's infatuation. Pan Rumei murmured, "How come he suddenly seems like a different person? The refined demeanor from before is completely gone." "Really?" Zaimanhao stared at Zuan for a long time but couldn't figure out anything. "What should we do then?" Zaimanhao asked. Before he could finish speaking, the void rippled suddenly, and then Pan Rumei stepped out. Zaimanhao was surprised. What was she up to? Why did she walk out without a word? But it was too late to stop her, so he had to steel himself and follow her out of the void. Pan Rumei's sudden appearance naturally caught the attention of Yue Guanan. He suddenly raised his head, his gaze icy and piercing as he stared at Pan Rumei, and his aura began to rise steadily, reaching an unprecedented level in the blink of an eye. Despite this, Pan Rumei's smile remained bright as she approached gracefully. "Oh, what an interesting mood you have, unexpectedly sipping tea here." With that, she walked over to Zuan, disregarding Yue Guanan's lethal gaze, and sat down beside him without a word. Throughout the process, Zuan didn't even lift his head. He continued sipping tea, as if the tea in front of him was more beautiful than her. "What is your purpose for being here?" Yue Guanan said coldly. "Don't be nervous. I just happened to pass by and saw you drinking tea, so I came over to disturb and have a cup." Even a ghost wouldn't believe such words, but Yue Guanan surprisingly kept silent. At the same time, all of Pan Rumai's attention was focused on Zuan. Mr. Zhu, I was a bit presumptuous in the Yue family earlier. Please forgive me. Zuan slowly raised his head and met Pan Rumai's smiling eyes. In that moment, Pan Rumai felt her hair standing on end. What a terrifying gaze! Like a primordial beast, chilling to the bone. Even though shaken, she remained confident that no man could resist her charming self. But this time, she was wrong. Zuan only gave her a cold glance, then lowered his head again without acknowledging her. Her smile faltered at being ignored like this for the first time. Watching this unfold, Zimenhao almost burst into laughter behind her. Serves her right for being so coquettish, now she's been rebuffed. However, Pan Rumai's mental strength was evidently strong. She quickly adjusted her mood, laughed lightly, and said, Mr. Zhu, may I have a taste of your brewed tea? Zuan still didn't lift his head, but filled a cup with tea and pushed it toward her. Thank you. Pan Rumai smiled, picked up the white porcelain cup, sniffed it delicately at the tip of her nose. It smells so good. She took a sip and her eyes lit up. A good tea. I didn't know Mr. Zhu not only excels in martial arts, but also in the art of tea making. Zimenhao, standing behind them, became increasingly impatient. He couldn't understand what Pan Rumai was up to. Such a simple matter. Why complicate it so much? Now she's drinking tea with the other party. Why not just attack directly? While he was puzzled, suddenly, as if losing her balance, Pan Rumai stumbled and fell toward Zuan. The whole process happened in an instant. But in that split second, Zuan slightly sidestepped, evading Pan Rumai's falling body. Pan Rumai landed heavily on the ground, her face showing a look of astonishment. This was the first time someone had rejected her embrace. At that moment, Zuan slightly raised the corner of his mouth, revealing a smile that seemed almost animalistic. Are you testing me? Pan Rumai also smiled and returned to her seat without missing a beat. Zuan, or Tati, grinned. In the laughter, a majestic presence headed straight for Pan Rumai. Pan Rumai also smiled, but when she smiled, the momentum that was originally coming towards her dissipated instantly. Then, the teapot, teacups, and other objects in front of them exploded, hot tea mixed with porcelain shards heading straight for Tati and Yue Guanan. Tati opened its huge mouth and swallowed all the attacks in one gulp. Seeing this, Pan Rumai's eyes flashed, then coldly chuckled, the ancient fierce beast Tati. Unfortunately, it's just a juvenile and poses no threat. As she spoke, Zimenhao appeared silently behind Tati, delivering a strike. Tati roared in anger, dodged the attack, and then engaged in a fight with Zimenhao. Pan Rumai coldly snorted, the mist dispersed, attempting to trap Tati in an illusion. With both parties attacking, Tati was in a precarious situation. Just as it reached a critical point, Yue Guanan, who was watching coldly, suddenly pointed a finger. Crack! With a crisp sound, the mist was instantly cut in half. Pan Rumai grunted, taking a few steps back, her face showing shock. Yue Guanan, what do you mean by this? Yue Guanan's face was pale as he replied coldly, whoever he is, it's not your place to teach a lesson. Enraged, Pan Rumai retorted, then you can die together, and launched a fierce attack on Yue Guanan. Yue Guanan remained calm, only making a move at the critical moment. Each move he made forced Pan Rumai to retreat, unable to advance. Frustrated, Pan Rumai no longer displayed her previous charm. Yue Guanan, I refuse to believe you can keep this up. Sooner or later, both you and this beast will die. Despite each move burning her own life force, Yue Guanan stood firm, blocking Pan Rumai's advances. The situation reached a stalemate, but both Pan Rumai and Yue Guanan knew that if it continued, the ultimate loser would be Yue Guanan. Even Tati understood this and roared incessantly, trying to defeat Zimenhao and then join forces to attack Pan Rumai. However, Zimenhao's strength, while inferior to Pan Rumai, was evenly matched with Tati. Despite Toshi's anger and impatience, it was dragged into a fierce battle. As the intense battle raged on outside, deep in the core of the planet, Yue Shifang, who was healing, arrived at a crucial moment. Countless spiritual energies surged into Yue Shifang's body, forming vortexes around him. Zhao Wenliang, solemn-faced, remarked, "We are reaching a critical moment." "Are you nervous?" Zuan lightly replied, "Why should I be nervous?" "Then, why am I suddenly so nervous?" "That's because you're too impatient." With a series of crisp sounds, When Liang looked towards Yue Shifang in the cauldron. The sounds came from inside Yue Shifang's body. Meanwhile, all the medicinal liquids in the cauldron vaporized into mist, enveloping Yue Shifang. The enormous energy caused the entire planet's core to tremble slightly. Is it a success? Wenliang asked shakily. Zuan coldly stated, it should be a success. Indeed, as the mist dissipated, Yue Shifang, with a radiant face, appeared before them. He looked rejuvenated, clear-eyed, a drastic change from his previous state. Almost in disbelief, he smiled and said to Zuan, feels good. Zuan also smiled, of course, after all, you have successfully passed the first challenge. Yue Shifang nodded, then turned serious, gazing upwards. Outside ... Zuan calmly said, no need to say, I already know. But now is not the time to focus on that. The priority is to heal your injuries. Otherwise, missing this opportunity may leave no second chance. Yue Shifang, with a grave expression, nodded, understood. Let's start now. Zuan looked at Wenliang. Wenliang took out a small bottle from his pocket, licked his dry lips, good luck. He then tossed the bottle to Yue Shifang. Yue Shifang received it, finding a plain pill inside. It was the soul replenishing pill previously refined by Zuan. One was used as a test, and this one was specifically left for Yue Shifang. Without hesitation, Yue Shifang swallowed the pill. The moment it entered his stomach, a majestic force surged, activating the runes in the entire underground chamber. Golden light covered Yue Shifang, elevating his aura. The runes around him shone even brighter. Wenliang trembled nervously, for this was his lifelong pursuit. If Yue Shifang could truly recover, it meant his research was a complete success. Zuan, unfazed, watched. With his keen psychic senses, he could feel Yue Shifang's previously battered and weak soul gradually strengthening. Until it reached a critical point, a thunderous sound echoed within Yue Shifang's body. Accompanied by this sound, the entire planet's core, and even the whole planet itself began to tremble. This anomaly alarmed Yue Guanan and Pan Rumei, who were battling outside. They separated and looked around in astonishment at the trembling wilderness. What's going on? Isn't this planet already dead? Why is there an earthquake? Pan Rumei inquired. As if to answer her question, as her voice fell, an immensely powerful and unimaginable aura rose from Yue Shifang's grave. Even as the light curtain had just started up, Zimenhao turned into a streak of light, rushing towards the outer space. But it was already too late. After passing through this crucial node, the soul within Yue Shifang was finally fully replenished. Slowly, he opened his eyes from within the earth. In his dazzling eyes, there was endless power. Then he took a step forward. With a crisp sound, accompanying his stride, the entire planet split open with a huge crevice, and then he appeared in the high altitude of the outside world. Upon seeing his figure, Yue Guanan, who was already on the brink of collapse, chuckled lightly, and then fell back. It was not because of anything else. She was simply too exhausted. The price of consecutively depleting her own life force was heavy. But before she could land, Yue Shifang appeared by her side and embraced her. Looking at the familiar face, the always aloof Yue Guanan's eyes turned red, and tears fell from her eyes. Yue Shifang chuckled softly, gently wiping away the tears at the corner of her eyes. All right, stop crying. From now on, watch me. In his gentle words, a vast amount of energy instantly surged into Yue Guanan's body, completely repairing the life force she had spent. Yue Guanan was amazed. Was this the true power of her brother after fully recovering? It was beyond belief. Yet, this was only the beginning. Yue Shifang grabbed at the air, and Zimenhao, who had barely escaped the planet, suddenly felt a tremendous force coming from behind. Before he could even make a sound, he was pulled back forcefully. When he saw Yue Shifang, whose presence was as imposing as raging waves, standing not far away, Zimenhao's teeth began to chatter. In reality, it wasn't just him. Pan Rumei wasn't faring any better than him. Due to the difference in strength, she could better understand the dominance of Yue Shifang at this moment. It was a presence that had surpassed the laws of heaven. And this sign meant that he had transcended the realm of saints, reaching a level that ordinary humans could not comprehend, a realm known as the Supreme. Realizing this, Pan Rumei instantly extinguished all thoughts of resistance in her mind and knelt down straight. As someone who had always accompanied the great figure by her side, she understood better than anyone else what the Supreme represented. If saints represented the pinnacle of power in this world, then the Supreme was a force capable of intimidating everything. Upon reaching this level, unless facing an existence of the same level, it would be impossible to eliminate them. Therefore, she displayed extreme deference, bowing repeatedly after kneeling. I, Manhwaedit, respectfully welcome the return of the head of the Yue family. Seeing her do this, Zimenhao immediately hesitated and also knelt down. Looking at the two kneeling figures, Yue Shifang's eyes held neither sorrow nor joy. Were you sent by him, yes? The master instructed us to see if you had truly passed away. Manhwaedit honestly replied. He really is cautious. Yue Shifang chuckled. Manhwaedit dared not speak another word. In matters involving such top-tier individuals, she didn't even have the qualification to ask further. Did he instruct anything else? The master also said that if you had truly passed away, your body should be brought back. A cold glint appeared in Yue Shifang's eyes. Despite his good manners, in the face of an opponent who had injured him and consequently subjected him to millennia of torment, there was an endless fire of anger within him. This cold glint made Manhwaedit and Zimenhao feel a chill in their hearts. Yet, they didn't dare to beg for forgiveness. Having spent a long time with the great figure, they had come to understand that in the eyes of such beings, they were no different from ordinary mortals, mere ants in the presence of these existences. Meanwhile, Zuan, Za, Wenliang, and Aoshu flew out from the vast crack. When they arrived behind Yue Shifang, without turning back, Yue Shifang asked, Zuan, how do you think we should deal with these two? At these words, the two individuals immediately looked at Zuan with pleading eyes. Zuan, however, as if he hadn't seen their looks, smiled faintly. Doesn't it depend on your own feelings? If you can let go, let them go. If you can't. He didn't finish the sentence, but the meaning was clear. Yue Shifang nodded. I understand. With a wave of his hand, Manhwaedit and Zimenhao didn't even groan, disintegrating into the purest powder and dispersing with the wind. The entire process was carried out without a drop of bloodshed, as if an invisible hand had effortlessly obliterated them. After eliminating these two, Yue Shifang stepped down. Countless cracks appeared under his foot, extending into the distance. In an instant, the rune formations on the surface of the entire planet shattered. Without the protection of the rune barrier, Yue Shifang's aura soared, shaking the starry sky. Zuan quietly watched. He understood what Yue Shifang was doing. He was declaring his return to the entire world outside the world, as well as demonstrating his strength to his former adversaries. Indeed, in just a moment, the void suddenly began to tremble, and a presence that defied description appeared in the boundless space, its eyes coldly fixed on Yue Shifang. It was a mysterious feeling that was quasi-real yet ethereal. Just one gaze from these eyes captivated Za, Wenliang, and Aoshu involuntarily. Only Zuan grunted and managed to stay clear-headed. It was at this moment that Yue Shifang suddenly sneered. Since my return, do you think you can act so recklessly here? With those words, Yue Shifang reached into the void. By the time he reached the eye, his palm had grown to the size of the sun and moon, and he grasped it in his hand. With a muffled sound, the eye shattered. Faintly, a mournful cry seemed to resonate from some unfathomable dimension. Yue Shifang remained unfazed, coldly staring into the void. Don't be impatient, this is just the beginning. The grudges from thousands of years ago will eventually be settled. With that, everything dissipated, returning to its original state. Yue Shifang then turned to Zuan, Za, Wenliang, and the others, a faint smile on his face. The matters here have been settled. Follow me back home, yes, Zu. And nodded. But this time, instead of flying back on his own, Yue Shifang waved his hand, enveloping Zuan and the others in a soft light. Sit tight. As expected by Long Yushu, after these days of confrontation, the originally spirited Yue family members have indeed lost much of their vigor, and there is a subtle restlessness in their hearts. In fact, Yue Hechang had anticipated this situation early on. However, he is faced with an almost unsolvable dilemma. The other party has been lingering and circling around their doorstep, and he cannot just stand idly by. Therefore, he can only elevate the alertness of the entire family. The result of this action is often that the overly tightened string will be the first to relax. Facing this, Yue Hechang can only rotate people on duty, hoping to delay the emergence of this state as much as possible. Long Yushu has observed this situation and all the efforts made by Yue Hechang. At this moment, he is standing by the porthole, watching the distant defense forces of the Yue family in the void, a cold smile appearing on his lips. Has the time come? How much longer do we need to wait? Sima Changchao walked up, somewhat impatiently asking. Heh. Long Yushu smiled, finished the wine in his cup, and then said in a deep voice, pass on my command. Prepare for an attack. Yes. With this command, the fleet belonging to the Long family immediately began to act. Seeing this scene, Sima Changchao couldn't help but feel pleased, and then ordered, Sima family, coordinate the action. In an instant, the entire fleet assembled into a battle formation, and then lunged towards the Yue family camp ahead. The whole process may seem long, but in reality, it did not exceed 3 minutes. Faced with the sudden attack of the fleet, Yue Hechang, who was responsible for guarding this place, was also alarmed. But then he calmed down and shouted loudly, don't panic, stand firm, prepare for battle. His calmness settled the restless crowd that was anxious because of the attack. Immediately after, Yue Hechang stood at the forefront of the team, facing the two approaching fleets with a solemn expression, saying, can't contain the formation any longer? Then let the battle begin. The distance between the two sides was not far, so as soon as Yue Hechang's words fell, a loud crash was heard, and the fleet fiercely collided with the fortifications built by the Yue family. The light screen on the fort radiated brightly, but was then shattered by the fleet, heading straight towards Yue Hechang and others. Many people showed a look of horror, trembling all over. The impact was so powerful and massive. However, at that moment, Yue Hechang raised his head and shouted, fall back. With that, his blood began to burn, unleashing a powerful attack that struck the leading Long family flagship. Upon seeing this strike, Long Yushu standing by the porthole couldn't help but sneer. How foolish! You think you can challenge my flagship with mere flesh and blood? Indeed, when Yue Hechang's attack hit the Long family flagship, it only damaged a few surface armor plates. Moreover, the flagship's speed didn't even slow down a bit. Many in the Yue family showed fear upon witnessing this. As for Yue Hechang, unable to succeed with his full force blow, he coughed up blood and almost fell, but he still stood firmly in place, speaking in a faint yet resolute tone. Don't panic, everyone, hold the line, or else it will all end in failure. The profoundness in his words inspired many. Although the instinct for self-preservation is strong, at this critical moment, there were still those who were fearless. In an instant, dozens of dazzling lights rose from the Yue family camp behind Yue Hechang, forming another powerful wave of attacks towards the fleet. Another muffled sound was heard. This time, the Long family flagship swayed slightly. But that was all. The massive flagship seemed like an ancient fierce beast, charging toward everyone with a terrifying posture. When many showed despair, a voice suddenly rang out from behind, don't panic, I'm here. And me. And me. With these cries, Yue Hechang and the others turned around to see Yue Juns, leading all the young people of the Yue family rushing towards them. Seeing this scene, Yue Hechang almost spat out blood and then shouted, what are you doing here? Go, quickly, leave. Hearing his father's voice, Yue Jun smiled and said, Father, if the foundation is destroyed, where can the hair attach? If the Yue family loses this battle, what meaning would there be for us to survive? It's better to fight valiantly, even if it means staining the reputation of Yue men. Correct. Elder Yue, we all think the same way. That's right. The young men behind Yue Juns echoed one after another. Seeing these faces, youthful yet filled with heroic spirit, Yue Hechang felt his nose tingle and almost shed tears. You silly children! When Yue Juns and his reinforcements arrived, the Yue family soldiers who had been plunged into despair were revitalized, somewhat turning the tides on the battlefield. This scene made Long Yushu sneer. He didn't expect the Yue family to play this hand. But this is good. I'll wipe you all out completely, eradicate you root and branch. Long Yushu grinned wickedly and then waved his hand, full speed ahead. The entire fleet thundered and accelerated, crushing towards Yue Hechang and the others. Yue Hechang, Yue Juns, and the rest joined forces, roaring together and unleashing their most potent power, converging into a wave of attack towards the fleet. Crack! This time there was a different sound. Several deep cracks appeared on the Long family flagship, and its speed slowed down. However, before the Yue family could celebrate, the Sima family flagship following right behind suddenly accelerated and once again charged towards them. Inside, Sima Chongqiao kept sneering. It's useless. In the face of absolute strength, all struggle is futile. You might as well accept your fate. But as he finished speaking, two beams of light suddenly rose from the Yue family headquarters and in an instant reached the battlefield, standing at the forefront of the Yue family formation. The situation of confrontation between the Long family and the Sima family was repeatedly mentioned by Yue Hechang to the second miss, but there was still no response. At that time, everyone thought that the second miss and Yue Qinghuan were too grieving over the passing of the family head, so they secluded themselves from worldly affairs. Therefore, even at this crucial moment, Yue Hechang and others did not alert the two of them. However, unexpectedly, they appeared on their own initiative. Second miss, Yue Hechang exclaimed in surprise. The second miss smiled faintly. At this critical moment, how can we, as members of the Yue family, be absent? With that, she nodded at Yue Qinghuan beside her. Let's begin. All right. The two immediately flew up and in midair, conjured a light screen, charging towards the flagship of the Sima family. When Sima Chongqiao saw the two of them through the porthole, an expression of greed couldn't help but appear in his eyes. Heh, it seems that the Yue family is really out of people, letting two women onto the battlefield. But do you think you can stop me with such a flimsy light screen? How naive! Sima Chongqiao suddenly activated the flagship under his feet. The ship trembled all over, then erupted with terrifying power, rushing forward at an incredible speed with a sharp sound of breaking the sound barrier. Second miss, get out of the way! Yue Hechang couldn't help but shout in alarm. However, the second miss and Yue Qinghuan were unmoved, their eyes shining brighter, causing the light screen to thicken. When the two collided, the light screen only lasted for a second before shattering like glass. The second miss and Yue Qinghuan grunted together, being pushed back hundreds of yards, but they were undaunted, immediately mobilizing their cultivation. In an instant, another light screen appeared. Haha, this is futile. You two should surrender obediently. As long as you submit to me, I can spare your lives. Sima Chongqiao's laughter echoed from within the ship. Hearing this, Yue Hechang and many other men of the Yue family all showed expressions of humiliation. Because the second miss and Yue Qinghuan were both female members of the Yue family, being publicly taunted was like a slap to the face for everyone present. Let's fight together and face them, Yue Hechang exclaimed in sorrow and anger. All the members of the Yue family immediately flew up and stood behind the light screen created by the second miss and Yue Qinghuan, infusing their own cultivation to reinforce it. A human wall. It was as if the members of the Yue family were using their own lives to create a barricade. Sima Chongqiao, observing this, became even more arrogant and triumphant. It's indeed a touching sacrifice spirit, but alas, no matter how powerful your spirit is, it can't change the fact that your family is about to be wiped out. Today is the day when your Yue family will be completely removed from the 12 noble families. With Sima Chongqiao's words, the flagship rushed towards the light screen, and the crowd at a frantic speed. The faces of all the members of the Yue family displayed a determination to face death. However, just at the moment when the flagship was about to collide with the light screen, suddenly, Sima Chongqiao felt the ship beneath him tremble violently, then was struck by an indescribable force, sending it veering off course. Yes, the enormous flagship, resembling a mountain, began to spiral out of control and disintegrate in midair. This unexpected turn of events stunned everyone present. What was happening? Only the second miss and Yue Qinghuan seemed to have an inkling, and they looked up. At that moment, Sima Chongqiao, in a disheveled state, emerged from the crumbling flagship and hysterically roared, Who dared to launch a sneak attack? His voice was filled with boundless fury. However, just as his roar trailed off, a cold, indifferent voice came from behind him. Sima family head, why are you so angry? Although the voice was not loud, it clearly reached everyone present. Instantly, everyone's eyes widened. Especially within the Yue family camp, many people couldn't help but tremble uncontrollably. Because this voice ... was incredibly familiar. Yet, the most extreme reaction came from Sima Chongqiao. Upon seeing that familiar figure, he trembled all over, then slowly turned around. When he saw the familiar figure, his pupils shrank to pinpoints, his face contorted with disbelief. How is this possible? Aren't you supposed to be dead? Yes, the resurrected figure in question was Yue Shifeng. He smiled faintly. Yes, I was dead, but it seems that some people are not ready to let my family go, so here I am, alive again. Sima Chongqiao felt a chill run down his spine, his heart trembling uncontrollably. He shockingly realized that despite merely standing there, Yue Shifeng had completely suppressed his aura in an overbearing, unreasonable manner. Even holding to the laws of heaven couldn't help him fight back. This sensation he had only experienced with unspeakable beings. At that moment, a thought flashed through his mind, causing his face to turn pale in an instant. You tried to say something, but couldn't form a complete sentence. Yue Shifeng smiled faintly. Sima family head seems quite excited. Is it because you're happy to see me recovered from my injuries? With this remark, Sima Chongqiao stood still, dumbfounded. Simultaneously, a burst of light suddenly flew out from the Long family flagship in the distance, speeding away like lightning. Yue Shifeng observed with a smile, seemingly unperturbed, waiting until the light was about to vanish from view before casually saying, Long family head, why not say goodbye? With that, he stomped his foot. Come back. The simple command had traveled billions of miles, and Long Yashu, who had escaped far away, suddenly felt her vision blur, only to reappear before Yue Shifeng. The inexplicable scene confirmed the suspicions in their minds. As nearly saint-level beings, even a saint couldn't manipulate them so effortlessly. He pondered for a long time, but still didn't manage to say a complete sentence. Instead, it was the second miss on the side who took a deep breath and slowly said, His injuries have already healed. Her tone sounded very calm, but the glistening tears in her eyes already explained everything. At the same time, not only them, but the entire Yue family was in an uproar like a raging sea. The head of the family has returned. The head of the family has resurrected. The head of the family ... Amidst the cheers, many people were overcome with tears of joy. It was because the atmosphere had been too oppressive in the recent period. Yue Shifeng's sudden departure had cast a shadow over the entire future of the Yue family. Many people even fell into confusion, believing that the Yue family would never have a chance again. But never did they expect that just when everyone was falling into despair, the head of the family returned. Not only did he return, but he also healed the injuries that had plagued the family for thousands of years, appearing before everyone in his prime state. How could this not move and excite the Yue family? However, in the world, if some are happy, others are worried. For example, the members of the Long family and the Sima family were collectively plunged into great panic. They had come with the head of the family to conquer the Yue family. Before setting out, these people eagerly signed up, fearing they would be left behind. The reason for this was because they all believed that the Yue family was doomed. Therefore, this expedition was sure to be easy, and perhaps they could even gain some benefits. The situation at the beginning proceeded just as they had expected, smoothly. But never did they imagine that just when they were about to break through the defense of the Yue family, the situation underwent a shocking reversal. Yue Shifeng, who had fallen earlier, suddenly returned and effortlessly subdued the head of his own family. Watching their own family head tremblingly standing in the void, not daring to even lift his head, how could these people not be chilled to the bone, horrified to the brink of death? Just as the whole scene was boiling over, a few figures passed through the battlefield and appeared beside Yue Shifeng. The first to appear naturally was Zuan, followed by the ghost needle Dr. Zha, Wen Liang, and Ao Shu. As soon as they were seen, many people suddenly realized. There was no need to ask, they must have been the ones to heal the injuries on Yue Shifeng. But how did they manage to do it? Just as everyone was filled with doubt and uncertainty, they saw Yue Shifeng give Zuan a slight smile and then point his finger at Long Yusu and Sima Chongqiao, who were already shivering on the opposite side. Zuan, how do you think I should deal with them? Many people's hearts trembled. The fact that the head of the Yue family was soliciting Zuan's opinion in a gentle manner indicated how important Zuan was in his eyes. Long Yusu and Sima Chongqiao trembled all over, then looked at Zuan with pleading eyes. Because they knew very well that their entire lives were now at the mercy of this young man's words. Zuan raised an eyebrow slightly and did not give a direct answer to Yue Shifeng's question, but instead said lightly, Before answering your question, I would like to ask you a question first. Oh. What question? Yue Shifeng spoke with interest. Now that your strength has almost fully recovered, what do you plan to do next? Yue Shifeng's eyes flashed slightly. What do you mean by what to do next? It's simple. Are you going to continue to live in seclusion, preside over the territory of the Yue family, or ... Zhu? Unpaused, with a hint of light in his eyes, or are you going to forge ahead, unify all the martial families? These words were extremely bold. Yet, Zuan said them blatantly in front of everyone. After asking the question, Zuan coldly stared at Yue Shifeng, waiting for his answer. Many others were also staring at Yue Shifeng because they wanted to know the answer. Yue Shifeng was momentarily stunned, as if he had not expected Zuan to ask him that. But then he smiled confidently. If I choose to live in seclusion, how do I put it? And if I choose to forge ahead? It's simple. If you choose to live in seclusion, then you can let them go now. After this battle, they will be very clear about your strength. From now on, no one will dare to provoke you again. And if you choose to forge ahead, to unify the 12 martial families ... Zhu, unsneered, then they will be the best sacrifices. With these chilling words, Yue Shifeng couldn't help laughing heartily. Good. What an excellent sacrifice. Now, I will tell you the answer. With that said, Yue Shifeng casually pointed at the empty space in front of him. Long Yusu and Sima Changjiao realized something was wrong, and in infinite terror, they summoned their most powerful forces and attempted to flee. But all struggles were futile in the face of absolute strength. There were two muffled sounds. Long Yusu and Sima Changjiao had bloody holes in their foreheads, and the light in their eyes quickly dimmed. In the blink of an eye, the momentum on both of them dissipated, turning into nothingness. Because with just one casual strike from Yue Shifeng, their minds had been completely crushed. In other words, their souls had been completely extinguished, leaving only their lifeless bodies on the ground. Thus, Long Yusu and Sima Changjiao had both perished. The whole scene fell into a dead silence, because no one had expected that the head of a family, a quasi-saint-level figure, would perish without even blocking a single move from Yue Shifeng. Just how terrifying had Yue Shifeng's strength reached? Especially the people from the Long and Sima families, after seeing this scene, trembled in terror, their faces filled with panic. Are you satisfied with this answer? Yue Shifeng chuckled lightly. Zuan nodded, then smiled. Actually, I knew you would choose this. I only asked to make these to understand their deaths more clearly. Then how should these people be dealt with? Yue Shifeng glanced at the fleet on the other side. What do you think? Zuan walked forward and said casually, killing them all would deplete the martial family's own strength, but if they are not punished, it would not be enough to deter everyone. So I have decided to play a game. Oh. What game, Zuan? And asked. Randomly pick 1 out of 10 people, and that one will have to die. What do you think? Yue Shifeng smiled. However, his smile seemed extremely terrifying in the eyes of the Long and Sima family members. As he spoke, Yue Shifeng casually snapped his fingers. Snap! After a crisp sound, waves of terrified shouts could be heard coming from the ships of the Sima and Long families. Because at that moment, many people in the crowd had their heads instantly exploded. Brain matter mixed with fresh blood splattered everyone around them, making their faces as pale as snow. What's even more crucial is that this random selection of deaths was still ongoing. No one knew if the shadow of death would descend upon them in the next second. This method undoubtedly brought immense psychological pressure to these people, especially when one after another, the heads of just recently alive people suddenly exploded in front of you and fell down one by one. No matter how brave you are, you would still tremble uncontrollably. Finally, this nightmarish scene came to an end. Looking back at the two fleets, blood had already flowed like a river. The survivors had completely lost any resistance and knelt down, bowing to Yue Shifeng in worship, seeking to stay alive. Yue Shifeng remained calm, turning to Zuan. Do you think I am being cruel, Zhu? Unshook his head. No, on the contrary, you are saving them. Oh, why do you say that? Yue Shifeng's eyes flashed with surprise, softly asking. Because those who died are deserving of death, and by doing this, you can minimize future unrest. The so-called thunderous means, while holding the heart of a bodhisattva. That's the way. Ha ha. Yue Shifeng laughed heartily again. What a thunderous means, and a bodhisattva's heart. Zuan, I am truly starting to appreciate you more and more. With that said, Yue Shifeng's head suddenly emanated a vast and boundless aura, and an enormous illusion appeared above him, a figure so massive that it could rival the entire military family star system. He slowly lowered his head, overlooking the myriad stars, and spoke in a deep voice. "The military family has been divided for too long. Now that I have returned, I shall unify it. Do any of you have objections?" His voice echoed through the sky. In an instant, the entire military family star system trembled. Families like the Gu family, Zhongli family, Song family, La family, Balin family, and others were alerted, and numerous experts looked incredulously at the massive illusion dominating the endless void, their eyes filled with shock. Gu Wangya murmured, "I knew that he, once the #1 expert of the military family, would not die so easily." Then, she suddenly realized something, and took the lead, rushing out of the Gu family star veins, releasing her aura, and deeply bowing towards Yue Shifang's illusion. Gu family is willing to submit. Her action reminded the other major families. The unrestrained Zhongli Wumong also burst into laughter. "Good, I surrender to you, Yue Shifang, without shaming my Zhongli family." Zhongli Wumong is willing to submit. In the Song family, Song Yuja saw his father hesitating, growing anxious, and without waiting for permission, he stepped forward, deep bowing in the void. Song family is willing to submit. In an instant, the entire military family void resounded with pledges of submission. La family is willing to submit. Balin family is willing to submit. In the blink of an eye, apart from the Long family and the Sima family, the other 9 family branches had all declared their stances. Yue Shifang nodded. "Very well, since that's the case, gather at the Yue family to discuss the merger matters, yes?" The 9 families responded thunderously. As for the Long family and Sima family, their family heads were dead, and with their elite forces depleted, they had even lost the qualification to negotiate. Yue Heking's eyes welled up with excitement, because the scene before him was the one he had longed for. However, his 2 daughters, Yue Erniang and Yue Qinghuan, remained remarkably calm. At this moment, after settling everything, Yue Shifang turned to the 2 of them with a gentle smile. "It has been hard on you during this period." Yue Erniang smiled but said nothing. Sometimes, silence can be more moving than words. Yue Shifang seemed to hesitate for a moment, then gently said, "When I was still injured, I couldn't promise you anything. But now that I've recovered, so, from now on, you are the mistress of the Yue family." With this statement, the entire Yue family roared with excitement. Yue Hechang and many elders of the Yue family immediately took a step back and deeply bowed to Yue Erniang. "Greetings to the mistress of the family." Then came an even louder shout, "Greetings to the mistress of the family." The sound shook the stars and tinged the cheeks of Yue Erniang red. "I will go back to tidy up the flower hall." With that, Yue Erniang left almost in a fluster. Yue Qinghuan watched with a smile, but then her eyes suddenly caught a figure in the corner, looking sorrowful with head bowed. Yue Qinghuan trembled slightly, then thought of something, sighed lightly, but didn't go to console, because she knew very well that any comfort at this moment would be cruel for Yue Guanan. At the same time, a thought arose in her mind. Would she to be like this in the future? With this thought, she couldn't help but cast her gaze towards Zuan, who stood by her brother's side, dressed in white and exuding a pure aura that didn't pale even under her brother's overwhelming presence. Just then, Yue Shifang turned to Zuan, saying, "Zuan, come with me." With a wave of his hand, the 2 of them disappeared from the spot. As the Yue family busied themselves on this side, there were many things left to be done. However, people were taciturn and didn't discuss what the family head and Zuan were going to do. In fact, at this moment, many people felt guilty towards Zuan, particularly Yue Hechang. He deeply regretted his previous misunderstanding of Zuan. Therefore, he had decided that when he saw Zuan again, he would personally apologize to him. As for Zuan at this moment, he had appeared with Yue Shifang in an extremely mystical and sacred place. It was described as mystical because it turned out to be a transparent space where one could clearly see countless stars beneath and all around, yet when you reached out to touch them, your hand passed through smoothly without any hindrance. This sensation was truly dreamlike. It was considered sacred because in such a space floated a temple. Hanging above the temple was a plaque that read Ancestor Shrine. Zuan raised his eyebrows slightly. "Is this the Ancestor Shrine of the military family? Yes? Didn't you want to know about the events of the past? Then come with me." On the contrary, Here is unexpectedly very simple. Just like the thousands of temples in the mundane world, there is only a huge shrine standing in the middle, but there are no gods behind the shrine, just an empty wall. Yue Shifang walked to the shrine, picked up 3 incense sticks, and inserted them into the censer. Blue smoke rose, and Yue Shifang remained silent until after a long time, he softly said, "Do you know why I brought you here?" "I have no idea." Yue Shifang raised his head and said lightly, "This is where the spirits of the military ancestors are housed, and it is also the spiritual totem of the entire military family." Zuan listened quietly, knowing there must be more to come. "Indeed." Yue Shifang suddenly turned to Zuan with a slight smile. "To be honest, Zuan, your talent is truly unparalleled, so I want to ask you, would you be willing to join the military family?" With a determined gaze, he seemed to be waiting for Zuan's response. Zuan raised an eyebrow slightly. "Are you recruiting me?" "You could say that." "Then I want to know, what benefits would there be if I were to join?" Zuan chuckled. "It's simple. As long as you join, I will exert the power of the military family to assist you. With our support, your chances of success will undoubtedly increase." "Oh, I see. It sounds quite appealing, but unfortunately, Zuan shook his head. "I cannot agree." Yue Shifang did not expect Zuan to refuse, and he was momentarily stunned. "Are you sure?" "Of course." "May I know the reason?" "The reason is simple. The revenge of the Hua clan must be taken by me, as a member of the Hua clan. If entrusted to others, my conscience would not be at ease, and besides, Zuan gazed at Yue Shifang, if I'm not mistaken, even you may not be able to handle those entities." After a moment of silence, Yue Shifang finally nodded, "Yes. Since even you cannot deal with them, why would I drag you and the military family down? As long as you can tell me the truth about what happened back then, I would be grateful," Zuan said calmly. Seeing his calm demeanor, Yue Shifang couldn't help but speak. "Are you really planning to walk the rest of this path alone?" "Of course not alone. In fact, I have many companions, but you're different. You and the military family are too conspicuous. If you get involved in this matter, you might easily face great danger. So please forgive me, I cannot accept." Yue Shifang gazed deeply at Zuan. "Well, it seems you have already thought out all the countermeasures. I won't force you any longer. What do you want to know? Ask now." "My questions are still the same. Who were the people who dealt with the Hua clan back then? Why did they do that? Why did the legendary Mount Incomplete from the Hua clan myths actually appear in this otherworldly realm? And where did those immortals from the Hua clan stories go?" These questions seemed to flow naturally from Zuan, obviously well thought out. Yue Shifang smiled wryly, then sighed deeply. "You have many questions, but some answers, even I do not know. I can only tell you what I know." "Okay." Yue Shifang's expression gradually became solemn. "Do you remember when I asked you what history really is?" "Of course." "And you told me that history is an illusion." "That's right, history is indeed an illusion. At least many of the histories you know about the Hua clan are illusions." Zuan shivered. "What do you mean? Aren't you curious why the philosophers and the appearance of the mythical Mount Incomplete from the Hua clan legends were in the world beyond? It's because the history of your Hua clan has been tampered with." "Tampered with?" Zuan asked incredulously. Yue Shifang nodded gravely. "Yes, and it was directly tampered with by some kind of tremendous power." Zuan looked puzzled because he couldn't quite grasp the situation. "Many ancient histories recorded by you are actually events that truly happened in the world beyond. For example, the great battle between Zhurong and Gonggong, and the collapse of Mount Incomplete were all real events in the other world. At that time, the Hua clan dominated the entire otherworld as the most powerful race, unmatched by any other." If the previous words had merely astonished Zuan, this revelation left him speechless, staring fixedly at Yue Shifang. Yue Shifang smiled faintly. "You don't need to look at me like that. What I've said is the truth. You have no idea how powerful the Hua clan was back then, an existence that even gods and demons admired." With a dreamy look on his face, Yue Shifang continued. "Countless brilliant legends originated from that time, and extraordinary talents emerged endlessly. Some even called it the Golden Age. But I regret not having been born then, unable to witness that grandeur. However, just by reading fragmentary descriptions in ancient texts, one can deeply appreciate how splendid the Hua clan was at that time. Zuan's lips trembled slightly, and his face turned pale, as this was the first time he had heard such secrets. And then, the once prosperous Hua clan rapidly declined in a very short time, eventually retreating to the ancestral homeland of the Hua clan, which is the earth where you are now. Yue Shifang glanced at Zuan, then shook his head helplessly. I know what you want to ask, but I do not know why the Hua clan declined so rapidly in such a short time. In fact, I have searched desperately for answers, but found no trace of them whatsoever. But probably about 10,000 years ago, accompanying the celestial fortunes of that era, you once again burst forth with a terrifying potential, with strong individuals emerging continuously, and gods appearing everywhere. And it was in this situation that a sudden calamity struck. Yue Shifang's face showed a hint of bitter smile. He said, I've mentioned before that the calamity back then was far from as simple as you imagine. It was a huge storm that swept across the entire celestial realm, engulfing even your respective heavens. But at the core of everything was your Huaju clan, because during that calamity, evil creatures appeared. Before that, there had never been evil creatures in the entire celestial realm, but during that calamity, these powerful and mysterious beings descended from the heavens, starting to devour the entire world. My injuries were sustained from a confrontation with a powerful leader of those evil creatures at that time. At that time, even I had completely despaired, thinking that the whole world would be destroyed. However, to my surprise, the rampaging army of evil creatures suddenly slowed down their assault, giving the entire world a brief moment of respite. And as far as I know, it was around that time that a large number of newly born divine spirits of the Huaju clan disappeared, along with all the evil creatures in your respective heavens. That feeling, as if there was an invisible hand pushing everything behind the scenes. Yue Shifang's tone was calm and steady, revealing a grand and tumultuous history underneath. Zuan never expected that the Huaju clan in the past had been the most powerful presence in the entire celestial realm. The calamity of the Huaju clan back then almost brought disaster to the whole world. The mysterious disappearance of the Huaju divine spirits and the annihilation of the celestial evil creatures mentioned by Yue Shifang suddenly reminded Zuan of something. Back in the celestial realms, Zuan had once been deprived of time by an opponent using mysterious divine techniques. At that time, he saw some strange scenes, especially the time chasm surrounding the earth. This had deeply shocked Zuan, because if it was man-made, the person behind it could only be described with the words incomprehensible abilities. Along with what Yang Jian had mentioned before, there was an invisible force that took away many of the Huaju divine spirits, and there was no one who intervened in the process. It was worth noting that behind the scenes, observing all this, were the headache-inducing army of evil creatures in the celestial realm. Faintly, Zuan seemed to sense something. Yet it felt like he couldn't grasp anything. He just looked deeply at Yue Shifang, and then asked, what happened next? With the retreat of the evil creature army, everything fell into a deadlock. However, your Huaju clan suffered greatly from it, especially with the dissipation of the celestial fortunes. Even the spiritual energy of the ancestral planet was completely dispersed. What I'm asking is, why did after this period of history, your various schools and families emerged? Don't tell me this was also tampered with. Zuan spoke coldly. Yue Shifang chuckled. You can't be fooled after all. That's right, the emergence of various schools and families in your later history was not due to tampering, but because of us. To be honest, many people back then had a strong interest in your Huaju clan, especially wanting to understand where those disappeared great divine practitioners had gone. So later on, many families sent envoys to your Earth. Of course, this also included our military families. I believe Qinghuan must have taken you to visit many military predecessors on Earth. Ah, Zhu. And nodded. Haha, she didn't actually know much about these things, so she was quite surprised when she got there. In fact, almost all the mighty figures of the military families went one after another to Earth at that time, such as Bai Che, such as Sima Rangju. You didn't go? Zuan suddenly asked. Me? Yue Shifang smiled. At that time, I was busy trying to heal my injuries, so I missed out on that exciting time. But later, I did go, though by then it was already a different era, so I left just with a name, Zhu. Unshuttered all over, suddenly thinking of something and murmured, Yue, yes? Yue Shifang smiled and nodded. How did you end up being harmed by traitors? And why did many families among the various schools and families have such a tragic fate? Yue Shifang's expression turned serious. This is what I want to tell you next. Let's not talk about me, but the period of the 100 schools of contention. At that time, almost all the people of the ancient 100 schools went to Earth. But never did they expect that those who thought they were only playing around and exploring secrets would be harshly slapped in the face by reality. Because at that time, Earth's heavenly laws were exceptionally strong and sealed off all divine powers. Even if we went there, we had to obediently follow the laws of the heavenly ways at that time. If that was all, it would have been fine. But what they never expected was that due to the backlash of the heavenly laws or some other reason, within a few decades, a person emerged from the Huaju clan possessing the fortunes of the heavens and became the ruler of the people. After his appearance, he unified the Huaju clan with great force and then massacred the various schools and families, which in your history is also known as the burning of books and burying of scholars. Zuin didn't know how to express the shock in his heart anymore. Are you talking about the first emperor? That's right, it's him. Yue Shifang sighed and expressed a hint of reverence. Although he was just an ordinary person, I still hold great respect for him because he nearly created an impossible miracle. Countless existences that could shatter stars with a stomp were mercilessly killed by him. This directly led to the ancient 100 schools no longer daring to covet and explore Earth, because they found out that they couldn't penetrate the barriers to reach Earth in person, and if they sent their divine consciousness there, they had to abide by the laws of Earth's heavenly ways. That's why when I later went with a divine consciousness, it ended up so disastrously, because once we intervened, we would quickly incur the strong backlash of the heavenly laws. Indeed, even in this world, within a world, both the Taoist and Confucian schools are the most benevolent and accommodating. In other words, they are both adept at seizing opportunities and catering to the characteristics of your HUA ethnic group. Therefore, they quickly occupied a very important position within your HUA ethnic group. However, I have always felt that there should be an unclear connection between the origin of the ancient 100 schools and your HUA ethnic group. So, who influenced whom is no longer clear. Zhu and fell silent, because the information he received today was too much to process, even for him. Yue Shifang did not urge him, and just stood aside with a smile. It wasn't until a long time later that Zuin finally let out a long breath. I understand. Understand what? Actually, even you don't know who the mastermind behind the scenes is, right? Yue Shifang nodded. That's right. In fact, from the beginning, I told you that even I am not very clear about the answers to these questions. I can only tell you everything I know. Zuin smiled. So I am still very grateful to you because the information you provided is indeed very important. At least through this information, I have deduced a principle. The mastermind behind the scenes targeting the HUA ethnic group should have an inseparable connection with the sudden decline of the HUA ethnic group back then, which means, Zuin paused, speaking solemnly, by finding the cause of the decline of the HUA ethnic group back then, the whole puzzle can be solved. Yue Shifang clapped his hands and sighed. That's right, your thoughts echo mine, but unfortunately, I have been investigating for thousands of years and have not found even a trace of clues, as if there was an invisible hand erasing all the traces. This was the second time Yue Shifang had said this, showing his frustration with the matter. Zuan, on the other hand, just smiled. Some things, once they have happened, can never erase the traces of their existence. So I will find the answer. I firmly believe in this. Watching Zhu An's resolute eyes, Yue Shifang suddenly felt a bit envious. Although he appeared to be of a similar age to Zuan, after recovering from his injuries, he couldn't help but feel that his mentality had inevitably aged. He had even lost his sharpness, far less vibrant than Zuan. Was there such a big difference between living for over 3,000 years and living for tens of thousands of years? Or was it that he truly had grown old? Yue Shifang couldn't help but ponder this question. And this feeling of melancholy lingered until Zuin left. When only Yue Shifang was left in the temple, he sighed as he looked up. Do you all think I'm really old? As soon as he finished speaking, ripples began to appear on the empty wall behind the shrine. Then, dazzling lights began to manifest. A hoarse voice followed, laughing. Little Shifang, why are you suddenly so sentimental? Little Shifang. Perhaps only the souls of warriors who had entrusted themselves to this shrine of the sages were qualified to call Yue Shifang by this name. At the same time, another voice chuckled and said, For what other reason? Isn't it because that boy stimulated you? Upon hearing this, Yue Shifang gave a wry smile. You elders, please stop teasing me. I was just speaking my mind. That's right, you old guys are really disrespectful. I've always said that little Shifang shouldn't bother with you. A crisp female voice chimed in, and an elegant virtual image of a woman appeared. Heh. Upon seeing this woman, the bearded man couldn't help but chuckle a few times, then rubbed his hands together. My dear immortal goo, are you awake too? The woman glared fiercely at the bearded man. Who is your dear immortal goo? Of course, it's you, he said with a smile. Zhang Lishan, are you going to repeat that? The woman frowned. Hey, why so serious? I'm just expressing my excitement at seeing you. Zhang Lishan quickly apologized. TSK, no need for that. What's the use of just saying sorry? Then what do you want me to do? Zhang Lishan started to plead. No way. And I'm sorry won't cut it. Then what else do you want? Zhang Lishan was on the verge of tears. The woman suddenly widened her eyes in disbelief, looking at Zhang Lishan. You dare to raise your voice at me? I didn't. The scene became lively in an instant. Zhang Lishan and the woman argued, while Yue Huazing and a few other elders huddled together, whispering to each other. Who do you think will win this time? Isn't it obvious? It must be Immortal Goo. How could Zhang Lishan, that fool, stand a chance against her? I agree. How long do you think Zhang Lishan can hold out this time? At most this long. The old man held up two fingers. 2 minutes. Haha, you're giving that Zhang Lishan guy too much credit. At most 2 minutes, he will definitely be begging on the ground. Do you believe it? I don't believe it. Maybe 3 minutes at least. Then let's make a bet. Let's bet. At that moment, these elders started to set up a betting game, as if it was a serious matter. They were betting on when Zhang Lishan would admit defeat. These words also reached Yue Shifang's ears, leaving him amused and bemused. After their fall, these souls, which contained a little bit of true spirit, took residence in this shrine of ancestors. They can also be said to be the oldest witnesses of the art of war. There was a time when, because these spirits had just died and still retained their power, the shrine of ancestors was considered the most terrifying force in the military. However, as time passed, the strength of these spirits gradually dissipated, eventually becoming what they are now. It's like the old men strolling in the park. Besides their rich experiences and wisdom, they no longer possess any remarkable strength. But this doesn't stop these military ancestors from bickering, arguing, and stirring up trouble. For example, the battle between Zhang Lishan and Guxianyi has clearly reached its conclusion. As expected, Zhang Lishan was ultimately defeated. He obediently knelt down and bowed. Grandma, I was wrong. I won't dare to do it again. Is that all right? What do you mean you won't dare? Speak up and let me hear it. I promise not to call you my precious Xianyi again, and show you enough respect. Is that enough? Humph, that's more like it. Get up. Guxianyi said coldly, but there was a hint of a smile in her eyes. Zhang Lishan stood up with a troubled face, but as soon as he turned around, the desolation on his face disappeared, and he sneered at Yuexuan and the other elders' disdainful glances. What are you looking at? Haven't you seen someone apologizing before? A real man can bend and stretch. What's the big deal? We have seen apologies, but not many who kneel down and beg for mercy like you. One of the elders chuckled. Zhang Lishan glared. Sima, stop making snide remarks. I didn't kneel down and beg for mercy just now. Then what were you doing? I just happened to be tired from standing, so I wanted to squat down and rest for a while. Zhang Lishan said nonchalantly. Elders, 0. Zhang Lishan didn't care at all. With a smirk, he swiftly approached Yuexifang, circled around him, and nodded in the end. You know, your injuries have completely healed. Is it because of that kid? Yes? Yuexifang nodded. How did he manage it? Your soul's injuries were beyond our capabilities. Guxianyi also approached Yuexifang and asked in a deep voice. Yes, I know that kid, Chaowen Liang, but he doesn't have the abilities to heal the injuries on your soul. Sima Yu added. Yuexifang smiled. It's a long story. And then Yuexifang recounted the events. When they heard that Zuan actually used a dead star as a cover and inscribed a shielding rune on it, successfully deceiving the heavens and allowing Yuexifang to be resurrected, all these military ancestors present applauded and marveled. What a clever deception! Truly a display of our military strategy. Sima Yu remarked. Long Tianzong nodded in agreement. This kid is indeed extraordinary. Even the proud Guxianyi couldn't help but say, if he orchestrated all of this, there is indeed merit in supporting him. On the contrary, Zhang Lishan sneered, this kid is clever, but are you really determined to help him? Remember, this is not a game. One wrong move could endanger our entire military organization. Yu Xifang smiled, I have made up my mind. Otherwise, I wouldn't have revealed those secrets to him. As for the consequences you mentioned, a gleam of brightness appeared in Yu Xifang's eyes. Instead of continuing to decline into mediocrity, why don't we take a gamble? A gamble. The mention of that word piqued their interest. What kind of gamble? Yes, please tell us. Only the eldest among them, Yu Xweking, suddenly understood something and lowered his head in contemplation. Yu Xifang spoke calmly. I believe all of you, who have been dwelling in this shrine of ancestors, must have noticed that the art of war has been declining over the past few thousand years. Hearing this, the military ancestors fell silent. Because Yu Xifang was right. Compared to the heyday of the military, it had indeed declined significantly. Just looking at the 12 clan leaders, aside from Yu Xifang, none of them were even true saints. And in the past 1,000 years, the military had been absent from the 100 Schools Conference, indicating how far the military had declined. But what does this have to do with that kid? It has everything to do with him, because he is a member of the Hua clan. The glorious history of the Hua clan speaks for itself. So what? Eventually, didn't they end up completely defeated and expelled from the Qianhuai heaven? Zhang Lishan remarked. Yu Xifang shook his head. Not this time. Because I can clearly feel that within this young man lies the great fortune for the revival of the entire Hua clan. What? The great fortune for the revival of the Hua clan? Everyone was shocked. Are you serious? Are you joking? Of course not. I am dead serious, Yu Xifang spoke firmly. But this kid is only at the level of an immortal venerable in cultivation. Reviving the Hua clan won't be easy, right? Zhang Lishan seemed skeptical. He may not have a strong cultivation now, but do you know how long it took him to rebuild from a person with shattered foundations to his current state? How long? Just over a decade. This revelation caused a stir among the military ancestors. No way. I didn't believe it at first, but it's true. Yu Xifang said calmly. The military ancestors fell silent. They knew Yu Xifang wouldn't joke about such matters. If that's the case, this kid is truly exceptional. Zhang Lishan muttered. So I have decided to help him because in doing so, we would also be helping our military. Yu Xifang looked around. So there is something else I must tell you. What is it? Please, just say it quickly. All this beating around the bush is making me anxious. Zhang Lishan urged. Yu Xifang smiled briefly, then his expression turned serious. I have decided to break the 12 clan system and unify the entire military. The whole room fell silent, but moments later, it erupted into an uproar. At this moment, Long Tianzong floated over to Yu Xifang and patted his shoulder. Of course, due to the spiritual constitution, his patting was merely symbolic. Nevertheless, Long Tianzong's expression remained very serious. Xifang, I'm glad you have this idea. In fact, even if you didn't say it, I would have reminded you earlier. If the military families continue to split like this, it will be really dangerous. Exactly. Sima Yu floated over at this moment, looking serious. This guy, Long Tianzong, usually can't say a few words, but I very much agree with this one thing. The military families really can't afford to keep splitting like this. If another disgraceful descendant like mine appears again, the military families will truly be finished. Yes. And my descendant, if it weren't for my current power already dissipating completely, would I still need Xifang's help? I would have killed him long ago. Long Tianzong disregarded Sima Yu's provocation and continued furiously. Although they reside in this shrine of ancestors, they are aware of the events outside. Therefore, as ancestors of the Long and Sima families, they were naturally very dissatisfied with the actions of Long Yushu and Sima Changzhao. However, due to the erosion of time, their power has been completely worn out. In fact, if it wasn't for the protection of this shrine of ancestors, they wouldn't even be able to retain a bit of true spiritual energy. So when Yu Xifang exterminated Long Yushu and Sima Changzhao, these two ancestors were not angry, but instead clapped their hands in approval, feeling relieved to finally rid themselves of this burden. Facing the sincere military ancestors, Yue Shifeng was also deeply moved. He thought his proposal would meet with opposition, as his plan would lead to the extinction of many families. Yet, these ancestors were so reasonable and all expressed their support. Thus, Yue Shifeng bowed deeply to these elders. "Thank you, senior ancestors, for your support. You're welcome. We are all in this together. Besides, we are all working for the good of the military families, so there is no need to be so polite," Zhang Lishan said with a smile. "That's right, just boldly carry on. If anyone from the Gu family dares to oppose, let me know, and I will personally scold them in their dreams," Gu Xianyi said with a laugh. Everyone burst into laughter, lightening the atmosphere. At this moment, while everyone was laughing, Yue Shifeng suddenly paused and then sighed lightly. "Senior ancestors, I have some matters to attend to, so I will take my leave." "What's wrong? You came all this way. Why leave so soon? Stay a little longer and chat with us," Gu Xianyi asked in surprise. However, Yue Wakong, who had been silent all along, suddenly said, "Is Guanan leaving?" Yue Shifeng sighed lightly and nodded, yes. As soon as it involved Gu Guanan, Gu Xianyi, Zhang Lishan, and the others widened their eyes. "Why are you leaving so soon, yes? Actually, it's already surprising that she came back to help me this time. Now that she's leaving, I should at least see her off because..." Yue Shifeng didn't finish his sentence, but everyone present understood. Gu Xianyi sighed. "It's such a complicated fate. It seems that Guanan can't break free." Zhang Lishan couldn't help but ask, "Honestly, Shifeng, although you and Guanan spent a few months in the same womb, you two don't have any blood relation. Why can't you accept her?" Before he could finish his sentence, Gu Xianyi reached over and tapped his head. "Nonsense! Even if there is no blood relation, she is still Shifeng's sister. How can you taint such a pure sibling relationship with your filthy thoughts?" Zhang Lishan shrunk back, feeling embarrassed, and muttered softly, "I was just saying, in fact, isn't Qinghuan the same?" "How is Qinghuan the same? Her origins are even more mysterious than we imagine," Gu Xianyi said. "All right, that's enough." Yue Wakong suddenly interrupted her and turned to Yue Shifeng. "Stop arguing. If Guanan really has to leave, then go see her off. She has helped you so many times, and you should show your gratitude." "All right." Yue Shifeng nodded towards everyone and then left. As he walked away, Yue Wakong looked at Gu Xianyi with a serious tone. "I told you not to talk about Qinghuan's origins, didn't I?" Gu Xianyi stuck out her tongue. "Sorry, I got carried away for a moment and forgot. Don't mention it again in the future." "Okay." However, Zhang Lishan couldn't help but ask, "Yue old man, what is Qinghuan's origin that makes you keep it so secret?" Yue Wakong sighed lightly, asked what should be asked and refrained from asking what shouldn't be asked. "It's not a good thing to know too much." Saying so, Yue Wakong turned and returned to his place of rest. Watching his back, Zhang Lishan pursed his lips. If he doesn't want to say, then he doesn't have to. Why make it so mysterious? With that, he also returned to his resting place feeling disinterested. The rest of the people glanced at each other, no longer lingering, and one by one returned to their places, sinking into slumber. As this shrine of ancestors fell back into silence, in a void outside the military galaxy, two figures appeared. The two figures, one male and one female, were Yue Shifeng and Gu Guanan. "You didn't have to come to see me off," Gu Guanan whispered. Yue Shifeng sighed lightly. "Last time you left, I couldn't see you off due to physical reasons, so this time I must send you off. After all, you've done so much for me." Gu Guanan remained silent for a moment and then chuckled lightly. "Is it because of this? You really don't need to." She turned her head to look at the magnificent and brilliant military galaxy in the distance and said faintly, "I do things not for you, but for the Yue family." Yue Shifeng looked at the silver-lined profile of her face that was illuminated by the starlight, feeling somewhat speechless for a moment. It wasn't until a long time later that he slowly spoke, "Then let me thank you on behalf of the Yue family." However, as soon as he finished speaking, tears welled up in Gu Guanan's eyes and rolled down, causing him to swallow the rest of his words. "Is this what you wanted to say to me?" Yue Shifeng sounded somewhat flustered. "Okay, I got it. Thank you for your gratitude." Yue Guanan bowed slightly to him, then turned to leave. "Wait." Yue Shifeng finally shouted these 3 words. Yue Guanan stopped his steps but didn't turn back. Is there anything else the head of the Yue family wants to say? Yue Shifeng hesitated for a moment, then said, after leaving the military, where do you plan to go? I don't know, but the world is so vast, there will always be a place for me. Can I still see you in the future? See me. Yue Guanan turned around with a bitter smile. Do you think there is a need for us to meet again? Yue Shifeng fell silent once again, because the light in Yue Guanan's eyes made him afraid to look directly at him. Don't you want to say anything else? Yue Guanan gazed at Yue Shifeng and spoke softly. Take care of yourself, Yue Shifeng said reluctantly. The light in Yue Guanan's eyes dimmed quickly and finally lowered his gaze. You too, take care. With that, she decisively turned around, turning into a brilliant light and disappeared in the void before Yue Shifeng. Yue Shifeng felt as if his chest had been punched, making it hard for him to breathe. At that moment, a faint sigh came from behind him. If you want to catch up now, you can still make it. Yue Shifeng didn't even turn his head, because he knew who it was. Walked out from the darkness behind Yue Shifeng and came to his side. Yue Shifeng shook his head. Why chase after her? Instead of letting her suffer, it's better to cut off all illusions. Even though it will be painful at first, time will eventually heal all wounds. Looked at Yue Shifeng and couldn't help but say, you are really ruthless. It's not being ruthless, it's just a choice that must be made. After all, it's also my responsibility to you. Turned to look into the distance, her face not showing any joy, only pity. Then she said softly, but what's wrong with her? Is it fair for her to suffer just because she fell in love with someone she shouldn't have? This question, Yue Shifeng couldn't answer. In fact, there are probably not many people in the world who can answer this question. At least in Yan's side when she heard about it. She's such a pitiful woman. Then she laid her face on Zuan's chest and traced circles with her hand on it. What do you think, husband or Zhu? Unhugged her shoulders, leaned back in the chair, looked up at the bright stars in the sky, and remained silent for a while. Until Yan asked again, husband, what do you think, Zhu? Smiled wryly. What can I say? Sympathy or regret? Then you should at least say something. Zhuan chuckled and ruffled her hair. If I don't say anything, what can you do? Annoying, you messed up my hair again. And Yan pouted. Zhu unsmiled and remained silent because he knew Yan's temperament too well. After getting what she wanted, she would often act cute like a little cat. The two of them played and laughed for a while, ending with Yan begging for mercy. Then Zuan said lightly, actually, matters of the heart are not something that can be controlled by people. At least she has loved, that's enough, isn't it? Yan nodded, seemingly understanding. Then she suddenly remembered something. By the way, husband, where are you planning to go next? You know I'm leaving? Zuan looked at Yan in surprise. Yan smirked, of course, because only when you decide to leave will you let me appear. Zuan. Then he helplessly pinched Yan's nose. Sometimes you are really cute. Why am I being silly again? Yan pouted. You're not silly. Yan is the smartest in the world. That's enough. That's about right. Yan's anger turned to joy. Then she asked, seriously, the mastermind behind the scenes still hasn't been found. What do you plan to do next, Zhu? Smiled. Although the mastermind behind the scenes has not been found, I have gained valuable information. You mean the reason for the decline of the Hua clan back then? That's right, but I don't intend to investigate them directly now because my priority is to strengthen myself first. After all, I might be challenging someone that even sages or high-ups cannot match. When Zuan said this, there was no trace of fear in his eyes, only supreme confidence. And this self-assured aura intoxicated Yan. I believe in you, husband. You can definitely do it. But before leaving, don't you need to bid farewell to your little lover? Yan said teasingly. Little lover? Who's my little lover? Stop pretending. It's that King Huan young lady who follows you around all day with adoring eyes. Zuan couldn't help but laugh at this, but seeing Yan's jealous expression, he knew she was slightly jealous. So he said, don't talk nonsense, don't you know me? But saying goodbye is necessary, after all, she has also helped me. Yan stared at Zuan until his face looked awkward, then she chuckled, you're so scared, I'm just teasing you. Did you really think I was jealous? Zuan. But seriously, husband, when do you plan to leave? Don't I have to wait for Yue Shifeng to completely unify the military first? How long will it take to unify the military? Zhu unsmiled. Don't worry, it should be soon. As Zuan said, when Yue Shifeng bid farewell to Yue Guanan, he immediately accelerated the pace of unifying the military. Because all the initial obstacles had been cleared, things were proceeding exceptionally smoothly. Almost all the families were cooperating fully with Yue Shifeng's actions. After all, even a fool could see that unification was an unstoppable trend. Even those few who had some doubts didn't dare to speak out, because the lessons of the Long family and the Sima family were right there. If you want to oppose, you first have to consider if you have the strength to do so. In this situation, in less than 10 days, the 12 branches of the military were completely broken up and reorganized into one united force. Yue Hechang led many elders of the Yue family in a busy manner, to the point of being unable to open for negotiation at all. It should be noted that this party was the first major gathering after the reunification of the military families, and it was held at the Yue family, making its significance extraordinary. Therefore, Yue Hechang and others all put in 12-fold effort and busied themselves with everything related to the party. Despite being very tired and tedious, not a single person expressed boredom. On the contrary, everyone's faces were filled with smiles. Although their bodies were tired, their spirits were greatly satisfied. After all, this was the scene they had been dreaming of all along. In this situation, people from various major families came one after another, quickly making the Yue family lively. When the lanterns were lit, with the arrival of Yue Shifeng, the atmosphere of the banquet finally reached its climax. People from all families, regardless of any previous grievances, set aside their differences at this moment, raising their glasses in unity to welcome Yue Shifeng. Watching the bustling and lively scene, Zuan, sitting in a corner inconspicuously, smiled faintly and poured himself a cup of wine. At this moment, a fragrant breeze swept over, and the cushion on the seat beside him slightly sank down. "Why are you hiding here, drinking alone?" Yue King Huan laughed. "Nothing, I just don't particularly enjoy this kind of hustle and bustle." Zuan replied lightly. "Actually, I feel the same way. Being with those young ladies from the families is annoying." Yue King Huan lazily reclined on the chair, stretching comfortably without reservation. Although he didn't consciously look, being so close together, even the corner of his eye could catch a glimpse of her astonishing figure. Especially today, Yue King Huan wore a brand new peach-colored dress, obviously tailored by a master craftsperson, showcasing her already flawless figure perfectly. Zuan slightly turned his head in a somewhat awkward manner. This small movement could deceive others, but not Yue King Huan, as a hint of mischief flashed in her eyes, purposely leaning closer to Zuan. Zuan discreetly cleared his throat. "You sitting here alone like this may not be appropriate, right? What's wrong with it? Haven't you noticed everyone staring at you?" Zhu unsaid with a wry smile. Just as he said, when the goddess of the Yue family, Yue King Huan, sat there, almost all eyes in the room were drawn to her. After all, Yue King Huan not only had an unparalleled appearance, but also had an unbeatable brother. Even a fool could now understand that after the reunification of the military families, Yue King Huan's status would become even more prestigious. In this situation, many young men harbored their own intentions of getting close to Yue King Huan. However, unbelievably, Yue King Huan never gave them the opportunity. After accompanying her brother and exchanging a few words with the daughters of the aristocratic families, she came straight to sit next to Zuan. This naturally attracted a lot of attention. Especially when Zuan, dressed in white, and Yue King Huan sat together, they looked like a matching pair, igniting jealousy in many young men's eyes. However, the Yue family members were not surprised by this scene at all. In fact, a mysterious smile even appeared on many faces. To them, Zuan, who had healed Yue Shifeng's injury, had become like one of their own. Moreover, it was obvious to everyone the affection the third miss had for Zuan. If they really ended up together, it would be a wonderful thing. In fact, without Zuan reminding her, Yue King Huan, who could sense the goodness and malice in people's hearts, already knew that many eyes were watching her. With an indifferent smile, she said, "So what? I'll sit wherever I want to sit. Do I need their permission?" She even leaned closer to Zuan, her soft skin touching his arm. In Zuan's mind, there was a cold snort, a warning from Yan in the Fengbao Pavilion to Zuan. Zuan smiled bitterly and shifted slightly to the side. "Hey, why do I feel you're acting strange today?" Yue King Huan asked. Strange. Me? No, I'm perfectly normal today. Zuan responded. Really? Yue King Huan said meaningfully. Ju. Nodded. Yes, really. Then why are you avoiding looking at me or Zhu? Fell silent for a moment and finally said softly, because I'm leaving. As soon as these words were spoken, Yue King Huan trembled all over, her face turning unusually pale. Leaving? Yes. Actually, I planned to tell you after the banquet, but since you kept asking, I had to tell you in advance. Zuan raised his eyes and looked calmly at Yue King Huan. So consider this as my farewell to you. In fact, Yue King Huan had anticipated Zuan's departure, but she dared not think about it, or forced herself not to think about it. It was as if by doing so, the problem didn't exist. But today, when Zuan uttered the words farewell in front of her, Yue King Huan felt as if something very important shattered deep inside her heart with a crack. Is he really leaving? Does he not know his own feelings? Even though he has a family, I would still be willing. Countless confused thoughts rushed into her mind, making Yue King Huan's gaze become hazy. It was this sense of confusion mixed with a bewildered gaze that made Zuan feel like a heartless man and uncomfortable. After a long time, Yue King Huan softly said, Where do you plan to go? I don't know yet, but the world is vast. I'll travel and improve my strength. After all, you also know who I have to deal with. Zuan said quietly. Does my brother know? Not yet, but he should be well aware that I will definitely leave. But aren't you the head of the military in our Yue family, Zhu? Smiled. That was just a passing joke. After all, my surname is Zhu, not Yue. Yue King Huan looked deeply into Zuan's eyes, then lowered her head and whispered, All right, I wish you a safe journey. Thank you. Soon, silence fell between the two. Yue King Huan lowered her head, her long hair falling down to cover her face. Yet Zuan could see her slender shoulders trembling slightly. This made Zuan feel a twinge of guilt, and he sighed heavily. All gatherings must come to an end. Zuan was about to say something to comfort her, but before he could finish his sentence, Yue King Huan suddenly threw herself into his arms, tightly clutching his waist, and with a voice tinged with tears, she said. Yue Juns gave Zuan a meaningful smile with raised eyebrows and teasing eyes, simultaneously discreetly giving a thumbs up, his face filled with admiration. In his view, Zhu Zhongbing's skill in martial arts was simply incredible. To think that his cousin, the goddess recognized by the younger generation of the martial arts world, would openly embrace and flirt in front of so many people. How could that not be impressive? Under the scrutiny of many eyes, Zuan felt his hair stand on end. The anger in his mind was no trivial matter. Yet he couldn't break free directly, as doing so would further solidify his title as a jerk. So he could only force a bitter smile. All right, King Huan, release me first. There are so many people watching, it's not appropriate, Zuan softly advised. But at this moment, Yue King Huan seemed to be deliberately teasing, ignoring whatever Zuan said as he refused to let go. Cold sweat started to appear on Zuan's forehead. It was the first time he truly felt what it meant to be as uncomfortable as sitting on pins and needles. He wasn't afraid of the piercing gazes, but the anger in his mind was escalating. Just then, Yue Shifang suddenly parted the crowd and walked over. Seeing him, Zuan felt as if he had encountered a lifeline, looking at him with pleading eyes. Yue Shifang's expression was ambiguous, not paying any attention to Zuan's plea, casually strolling over and exclaiming, Oh, what are you guys doing? Hearing his brother's voice, Yue King Huan shuddered all over and instinctively let go of his grip. Seizing this chance, Zuan immediately stood up. It's nothing. We were just talking. Yue King Huan shot Zhu on a resentful look and then glared fiercely at her brother before swiftly disappearing from the spot. As she left, Zuan couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. But the next moment, Yue Shifang's words choked him back. All right, kid, daring to flirt with my sister in front of me. Quite audacious, Zhu. Felt as if 100 horses were galloping through his heart, but he couldn't bring himself to curse in front of so many people, so he could only lower his voice and ask, What do you mean? What do I mean? You were hugging and embracing my sister in front of so many people, and you still have the nerve to ask me what I mean. Yue Shifang had an amused expression, seemingly enjoying the commotion. Seeing the hint of malice in his eyes, Zuan suddenly understood. This guy clearly intended to stand up for his sister. Meanwhile, Cha Wenliang and Aoshu also stepped forward. In fact, they had witnessed everything that just happened. If it weren't for Cha Wenliang tightly holding Aoshu back, the furious dragon lady might have rushed over long ago. Even now, there was still a trace of anger on her face as she coldly stood behind Cha Wenliang, not even acknowledging Zuan. At this moment, Cha Wenliang, unusually acting as a peacemaker, said, "Ahem, in such a joyful moment, let's talk less about other matters. Here, let's have a drink." He then raised his cup, offering it to Yue Shifeng and Zuan. Naturally, Yue Shifeng, grateful for the treatment he received from the miraculous acupuncturist, took the cup with a smile. "Thank you." Zuan, eager to cover up the incident, also accepted the cup. After the three of them drank, the situation calmed down. Cha Wenliang then smiled at Yue Shifeng, saying, "Yue family head, you have many tasks today. Better go and greet the guests. I have a few words for Zuan." Yue Shifeng nodded and was about to leave. But right before he departed, he casually mentioned, "Zuan, remember to come to the back garden pavilion after the banquet. I have something to tell you as well." With that, he briskly walked away. Watching him leave, Zuan forced a bitter smile. Cha Wenliang chuckled, "Looks like he's not planning to let you off." Then, he winked at Zuan, but who wouldn't hold a grudge if someone flirted with their sister in front of so many people? As the words fell, Aoshu, who was behind them sipping fruit wine, crushed the glass in her hand and then stormed off in anger. Cha Wenliang sighed as she left. "Looks like my disciple hasn't completely given up on you." Perplexed, Zuan couldn't help but ask, "What do you have that attracts so many women to you?" Cha Wenliang looked frustrated. "In terms of appearance, we're on par. In terms of strength, you're just a minor immortal, while I am a renowned acupuncturist in most of Tianhuaitia. But why don't I have any suitors? It's truly baffling." Seeing his short stature and unimpressive appearance, Zuan suddenly didn't know what to say. After some contemplation, he spoke in a deep voice. "Why did you want to talk to me just now?" "Oh, it's nothing. Just wanted to ask if you have any time coming up." "What's up?" Zuan raised an eyebrow slightly. Cha Wenliang grinned mischievously. "Heh, it's about something good." He then leaned in with a mysterious air, lowering his voice. "Are you planning to leave right after the banquet ends?" "Yes." Zuan nodded. It wasn't a difficult secret to guess. "Do you have any plans for where to go?" "Not yet. Just planning to travel to improve my skills." "That's perfect." Cha Wenliang slapped his thigh, excitedly saying, "I have a rare and excellent opportunity that will not only help you improve your abilities, but also make you famous in Tianhuaitia." "Oh, what opportunity?" Cha Wenliang produced a jade slip from his pocket. "Do you know what this is?" "I don't." "This is an invitation I received yesterday from the Healers Union." "Healers Union?" "Exactly." Cha Wenliang proudly pointed to himself. "I am an elder of the Healers Union." Besides the sects, families, and powerful factions in Tianhuaitia, there were also numerous alliances aimed at uniting talents in various industries to facilitate information exchange. The Healers Union was the largest medical alliance in Tianhuaitia. "And then you should come with me to the Healers Union," Cha Wenliang said matter-of-factly. But Zuan shook his head. "I'm not going." Cha Wenliang was surprised. "Why not?" "Obviously, I'm not a healer, so why should I go?" "Of course, you should come with me." This guy sometimes makes people admire him very much, but sometimes he is so despicable. But he finally calmed down and said in a deep voice, "Don't worry. The reason why the Physician Alliance invited me this time is because there is an extremely important gathering. At that time, almost all the physicians and pharmacists in the Tianhuaitia will participate and conduct exchanges, which will also be a great opportunity for you. After all, if you can encounter rare and precious spiritual medicines, your cultivation will also greatly advance." Hearing Cha Wenliang say this, Zuan's gaze gradually softened. "Oh, the entire Tianhuaitian's physicians and pharmacists will participate in this big gathering. Yes, so it should be very lively." Of course, it can be said that it is one of the liveliest events in the Tianhuaitia. The key is, Cha Wenliang was about to explain in detail what would appear at this gathering and how important it was to Zhu Bian, but before he finished speaking, Zhu Bian directly interrupted him. "Okay, I'll go." Cha Wenliang did not expect Zhu Bian to agree so readily. especially since he had just said that he was too lazy to do things that weren't beneficial to him. How did his attitude change so quickly? But he did not know that Zhu Bian actually wanted to take his 2 daughters and Bian out to relax. After all, since coming to the manhwaedit, the 2 little girls and Bian had hardly come out, always staying in the symbolic treasure house in the Sea of Knowledge. Although it was to ensure their safety, Zhu Bian still felt very guilty. After all, the 2 daughters are in the playful age, and as a father, he not only failed to spend more time with them, but instead locked them in the Sea of Knowledge. This naturally made Zhu Bian feel a little guilty. So he had decided long ago that after the military matters were settled, he would take his 2 daughters out to relax. After all, no matter how urgent revenge may be, there must always be a balance between work and rest, right? And this gathering mentioned by Zhao Wenliang just happened to fit Zuin's requirements, so he decided to go. Nevertheless, after receiving Zuin's reply, Zhao Wenliang left very satisfied. Zhu Bian stayed at the banquet for a while and then left early, because he saw many young people looking at him with eager eyes. Some even moved towards him with excitement. Zhu Bian knew very well that these people were mostly admirers of Yu Quanhuan. It wouldn't be good for him to come looking for trouble. Although Zhu Bian was not afraid, in order to stay away from such troubles and to avoid misunderstandings, he quickly left the banquet hall. Watching his hurried back, these young men who tried to challenge him were also stunned. This guy runs pretty fast. As the night deepened, the noise finally subsided. The drunken people all left on their own, and the servants started to clean up the mess. The entire Yuk family also quieted down. It was in this situation that Zhu Bian stepped into the backyard flower hall. The once withered flowers revived, and the colorful petals adorned the night. In the rich aroma of flowers, Zhu Bian walked up the steps and opened the green gauze curtains, walking in. In this small and exquisite flower hall, Yuk Shifeng was sitting around the stove, with various teapots in front of him. When he heard footsteps, he didn't even look up, just said lightly, "Wait a moment, the tea will be ready soon." Zhu Bian didn't hesitate, he sat directly on the cushion opposite him. Yuk Shifeng skillfully manipulated the various teapots, but his movements always gave a sense of déjà vu. Soon, along with the pouring of hot water, a faint tea fragrance filled the air. Yuk Shifeng smiled slightly, then picked up the teapot and filled a cup of tea for Zhu Bian. The amber-colored tea was placed in the cyan tea set, exuding a unique beauty. "How does it taste?" Zhu Bian took a sip, nodded slightly, and said, "Not bad." "Really? Then let me try too." Yuk Shifeng also filled himself a cup of tea eagerly. But after tasting it, he furrowed his brows slightly and finally shook his head helplessly. "Still not right. Strange, I strictly followed your method to prepare it. Why is the taste still not right?" Indeed, all of Yuk Shifeng's techniques just now were derived from Zuin's usual tea-making skills. Even many of the small movements were the same. This was the reason for the sense of déjà vu. However, no matter how he tried to mimic it, Yuk Shifeng felt that there was a missing taste in the tea. A taste that could not be described. Zhu Bian smiled faintly. "Want to know? Then let me tell you the answer." With that, Zhu Bian casually brushed the tea table in front of him, and the tea set on top was pushed to the edge of the table and dropped. But before it hit the ground, it shattered like foam, and then quickly disappeared without a trace, as if it had never existed. This move made Yuk Shifeng's eyelids twitch slightly. As a senior figure, he knew very well what Zuin's recent move meant. It was a technique that silently destroyed matter. It may sound simple, but it actually requires a deep understanding of the laws of heaven and earth. Generally, it is only possible to achieve this level after reaching the level of a sage. But Zhu Bian had just achieved it effortlessly with his power as an immortal. This showed how amazing Zuin's talent or potential was. These thoughts flashed through Yuk Shifeng's mind. And it was at this moment that Zhu Bian flipped his wrist, and a new set of tea sets appeared on the table. Then he began to make tea methodically. Yuk Shifeng sat opposite, quietly watching, his eyes full of curiosity, because he also wanted to know where he went wrong. In the blink of an eye, the water in the kettle boiled, and Zhu Bian poured it into the teapot. In an instant, a strange fragrance wafted over. Yuk Shifeng's face showed a look of surprise, and this surprise finally reached its peak at the moment when the tea entered his mouth. "This taste," Yuk Shifeng murmured softly. Zhu Bian smiled faintly. "What's wrong with the taste? There seems to be a bit of a carefree taste in this flavor." After saying this, Yue Shifeng suddenly smiled. So that's it. Thank you. I understand now. Zhu Bian also smiled, then gently poured himself a cup of tea, took a sip, and then put it down. When you were making tea, you imitated my every move, and although you achieved a nearly perfect reproduction, you fell into mediocrity because of it. Of course not. I just spoke on impulse. Zhuan chuckled. Yue Shifeng sighed lightly. Actually, you don't need to beat around the bush to tell me your thoughts. Just tell me directly what you really think. Zhuan remained silent, just sipping his tea lightly, as if the teacup in front of him was the most lovable thing in the world. After a long time, Yue Shifeng finally felt a bit helpless. I am truly puzzled. My sister is so beautiful and exceptionally talented. Do you really have no thoughts about her? Zhu shook his head. None. If someone else said this, Yue Shifeng would definitely not believe it. But when Zhuan said it, Yue Shifeng had no choice but to believe, because he witnessed Zhu rejecting his sister's affection in front of him. Sometimes I really want to see how your heart could be so unfeeling. You should know how proud my sister is. Despite accepting the fact that you are already committed, you still unhesitatingly rejected her. Yue Shifeng couldn't find words to describe Zhuan. There is no need to see. The reason for my lack of emotions is because I already have my own beloved one. Since my heart belongs elsewhere, why should I get entangled in worldly affairs? So, I apologize, Zhuan said softly. Yue Shifeng fell silent. After a while, he sighed. No need to apologize. You haven't wronged me, and you haven't wronged my sister. She just fell in love with the wrong person. Just like you and Guanan Palm Commander Xu. Unblinked and said, successfully diverting Yue Shifeng's following lament. He glared at Zhuan. I am starting to understand Chen Wenling's evaluation of you. Oh, what evaluation? He said sometimes you are admirable, but sometimes despicable. Haha, thank you for the praise. Zhuan raised his cup and toasted Yue Shifeng. Yue Shifeng also raised his teacup. They clinked them together, and then drank. Have you seen him, Zhu? Put down his teacup and asked casually. Yes. He sure is quite talkative. Can't blame him for that. After all, the Pharmacist Alliance gathering is such a big event. I should know about it. Yue Shifeng smiled at Zhuan. Honestly, his plan is quite well thought out. Having you accompany him will provide extra protection on the way, and your understanding of souls will help him shine at the Pharmacist Alliance. Zhuan also smiled. I know all that, but I just want to witness the spectacle. Well said. Have another drink. The two of them drank another cup of tea. What did you want to talk to me about? Was it about learning tea art and probing my thoughts at the same time? Zhuan raised an eyebrow. Of course, it's not that simple. Yue Shifeng's expression became serious. Zhuan, what I said to you at the ancestral shrine still holds. Do you have any interest in joining my Yue family, Zhu? Shook his head solemnly. I'm sorry, I can't join. Although he anticipated it, a tinge of disappointment still appeared in Yue Shifeng's eyes. Well, if that's the case, then I won't force you. But I hope you won't refuse one position. The position of the Palm Commander of the Yue family. Exactly. But I've already decided to leave now. How can I take on the role of that Palm Commander, Zhu? Looked puzzled. That's not important. What matters is that as long as you are the Palm Commander of my Yue family. Zhuan looked deeply into Yue Shifeng's eyes. What are you planning? Just say it directly now. Indeed, nothing can escape your notice. Yes, there is something I need, because in 3 years, the once-in-a-century Grand Assembly of the 100 Families will be convened, and due to the division among the military families, they have been absent for over a millennium. So you want me to attend it in the capacity of the Palm Commander of the Yue family, Zhu. Uninterrupted before Yue Shifeng could finish. Exactly. Because this will be the first Grand Assembly after the unification of the military families, it is of vital importance. So, tell me your answer. Zhuan smiled. Why me? I'm just a lowly immortal venerable. My cultivation is not even worth mentioning among the strong 100 families. Because your talent and potential are unparalleled in my lifetime. Not to mention there are still 3 years before the Grand Assembly, which may not be much time for other cultivators, but could bring a world of change for you. Hey, you have so much confidence in me, Zhu. Chuckled lightly. It's not confidence in you, it's confidence in my own judgment, Zhu. Restrained his smile, then nodded solemnly at Yue Shifeng. All right, since that's the case, Then I agree, Zhu. And left. Before leaving, he left the tea set on the table for Yue Shifeng. As the flower shadow swayed in the wind, dancing in the moonlit courtyard, a graceful figure emerged from the shadows and slowly approached the table. When the moonlight shone on her face, a remarkably beautiful face was revealed. It was Yue Qinghuan. She sat down slowly, her eyes shimmering with tears. Yue Shifeng sighed. Qinghuan, you've also seen it. It's not that I don't want to speak up for you, but Zuan has made up his mind, and once he decides, it's hard to change it. Especially since this guy is very clever. I even suspect that he knew you were hiding in the corner and intentionally said those things at the beginning just for you to hear. Yue Qinghuan remained silent, gently touching the tea set on the table with a distant look in her eyes. After a long time, she nodded. All right, I understand. Ah, Qinghuan, Yue Shifeng was about to say something to console his sister. But at that moment, Yue Qinghuan suddenly looked up, her eyes shining brightly at Yue Shifeng. Brother, I want to go into seclusion. Yue Shifeng was stunned. What? Seclusion? That's right. Yue Qinghuan nodded. I plan to go into seclusion for 3 years. I will only come out when the Grand Assembly of the 100 Families is held. Countless trade routes converge here, with a huge number of merchant ships passing through every day, making this place extremely prosperous. And deep in this colorful star sea floats a faint green planet. This planet is not large, and from the outside, it appears unremarkable. But as you get closer, you will be shocked to discover that beneath its seemingly calm surface lurk countless terrifying mechanisms. Anyone who dares to trespass here will be completely cut off by a sword light that seemingly comes out of nowhere. Just now, Su Feijing witnessed with his own eyes a large meteor passing by the edge of the planet's gravity, only to be struck by a sword light. The giant rock, with a diameter of hundreds of miles, then disintegrated into nothingness at an unimaginable speed. Witnessing this scene, even Su Feijing couldn't help but feel shocked and became much more cautious in his demeanor. Who goes there? A voice rang out next to him. Su Feijing quickly stood still and respectfully said, I am Su Feijing, the eldest son of the Su family, seeking an audience with the head of the Shen family. This status as the eldest son of the Su family was enough to command respect anywhere in the realm. However, this voice remained unmoved. Where's the letter of introduction? Here. Su Feijing quickly took out the letter from his bosom and held it up with both hands. A faint sword light shot out, picking up the letter and disappearing into the void ahead. I will go in to inform them. You wait here obediently. Any unusual movements, and you will be killed without mercy, yes? Su Feijing dared not voice any objections and stood there waiting obediently. He knew very well that his status meant nothing in comparison to the being he was about to meet. The realm could be cruel, where strength and status meant everything. Even if he was usually arrogant and overbearing, he dared not show any resentment at this moment. After waiting for the time it takes to drink a cup of tea, the voice finally said, All right, go in. Remember, do not look around. Just follow this sword light. With that, a sword light appeared in front of Su Feijing, pointing straight ahead. Understood. Thank you. Su Feijing quickly expressed his gratitude and then followed the sword light's guidance. His speed was not fast because even with the guidance of the sword light, he could still sense the terrifying killing intent hidden beneath the seemingly calm surface all around him. It felt as if he was walking through a forest of swords, making every hair on his body stand on end. It wasn't until he finally passed through several barriers and entered the planet's atmosphere that Su Feijing let out a sigh of relief. What came into view was a vast continent. This continent occupied almost half of the planet's surface area, surrounded by seawater. In the center of this continent stood a towering building, shaped like a long sword. Su Feijing shuddered because with just a glance, he felt a piercing pain in his eyes. He couldn't help but be astonished. How many incredible beings were hidden within this building to unleash such a violent sword aura? Su Feijing took a deep breath, suppressed his boiling blood, and walked towards the tall building. He didn't fly because the rules of the sword aura in this realm were so powerful that, except for sword cultivators, no other cultivator could use their own cultivation. So he had to walk obediently towards the building. Though it was on foot, he reached the towering building quickly with his speed. On the plaque of the building was written 2 large characters, Sword Tower. Su Feijing trembled slightly, showing awe in his expression. because what he was facing now was a place that had almost become legendary for nearly 1,000 years, the Shen family sword tower. Suddenly, Su Feijing felt his vision blur, and the scene in front of him changed, bringing him to a vast room. In the center of the room was a high platform, with faint figures moving on top of it, too far to see clearly. Su Feijing just glanced at them and quickly lowered his head. Su Feijing, the eldest son of the Su family, greets the head of the Shen family and the elders. Speak. Why did someone from the Su family suddenly come to see me? What's the matter? A calm voice came from the platform. Though the voice lacked overt authority, it was as if an ordinary person was speaking to you. Yet, Su Feijing's heart skipped a beat, and he even felt the urge to show reverence. He knew that the speaker's cultivation was too high, and his aura too strong, causing a simple sentence to contain the laws of heaven, having an effect similar to speaking something into existence. This made Su Feijing even more awestruck, speaking shakily to the esteemed head of the Shen family. I have come today to inform you that someone possesses a piece of the Shen family sword heart. The moment he spoke, the platform erupted into commotion. What? This is impossible. Indeed, anyone who can condense the sword heart of the Shen family must have extraordinary cultivation. How could it be in someone else's possession? Amid the discussions, Su Feijing felt a presence on the platform suddenly open their eyes and stare coldly at him. This unseen pressure made his face go pale. You claim someone holds the Shen family sword heart. Is this true? Absolutely. How could I dare joke about such a matter? Check it. The voice said calmly, yes. Someone immediately responded. After a moment, they reported, Head, I've scanned with my divine sense, all Shen family disciples are here, and there's nothing abnormal. Oh, how do you explain this? The voice said teasingly. Cold sweat broke out on Su Feijing's forehead, and he stammered, what I said is true. If you don't believe me, take a look at this. Then, trembling, he opened a water-like projection, showing the image of Zhu and holding the crimson sword. The moment the image appeared, the platform erupted into excitement. It is indeed the sword heart of the Shen family. What's going on? Could there be a leakage of Shen family bloodline? Just then, a figure suddenly appeared in front of Su Feijing, looking down at him, and asked, Where did you get this projection? Su Feijing dared not meet the person's gaze, lowered his head deeply, and said in a trembling voice, I obtained it before, in the Valley of Fallen Gods. He went on to recount how he had encountered Zhu in the valley. Just now, he really scared him, especially when that figure appeared close by. The oppressive sword aura made his breath quicken. Fortunately, he had made the right bet. I wonder what reward the head of the Shen family will give me. Su Fei couldn't help but start imagining. But just then, another figure appeared in front of the water curtain, and with an excited voice said, Is it the line of the miss? Exactly, it's Jinger's line. But the aura on this sword clearly isn't her, so if I'm not mistaken, it should be her descendant bloodline. This sentence silenced the whole room, because many of the elders of the Shen family had already been plunged into endless shock. This was a shocking secret. It even involved a huge turmoil in the Shen family's past. The Mrs. Traces have finally appeared. The figure that appeared later mumbled excitedly. Then, the mist on his face dissipated, revealing an old face, but on this old face were a pair of dazzling eyes. At that moment, these eyes were filled with complex emotions. There was joy, gratitude, and awe. But gradually, these emotions dissipated and turned into overwhelming anger. Someone dares to possess the Shen family sword heart and use it as a weapon, even if it is the descendant bloodline of an exile. It cannot be forgiven. Exactly. This matter must be investigated thoroughly. Otherwise, if he wakes up from seclusion and finds out about this, when mentioning him, even the head of the family had a hint of awe in his voice. The other elders in the room were no exception. The old man said solemnly, No time to waste. In 3 years, there will be the 100 families gathering, and by then the second young master will definitely come out of seclusion. If we haven't investigated this thoroughly by then, no one will be able to bear the consequences. So, the old man pondered for a moment and waved a sword light. In an instant, another person appeared in the room. He was young, dressed in black, with a stern face and eyes full of chilling intent. The young man bowed respectfully. Shen Gaoj, bring this person back and investigate the sword heart he holds. Yes. Shen Gaoj responded without hesitation. Then the head of the family turned to Su Fei, who was stunned. Su Daxiao, I need your help in this matter. Here is a small token of gratitude. With these words, a jade token fell into Su Fei's hand. Su Fei showed excitement on his face. Although he didn't examine it closely, just by feeling the powerful aura emanating from the jade token, he knew it was a treasure. I personally refined this jade token. It contains a strand of my sword intent. You can use it for self-protection in times of danger. Hearing this, Su Fei was so excited that he almost fainted. This was the head of the Shen family. How precious was a jade token containing his sword intent? Just as he was overjoyed, the elder said softly, "But I also need Su Daxiao to follow Gaoch to find out about this person, as you have seen him before. Do you have the time?" "Yes, yes, yes." Su Fei nodded vigorously. "Good." The head of the Shen family smiled and then pointed towards the water curtain. Ripples appeared on the water curtain, but the light in his eyes grew brighter. After a moment, the water curtain shattered, and a faint shadow appeared at his fingertip. The head of the Shen family's expression turned solemn. He swallowed the faint shadow and began to meditate with closed eyes. As he meditated, the sword aura surrounding him began to boil. Suddenly, he opened his eyes abruptly and pointed into the void. Based on that aura, this person should be there now. With his words, a large star map appeared under his fingertip, and the head of the Shen family's finger landed on a point. There was a murmuring in the room. The blurry figure on the side sneered. "It's the location of the Alchemist Alliance. It seems this guy is quite good at stirring up trouble. He actually went there." The news of the Alchemist Alliance holding a meeting was well known, so to the Shen family members, it wasn't surprising that he went there. "Shen Gaoch, any objections?" The head of the Shen family said coldly. "None." "Then go. I need to know the truth as soon as possible." "Yes." Shortly after, a brilliant sword light cut through the sky and headed towards the Alchemist Alliance. At the same time, Zuan and Cha Wenliang and Aoshu had just arrived at the location of the Alchemist Alliance. The headquarters of the Alchemist Alliance was a star system, not as large as the military star system, but still quite impressive. After all, in terms of wealth, there were few forces in the outer world that could compare to the Alchemist Alliance. At this busy moment, the star system of the Alchemist Alliance was bustling with people, and it was 10 times more lively than usual. "What do you think? It's bustling, right?" Cha Wenliang said proudly. Zuan looked at the crowded star roads in the distance and smiled without saying a word. On the day after the Yue family celebration banquet, he bid farewell to the Yue family and set off on a journey to the Alchemist Alliance with Cha Wenliang. Today, they finally arrived here, and Zuan remained calm. On the other hand, Aoshu was excitedly looking around. "Master, are all these people here for the Alchemist Alliance meeting?" "Of course. You should know that the Alchemist Alliance's meetings are not held often, and the timing is irregular. Sometimes, there won't be one for over 100 years, and this one has been 300 years since the last. So when the news spread, it naturally set off a frenzy in the outer world." "Wow, that sounds exciting!" Aoshu exclaimed. "Where are we going now?" "We need to find a place to stay first. After all, the official start of the meeting is still a few days away. You can wander around freely for now, but after the official start, I'll have to report to the Alchemist Alliance, and then we won't be as free." Aoshu naturally had no objections. As for Zuan, he was gazing at the bustling void, lost in thought. Slightly higher grade shops floated in the sky, forming a spectacular scenery. Even Chen Wenliang couldn't help but be slightly surprised when he saw this scene. This year's gathering is obviously much livelier than in previous years. Aoshu's eyes sparkled with excitement. After all, a woman's nature is to love shopping, regardless of race or age, almost without exception. "Master, let's quickly find a place to stay, and then go shopping properly." Showing rare gentleness towards his precious disciple, Chen Wenliang nodded with a smile and said, "All right." In fact, almost all the inns on the planet were already full, but this did not deter Chen Wenliang, a senior member of the Pharmacists Alliance. He took out a jade card, handed it to the innkeeper of a guest house, and then they smoothly checked in. After settling in, Aoshu couldn't wait and said to Zuan, "Njij, quickly let Yanjiji bring the 2 little girls out. It's a lively time outside. Let's go out together." In fact, without Rashu saying, Zuan also planned to give the 2 little girls a few days off to relax. Zuin opened the symbol charm in his sea of knowledge, and soon, Anyan came out with the two little girls. "Daddy, Gigi Aoshu." The two little girls sweetly called out. In fact, Aoshu called both Zuan and Anyan Gij and Gigi, so they should call her aunt. But Aoshu refused, feeling that being called aunt would mean she was getting old. It's unclear why, as a member of the Dragon Clan with a long lifespan, she was so afraid of being called old. "Oh, the two little beauties are even prettier." Saying this, Aoshu smilingly pinched the cheeks of the two girls. The three of them quickly became playful, then happily walked into the marketplace. Although the official gathering had not begun yet, the liveliness here was evident. The market stalls were lined up one after another, offering a variety of goods. Medicinal herbs, elixirs, manuals, jade slips, weapons. There were even treasure maps. Of course, in addition to these more serious goods, there were many quirky and lovely trinkets that girls liked. Seeing these, the two little girls found it hard to walk. "Daddy, this one is so cute. Daddy, I want this one. Daddy." Regardless of what the two little girls said, Zuan's response was always one word: buy. Under this buying spree, it soon became evening. As the lights of the shops occupying the entire sky lit up, the excitement on the planet reached its peak. "Are you hungry, Zu?" An asked. The two little girls nodded in unison. "Yes, we're very hungry." "Come on, let Daddy take you to eat, okay?" Since he was taking his two daughters out to eat, it had to be a proper meal. Zuin led the group to fly up into the sky. The shops in the sky were also divided into grades, with the higher-end ones located in higher positions. Therefore, Zuin directly led his family to the highest place. Here, apart from a few shops selling high-grade herbs and elixirs, a prominent restaurant stood out. It was currently mealtime, and the restaurant was brightly lit, bustling with activity. Despite the distance, the rich aroma coming from inside could still be smelled. As they approached, they saw a signboard hanging above the restaurant with three big characters written on it: Medicinal Cuisine Hall. "Let's taste it here today," Zuin said as he took steps towards the restaurant. As they entered, a waiter warmly greeted them. "Are you here for a meal, Zu?" Un nodded, his gaze scanning the first floor hall. It was crowded with guests chatting loudly, creating a noisy atmosphere. "Is there a private room available?" "There is, but..." Before the waiter could finish speaking, Zuin directly said, "Then lead us to a private room. It's too chaotic here." With that, he casually tossed a spirit crystal. The waiter caught it and, after a brief consideration, a more enthusiastic smile appeared on his face. "Certainly. Please follow me." Saying so, he turned and loudly shouted upstairs, 5 VIPs to the second floor. Zu An and his party ascended the stairs to the upper floor. As they climbed the stairs, in a corner of the first floor hall, several pairs of cold gaze were fixed on their backs. "Boss, this kid is quite generous. He seems to be a fat sheep," a man with a scar on his face whispered. "And he's only at the immortal sovereign level," a pockmarked man chimed in. On the side, a handsome man with pale complexion but dark circles around his eyes licked his lips, wearing a sinister smile. "Those two young girls look pretty good, especially by the fat sheep's side. She's definitely a top-tier beauty." "Really? I don't think they look that great," the scar-faced man said, puzzled. "You know nothing. These two young ladies have obviously used concealment techniques on their true faces, so they naturally don't look that great." The man with dark circles sneered. "Then how did you figure it out?" "Nonsense. Could these trivial tricks puzzle someone as experienced as myself? Although their faces are hidden by spales, their figures are not. Based on their graceful bodies and the tender skin that seems like it could squeeze out water, I can tell that these two are absolute beauties." With that, the man with dark circles showed a greedy expression and turned to the man who had been silent all along. After listening to his subordinates, this man, referred to as the boss, though not very old, had delicate features, but his expression was very gloomy, especially his eyes, which were like wild beasts ready to prey, making people dare not look directly at him. After hearing the remarks, the man grinned. "Then let's do it. Since we just arrived here recently, and our funds are tight, since this brother is so generous, we can borrow some money from him to spend." The scarred man and pockmarked man became excited. "Right. It's his good fortune that we can borrow money from him." The man with dark circles licked his lips and gave a sinister laugh. "Besides borrowing money, I want to borrow these two young ladies for a few days. Count me in. Me too. Then, these men burst into an unpleasant laughter. At the same time, in the private room on the second floor, Zuin suddenly frowned. Yan looked at the steaming medicinal feast on the table somewhat strangely. How could there be sand in this high-grade meal specifically for practitioners? I'm full. You guys eat. I'll go for a walk first. With that, Zuin stood up and headed towards the exit. Yan stood up to follow, but Zuin gently shook her head at her. Yan understood, and then sat back down. As for the two maidens and Roshu, they were busy devouring the medicinal feast on the table, not paying attention to any of this. Zuin walked out of the private room, and the attendant waiting outside immediately welcomed him. May I help you, sir? Oh, nothing much. I'm just full and want to take a stroll. With that, Zuin casually tossed a spirit crystal towards the attendant. I may come back later. Take good care of the people inside. Serve them whatever they want, understand? Yes, sir, I understand. You can rest assured, I will serve the young ladies well. The attendant nodded and bowed, a happy expression on his face. After all, the two spirit crystals Zuin gave him today were equivalent to his usual month's income. Zuin nodded. By the way, if there are any unwanted individuals who want to enter the private room, the attendant immediately solemnly said, you can rest assured, sir, our medicinal feast shop is not an ordinary place. No one dares to disobey the rules here. Zuin smiled. That's good. With that, he turned and walked downstairs. At the same time, when his figure reappeared in the lobby on the first floor, the men in the corner glanced at each other, excitement evident on their faces. However, the leader shook his head lightly, then pointed to the signboard outside, signaling them to be patient. They reluctantly suppressed their thoughts and prepared to wait for the right moment. Little did they know the opportunity would come so soon. They saw Zuin casually passing through the first floor lobby and heading outside. Seeing this scene, the men were delighted and immediately followed him, but were stopped at the door. Sorry, gentlemen, you haven't settled the bill yet. A burly attendant chuckled. The leader snorted contemptuously, then tossed several scattered spirit crystals. The attendant weighed them in his hand, a smirk on his face, then stepped aside. The men rushed out, but after the delay, there was no trace of Zuan's figure. They were all somewhat annoyed. Just then, Scarface pointed to the ground beneath his feet. Is that the kid? Everyone looked in that direction. Indeed, there was a figure in white walking in the distance on the ground. Scarface grinned. Good. This kid, wandering around at the gathering, serves him right. The group landed on the ground. In the midst of the crowd in the distance, Zuin was leisurely strolling around. He would look at the stalls on the left, then glance at the goods on the right, exuding an air of leisure. Despite their desire to act, these men had to control themselves and silently follow behind. Soon, Zuin had leisurely explored half the street, and it seemed like he wanted to continue walking. Scarface finally couldn't hold back anymore. Boss, how long do we need to follow this kid? I say we should grab him now and bind him to a secluded place. After a few punishments, he'll surely spill the beans. Right, seeing how this kid looks like a pussball, a little scare should make him talk. Scarface added. But the boss was still hesitant. Despite confirming Zuan's cultivation level as an immortal emperor through their tracking, an inexplicable shadow lingered in his heart, foreboding something ominous. As he hesitated, Zuin seemed to sense they were being followed. His pace quickened. In a blink of an eye, he had left the bustling market and arrived at a desolate place. Seeing this, the followers were thrilled and relaxed their guard, hastening to catch up. In no time, they closed in on Zuan. The boss sneered. Kid, if you want to live, I advise you not to run any further. Zuin obediently slowed his pace and eventually stopped in front of an abandoned city wall, turning to face them. Are you following me? He asked. Obviously, who else would we be following if not you? Scarface sneered. Kid, we've just arrived here and are a bit short on funds. We thought to borrow some money from you. What do you say? Scarface said. Fear appeared on Zuan's face. How much do you want to borrow? It depends on how much you have. The more, the better. Emboldened by Zuan's apparent fear, Scarface's arrogance grew, raising his voice. I don't have much, just a few tens of thousands of premium spirit crystals. Zuan said shakily. How much did you say? The boss exclaimed. Just a few tens of thousands, Scarface, Snake Eyes, and the so-called boss exchanged glances, all seeing the excitement in each other's eyes. This was a huge fortune. Even a typical small sect wouldn't possess such a large amount of crystal. This kid was truly a fat lamb, revealing everything without physical coercion. So the four men settled down. The boss took a step forward, his face full of false smiles. "Friend, since you have tens of thousands of spirit crystals, why not lend them all to us? Rest assured, we will surely not mistreat you." "Is there interest, huh? What did you say?" "I said, is there interest, Zoo?" And blinked and asked. Yes, of course. How much interest do you want?" The boss agreed repeatedly, inwardly sneering. What a foolish fellow, thinking about interest at this point. Zuin smiled awkwardly and said, "Actually, my interest isn't high." As soon as these words were spoken, the few individuals couldn't help but turn pale with anger. Damn it, daring to speak such arrogant words, really seeking death. The leader angrily shouted. Although saying so, he quickly retreated backwards and signaled to his subordinates with his eyes. These subordinates acted upon the signal and started to consecutively strike towards Zuan with their palms. Boom! 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 With each loud bang, fierce palm forces directly headed towards Zuan. The key was that these palm forces connected with each other, blocking all possible retreat paths for Zuan and trapping him firmly. Faced with this evidently well-practiced coordinated attack, Zuan remained unfazed, not even changing the faint smile at the corner of his mouth. Scarface, pockmarked face, and circle-eyed man all showed a cold smile upon seeing this. Faced with the coordinated attack of their three, this kid still dares to be arrogant, truly seeking death. But just then, Zuin slowly raised a single palm and pushed it forward. In an instant, it was as if a fierce wind had swept through, directly pushing back all the palm forces coming towards him. Not only that, under the forceful power, these three were also shaken and sent flying out, only managing to stabilize after stepping back several dozen steps. Witnessing this scene, the leader's expression suddenly changed, and then he roared sharply. "Use your full strength! Use your ultimate moves!" With the command given, these three immediately dispersed their positions and surrounded Zuin in the center. Zuin slowly lowered the raised palm, slightly raised his eyebrows, and smirked slightly, saying, "Ultimate moves. Based on what you guys have, can you really come up with any ultimate moves?" Scarface grunted. The previous strike may not have hurt him, but it made his blood boil. Therefore, upon hearing Zuan's question, he sneered. "Kid, never thought you had such strength. We underestimated you guys, but do you really think you can win against us like this? You're too naive. Oh, so you still have more tricks up your sleeve," Zuin said lightly. "Of course." Scarface raised his head, looking proud, with a glint in his eyes. It was at this moment that Pockmarked Face and Circle-Eyed Man had quietly positioned themselves not far behind Zuan. "Attack!" Scarface suddenly shouted. The three raised their hands simultaneously, and then a white fog rose in the arena. The fog spread rapidly, almost instantly merging together, enveloping Zuin completely. The three swiftly retreated as if the white fog was an extremely terrifying existence, avoiding any contact. Once they reached a safe zone, they took a deep breath and a smirk appeared on their faces. "Kid, no matter how powerful you are, so what? This is the dreadful calming powder concocted personally by the Venom Master. Anyone below a saint level who comes into contact with it will be left weak and defenseless, losing all their fighting ability. You, a mere immortal prince, using such a treasure, we are already giving you respect." Scarface sneered. The leader's face turned somewhat grim, and suddenly he turned around and gave Scarface a hard slap. Crack! Scarface was bewildered by the slap, holding his face, asking, "Leader, why did you hit me?" "I hit you because, don't you know how expensive this dreadful calming powder is? Using so much on this kid. What if it's not enough when we need to act later?" The leader said with frustration. Scarface, feeling wronged, covered his face and dared not speak. Pockmarked Face smiled and tried to comfort, "Brother, don't be angry. This kid is quite rich. Just using a bit of dreadful calming powder, we can still make a profit. Right, let's act quickly. First clean up the wealth on this kid, then go back to the medicine shop and capture those two beautiful women. That's the main business." When mentioning the two beautiful women, Circle-Eyed Man's face was full of excitement and anticipation. Hearing this, the leader's anger subsided a bit. Then he said coldly, "Don't make this a habit. You guys are not allowed to waste like this again in the future." "Yes." The three responded in unison. However, Scarface couldn't help but secretly mutter to himself, "This leader is really stingy." Just as the stingy leader was about to dispel the dreadful calming powder and capture Zuan, suddenly, within the white sea of dreadful calming powder, a mighty force shot up into the sky, shattering all the powder into basic particles in an instant. This sudden change shocked everyone present. And just as they were all stunned, a brilliant sword light slashed out. Thud! 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 After three muffled sounds, the heads of Scarface, Pockmarked Face, and Circle-Eyed Man fell off. Blood spurted out, splashing the nearby leader, who dared not move a muscle. Because at that moment, a hand even more slender and graceful than a woman's had already grabbed his throat. He had no doubt that if he made the slightest movement, that hand would mercilessly snap his neck. Thus, he stood stiff, watching the young man with a clear and cold face in front of him. Thinking of forcing a smile, he realized he couldn't. "Now, I ask and you answer. If your answer satisfies me, I will give you a quick death. Otherwise, I will make you suffer endless pain until your soul and body are destroyed. Understand?" Zuan said coldly. Along with his words, a light involuntarily floated out from the bodies of Scarface, Pockmarked Face, and Circle-Eyed Man. The leader's eyes showed a tinge of horror, as that light was their souls. What is happening? Why were they not leaving after their bodies were destroyed, but captured by this youth? While he was puzzled, a hint of white flame suddenly appeared between Zuan's eyebrows. A somewhat pure white flame. Upon emerging, the flame split into three strands, then directly entered the three souls. No sound, because souls couldn't make sounds. However, despite that, the leader could vividly feel the intense pain his three subordinates were enduring. Their souls had twisted into shapes of pretzels, completely unrecognizable. No matter how they struggled and twisted, they couldn't stop the flame from burning within their souls. Gradually, their souls started to become transparent, and then, flames spewed out from their 5 and 7 orifices. This horrific sight made the stingy leader tremble all over, and his heart was filled with infinite awe towards Zuan. The overlapping of these three identities elevated Zuan's position infinitely in his mind. Could it be? Is he a practitioner of the three cultivation paths of sword, body, and fire? This idea shocked him to the core, wiping out any trace of luck, making Zuan's subsequent questions go smoothly. "What is your name?" In response to the master, "This one is named Tang Long Tao. What do you all usually do?" "We make a living by plundering and robbing homes," Zhu. And sneered, "Is that all?" Tang Long Tao trembled all over. His face turned pale as he said, Sometimes we also kill a few people." "Is it just killing a few people, Zhu?" And pointed to the man still enduring the pain of fiery soul refinement. "He alone carries the restless souls of at least thousands of young girls. Do you call that just killing a few people?" Tang Long Tao opened his mouth, but was speechless. "Speak up. Why did you come here?" "Naturally, we came to attend a gathering." Before his words faded, a wisp of flame rose from Tang Long Tao's left-hand fingertip, quickly spreading, and wherever it passed, bones turned to ashes. Not just the body, even the left hand on his soul disappeared. The excruciating pain made Tang Long Tao let out a scream like a slaughtered pig. Zuan coldly watched, his tone icy. "Do you believe that if you dare to lie to me again, this flame will gradually burn you into nothingness, both physically and spiritually, causing you double agony? Mercy, mercy, master, I will tell you everything. I will tell you everything." Tang Long Tao begged frantically. The flame then stopped at his shoulder. "Speak. What do scoundrels like you intend to do at this gathering?" Tang Long Tao was sweating profusely. "In return, we were bribed by someone to ambush and kill a person here, then take what's on their body." "Oh. Who are you supposed to ambush? And who bribed you?" "The person who bribed us, we don't actually know. Just 10 days ago, a man in black suddenly appeared at our door and paid us handsomely to ambush a woman named Lu Yingxi at this gathering, and bring back something from her, and as long as we accomplish this, he will reward us handsomely." "That's why you came, Uzu?" Unasked, yes. Hey, scoundrels like you easily break promises. Isn't the normal course of action to take the payment and then deny any involvement? Zhu. And sneered. Tang Longtao looked embarrassed. We did consider it, but the man offered a high price after the job, and also told us that he only wanted what the woman carried with her. Everything else would be ours. Lu Yingxi seemed to be carrying valuable goods, so we were tempted. Do you know what the item you're looking for is? Don't know, but according to the man in black, it should be something like armor. Armor. Zuan's mind stirred, showing a pensive look. Seeing this, Tang Longtao hastily begged, "Master, I didn't mean to provoke you deliberately. It's all my men's fault. They have received their due punishment now. And I've lost an arm. So, Master, you have the final say. Please spare my life. I promise to repent and never do bad things again." After speaking, Tang Longtao cautiously watched Zuan. Zuan snapped out of his contemplation. "Spare you? It's not impossible. But I want to know all the information about the woman named Lu Yingxi, including her appearance and when she arrived here. Tell me everything, and I can consider sparing your life." Yes, I will provide you with all that information, but... Zuan raised his eyebrows slightly. But what? Tang Longtao gritted his teeth. But I fear that after you know all the information, you will kill me. Zuan chuckled. Are you trying to bargain with me? Of course not. But to stay alive, I have no choice but to do so. Tang Longtao said firmly. Su coldly stared at him. And are you not afraid that I could extract the needed information directly from your soul? I'm not afraid because I've already sealed all the information with a mental secret technique. Unless I agree to unlock it, even if you kill me, you won't get any useful information. Tang Longtao said confidently. In that case, I think we should sit down and have a peaceful conversation. As long as you spare me, I will tell you all the information you want to know. How about that? Tang Longtao looked self-assuredly at Zuan. Zuan's gaze gradually chilled. So, you think I have no other choice, Zuan said. Tang Longtao smirked and remained silent, but his attitude revealed everything. Too bad, you've guessed wrong. I, Zuan, have never been threatened by anyone. With that, Zuan exerted force in his palm, completely disregarding Tang Longtao's terrified expression, and snapped his neck. The head drooped weakly. But it was far from over. Extended a finger and directly inserted it into Tang Longtao's forehead. Blood splattered out. Then Zuan forcibly dug out a small light ball from his brow. It was Tang Longtao's soul sea. At this moment, within this light ball, a miniature Tang Longtao was screaming frantically. Kid, don't push it. If I spare you now, it's still okay. Otherwise, I will destroy all the information. As the screaming continued, a vague mist appeared on the light ball, encompassing all the memories about this matter. However, Zuan just coldly smiled. Do you think this can stop me? You're too naive. With that, a grand and majestic divine consciousness burst out of Zuan's brow and instantly enveloped the mist. Seeing this massive seemingly heavenly divine consciousness, Tang Longtao, who was previously shouting, fell silent instantly, staring blankly at the scene, muttering softly. How is this possible? How can he have such a powerful divine consciousness? Could it be? He cultivates the four paths of sword, body, fire, and divine simultaneously. No, that's impossible. Valued guests dining, please do not disturb. Seeing this scene, Zuan couldn't help but smile. Although he knew that the waiter at this restaurant was putting so much effort into his work because of the 2 high-grade spirit crystals, he liked dealing with people like him. After all, sometimes, being able to get things done with money was already a rare quality. At the same time, the waiter also saw Zuan approaching and his eyes lit up. Then he jogged over to greet him. Sir, you're back. I've been guarding the front door. No one has disturbed the 2 ladies' meal. In his view, Yan and Aoshu were clearly dear to this young man, so he was very attentive. Zuan naturally didn't explain to him, just smiled faintly and said, You're thoughtful. As he spoke, he casually threw 2 spirit crystals over. When the waiter received the crystals, he could tell the quality of these 2 at a glance, and couldn't help showing a pleasantly surprised look. Sir, you are too kind. The reward you gave earlier was already more than enough. These, take it. You've worked hard. This is a reward for you. Zuan said casually. It's not hard work. It's what I should do. The waiter's smile was about to overflow, nodding vigorously. Please come inside, sir. Zuan nodded and walked towards the private room. Meanwhile, After finishing a whole table of dishes, the two little maids and Rashu, finally satisfied, leaned back in their chairs. "Wow, so full." Nyan patted her round belly and whispered. Xiong didn't speak. Her mouth was full of various dishes, causing her round face to struggle to chew. The appearance was just like a little hamster. Suddenly, Nyan seemed to have discovered something and got up abruptly. "Mom, where did Dad go?" "Yeah, where did Dad go?" Xiong quickly swallowed the food in her mouth, looking puzzled. Just then, a light laughter came from outside the door. "You two, just notice now that I'm gone?" With those words, Zuin entered the private room. "Dad, where did you go? How come you disappeared while we were eating?" Nyan and Xiong asked in unison. Although Rashu didn't speak, her eyes were full of doubt. Ju unsmiled, then flipped his wrist, and a large package appeared in his hand. When he opened it on the table, it was filled with all kinds of novel trinkets. The two little maids cheered and immediately swooped in. "Do you like them, Zhu?" An asked with a smile. Yes. The two little maids picked up one thing after another, excitedly not raising their heads. At the same time, Zuin also brought some small accessories that girls liked to Rashu, who was naturally thrilled. The three girls gathered together, chatting and laughing. With a smile, Zuin returned to his seat and handed a small gift to Yan. Yan, however, didn't pay attention to the gift. She took a deep look at Zuan, and then whispered, "Honey, where did you go just now?" "Nothing. Went for a walk and bought some things for all of you," Zuan said, looking at the two daughters playing. Seeing Zuan's profile, Yan wanted to say something, but in the end, she held back, because she sensed a faint hint of blood on Zuan. It was a very faint scent of blood. Only someone extremely familiar with Zuan would notice it, others wouldn't. Despite this, Yan didn't ask anything, as she knew that Zuan must have his reasons for not mentioning it. So she just smiled and didn't say anything more. After the two little maids had enough fun, the group left the restaurant and returned to the inn where they were staying. Surprisingly, Wen Liang was not in the inn. However, no one paid much attention, knowing that this was the territory of the Pharmacists' Alliance, and as a senior member of the Alliance, he might have gone to meet his old friends. After a long journey and a full day of shopping, when they returned, the two little maids and Rashu went to their rooms to rest early. This time, Yan did not ask Nyan and Xiong to go back to Fubao Zilu, but let them sleep in the same room as Rashu. After they fell asleep, Zuan and Yan also returned to their room. After chatting for a while about everyday matters, Yan's voice grew softer and she fell into a deep sleep. Zuan turned off the lights in the room but didn't go to bed. Instead, he sat quietly by the window. This inn's location was already good, and because of Wenliang's status, the three rooms reserved by their group were the top suites in the inn, providing a view of the bustling market in the distance. At this moment, the noise and hustle of the market could be faintly heard from far away, contrasting the quietness inside the room. Zhu sat in silence, the light from outside shining through the specially made glass window onto half of his face leaning against the window. The other half of his face was hidden in darkness, making his eyes look deep and mysterious. After a long time, as the starlight faded and the lamps were about to extinguish, Yan, lying on the bed, had already started to snore sweetly. At this moment, Zuan suddenly raised his eyes, a gleam of light flashed in them, and then he disappeared from the window. After he left, a moment later, Yan on the bed slowly opened her eyes and let out a soft sigh. Meanwhile, in a remote and desolate place far from the market, two figures stumbled out of the darkness and nearly collapsed on the ground, seemingly exhausted. "Miss, are you okay?" One of the figures, an elderly woman in her 60s or 70s with white hair, struggled to get up and asked with great concern. The one they called Miss was a young woman of marriageable age who shook her head palely. "Auntie, I'm fine." The elderly woman heard this and became even more anxious. "Miss, I owe the Liu family greatly for my survival up to this point. How can I stand by and watch the Liu family's lineage come to an end? Listen to me. Leave quickly. Otherwise, when the pursuers arrive, it will be too late." As she spoke, blood began to seep out frantically between her chest and abdomen, staining the young girl with a blink of an eye. The young girl was terrified, and when she opened the clothes to look, she saw a huge wound piercing through the elderly woman's chest, even able to see a faint light coming through from the back. The young girl began to tremble all over, Granny, your wound. At that time, I was caught off guard and ambushed by that boy. Miss, listen to me. Leave quickly. I will hold off those pursuers. This is your only way out. The elderly woman urged anxiously. But at that moment, the wrinkles on her face became more pronounced, and in the blink of an eye, she aged several more years. Tears fell from the eyes of the young girl, but her voice was firm. No, I won't leave. If I leave, you will surely die too. Miss, why are you so foolish? Even if you stay, do you think I can survive? The elderly woman smiled bitterly. The young girl trembled all over. How could this be? That blow shattered my soul at that time, but I managed to heal it using secret techniques to survive until now. So whether you leave or not, I am already doomed. With that, the tone of the elderly woman also became somewhat choked up. Miss, rather than us waiting here to die together, you might as well make a desperate run for it. At least there will be a glimmer of hope to clear the grievances of the Liu family. The young girl's face was as pale as a sheet of paper, trembling uncontrollably all over. But, there's no more ifs, miss. Can you bear to let the old man and the others sacrifice in vain? The elderly woman shouted. The young girl finally decided, then knelt on the ground with tears streaming down her face. Granny, I will leave. Go, if we are fated, we will meet again in the next life. The elderly woman said with a light laugh. The young girl clenched her teeth and then turned abruptly, running into the darkness, because she was afraid of crying out loud. Watching her back, the elderly woman's gaze gradually softened, murmuring softly, Lu Ngong, I, Wu grandmother, am not an ungrateful person. Now, I have repaid this life to you. With that, she struggled to sit up, tidied her disheveled hair behind her head into a small bun. Then she took a deep breath, and with each breath, the wound on her chest and abdomen that was bleeding rapidly began to heal. When she raised her head again, she seemed to be shining, stood up suddenly, and walked briskly forward. After walking for a few miles, feeling that the young lady should have gone far away, she stopped and then stamped her foot suddenly. Boom! The ground within hundreds of yards trembled, and along with it, so did the starry sky above her head. It was because of a resolute momentum rising to the sky, shaking the starry sky. And when the momentum appeared, in just an instant, dozens of figures rushed from the distant horizon. These figures came from all sides and quickly arrived in front of the elderly woman. Is it just you, Wu Ruyun? Where is Liu Yingxi? A leading elderly man shouted sternly. Wu Ruyun sneered a few times and glanced at the old man. Can a sellout like you address the miss directly? The old man's face turned red, his momentum also stagnated. Enough nonsense, quickly tell us where you've hidden Liu Yingxi and the things. Or today you will die without a burial ground. The people behind the old man began to clamor. That's right. If you tell us, we can give you a quick death, otherwise, we will make you taste the most painful and miserable death. Amid the shouting, Wu Ruyun burst into laughter. You're all just a bunch of lackeys, and you dare to threaten me, the lady. Let me tell you the truth. Miss has long been rescued by a certain expert. When she returns, it will be time for you to pay your dues. The crowd began to stir. The expression on the leader's face became even more unpleasant. Just then, a cold laugh came from the distant sky. The madwoman is really shameless. Who do you think this is? With that, a golden light streaked across the sky, revealing the figure within. It was a sullen-faced young man, and in his hands, held captive, was none other than Liu Yingxi, who had just left. At the sight, Wu Ruyun's face changed drastically, exclaiming, Miss. But Liu Yingxi could not say a word at this moment, just silently shedding tears towards Wu Ruyun. What have you done to the miss? Wu Ruyun angrily shouted at the young man. What can I do? I just blocked her voice pulse for the time being. But if you don't tell us where the thing is next, she suffer more than just the loss of her voice pulse. The young man sneered. Wu Ruyun's expression changed rapidly, and she finally said in a deep voice, where the thing is. How would I know? Before she could finish her sentence, the young man impatiently interrupted her. Fine, it seems you don't intend to speak, so please enjoy what's to come. With that, he ran a finger across Liu Yingxi's delicate cheek. It's a pity to see this beautiful face go to waste. With those words, a gleaming dagger appeared in the young man's hand. Just wondering how beautiful this face will be if the skin is peeled off layer by layer. Fear appeared in Liu Yingxi's eyes. In fact, There are few girls who cannot be terrified when they hear such words. Wu Ruyun was overcome with anger. Don't touch the miss. I'll talk. I'll tell you everything. Oh, is that so? Then tell me now. Where is the thing? The young man stopped the dagger in his hand and said coldly, "The thing is hidden in a place only I know, but you have to release miss before I can tell you." Wu Ruyun replied urgently. As he spoke, Wu Ruyun sent out a divine thought. When the young man received the divine thought, a gleam appeared in his eyes, and then he said in a deep voice to the person behind him, "Go check it out." Yes. The old man led a few people to carry out the command, while the young man looked coldly at Liu Yingxi in front of him. Time passed by second. In just the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, the old man returned excitedly with a blue jade slip in his hand. Reporting to the master, "We have indeed found the item based on the coordinates." The old man respectfully handed over the blue jade slip in his hand, and the young man took it, examined it carefully for a moment, and a smile appeared on his face. Because the ancient character Lu was engraved on the jade slip, indicating that it was used to store something important. It was likely that the item he had been desperately searching for was inside. Suppressing his excitement, he released his divine thought to try to open the jade slip. However, to his surprise, he failed. His divine thought was strongly repelled after entering the blue jade slip. The young man was stunned, then he increased the intensity of his divine thought, but still failed. He didn't dare to increase the intensity of his divine thought anymore, as it was clear that the jade slip was not so simple and contained a self-destruct program. If he were to force his way in, he might end up with nothing. Realizing this, the young man's expression instantly became grim. He coldly looked at Wu Ruyun on the ground. "What's going on? Why can't this jade slip be opened?" Wu Ruyun sneered. "Of course, it can't be opened because the self-destruct array attached to it was personally engraved by me. Besides me, no one can unlock it." With that, Wu Ruyun raised his head, a cold expression on his face. "Si Guangzhong, you have seen this jade slip. There is absolutely no forgery. The item you have been painstakingly searching for is inside this jade slip. Now release the young lady and let her leave the Medicinalists' Union constellation, and I can unlock it for you. Otherwise, you won't get it at all." After hearing Wu Ruyun's words, Si Guangzhong's eyes flashed with a cold rage, clearly reaching the point of anger, because no one had ever dared to threaten him like this before. However, the most important thing now was to obtain the contents of the jade slip, and only Wu Ruyun could unlock it. Therefore, he was preparing to compromise. Just then, the old man standing behind him suddenly had an idea, approached, and whispered, "Lord Si, please don't be hasty. I think there must be another way to unlock this jade slip." "Oh, is there another way to unlock it?" "It's simple. From what I know about Wu Ruyun, she is a loyal dog of the Lu family, and this item belongs to the Lu family. Therefore, when she set up the self-destruct array, she must have left a back door to make it easier for the Lu family to open it in the future." Hearing this, Wu Ruyun's expression changed drastically, and she roared, "By Zuqiang, you traitor who seeks glory for yourself, Master Lu treated you well in the past, and this is how you repay him." But Bai Zuqiang seemed as if he hadn't heard any of those words, looking at Si Guangzhong with obsequious eyes. Si Guangzhong's eyes brightened, nodding approvingly. "Well said. I overlooked that. After this matter, I will personally take credit for you with the higher-ups." Bai Zuqiang was overjoyed. "Thank you, Master." It was evident that the Lu family was on the brink of extinction. The only surviving member was Liu Yingxi. So Si Guangzhong picked up the blue jade slip, grinned menacingly at Liu Yingxi, and said, "Miss Liu, don't blame me for being ruthless. This item is too important, and your Liu family has no right to possess it. The father is innocent, but the son carries the guilt. Therefore, you must accept your fate." Si Guangzhong brandished the dagger in his hand and viciously attacked Liu Yingxi. As for Bai Zuqiang, he coldly blocked Wu Ruyun, who was trying to rush in, and continued to speak. "Wu Ruyun, you accuse me of being a selfish old dog, but aren't you the same? Loyalty to the end, but ending up in such a miserable state. Isn't it foolish?" Wu Ruyun's eyes were bloodshot. She paid no attention to Bai Zuqiang's words and continued to attack relentlessly. Under normal circumstances, Wu Ruyun would have been far superior to Bai Zuqiang, but now, she was heavily injured and at the end of her strength. Therefore, Her several attempts to attack were not effective, and she was forced to step back repeatedly by Zhuqiang. As the young lady's life was about to be taken by Guangzhong, the combination of urgent anger and severe injuries caused Wu Ruyun to cough up a large mouthful of blood. "Miss, the heavens are so unjust." In her wailing, there was a cruel excitement in Guangzhong's eyes. If nothing unexpected happened, the next moment his dagger would pierce Lu Yingxi's throat, and her soul would splash out with blood. Just thinking about it made one shiver. However, at the critical moment, Guangzhong suddenly felt his dagger stop abruptly in his hand, unable to move forward. As he was stunned, a cold voice sounded from his ear. "After killing many, bullying a young girl, and robbing treasures, isn't that a bit too much?" Hearing this voice, Guangzhong was shocked and frightened, because moments ago, he hadn't felt anything unusual, yet now someone had approached him without him noticing. It would take a terrifying strength to perfectly conceal one's presence from him. Though he was terrified inside, his reaction was extremely fast. He turned the dagger in his hand sideways and swung it towards the direction of the voice. This strike carried his full strength, but just like before, the dagger stopped halfway, unable to move forward. Guangzhong finally saw the person clearly. A young man in white stood beside him, looking at him coldly, holding his dagger immobilized with just 2 fingers, not moving at all. At that moment, with the starlight shining brightly, casting a radiant glow on the young man's body, giving him an aura of invincibility. Just as the doubt arose in her heart, she saw the young man, Guangzhong, give her a slight smile. "You should replace this dagger." With those words, the young man's wrist made a slight move. With a crisp sound, the dagger snapped in response. Not only that, the force that followed also pushed Guangzhong back a few steps. "Who are you? Why are you intervening in the affairs of my family?" Guangzhong stared at the young man, coldly questioning. Zuan's smile remained on her face, seemingly unperturbed by Guangzhong's attitude. Instead, she sighed lightly. "It doesn't matter who I am. What matters is that you've been a bit too ruthless in your actions." "Ruthless?" Guangzhong sneered. "What a joke. This is a private matter between my family and the Lu family. What does it have to do with you? Everyone is responsible for world affairs, so how can you say it has nothing to do with me or Zhu?" And said calmly. Guangzhong coldly sneered, but just signaled silently to his subordinates. Zhuqiang and others dispersed without a change in expression, subtly surrounding Zuan. Lu Yingxi watched this scene, worrying evident on her face, but at the moment, she couldn't say anything as her voice was muted. On the ground, Wu Ruyun had already understood the situation and couldn't help but shout loudly, "Be careful, this Guangzhong is deliberately delaying to trap you." Her warning came a bit too late, as Guangzhong grinned wickedly. "Since you want to meddle, then prepare to die." With that command, including Zhuqiang, all the subordinates immediately launched an attack. The continuous attacks from all directions bore down on Zhu and like Mount Tai. These subordinates were clearly well trained. Their attacking angles were exquisite, sealing off all possible retreat paths for Zuan. At this moment, he had no choice but to resist or face certain death. Guangzhong wore a smug smile on his face. Somehow, he was wary and jealous of this young man in white. His wariness stemmed from the fact that this guy could sneak up on him unnoticed and break his dagger effortlessly, displaying a strength that made him shudder. His jealousy arose from noticing that this young man surpassed him in both temperament and appearance. Being someone who always liked to stand out, this naturally left him feeling displeased. But all of that was about to pass because once he died, everything would end. Wu Ruyun also saw the critical situation, but helpless to even ensure her own safety, she could only watch with regret as the radiant figure waged on. Is the Lu family really going to perish under the heaven's will? Just then, amidst the continuous assault of light, a brilliant sword light suddenly rose. As the sword light appeared, the overwhelming attack instantly disintegrated. Following that, the sword light veered lightly. With several muffled sounds, those subordinates who launched the attack were immediately severed in two. Amidst the splattering blood, a figure hurriedly emerged and attempted to flee into the distance. It was Zhuqiang, the one who betrayed the Lu family and sought personal gain. Yet, as he had barely run a few steps, an almost imperceptible sword energy caught up from behind, piercing through his chest and belly. With a muffled sound, Zhuqiang trembled violently, then gazed at Zhang Guangzhang nearby with utter despair and horror. "Master, save!" Before he could finish the last word, the sword energy shredded his entire body. Blood flowed, bone fragments scattered. This gruesome scene made Zhang Guangzhang's face extremely unsightly. However, he didn't run away because he knew that with the cultivation displayed by this sword light, he couldn't escape. He was better off standing his ground and seeing what this unexpectedly appearing young man had in store. With this thought in mind, he glared with a grim expression. At that moment, the sword light receded, and Zuan slowly stepped forward. This scene made Lu Yingxi and Wu Riyun, who were just moments ago tense, breathe a sigh of relief. In her heart, Wu Riyun couldn't help but mutter to herself, "Such a powerful young sword cultivator," but she had never heard of such a young and powerful sword practitioner in the world beyond worlds. And his sword intent seemed peculiar. While she pondered, Zuan had already approached Zhang Guangzhang. "Here, your subordinates didn't listen, so I took care of them for you. No need to thank me." Zhang Guangzhang nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. "You killed my people and still tell me not to thank you." However, the situation prevailed, and he could only coldly watch Zuan until after a long while before saying, "Your cultivation is strong, but have you considered that this is the territory of the Pharmacist Union? So what, Rizu?" And chuckled. Zhang Guangzhang proudly declared, "It seems you still don't know about my family. I am Zhang Guangzhang, the third son of the Zhang family, and the Zhang family is among the top 10 great families in the Pharmacist Union." Zuan casually crossed his arms, half smiling, seemingly unperturbed. Only after he finished did Zuan speak. "Oh." And then, a hint of anger flashed in Zhang Guangzhang's eyes, and then, "If you leave now, I can overlook killing my men, pretend as if nothing happened, even if you're willing my family can befriend you. Let's skip the friendship. I'm not interested in friends who ruthlessly destroy others and plunder. I'm not interested," Zuan said nonchalantly. This statement caused Zhang Guangzhang's eyelids to twitch, but he forced himself to endure, asking sternly, "What do you mean then?" "Very simple. Repay your debts, kill or be killed. Since you decimated this girl's family and tried to kill for treasures just now, I want to know what this girl wants with you. If she lets you go, you can leave. But if she doesn't, it's unfortunate for you." As Zuan spoke, his tone was calm yet carried a chilling coldness that sent shivers down the spine. Zhang Guangzhang's face contorted in madness. He knew that if he followed Zuan's words, he would undoubtedly face certain death. After all, the enmity between him and the Lu family had surpassed conventional measures. If it were possible, Lu Yingxi would probably want to devour him alive, so how could she let him go? With this thought, he suddenly snorted, and a light shot towards Lu Yingxi behind him. At the same time, he soared into the sky, attempting to flee. His plan seemed foolproof, as if the young man tried to save Lu Yingxi, he'd have to delay, giving him a chance to escape. At this moment, her pulse had already returned to normal with the death of Si Guangzhang, and she let out a mournful cry. "Father, one of the enemies who harmed my Lu family is already dead. Please rest in peace, and witness how these enemies will be eliminated one by one." With that, she knelt down with a thud, repeatedly kowtowing towards Zuan. Zuan slightly sidestepped, avoiding her kowtow, but his gaze remained fixed on the body of Si Guangzhang floating in midair. He could clearly sense that although the body had died, the soul inside had disappeared. In plain terms, only Si Guangzhang's physical body had died, while his soul had been rescued by an unknown force in that moment. Zuan was not surprised by this, as someone like Si Guangzhang would surely have some life-saving skills up his sleeve. Zuan smirked slightly, waved his hand, and flames erupted, completely engulfing the body, turning it into nothingness in an instant. After completing all this, Zuan bent down to pick up the green jade slip floating in the air, and then smiled slightly at Lu Yingxi, who was still kneeling on the ground. "Get up!" Lu Yingxi felt a gentle force lifting her up from the ground when the young man smiled, which left her stunned. At that moment, there was a thud sound, and Wu Riyun fell backwards, blood flowing down her chest and abdomen, already unconscious. Lu Yingxi trembled all over, immediately rushed forward, and hugged her. "Grandmother! Grandmother! Wake up!" No matter how she shouted, Wu Riyun did not open her eyes. Tears rolled down Lu Yingxi's face. Suddenly, she turned to Zuan, choking back sobs. "Sir, please, save my grandmother." Zuin had already seen the extent of Wu Riyun's injuries and could only shake his head with a sigh. I'm sorry, her injuries are beyond help. But I have a friend who might be able to keep her alive a little longer. I don't know how long though. Despite saying this, a glimmer of hope arose in Lu Yingxi's eyes. Any extension of time would be good. Please, sir, help, Zhu. Un nodded, then raised his hand, and a sword aura lifted Wu Riyun up. Let's go. The distance back to the inn from here was fleeting for Zuan, but he slowed down because of Wu Riyun's injuries. Nonetheless, it took only a moment for them to return to the inn. Zuan did not enter through the front door, but descended from the sky, heading directly back to the courtyard where they stayed. But upon landing, they saw Zhao Wenliang standing in the courtyard, seemingly waiting for them. Lu Yingxi was initially startled when she saw Zhao Wenliang, but then she trembled with excitement. You're Dr. Zhao, the ghost needle physician. Zhao Wenliang smiled. I never expected that young people nowadays would still remember me. Lu Yingxi immediately knelt down on the ground, tears streaming down her face. Lu Yingxi, the 12th generation descendant of the Lu family, pays respects to Dr. Zhao. Please, have mercy and save my grandmother. Zhao Wenliang seemed to know what had happened in the Lu family, with a touch of pity in his eyes as he sighed lightly. I'll try, but her injuries are impossible to cure. I can only keep her conscious for a while. With that, Zhao Wenliang walked to Wu Riyun, who was unconscious, and swiftly took out several golden needles. He quickly began inserting the needles into Wu Riyun's body, and with each insertion, a faint golden light entered her body. In a moment, Wu Riyun's extremely pale, almost lifeless face showed a hint of color. Zhao Wenliang stepped back, done. But she can only hold on for about 15 minutes at most. Say what you need to say quickly. Lu Yingxi's face showed gratitude and sorrow, and she hurried to Wu Riyun. It was at this moment that Wu Riyun slowly opened her eyes. Although on the verge of death, she was aware of everything happening around her. She looked at Lu Yingxi, who was tearful and choked with emotion, and smiled softly, shaking her head. Miss, don't cry. I've been prepared for this since I rushed back to the Lu family. So, don't grieve for me. It's my choice. Lu Yingxi could only nod silently, tears streaming down her face. Wu Riyun then shifted her gaze to Zuan and Zhao Wenliang with a touch of excitement in her eyes, struggling to get up from the ground and kowtowing deeply. Wu Riyun pays respect to Dr. Zhao and Sir Zhu. Zhao Wenliang, seeing Wu Riyun's reddened face, felt even more pity, but Wu Riyun's request made him hesitate, given the significant implications and family struggles within the Medicine Master Alliance. But at that moment, Zuan suddenly spoke up. All right, based on your loyalty, I will grant your request. Joy lit up Wu Riyun's face, and she kowtowed deeply to Zuan again. Thank you, Sir Zhu. Thank you, Sir Zhu. But may I know Sir Zhu's esteemed name, so I can explain to Lord Lu when I see him after death? Zuan. All right, thank you, Sir Zhu. Wu Riyun's face glowed with joy, and her entire demeanor regained a sense of vitality. But this was not a good sign, as it indicated that she was in the final stage of her life. Wu Riyun seemed to sense this too, and she turned to Lu Yingxi with a smile. Miss, I can only accompany you up to here. The path ahead is for you to walk on your own. Old man, back then you saved my life, and now I return that life to you. I am Wu Riyun, and until death, I can truly say I have no regrets. With that, Wu Riyun smiled and kowtowed heavily to the ground. However, after this bow, she never got up again. Lu Yingxi cried uncontrollably and directly rushed forward to hug Wu Riyun's lifeless body. Mother-in-law, may you rest in peace on your journey. Zhao Wenliang also showed a hint of emotion, then sighed lightly, repaying kindness with gratitude. Although Wu Riyun was just a woman, she can truly be called a righteous person. Do you agree, Zhu? Un remained silent for a moment, then nodded solemnly. Indeed. And a righteous person who is enough to make countless men feel ashamed. The flames rose high, gently enveloping Wu Riyun's body and cremating it into ashes, eventually filling a small porcelain jar. This was the only thing left by Wu Riyun in this world. Touching the porcelain jar, which still carried a bit of warmth, Lu Yingxi once again cried. But she forcibly restrained her grief, bowed deeply to Zuan and Zhao Wenliang, then turned back to the room that had been arranged for her. By now, after a night of turmoil, the light of day was faintly visible. Zuan and Zhao Wenliang stood in the courtyard, silent. After a long time, Zhao Wenliang sighed softly. Honestly, I knew you went out tonight, but I never expected you to get involved in this mess. You knew about this matter, Zhu? And asked. Zhao Wenliang smiled bitterly. The Lu family is at least a prominent family within the Alchemist Union. How could news of their extermination not spread? So the members of your Alchemist Union just stood by and watched? Zuan said coldly. Zhao Wenliang sighed. What else do you think? You must know that it was the Xi family who took action. The Xi family is one of the top 10 families in the Alchemist Union, and ordinary people wouldn't dare to provoke them, including esteemed members like yourself, Zhu. Unsaid somewhat mockingly. Zhao Wenliang fell silent for a moment and then shook his head. It's different for me. Although my reputation is high, in terms of strength, I am far from these big families. Zuan remained silent and did not speak. Zhao Wenliang smiled bitterly. I know what you are thinking. Honestly, I don't have the courage you have, but since you saved Lu Yingxi, I naturally can't just sit idly by. With that, a determination appeared on Zhao Wenliang's face. It's just a mere family. As the ghost needle doctor, I am not afraid of them. Zuan's expression softened slightly, and he said softly, Do you really think this is just about a family? With these words, Zhao Wenliang was greatly shocked. What do you mean? Zuan looked up at the distant sky and said lightly, Do you know why I knew that Lu Yingxi would appear here tonight? Zhao Wenliang's expression became serious. What's going on, Zhu? Smiled and recounted the encounter with Tang Longtao and others at the herbalist shop. When Zhao Wenliang heard that the mastermind behind it was a man in black, he furrowed his brow. A man in black? Who could it be? I don't know, but it's obvious that there are other families involved in this matter. Otherwise, do you think so many families would just stand by and watch the Xi family attack the Lu family? Zuan said indifferently. Zhao Wenliang felt a great sense of unease. He seemed to see beneath the seemingly calm surface of the Alchemist Union the presence of numerous turbulent undercurrents. He realized that the root of everything seemed to lie in the treasured possession passed down through generations in the Lu family. The Xi family was willing to go to great lengths for it, indicating that the item was truly extraordinary. If they could only find out what that item was. Zhao Wenliang left the rest unsaid, but the implication was clear. The fact that the Xi family was willing to destroy the Lu family to obtain it meant that it was of great importance, and the silence of other families was also suspicious. It seemed that everything stemmed from that item. However, since the item belonged to the Lu family, Zhao Wenliang only mentioned it briefly and did not elaborate further. Just then, the door in the corner creaked open, and Lu Yingxi walked out with a jade slip in her hands, approaching Zuan and Zhao Wenliang. Sir Zhu, Divine Physician Zha, I overheard your conversation just now. I am deeply grateful for your willingness to bear such great pressure for my sake. As Divine Physician Zha said, the root of everything lies in this object. So I have decided to offer it to you now. If we can open it and see what's inside, I believe we can uncover the true reason behind the catastrophe faced by my Lu family. Lu Yingxi's expression was solemn. Zhao Wenliang felt somewhat embarrassed. This is not necessary. I was just ... He was about to make an excuse, but Zuan picked up the jade slip. All right, since you put it this way, then I will accept it. This caught Zhao Wenliang off guard. But Zuan paid no attention to his protests because he was examining the jade slip closely. A concealed array was inscribed within the jade slip, blocking Zuan's spiritual sense. Zuan knew that this was the self-destructing array left behind by Wu Ruyun before she died. Although Wu Ruyun was already dead, the self-destructing array remained. Unless Lu Yingxi's strength reached a certain level, or she offered her soul right now, it would be impossible to open the green jade slip. This was why Lu Yingxi offered the jade slip to Zuan and Zhao Wenliang. She was well aware of how dire the situation was, to the point where she had no time to enhance her own strength. Hence, the most prudent and effective approach at present was to offer this item to Zuan and Zhao Wenliang. Can you open it? Zhao Wenliang naturally noticed the unusual nature of the jade slip and couldn't help asking. Zuan smiled. It should be possible. With that, Zuan's eyes flashed with a divine light, and his powerful spiritual sense enveloped the jade slip, revealing the engravings of the array underneath. However, before the array could connect, a few strands of spiritual sense blocked their path. Zuan then gently stroked the jade slip, erasing the array inscriptions bit by bit, because he learned from Tang Longtao that Liu Yingxi might be carrying a suit of armor. But when he actually opened the jade slip, he found that the scene inside was completely different from what he had imagined. Inside the jade slip was an empty room, with a young girl sitting right in the middle. Yes, a perfectly real young girl. Her eyes were tightly closed, long eyelashes hanging down to cover her eyelids. At first, Zuan even thought he must have been mistaken and rubbed his eyes to confirm, because storage devices like this jade slip were not able to contain living beings. Regardless of one's strength or level, it was completely determined by the inherent nature of the device. In other words, not even an ant could survive inside, let alone a 4 or 5-year-old girl. Just as Zuan was stunned, as if sensing his scrutiny, the young girl in the jade slip slowly opened her eyes. They were like gemstones, clear and pure, making the already cute girl's face even more delicate. She then blinked her big eyes at Zuan, full of curiosity. Zuan was suddenly shaken, because he realized that when he met the gaze of this young girl, he involuntarily had an urge to sink into them. For Zuan, who had a very strong mental power, this was unprecedented. There were only two possibilities: either this young girl's mental power far surpassed his own, resulting in this effect, which was almost impossible. After all, in terms of mental power, not even Yue Shifang, who was above a saint, was a match for Zuan, let alone this young girl. Or this young girl had some special innate talent that could interfere or manipulate others' attention. However, both possibilities proved the extraordinary nature of this young girl. Especially Zuan also realized that he couldn't sense any fluctuations in her energy or blood. But in his mental perception, she was indeed a real young girl. This strange phenomenon of seeing and perceiving differently also slightly moved Zuan. At this moment, Cha Wenliang beside him spoke up. He saw Zuan standing there silently after opening the jade slip, his face changing color, and couldn't help but be puzzled. What's wrong? What's inside? Upon hearing Cha Wenliang's voice, the young girl in the jade slip trembled slightly, as if she was startled, her eyes revealing a hint of panic, like a startled deer. Somehow, upon seeing the gaze of the young girl, Zuan felt a pang in his heart, as if he saw his own daughter being wronged. This feeling made Zuan startled and alarmed. Unconsciously, he had been affected by the special aura emanating from the young girl. This was too terrifying. At this moment, Cha Wenliang, who had been observing quietly, also approached the jade slip and peered inside. What's going on? Upon seeing the young girl, Cha Wenliang stood dumbfounded, his face revealing an infatuated expression. His mental power was far inferior to Zuan's, so he couldn't resist the special gift of this young girl. Just then, Zuan suddenly snorted coldly. This cold snort immediately dispelled the unique atmosphere surrounding them. Cha Wenliang snapped out of his daze, cold sweat breaking out on his forehead. Because he was in a dangerous state just now, inadvertently falling into a delusional state from which he couldn't snap out. If someone took advantage of him at that moment, wouldn't that be dangerous? With this in mind, Cha Wenliang's gaze towards the young girl changed. Though his own strength was not high, he was still a well-known healer. Yet, he almost fell under the spell of this seemingly harmless young girl just upon meeting her. It was evident that this seemingly innocent young girl was far from simple. Unaware of all this, the young girl seemed confused as to why Zuan interrupted her, so she tilted her head and looked at Zuan. At this moment, Yan, who had heard the commotion outside, walked out of the room and approached Zuan. Husband, what a cute little girl! Yan couldn't help but exclaim. Hearing this, the young girl looked at Yan, her big eyes filled with happiness and excitement. That expression! As if someone starving for a long time came across a delicious meal. She then reached out her hand towards Yan. Zuan immediately stepped forward, placing himself in between. While there didn't seem to be any malice, the origins of this young girl were mysterious, so he acted cautiously. However, in that split second when he stood in front of Yan, a necklace hanging from her neck suddenly flew out and directly entered the jade slip, falling into the hands of the young girl. Yan exclaimed, "Honey, my alchemical armor!" The necklace that had flown into the jade slip was transformed into the alchemical armor. Originally, Zuan had accidentally obtained a set of zodiac alchemical armor. Though he was still missing the monkey and dragon pieces to complete the set, even in its incomplete state, this armor was already formidable. So, he gave it to Yan as a protective measure in times of danger. However, much to their surprise, today, this armor unexpectedly flew up and landed in the hands of the young girl. Xuan's eyes flashed, but he remained silent. Just then, upon receiving the necklace, the young girl seemed to see something delightful and excitedly began playing with it. Click, click, click. With the sound of mechanical gears turning, the necklace immediately transformed into a majestic, imposing suit of armor. However, the young girl's subsequent actions left Xuan and the others completely dumbfounded. She cheered and then pounced on the armor, biting down fiercely. With a crisp cracking sound, she bit off a piece of the helmet of the armor. Then, her mouth swelled up, looking very satisfied as she chewed. Shock and disbelief were written on the faces of Xuan and the others. This armor was crafted using alchemical techniques. Its hardness was enough to withstand a full-force blow from an ordinary powerful being. Yet, under the young girl's mouth, it was as soft as a delicious cake, effortlessly bitten off. She ate extremely quickly, as if she were devouring her food like a wolf. In the time it took to drink half a cup of tea, this set of armor was completely devoured by the little girl. After finishing her meal, the little girl lightly patted her stomach, let out a long burp, and a look of satisfaction appeared on her face. This is all gone. Yan looked incredulous. Xuan suddenly burst into laughter. At that moment, the little girl's body trembled slightly, and she actually grew taller, her appearance changing from that of a 4 or 5-year-old into that of a 6 or 7-year-old. This growth process finally made Xuan understand something. With a half-smiling expression, he said, "Yes, all eaten. What should we do next?" And Yan asked. "Naturally, we'll have a chilled dish," Xuan replied calmly. "But that was a set of armor we worked so hard to acquire." And Yan said reluctantly. The alchemical armor had accompanied her through thick and thin, and she had deep feelings for it. So when she saw the armor being devoured by the little girl, she naturally felt reluctant to part with it. Xuan simply smiled faintly. "Don't worry, this armor hasn't disappeared. On the contrary, it will grow to a point beyond your imagination." Before the words had even settled, the little girl raised her head again, her eyes pleading as she looked at Xuan and Yan, seeming to ask, "Is there still more?" "I'm not full yet." With a chuckle, Xuan walked into the jade slip. Yan couldn't help but exclaim, "Husband," and followed suit. Once inside the jade slip, Yan's body was covered in goosebumps, and she was on high alert. After all, the origins of the little girl were mysterious, and no one knew if she was good or bad. Caution was the safest approach. Unexpectedly, once inside, Xuan nonchalantly approached the little girl, squatted down in front of her, and smiled. "Are you still hungry?" The little girl stared at Xuan blankly, then nodded. "Do you want more food?" The little girl nodded even more emphatically this time. "Very well, come with me. I'll take you to eat delicious food." With that, Xuan stood up, extended his hand to the little girl, and Yan's heart leapt to her throat. Wen Liang also couldn't help but sweat for Xuan because the risk was too great. Who knew how this little girl with an unknown background would react? Even Lu Yingxi's face was solemn. She didn't know what secrets were hidden in the jade slip that could bring disaster to the Lu family. Nevertheless, as everyone anxiously watched, the little girl first tilted her head to look at Xuan for a moment, then glanced at the hand he extended to her, seemingly understanding something. She gently reached out and held Xuan's hand. The smile on Xuan's face grew brighter, as if he were a successful trafficker, leading the little girl out of the jade slip. And Yan followed suit. As they left, the jade slip completely shattered behind them, turning into powder that scattered in the wind. Lu Yingxi let out a soft cry of amazement, but quickly fell silent. Because at that moment, the little girl was blinking her shiny black eyes at her. With Lu Yingxi's strength, she couldn't resist such a gifted mesmerizing gaze and quickly succumbed. Just then, Xuan lightly coughed. "Don't play around. She can't handle your mesmerizing gaze." The little girl averted her gaze from Lu Yingxi. At the same time, Xuan looked up at the brightening sky and said quietly, "Yanner, go wake up Xiangxiang, Nianian, and Shu. Let's have breakfast together." "Okay." When Yan dragged the groggy two little maids out of the room to the courtyard, everyone's eyes widened. Because the little girl Xuan was leading had a similar age to Xiangxiang and Nianian and was equally beautiful. When the three of them appeared in the same frame, it was truly a sight to behold. Xiang and Nyanian finally came to their senses, and Nyanian exclaimed first, "My goodness, what a cute little sister." Xiang wore a pensive expression, and then looked up to Zuan. "Dad, is this the little sister you and Mom just had, or Zu?" Unchuckled, "Of course not. I just found her. Isn't she adorable?" "Yes, she's absolutely adorable," Nyanian exclaimed excitedly, rushing to the little girl and examining her closely. Before Yan could interject, Nyanian had already begun poking her face. The little girl seemed unperturbed by Nyanian's actions, her face showing signs of joy as her cheeks were pinched, and she looked happy. Nyanian became even more excited. "Sister, she looks like a doll," saying as she made funny faces by squishing the little girl's cheeks. Xiang also leaned in with interest. "Little sister, what's your name?" "I'm Xiang, and this is my sister Nyanian. Let's get to know each other." But the little girl remained silent, causing Xiang and Nyanian to turn to Zuan. "Dad, why isn't she talking?" Zu smiled knowingly. Maybe she hasn't learned to speak yet. Overwhelmed with sympathy, Xiang and Nyanian offered, "We'll teach you how to speak in the future." Nyanian added, "If anyone bullies you, we'll stand up for you." The little girl smiled broadly, nodded vigorously, and looked up at the two little maids with admiration. Actually, from the moment Zuan led the group into the medicinal cuisine shop, the shop assistant welcomed them with a brilliant smile and ushered them into the VIP private room on the second floor. The entire process was attentive and thoughtful. Of course, he was rewarded by Zuan, which filled him with sincere respect and gratitude towards Zuan. After all, the tips he received from Zuan in just a few days were enough to cover his cultivation expenses for a long period of time. Yes. Even in this world within a world, even a shop assistant would find ways to cultivate. After all, in this world, strength represents everything. If one does not want to stay at the bottom forever, one can only rely on strength to speak for them. Thus, the shop assistant respectfully inquired, "Sir, what would you like to eat?" "Please order. I will have the kitchen prepare it now." Zu glanced at his two daughters beside him, and then looked at the girl, who had been eagerly waiting since they entered the shop, mouth-watering. He couldn't help but chuckle softly. "Make your best dishes." The shop assistant was somewhat surprised, then cautiously reminded, "Sir, we have no fewer than dozens of signature dishes at our medicinal cuisine shop." Before the shop assistant could finish, Zuan waved his hand, "Then make them all." "Yes, sir." Since Zuan had given the order, the shop assistant naturally swallowed the words of persuasion he had intended to say. After all, the customer was wealthy. Maybe this is what being generous is all about. The shop assistant thought to himself, then hurried to the kitchen. As it was morning, and there were not many diners, the dishes were served quickly. In the blink of an eye, various dishes were brought to the table. However, even faster than serving the dishes was the speed at which the plates were being cleared away. Because as soon as a dish was placed on the table, the girl would unhesitatingly pick it up and pour the food into her mouth. Yes, you read that right. She picked up the plate and poured the food into her mouth, making everyone stare in astonishment. Even those who considered themselves foodies were left dumbfounded. Someone couldn't help but murmur softly, "Is she eating or pretending to eat?" And then everyone stopped eating, put down their chopsticks, and watched the girl as she poured dish after dish into her mouth, wondering how long it would take for her to be full. However, despite the many pairs of eyes watching her, the girl's speed remained constant, swiftly eating without any hesitation. Soon, dozens of signature dishes were all served, leaving the table empty, not even a scrap left. After witnessing this, even the shop assistant was shocked. As for Zuan's daughters, they stared in disbelief. It wasn't until a long time later that one of them couldn't help but say, "Dad, how long has this girl not eaten for?" "Yeah, I've never seen anyone eat like this before, but today, I am truly impressed," one of them remarked in amazement. Zuan just smiled because he knew that this was only the beginning. He looked at the girl. "How does it taste?" The girl shook her head. Zu chuckled. "I know this may not be as delicious as the enchanted armors you like, but where can I find so many suitable armors now? So just make do with this for now." Saying this, Zuan turned to the shop assistant. "Well, prepare the same dishes you just served. No, make it twice." The shop assistant, with a look of astonishment on his face, glanced at the girl sitting next to Zuan, then couldn't help but say, "Sir, our medicinal cuisine here is infused with spiritual energy. Most people would be satisfied with just 2 servings. Is it really okay for this young lady to eat this much? It's fine, you can rest assured and proceed. Remember to add more medicinal ingredients. After the conversation, the shop assistant went down in amazement. Soon, the entire kitchen of the medicinal cuisine shop was in an uproar. The head chef, who had just finished a busy session and thought he could take a break, thought the shop assistant was joking. It's impossible. This can't be happening. The portions from earlier were enough to fill a cultivator. How could one little girl still be hungry? At first, the head chef didn't believe it. But after confirming that what the shop assistant said was true, he too was taken aback, and for the first time, he doubted his culinary skills. Could it be that I made too little food today? To think they specifically requested more medicinal ingredients. The head chef fell into deep self-doubt, which led him to use twice the amount of ingredients and food in the subsequent cooking process. Then, the dishes were served once again. However, the situation did not change. The girl continued to eat voraciously. After 3 rounds of dishes, even the shop assistant's eyes showed fear. The girl finally stopped, licked the oil stains off her lips, and let out a small satisfied burp. Although the burp was quiet, to the shop assistant, it sounded as pleasing as music. Zuin smiled and asked, "Are you full now?" The girl nodded. "Would you like some dessert after the meal?" The girl nodded again. Zuin then turned to the shop assistant, "Bring some dessert after the meal," and he looked at his daughters. "Xiang, Nyanian, what would you like to eat?" "Yes." After the 3 rounds of dishes, everyone at the table was staring wide-eyed, without even getting a chance to use their chopsticks. It wasn't until Zuin asked that one of his daughters subconsciously swallowed and said in a somewhat trance-like manner, "Anything is fine." "Then please bring more signature dishes." The shop assistant's face wrinkled, and he said with a bitter smile, "Sir, to be honest, this young lady has eaten up all the ingredients in our kitchen. Except for some desserts and cold dishes, we have nothing left." Zuin was also taken aback, then chuckled and said, "Well, then prepare something else. We still have to eat." "Yes." At this moment, let us first rewind time back several hours ago, when Zuin had just saved Lu Yingxi. On a planet located at the strategic location of the Pharmacist Alliance, stood a massive estate. Behind the estate stretched an endless cemetery, where the remains of generations of ancestors of the Xi family were buried. This was a crucial place for every family, especially for the prominent family like the Xi family. Therefore, the Xi family intentionally built a temple in this ancestral land, specifically for enshrining the spirits of their ancestors. Not only that, the security of this temple was extremely strict, reaching an unimaginable level. The reason for this was that this temple was not only used for worship, but also served a more important purpose. For example, at this moment, when Si Guangzhong was killed by Zuan, his soul instantly crossed millions of miles to be reborn in this temple. When he opened his eyes, what he saw was the eternal flame of countless lanterns in the temple. This made him take a breath. Even though souls do not need to breathe, he still made the motion, with a look of intense fear on his face. He had really thought he was dead just moments ago. The sword that sealed his throat was too stunning. He felt a blur before falling into endless darkness. This was not a pleasant memory. Thinking about it made his neck cold and his hair stand on end. Just then, a majestic voice came from the void. "What's going on? How did your soul suddenly reincarnate? Where is your physical body?" With these words, a group of people appeared out of nowhere in front of Si Guangzhong's soul. Leading them was a middle-aged man in elegant attire, slim and kindly in appearance. But the most striking feature was his abnormally long index and middle fingers. As soon as Si Guangzhong saw this man, he hurriedly knelt down. Son pays respect to father. Yes. The visitor was the current head of the Si family, Si Daoyuan, who was Si Guangzhong's father. He said in a deep voice, "Tell me, what happened? What about the task I gave you?" Si Guangzhong looked helpless, then bowed deeply and said, "I failed." Although this outcome was expected, when it was actually spoken by Si Guangzhong, it caused a commotion among the group. Si Daoyuan's face darkened. "What happened? Didn't you already track down Lu Yingxi's whereabouts? She's just a lone girl with only Wu Ruian by her side. How could such a sure thing go wrong?" Si Guangzhong gritted his teeth and said resentfully, "Father, everything was going smoothly just as you said, but unexpectedly, at the critical moment, someone interfered, leading to the failure of the whole operation." "Oh." Someone interfered. Who dares to oppose the C family within the Pharmacist Alliance? Si Daoyuan said coldly. It's a young man I've never seen before, but he is very powerful. Si Guangzhong then recounted the events. When the others heard that he single-handedly defeated all of Si Guangzhong's men and almost killed him with a single sword strike, there was another stir among them. Si Daoyuan's face was so gloomy that it seemed to drip water. Not only did he ruin our plans, but he also dared to attack you. How bold is this person? Seeing this, Si Guangzhong seized the opportunity to say, Father, I believe this person is no ordinary opponent. Just by knowing the whereabouts of Lu Yingxi, we can conclude that he possesses information that we do not know. Si Daoyuan's expression changed, then he gave Si Guangzhong a deep look. Si Guangzhong knelt on the ground, not daring to make a sound. After a long pause, Si Daoyuan snorted. Get up, let's put this matter aside for now. Thank you, Father. Only then did Si Guangzhong dare to stand up. Si Daoyuan then said with a calm demeanor, I cannot show myself in this matter, but we must obtain the item from the Lu family. Especially after paying such a high price, it is impossible to give up halfway. But your current condition is no longer suitable for taking action, so I have decided to send Minky to investigate and handle this matter. When Si Guangzhong heard the name Minky, his complexion changed, and even as a soul, he involuntarily took a few steps forward. Father, this whole operation was handled by me. Now letting Minky take the credit, I feel uneasy. Si Guangzhong spoke bluntly, his eyes flashing with ambition. Si Daoyuan chuckled, I understand your intentions. You have made significant contributions to this matter, and I will not let your efforts go in vain. However, your current condition is not suitable for continuing the mission. But you can accompany him. What do you think? Upon hearing Si Daoyuan's words, Si Guangzhong hesitated for a moment before nodding. I will follow Father's orders. Si Daoyuan nodded, and then gently patted his shoulder. Rest assured, in any case, you are my direct bloodline. As for Minky, a hint of a mysterious glint flashed in Si Daoyuan's eyes. He is just a whetstone I set up for you, so you can understand my intentions, right? Si Guangzhong deeply bowed his head and softly replied, I understand, Father. Good to know. With that, Si Daoyuan propped his index and middle fingers on Si Guangzhong's wrist. Si Guangzhong trembled, and soon after, his whole body was enveloped in a faint light. When the light dissipated, the soul state that Si Guangzhong was in had returned to a physical body. Although not as strong as before, he at least had the ability to move freely. Fingers on the wrist, reverse life and death. This was Si Daoyuan's most famous talent. Si Guangzhong once again kowtowed. Thank you for saving me, Father. Si Daoyuan waved his hand wearily. It's all right. I have already sent my orders to Minky. He should be ready by now. You should prepare as well. Yes. Si Guangzhong bowed and left. Chekwin Liang. Si Daoyuan's eyebrows gradually raised, his eyes full of coldness. Although he hadn't witnessed it with his own eyes, he was almost certain that this matter must be closely related to the ghost doctor. But soon, he sneered, Ghost Doctor. Haha, what a joke. Hiding in the Fallen Spirit Valley for so long, you must not have realized how much the Pharmacist Alliance has completely changed now, right? But it's fine. Since you dare to meddle in this matter, I have every reason to deal with you. With that, Si Daoyuan smirked, turned and disappeared into the darkness. At the same time, in a courtyard of the Si family manor, a man in black held a command arrow, his expression gradually becoming strange. It was clearly stated on the command arrow that he was to lead a team to investigate the matter of the Lu family in a market on a planet. His strangeness originated from this. As he pondered, a cold snort came from outside the courtyard. You must have received Father's command arrow already. If you don't prepare soon, what are you waiting for? Along with this cold snort, Si Guangzhong walked into the room, coldly staring at the man in black. The man in black instantly restrained his doubts and said lightly, It's not your place to tell me when to get ready. Si Guangzhong exploded in anger instantly. Si Minky, don't think that because Father asked you to take over this matter, you can claim credit for my achievements. Let me tell you, that's impossible. I will also accompany this expedition, so you better make it clear where you stand. Si Minky stared at the enraged Si Guangzhong, only coldly saying after he finished his rant, Are you done? If so, please leave. I need to prepare for departure. Si Guangzhong erupted in anger again, Gritting his teeth, "See, Minky, don't use this attitude to dismiss me. I will tell you the truth. As a commoner, you will never rise in the sea family. As long as I am here, you will always be under my command, my servant." His voice abruptly stopped as Si Guangjong, who had intended to continue speaking, stood frozen in place. Because at that moment, Si Minky was staring at him with an extremely cold gaze. This gaze made him involuntarily swallow the rest of his words. "Are you done?" Si Minky said coldly. Si Guangjong snorted and left embarrassedly. After he left, the once calm expression on Si Minky's face suddenly showed a glimpse of madness. Because the insults like servant, underling, and commoner, though seemingly insignificant, were extremely offensive to Si Minky. His expression gradually twisted in anger, his hands clenched tightly, even his nails piercing into his flesh, causing blood to seep out. So in their eyes, I am just a worthless being like a pig or a dog. Humiliation showed in Si Minky's eyes, but soon, he took a deep breath and closed his eyes. Just a moment later, when he opened his eyes again and let out a breath, his face no longer showed any trace of anger. "Gather the subordinates, we are setting off." With the command arrow from the head of the family in hand, Si Minky swiftly gathered an elite team from the sea family and set off towards the planet where the incident had occurred. For them, the thousands of miles ahead were just a half-hour journey, so they quickly arrived at the planet. Si Guangjong became much more obedient at this point. At least he did not provoke Si Minky further. He closed his eyes, starting to carefully sense the surroundings. In an instant, he raised his head and pointed forward. There! With his command, the group flew forward, arriving near the medicine kitchen in the blink of an eye. When Si Minky saw the 3 words of the medicine kitchen, he couldn't help but change slightly. "Are you sure the presence is in there?" "Of course." Si Guangjong was practically rubbing his hands in anticipation, his eyes already red. At this moment, he just wanted to rush into the restaurant and drag out Zuan, who had tried to kill him. But to his surprise, Si Minky did not act on impulse. Instead, he remained extremely calm. "Let's not be hasty. Let's go in together and see if that person is really here before making a decision." With that, he took a step forward and walked inside. Si Guangjong, initially anxious, had no choice at this point but to follow Si Minky's lead as they entered the medicine kitchen. Their group of over a dozen people, each exuding a strong presence, immediately drew the attention of everyone there. The master of the hall signaled to a clever server, and the server quickly approached them. "Are you planning to dine, gentlemen?" "Obviously. Why else would we come here if not to eat?" one of Si Minky's men retorted sternly. The server's smile remained unchanged. "If it's dining you seek, please come upstairs." Si Minky exchanged a glance with Si Guangjong, who nodded. It meant the person in question was on the 2nd floor. The group followed the server upstairs. Once upstairs, the server arranged a large private room for them. After they were seated, Si Guangjong sneered and pointed to the diagonally opposite room. "There." Si Minky nodded but remained calm. Instead, he took a sip of tea casually. Si Guangjong couldn't hold back any longer. "What are you waiting for?" Si Minky glanced at him, waiting for an opportunity. "What opportunity? We could just capture them right here," Si Guangjong said coldly. Si Minky chuckled but did not speak. Ignoring Si Guangjong made his expression even more unpleasant. He gritted his teeth, forcing down his dissatisfaction. Soon, the server who had led them upstairs came in with refreshments. "Please enjoy our specialty tea." Si Minky thanked him with a smile and then casually gestured towards the opposite private room. "Could you please check if there is someone in that room as well?" The server, busy wiping the tables, had a bright smile on his face, seemingly not taking Si Minky's question seriously. "Why does the guest inquire about that?" The waiter nodded solemnly and said, "I believe there is a possibility because the guests at this table are very strange. They have been interested in the private room where you are since they came in. They didn't even order any food after sitting down and started asking me questions indirectly, which made me suspicious. So I took the opportunity of bringing the menu to inform you." Zhu nodded and handed over a spirit crystal, saying, "Thank you for your trouble." However, the waiter declined this time and said earnestly, "Sir, you have already given me enough spirit crystals before, and I didn't come to tell you for the sake of gaining more. So, I don't want this spirit crystal." Looking at the waiter's solemn expression, Zuan was slightly taken aback but then nodded. "All right, Thank you then. The waiter left. The people in the private room all showed pensive expressions, and Zhao Wenliang even furrowed his brows slightly. Zuan, who do you think these people might be? Zhu Un smiled and replied, I have no idea, but since these people are so interested in me, it must have something to do with the Lu family. You mean the Si family? Zhao Wenliang exclaimed. Zuan shook his head. The private rooms at the medicinal food restaurant are specially shielded, even under layers of concealment. I don't know who they are, so it was just a guess. Zhao Wenliang's face turned serious. Regardless, these people clearly mean no good. Shouldn't we leave now? Leave? Zhu Un smiled and shook his head. Avoidance is never the solution to problems. Since they are here for me, the best way is to face them. With that, Zuan stood up and walked straight to the private room across from them. Zhao Wenliang was shocked, but before he could stop him, Zuan had already opened the door to that private room. Inside, Si Minky and Si Guangzhong were discussing something. When they heard the door creak, Si Guangzhong, thinking it was the waiter, loudly called out, Come, bring more tea. But there was only silence in response. Suddenly, Si Guangzhong felt something and looked up to Si Zuan standing in the doorway, smiling at him. In an instant, Si Guangzhong felt chills down his spine and involuntarily stepped back. However, forgetting he was sitting on a chair, he stumbled and fell awkwardly. Despite the embarrassment, he quickly got up from the floor, looking at Zuan with a serious expression. How did you come here? Zuan smiled faintly. Aren't you here for me? Zuan went straight to the table, sat down, and continued, I came early to see you guys. Si Guangzhong's expression changed. Honestly, even though he had come with great momentum, facing Zuan made him unable to contain his fear. After all, he still vividly remembered the threat of the sword at his throat. On the other hand, Si Minky remained calm, coldly staring at Zuan. Zuan smiled, casually tapping the table in front of him with his slender fingers. Are you the reinforcements he brought? Si Minky's pupils constricted, as he realized he couldn't read this white-clad youth in front of him. Although he only seemed to be a Daozi based on his aura, no matter how he probed, he couldn't penetrate the fog surrounding him. This naturally startled him. However, what truly surprised him was Zuan's next words. Zuan looked at Si Minky with a smile that wasn't a smile and said casually, Everyone must pay the price for their choices, both him and you, right? At first, this sentence seemed disconnected, but Si Minky was shocked because this was exactly what he had said to Tang Longtao previously. Yes, the mysterious man in black who had secretly bought Tang Longtao and the others to ambush Lu Yingxi was him. This was the reason for his strange reaction when he received orders from Si Daoyuan before. He hadn't expected things to take such a turn with the failure of his secret ambush of Tang Longtao and the others. It was now evident that their failure was closely linked to this white-clad youth in front of them. Of course, these thoughts flashed through Si Minky's mind, and he quickly regained his composure, glaring at Zuan. You're right, everyone must pay the price for their choices. So, when you intervened in this matter and made enemies with my Si family, did you consider what price you would pay? Zhu Un chuckled. Actually, this applies more to you. After all, you are willing to annihilate an entire family for something. What price do you think you should pay for that? Did you ever consider it? Watching Zhu Un talk so confidently, Si Guangzhong suddenly felt a ridiculous feeling. They had come to settle the score with this guy, but now it seemed like he was questioning them instead. This ignited anger within him. At that moment, Un Yan and Zhao Wenliang, who were concerned about Zuan, also followed. When Si Guangzhong saw Zhao Wenliang, he trembled. Spirit Needle Divine Physician. A look of realization appeared on his face. He believed that Zuan's audacity was due to having Zhao Wenliang backing him. When he saw Un Yan following behind, a greedy glint flashed in his eyes. This sense of insight and greed made him forget his fear of Zuan, and he sneered, who dares to oppose my Si family, turned out to rely on the power of the falling God Valley. But do you really think that just a Spirit Needle Divine Physician can act recklessly? With that, Si Guangzhong yelled at Si Minky, the culprit is right in front of us. Why are you still standing there? Hurry up and arrest him. Si Minky's expression turned sour. The sound abruptly stopped, because at this moment, Xiong and Nian led that little girl into the scene. When Si Guangzhong saw this little girl for the first time, his heart trembled wildly. It was her. She was the thing that the Si family must obtain. With this thought, Si Guangzhong no longer cared about anything else, his eyes red as he rushed towards the little girl. As long as he could grab this little girl and bring her back, everything would be a success. Compared to this, the enmity between him and Zuan was insignificant. Therefore, his actions were very quick. However, just as he was about to pounce towards the little girl, even a smug smile curling on his lips in midair, Xiang and Nian coincidentally stepped forward and blocked the little girl behind them. "Move aside!" Si Guangzhong roared in anger, at the same time launching a palm strike towards Xiang and Nian. Although his body had just condensed, the power of this strike was still quite formidable. However, faced with this fierce palm strike, the two little girls didn't panic at all. HMPH, Nian, here. Xiang's eye shimmered, then pointed at a certain spot. Break! Nian cooperatively shouted. Following her words, an invisible force directly pierced through the weakest point of the palm strike, continuing towards Si Guangzhong. With a muffled sound, Si Guangzhong's palm was instantly pierced through, leaving a gaping, bloody hole. In intense pain, Si Guangzhong roared in anger. "You little bitch! How dare you hurt me! Today I will tear you apart alive!" He was on the verge of exploding. Previously being caught off guard by a strike was one thing, but now being harmed by two little girls successfully was another. Where was he to save face? If he couldn't reclaim the situation, he might as well not continue in the future. With this thought, he viciously struck towards Xiang and Nian. Zuan exclaimed in shock and was about to step forward to rescue them. But at that moment, the little girl that was initially shielded by Xiang and Nian suddenly appeared in front of the furious Si Guangzhong. Then, she raised her tender little fist and slammed it towards Si Guangzhong's head. This scene unfolded rapidly, and Si Guangzhong didn't even have time to react before the fist was upon him. Thinking that the soft, seemingly harmless little fist wouldn't even scratch him, he charged forward without much concern. However, to his astonishment, at the moment of contact between his face and the fist, he felt as if he had crashed into a high-speed train, the immense force shattering his cheekbones and skull. With a thunderous sound, Si Guangzhong's body fell to the ground. Now, his face contorted, a deep fist imprint on his forehead, with brain matter seeping out of the wound. If not for his formidable strength, this blow alone could have been fatal. Yet, Si Guangzhong was still in a very bad state. The severe head injury left him feeling dizzy, his vision clouded, unable to see even a glimmer of light. The intense pain and humiliation made him verge on madness. "You little..." Before he could finish his sentence, the little girl had already come close, raised her small fist, and slammed it down again. With each thud, Si Guangzhong's head was pounded into a pig-like shape. "Si Minky, how much more do you want to see?" Si Guangzhong struggled and roared in anguish. Si Minky coldly chuckled, then signaled to his men to move forward to attack. However, Zuan lightly laughed and stood up, blocking the men. "What's this? So many against one little girl," Zuan said calmly. Si Guangzhong, blooded and battered, almost spat out blood upon hearing this. Who was bullying whom here? Si Minky was in no rush. Of course, he had no fondness for Si Guangzhong, who always mocked him using the difference between legitimate and illegitimate children. Watching him being beaten was a source of joy, and Si Minky was confident that as long as he brought this little girl back, the family head would not hold Si Guangzhong accountable for getting beat up. He was happy to watch Si Guangzhong suffer. So he shrugged, chuckled, and said, "Friend, I don't know who you are, and I don't care about your grievances with my brother. But it's best you stay out of Si family affairs." "And what if I don't?" Zuan said indifferently. "Then don't blame me for not being polite," Si Minky responded. With this statement, his men behind him grimly dispersed, ready to act. The atmosphere became tense. Just then, a chilly laughter sounded at the staircase outside the door. "Oh, I want to see who dares to fight openly in my medicinal cuisine shop." Following the voice, footsteps approached, and a woman walked in. This woman was stunningly beautiful, clad in a pale purple gown with a hint of allure. Behind her were a silent group of formidable bodyguards, a group of people with extraordinary strength, clearly not ordinary. When Si Minky saw her, he was taken aback, then a trace of fear appeared on his face. He recognized the person. The intruder was Mo Changhong, the owner of this medicinal cuisine shop, known as the Beauty Snake. This was why he had been cautious upon entering the shop. After all, Mo Changhong was notoriously difficult to deal with. Unexpectedly, she was finally alerted. When Si Minky was shaken by this, Mo Changhong's eyes shimmered as she looked at the little girl still beating Si Guangzhong on the ground. A look of surprise crossed her face, followed by playful laughter. Interesting. I didn't expect this little sister, although young, to have such formidable skills. What's this bloody mess of flesh on the ground? A person. Si Guangzhong was infuriated upon hearing Mo Changhong's words. In fact, during this time, he had tried countless methods to get rid of this little girl. Yet, he only now realized that he couldn't shake her off. Her punches seemed like an unshakable nightmare constantly around him. Just then, Zuan calmly said, "All right, it's enough. If you keep hitting, he'll really turn into minced meat." At these words, the little girl stopped, silently wiped the blood from her hands, and retreated to the back. "Mo, let me explain to you." "I don't want to listen to your explanations. Don't you know that women hate listening to explanations from others the most? Therefore," Mo Changhong pointed at the ground where Si Guangzhong was lying. "Since I'm not angry yet, take this trash and get out of the medicine cuisine hall." Si Guangzhong struggled upon hearing this, wanting to say something, but Si Minky kicked him without changing his expression. The kick landed squarely on his ribs, causing Si Guangzhong, who was already covered in injuries, to faint immediately. Si Minky then lowered his gaze and whispered, "Since Mo said that, we will leave now." He commanded his men to carry the unconscious Si Guangzhong and swiftly left. After they departed, a smile reappeared on Mo Changhong's face, first with a somewhat surprised look as she glanced at Zuan. She then squatted down, her eyes shining as she looked at Xiang and the other girl. "Wow, such beautiful girls. Are you two twins?" Xiang had heard this question many times before, so she naturally nodded. Mo Changhong's eyes sparkled even brighter. "Wow, you both even nod in such perfect unison. Do you have a telepathic connection?" Xiang. Then they both shook their heads simultaneously, answering in unison, "No." At that moment, the other girl who had been standing beside Xiang walked towards Mo Changhong. When she reached her, she stood still and stared fixedly at the bracelet on Mo Changhong's wrist. Mo Changhong, looking at the innocent face, couldn't help but reach out and pinch the girl. Unfazed, the girl continued to stare at the bracelet. "Do you want this?" Mo Changhong asked with a smile. The girl nodded. Mo Changhong giggled, "You are such a cute little girl. Call me sister, and the bracelet is yours." Xiang and Xiang were about to remind Mo Changhong that the girl couldn't speak when suddenly, the girl opened her mouth and called out, "Sister." Xiang and Xiang were stunned. "Dad, wasn't she unable to speak?" Xiang asked. Zhu unchuckled. She couldn't speak before, but she learned now, didn't she? Mo Changhong's eyes narrowed with a brilliant smile. As if she had found a precious treasure, she casually took off the bracelet from her wrist. "Here, little sister. This is for you. Play with it." The girl took it, but instead of wearing it, she bit into it. The sound of a crack was heard as the golden bracelet was bitten off a chunk, and the girl quickly swallowed it effortlessly. Mo Changhong's eyes widened in shock. "Did you just eat that?" The girl nodded. Mo Changhong whispered in amazement, "You ate such a big bracelet." But soon, her eyes sparkled even brighter, and she looked at the girl with increasing excitement. An outwardly cute yet internally fierce girl with a knack for not speaking. Isn't she the perfect three-nose type of girl? Wow, just thinking about it makes me excited. Seeing Mo Changhong almost drooling, even the girl took a step back. Her gaze was indeed frightening, as if she could devour someone in one gulp. Meanwhile, in an alley several blocks away from the medicine cuisine hall, Si Minky suddenly stopped in his tracks. "Wake him up." "Yes." Someone immediately stepped forward and fed Si Guangzhong a pill. In the blink of an eye, Si Guangzhong slowly regained consciousness, and his injuries quickly healed under the effects of the medicine. After waking up, Si Guangzhong stood up and surveyed his surroundings before turning around and staring at Si Minky intently. "Where are they or who?" Si Minky replied nonchalantly, "Don't play dumb. I'm talking about the girl from the Lu family and that boy who almost killed me. They are naturally inside the medicine cuisine hall." "What? You let them go?" Si Guangzhong was furious. "Si Minky, do you know what you've done?" His angry words were cut off by a resounding slap. Si Guangzhong was dumbfounded by the slap. At the same time, Si Minky took a step forward and grabbed his collar. I know exactly what I have done. It's you who, if you dare to shout at me again, believe me, I will make you beg for life and death. Si Guangzhong was frightened by Si Minky's fierce expression. He had never seen Si Minky explode like this before. He temporarily forgot about the slap and his tone softened. But you let that girl go, don't you realize how important she is? I know, but no matter how important she is, it's not as important as your life. If I hadn't stopped you earlier, you would be beyond saving by now. Si Minky said coldly. Si Guangzhong shivered. His mind cleared from the anger. You mean, is the woman in the medicine cuisine hall very powerful? Si Minky shook his head. No, it's not her who's powerful, but the being behind her. In fact, after a brief pause, Si Minky said in a low voice, actually, that being should be the most powerful existence in the entire Apothecary Alliance. Fear filled his eyes as he spoke. Si Guangzhong remembered some rumors he had heard before, and his face turned pale. Si Minky looked disdainfully at his nominal younger brother. If Mo Changhong had not made it clear that he needed to take him away, Si Minky would have left him behind in the medicine cuisine hall. He was sure that even if the family head, Si Daoyuan, found out that his brother had died there, he wouldn't dare say anything. Unfortunately, Mo Changhong, who usually acted ruthlessly, did not seem to want bloodshed today. In Shi Guangzong's eyes, a hint of annoyance flashed, as if he was thinking about something. Ziming's keen perception picked up on this, and couldn't help but sneer. I know what you're thinking. Do you think I'm being too arrogant, getting ready to tattle to the head of the family when we go back? Shi Guangzong shuddered all over, his face turning somewhat pale. Ziming sneered coldly and continued, let me tell you, all your thoughts are vain because do you know what the situation is right now? That girl is obviously the transformation of the Liu family's thing, which means her importance will increase hundreds or even thousands of times. I believe the head of the family will spare no expense to get her. Therefore, if there happens to be an accidental death of a legitimate son during this process, I believe the head of the family won't care too much. What do you say? My dear brother. Shi Guangzong trembled even more. He sensed a strong sense of killing intent from Ziming. I'm telling you this to make you understand the current situation. In reality, if we can't capture that girl, neither of us will have a good outcome. But if we bring her back, we will both be greatly rewarded. So, from now on, you better listen to me obediently. No more resistance. Got it, Dai? I got it. Shi Guangzong nodded, and then with great difficulty added to more words. Brother. Ziming nodded in satisfaction. Very well. This is my good little brother. With that, he released his hand. Shi Guangzong exhaled deeply, finally steadying himself. He then felt a burning sensation on his cheeks, clearly from the force of Ziming's slap earlier. But now he couldn't care about that much. Brother, what should we do next? Ziming looked up at the medicine kitchen high in the air several blocks away, and said coldly, we are powerless in the medicine kitchen, but I don't believe they will stay there forever. So, from now on, we must closely monitor the entire medicine kitchen. As soon as they come out, follow them immediately. No omissions. Do you all understand, yes? The subordinates dispersed, spreading out in various blocks surrounding the medicine kitchen, forming a tight surveillance network. In fact, they didn't have to wait long, because just an hour later, Mo Changhong happily led Xianging Xiangshan and that girl out of the medicine kitchen. Following behind them were Zhu An and An Yan, among others. Seeing this scene, the subordinates responsible for monitoring immediately reported the situation to Ziming. Ziming was stunned upon hearing. What? Mo Changhong is also following. Yes. And it seems they are going shopping together. Ziming was simply dumbfounded. He initially thought Mo Changhong had stopped him and others from acting just to maintain the reputation of the medicine kitchen. But looking at the current situation, things seemed far from simple. Could it be that Mo Changhong or the medicine kitchen already knew about the Liu family situation and decided to get involved? This thought made Ziming alarmed and surprised. If that were the case, this matter would be truly troublesome. My lord, what should we do next? Seeing Ziming silent, the subordinates couldn't help but ask. Ziming gritted his teeth internally. At this point, thinking about other possibilities was useless. So, he said in a deep voice, continue monitoring and tracking, but remember not to act rashly to avoid being discovered by them. Understood. The subordinates obeyed and left. Shi Guangzong, watching Ziming's serious expression, couldn't help but say, "Just tracking? What else? Do you plan to snatch in front of Mo Changhong? But wouldn't that delay the opportunity? The longer the delay with this Lu family matter, the easier it will be discovered by other forces." Shi Guangzong wasn't entirely clueless because he was the first to start this matter, so he understood the key aspects. Ziming sighed deeply. "Let's take one step at a time. If things turn out as you expected, then we can only resign ourselves to it. Right now, we can only hope that Mo Changhong is just acting on a whim and knows nothing about the inside situation. Only then do we have a slim chance. So, we must not act rashly now to avoid stirring up trouble." As the day of the gathering approached, the streets became more and more lively. Practitioners from all over crowded the place, and the stalls seemed endless. This was heaven for those who loved shopping. At least Mo Changhong was strolling around with great interest, stopping from time to buy small things for the girl and Xianging Xiangshen. It was evident that she genuinely liked the three of them. However, and Yen following behind couldn't help but lower her voice and ask, "Honey, why are we following this woman to go shopping?" Zhu shrugged, "I don't know either." This answer left Yen speechless. After a long while, she murmured, "Why do I feel that this woman is a bit strange? Of course she's a bit strange. After all, she appears mature, but is actually into Lolita. That's odd in itself." Zhuan said softly, "Huh? What did you say?" And Yan didn't quite catch it. Zhu smiled slightly, "Nothing. Anyway, there's still some time before the gathering day, and since we're already out, let's just consider it a day out." Just then, the girl who had been walking with Mo Changhong suddenly stopped in her tracks. "Huh? Xiaohulu, what's wrong?" Mo Changhong asked strangely. She gave her this nickname because she felt the girl, although she could speak, was extremely taciturn. Often, even after talking for a while, she wouldn't even make a sound, just like a quiet gourd, so she nicknamed her Xiaohulu. The girl didn't respond, not even a hint of expression, so she stuck with that name. At this moment, Xiaohulu blinked her big, dark eyes, staring straight across the street. Mo Changhong followed her gaze and saw a tall building on the other side. It was grandly decorated and stood out in this low-rise area, very eye-catching. Mo Changhong blinked slightly, then a faint smile appeared. She recognized this building. Translation: "What's wrong? Do you want to go in and take a look?" Mo Changhong asked softly. Zihulid nodded, then, without waiting for Mo Changhong's response, took a step and headed towards Tian Auction House. Mo Changhong smiled and muttered under her breath, "Really decisive." Then she followed along. The group crossed the street and arrived at the entrance of Tian Auction House. Obviously, an auction was taking place inside, so the gates were closed, and only a few guards were keeping watch. As the group approached, the guards were about to stop them when Mo Changhong casually tossed a name card at them. "Open the gate and let us in." Seeing the name on the card, the guards involuntarily gasped and quickly made way. "Yes, Manager Mo and a few honored guests are invited in." With that, someone pushed open the gate, and Mo Changhong led the group into the auction hall in a grand manner. This scene was also noticed by the agents of the C family, who were monitoring from behind. Immediately, someone rushed back to report. In the blink of an eye, C Minky, who was overseeing from behind, heard the news and couldn't help but tremble. "What did you say?" "They entered the Tian Auction House, yes." C Minky's face showed a pensive expression. What does Mo Changhong mean? Why did she suddenly take people to the Tian Auction House? After a moment of contemplation, he suddenly raised his head, his eyes cold as he said, "Let's go. Let's go to the Tian Auction House and find out what's going on, yes?" With the power of the C family, they effortlessly slipped into the Tian Auction House. Of course, to avoid being discovered, both Si Minky and Si Guangzhong had disguised themselves and sat in the main hall rather than in a private box. At this moment, the auction was only halfway through, and it could be seen that the previous items auctioned were nothing too valuable. The atmosphere in the hall was relaxed, with many people whispering to each other. In fact, this was the usual state of affairs at auctions, since not every auction would have standout items. Often, those attending the Tian auction were there to exchange information and observe prices rather than to make purchases. Si Minky had naturally attended auctions at Tian before. Although it wasn't on this particular planet, the chain of auction houses was similar, so he was familiar with the setup. However, his attention was not on the auction items on the stage, but on the booths at the back. He was certain that Mo Changhong must be in one of those booths with the young girl. But that was just a guess. He didn't know the exact booth. With that in mind, he pondered for a moment, then gestured for an auctioneer overseeing the hall to approach. "What can I do for you, sir?" the auctioneer asked with a smile. "Is there anything of value today?" C. Minky inquired. "Could you elaborate on the specifics and criteria, sir?" the auctioneer asked professionally. "I mean something that would pique the interest of a powerful figure," C. Minky answered. Without hesitation, the auctioneer shook his head. "Nothing. Today's auction is just a routine event, with nothing particularly noteworthy. Since the gathering is about to convene, many buyers and sellers are preparing to strike deals, so trading is slowing down." C. Minky nodded and threw a piece of crystal to the auctioneer. "Thank you," the auctioneer said. "Good luck, sir." With that, the auctioneer walked away. C. Minky was now certain that there was nothing significant happening at this auction. The auctioneers at these events relied on them for their livelihood, so they would be aware of any insider information. The idea of finding a hidden treasure didn't exist in the Tian auction house. Those present at the event were not ordinary people, and if there was anything peculiar about the items being auctioned, it wouldn't go unnoticed. With that in mind, C. Minky relaxed and leaned back in his chair. "Keep an eye on the booths at the back, yes?" Meanwhile, in a VIP room at the back, Mo Changhong was flipping through auction catalogs out of boredom. "Z Hulid, did you bring everyone in here just to look at this junk?" Z Hulid remained silent, standing by the French windows and gazing intently at the auction stage in the distance. Items were presented one by one. Some were sold, but most received no bids and were ultimately withdrawn. It was apparent that even the auctioneer in charge wasn't fully focused. The atmosphere of the entire event was lackluster. However, with the introduction of a new item, Z Hulid suddenly trembled and pointed decisively. "Buy it." Mo Changhong looked up and saw a dull metal component displayed on the auction stage. It seemed to be part of something, but it appeared damaged. Such an object wouldn't attract much attention on the street, let alone at an auction house. Hence, the auctioneer introduced it with a lackluster tone, a seemingly unique metal item with unclear origins and usage, likely a remnant of alchemical civilization. The existence of alchemical civilization in this otherworldly realm was no secret, and the remnants were plentiful. Therefore, the introduction didn't interest the audience, and some even yawned, commenting, "Seems like there's nothing of value at Tiana today, if they're putting up scrap like this for auction. Indeed, nobody would want this kind of junk. The auction is a waste of time." At that moment, the auctioneer raised his voice slightly, starting bid at 10 spirit crystals. "Bidding begins now." The crowd continued discussing, not paying much attention to the item. However, a red sign suddenly rose from a booth in the back. It indicated a bid. "All right, a gentleman in the booth has bid 10 spirit crystals for this item. Anyone else offering a higher bid?" the auctioneer asked as per protocol. The crowd remained silent, and someone chuckled, besides a few bored nobles who would be interested in such junk. 10 spirit crystals are still money after all. Yet, C. Minky suddenly felt a twinge, sensing that something was amiss with the item. Without hesitation, he raised his own bid card. "Great! Another gentleman has raised the bid to 20 spirit crystals. Any higher bids?" The auctioneer, awakening from his drowsiness, sounded more energetic as this was the first time in this auction that there was a bidding competition. "What's going on? Is there something special about this scrap metal? Why else would there suddenly be such fierce bidding?" someone exclaimed in surprise. Many others also stood up abruptly, staring fixedly at the metal component on the platform with thoughtful expressions. As mentioned before, those appearing here are not ordinary people, and among them are expert appraisers, yet even they couldn't see anything special about this metal component. C. Minky was also puzzled. He had thought this item was just a bit peculiar, which is why he had raised the bidding paddle, but he never expected the people in the private room to bid so aggressively, adding 100 spirit crystals directly. Although this amount might not be considered a huge sum, it was still not affordable for ordinary people. However, C. Minky quickly regained his composure and decisively raised his paddle again. If the people in the private room were willing to pay such a high price for this metal component, it meant that it indeed had extraordinary qualities. Sea Minky was determined not to fall behind. But just as he was about to raise his paddle again, a sign was suddenly raised in another private room, a green sign. Upon seeing this sign, the auctioneer's voice suddenly rose several decibels, excitedly exclaiming, "The person in private room number 7 of Heaven Villa directly raises the bid by 500 spirit crystals. Is there any higher bid?" In an instant, the room fell silent. If people thought the previous 120 spirit crystals bid was exaggerated, the 500 increase now left many astounded. Even Sea Minky was dumbfounded. Who is bidding again? This is clearly challenging us. But who could this person be? Mo Chang Hong muttered with suspicion. Frankly, the price of 620 spirit crystals had already far exceeded her mental limit. In her opinion, this piece of scrap metal was worth at most 1 spirit crystal. Moreover, even though she was the manager of the medicinal restaurant, it would be quite challenging for her to produce several hundred spirit crystals all at once. Thus, she hesitated. However, at that moment, Zuan on the side suddenly raised a sign, a light purple sign. Immediately, the auctioneer's voice wavered slightly. The person in this private room raises the bid again, this time by directly adding 1,000 spirit crystals. The total price is now 1,620 spirit crystals. Any further bids? The whole venue erupted into a deafening noise. My goodness, what's happening today? A piece of scrap metal is being sold at such a high price? In comparison to this, I am more curious about the identities of the people in those 2 private rooms. They must have deep pockets, clearly not ordinary folks. This price caused both Sea Minky and many others who had been eager to bid to back down. The price was simply too exorbitant, dissuading them from proceeding. Sea Minky let out a bitter smile, acknowledging that even if this item held some mystery, he had no choice but to give up. After all, the financial authority of the Sea family was not in his hands, and he, relying solely on his savings, could not afford to pay over 1,000 spirit crystals. Although, technically, with the Sea family's reputation, he could overdraw some spirit crystals at the Tian auction house. Sea Minky was well aware that if he really dared to spend a large sum to purchase this scrap metal, upon returning, the family head and the council of elders would demand a perfect explanation. And if the item turned out to be of no use, he would have to bear the consequences. Additionally, seeing that the bidding was far from over, with no certainty on how high the price might rise, Sea Minky dared not proceed. Sure enough, a cold snort was heard from private room number 7 of Heaven Villa, followed by another sign being raised, the same light purple sign. The whole room fell into a dead silence, even surprising the auctioneer. He had thought that the item could fetch over 1,000 spirit crystals, securing a high price. However, the bidder in private room number 7 seemed intent on acquiring the item, promptly adding another 1,000 spirit crystals. The price had now reached 1,620 spirit crystals. This amount could already purchase a fully intact suit of alchemical armor. Even the auctioneer couldn't help but lower his voice. The current bid is 2,620 spirit crystals. Any more bids? In his view, the auction was nearing its conclusion. Ultimately, the private room that initially initiated the bidding fell silent. The auctioneer let out a sigh of relief. Well, the auction was finally over. Who would have thought that such a seemingly unremarkable auction would showcase such a valuable item? However, the commission from just this item would provide him with a substantial reward. Thinking of this, a faint smile appeared on the auctioneer's face. Yet, just as the smile began to form, the private room that had started the bidding suddenly displayed a dark green sign. Upon seeing this sign, the auctioneer's gavel dropped. This sign was the highest grade of bidding signage in the auction house, indicating an increase of 10,000 spirit crystals. At this moment, all eyes were drawn to this dark green sign. In an instant, there were those in shock, those unable to comprehend, and those deep in contemplation. Inside the private room, Mo Chang Hong, seeing Zuan's sign, couldn't help but be astonished. "What are you doing? Weren't you prepared to give up?" Initially, Mo Chang Hong thought Zuan had decided to give up when he didn't respond, but to her surprise, he once again bid, this time in a more fervent manner. Ju unchuckled, "Sorry, I got delayed earlier because I couldn't find this sign." Mo Chang Hong, now. Private room Earth, number 2, bids. Bids 12,620 spirit crystals. Any more bids? The auctioneer called out wearily. This price was considered extraordinarily high not only on this planet, but also within the entire Tian auction house. Adding to the bewilderment was the fact that they were bidding on an enigmatic piece of scrap metal. Many eyes turned to private room number 7 of Heaven Villa, as it had been in competition with private room Earth number 2 throughout. The young man's anger had not subsided, his expression dark as he gazed at the metal component outside the glass window that had just been hammered down and sold, saying nothing. A beautiful woman standing beside him chuckled at the sight, then reached out with delicate hands to refill the young man's cup with wine. "Why are you so angry, Lee? Come, have a drink to cool off." The young man glanced at the woman, suddenly pulling her into an embrace, his hands roughly squeezing. When her hair was disheveled and she was panting, the young man finally let go. His face grim, he leaned back in his chair. The woman lazily rested her head on his shoulder, coquettishly asking, "Lee, what's wrong? Why are you so fixated on that piece of scrap metal? You don't understand. Although others may not recognize that item, I can see clearly that it is a component of a suit of armor. And how valuable a set of alchemical armor suits are, I need not explain, right?" The woman's eyes flickered as she nodded, seeming to grasp some understanding. "So, the people in the opposite private room also know about this. No wonder they tried to grab it from you." The young man sneered. "What good does knowing do? On this planet, there is nothing that I, Li Yutang, cannot obtain." Just then, the steward who had gone out earlier returned. "How did it go? Have you found out who it was?" Li Yutang inquired solemnly. "Young Master Li, after inquiring, I found that after the auction began, 2 groups of people entered the venue. One group was from the C family, whom I saw sitting in the hall. As for the other group, who is in the other group?" "In the other group, there was the head of the nearby medicinal restaurant, Mo Changhong." Mo Changhong. Upon hearing this name, Li Yutang sat up abruptly, his expression turning ugly. "Are you sure? I have confirmed it. It is her. If it's her, then this complicates things." Li Yutang stood up, his expression alternating between gloomy and clear. He had originally planned to intercept and seize the item after identifying the other party on the way home. But if it was Mo Changhong, that plan would have to be adjusted. Li Yutang had some self-awareness. Despite the Li family's significant influence on this planet, they were no match for the backing behind the medicinal restaurant. However, he felt somewhat reluctant to let this go. As he hesitated, another steward hurriedly entered the private room. "Li, a message from the family head." "Huh? How come they sent a message so soon after I left?" Li Yutang was puzzled. The steward approached and whispered a few words in Li Yutang's ear. Li Yutang's expression of anger instantly dissipated, replaced by excitement and joy. "Is this true?" the family head personally instructed. "How could it be false? That's great. When these important guests arrive, let's see who dares to be arrogant. As for Mo Changhong, it's not even worth mentioning." Li Yutang chuckled gleefully, suddenly thinking of something. "When will the guests arrive?" "They set off once the message was received. They should be arriving shortly." "Good. There's still time. Let's hurry back and prepare." With that, Li Yutang turned and left without any reluctance. His subordinates followed suit and left. The woman stood up somewhat perplexed, hesitated for a moment, then followed. The members of the Li family departed in this manner. In the second private room, Mo Changhong looked astonished as she watched Zuan. "What's wrong? Why are you looking at me like that?" Zuan said nonchalantly. Mo Changhong took a deep breath. "Nothing. Just wanted to see what kind of person can easily take out over 10,000 spirit crystals." Zuan smiled faintly. "Have you seen clearly now?" "Yes, I have." Mo Changhong nodded. "Let's go then." Zuan got up and led the way through the VIP passage directly to the backstage of the auction venue. At this moment, including the auctioneer, many people from the Tian auction house were eagerly awaiting Zuan's arrival. When Mo Changhong's group entered the backstage, the auctioneer immediately approached, grinning broadly. "Boss Mo, I never expected you to be so interested in this alchemical artifact. I've already packed everything up. Are you ready to take it now?" Mo Changhong cleared his throat and pointed to Zuan beside him. "I think you've got it wrong. It wasn't me who bought this item, it was him." The auctioneer was stunned for a moment. He had received a message earlier stating that the person in the second private room was Mo Changhong, the manager of the local medicinal restaurant. Naturally, He assumed that Mo Changhong had purchased the item. But the actual beer was someone else. Who was this white-clad youth he had never seen before? The auctioneer pondered, his smile growing even brighter. So it was this gentleman who bought it, that's really. Before he could finish the pleasantries, Zuin threw a storage ring over. All right, let's complete the transaction. The auctioneer obediently closed his mouth. It was clear that the young man in white did not appreciate formalities. He efficiently completed the handover and handed the box containing the component to Zuan. After receiving the box, Zuan turned and left without a moment's hesitation. This left the auction facilitator slightly bewildered, as he had never encountered such a patron. In fact, he had misunderstood Zuan. Zuan's hasty departure was due to sensing danger around him. Though Li Yutang's malicious gaze was obstructed by the private room's array, Zuin still perceived it. Although the feeling of being spied on had faded, Zuin decided to leave the place quickly. It wasn't fear, but a desire to avoid entanglement in such matters. Soon, Zuin left the Tian auction house with the gourd and 2 daughters in tow. Where to now? Shall we go back to my place? Mo Changhong asked. Zuin shook his head. No need. Cha Wenliang is waiting for us back at the inn. Let's say our goodbyes. All right, feel free to come to the medicinal restaurant if you need anything. Mo Changhong bid farewell to the gourd and the girls, then departed reluctantly. The whole process happened so quickly that people couldn't react in time. By the time they realized what had happened, the piece of metal component had already entered the small gourd's stomach. Oh my god, she doesn't even need to chew this kind of thing. How good are her teeth? Aoshu exclaimed. Anyan, seeing the situation, couldn't help but ask with great concern, How are you, little gourd? Are you okay? Just as the words fell, the little gourd blinked at everyone, then leaned back and fell to the ground with a thud, becoming unconscious. This shocked everyone present. Ning Ning immediately rushed up. Gourd, what's wrong, Gourd? Wake up, Gourd. You can't die, Gourd. Ning Ning shook the little gourd, speaking in a rapid succession. Thinking, though not as talkative, also showed great anxiety and concern on her face. At this moment, Za Wenliang walked up and checked on the little gourd, then shook his head with a look of surprise. Ning Ning's tears burst out immediately. Grandpa Za, is she not going to make it? Sob, poor little gourd, how could you just die like that? I told you before, not to eat in such a hurry, but you didn't listen, and now you've choked yourself to death. Ning Ning murmured in frustration and couldn't help but say, Ning Ning, who told you she's dead? Hung not dead. Of course not dead, she just fainted. Listen. The crowd quieted down and listened carefully. Sure enough, a soft snoring sound came from the little gourd's mouth. She had actually fallen asleep. Ning Ning wiped her tears and said indignantly, Then why were you sighing and shaking your head? Of course, it made me overthink. Za Wenliang found it amusing. I shook my head for some other reasons. How did it end up being my fault? I don't care, because of you. I cried, you owe me tears. How can I pay back tears? Then you should cry too. The old and the young started bickering, but in the end, since the little gourd was fine, everyone let out a sigh of relief. Anyan carried the little gourd into the house, placed her on the bed, covered her with a blanket, and then stepped out. Meanwhile, Ning Ning and Za Wenliang were still arguing. But the smile on Za Wenliang's face indicated that he seemed to enjoy this kind of banter. After a good laugh and successfully extorting many small trinkets, thinking, and Ning Ning happily followed Anyan out. Aoshu shrugged and also returned to the room. When only Zhu En and Za Wenliang were left in the courtyard, Za Wenliang's smile gradually faded, and he spoke very solemnly to Zhu En. Zhu En, how do you plan to handle this little gourd Nyo? Why are you suddenly asking? Because I found this little gourd extremely unique. When I was examining her body just now, I discovered that she was neither human nor monster, neither a ghost nor a demon. If she were regarded as a spirit-infused object, she should have a divine soul. But I didn't see anything in her consciousness. This kind of situation only appears in dead people, but the little gourd has a clear self-awareness, and she can even speak. This is a situation I have never encountered before. Zuin looked deeply at Za Wenliang, and then chuckled softly. Looks like you've figured it out. Yes, this little gourd is definitely not an ordinary existence. She should have been created by someone. Za Wenliang was shaken all over, blurted out, Is it similar to how we created souls before? Somewhat similar, but not entirely the same. In fact, I'm not entirely sure how she was created, but there is one thing that is certain. Zuan raised his head, looked towards the distant sky, and said lightly, her origin must be closely related to the vanished alchemical civilization. Zhao Wenliang's mouth moved as if to say something, but in the end, he closed it. At the same time, in the herbal workshop, Mo Changhong entered her room as usual. When she closed the door, layers of enchantments isolated the room completely, ensuring that no information leaked out. Mo Changhong approached the dressing mirror, waved her hand, and a series of symbols appeared on the mirror. When the light converged, various strange scenes began to emerge. Mo Changhong was already accustomed to this and waited calmly. In the blink of an eye, the chaotic scenes dissipated, revealing a huge palace inside. In the center of the palace was a high platform surrounded by layers of curtains, blocking the view inside, only vaguely showing many flickering lights. Seeing this scene, Mo Changhong immediately knelt on one knee, showing utmost respect, and said, I, Mo Changhong, greet the Empress. The image remained calm, and after a moment, a cold and noble voice came. Rise, yes. Mo Changhong dared to stand up. Have there been any unusual occurrences on your end recently? The voice asked again. Back to the Empress. Everything was normal before, but today, a small incident occurred, Zhou. What happened? Mo Changhong explained how she encountered Zuan and the confrontation with the C family members. After hearing it, there was silence from the other side of the mirror. Mo Changhong continued, Empress, I feel that this matter is definitely suspicious. The C family clearly showed a keen interest in that young girl. If not for the reputation of our herbal workshop, they would probably have acted on the spot. The C family, they suddenly targeted a small family, the Lu family, within the Alchemist Alliance some time ago, claiming that Lu family had disrespected them in the past and stole their pill recipes. But it's far from simple. The voice chuckled mockingly. How could Sidao Yuan, that old cunning fox, make a loss-making deal? So if I'm not mistaken, that young girl is likely the person they are looking for. Mo Changhong nodded. That's what I also think. So I secretly investigated the details of this girl and her background, only to find what? Soon she thought of something else. Did anyone from the Lu family follow at that time? No? No. How is that possible? Actually, the one accompanying the little girl at that time was the Ghost Needle Divine Physician Cha Wenliang and a young man. Ghost Needle Divine Physician? It's not surprising that he, a member of the Elder Council of the Pharmacists Alliance, appeared here. But what about the young man? My Empress, this young man is quite interesting. Although he only has the cultivation of a Saint Emperor, he gives off a very dominant aura, and his style of action is very extravagant. His temperament is extraordinary. So I always feel that this person's background is not simple. Mo Changhong smiled. And after hearing these words, the voice behind the curtain chuckled unexpectedly. What? Are you interested in him? Oh my Empress, I am talking to you about serious matters. Why are you joking around? Mo Changhong blushed and complained coquettishly. Actually, it would be a good thing if you really liked a young man. At least there wouldn't be so many strange quirks. The voice continued to laugh. Mo Changhong was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. In her impression, the Empress has always been noble and dignified, but she didn't expect her to be so merciless in her comments. What does she mean by strange quirks? Is it wrong that I just like some cute little girls? Just as she was secretly trying to defend herself, the voice behind the curtain came again. Since you describe it so vividly, let me see what this young man looks like. My Empress, I didn't mean it that way. I was just curious. So I recorded his image. Please don't overthink it. Mo Changhong explained, then waved her hand to display an image on the water curtain. This water curtain image was obviously taken sneakily by Mo Changhong, showing Zhu Un sitting in a chair at the auction venue, holding a cup of tea in his hand, his gaze lowered, a faint smile on his face. Although it was taken sneakily, the lighting in the image perfectly displayed Zuan's calm and cold yet compelling aura. Combined with the features seemingly outlined by a divine hand, it truly gave a pleasing feeling. The woman behind the curtain had been watching with a smile, but when she saw Zuan's eyes in the image, she couldn't help but tremble all over, then stood up abruptly, exclaiming in shock, How is this possible? What's wrong, my Empress? Is something amiss? Mo Changhong was also taken aback and hurriedly asked. But the blurry figure standing up behind the curtain did not respond to her words at all. She just stood there blankly, murmuring softly, "Hua clan. How could it be the Hua clan?" Mo Changhong did not hear these words, so she could only stand anxiously there, waiting for the person in the mirror to respond. It was only after a long time that the voice trembled. "What is this boy's name? Where is he from? Do you know all of this?" "My Empress, this young man's name is Zuan, but I don't know exactly where he is from," Mo Changhong hastily replied. "Zuan," the voice murmured, then asked again, "Where is this young man now?" "He is right here in Yangcheng County." "Good. You must keep him there. I will come later." "What? My Empress, are you going to come in person?" Mo Changhong exclaimed. But before she could finish, the connection to the mirror was already cut off. Mo Changhong stood still in place, her mind filled with question marks. What's happening? Why did the Empress react so strongly after seeing Zuan's image? At the same time, in the core of a secretive planet within the Pharmacists Alliance, there floated a grand palace. Inside the palace was the scene that had appeared in the mirror earlier. And at this moment, behind the layers of curtains, a veiled woman stood still in place. Although her face couldn't be seen clearly, the graceful figure alone indicated that she was undoubtedly a stunning woman. After standing still for a long time, she suddenly remembered something, took a deep breath, then turned and walked towards the flickering lights. When she opened another curtain, what lay behind was a scene that shook the heart. Behind the curtain was a huge shrine, with many names engraved densely on it, each name adorning a candle in front of it. The flickering lights were emitted by these candles. The woman gazed at the names on the shrine, her lips trembling, then picked up 3 incense sticks, lit them, and inserted them into the incense burner. After completing these actions, she turned and disappeared within the palace. As she left, whether it was due to the fluctuations in her magical power or the inherent power of the stars, a gentle breeze stirred within the palace. The breeze swayed the candles, making the names above unclear, but the 2 prominent Hua clan names at the top stood out. And just as the Empress set off for Yangcheng County, the Leon family in Yangcheng County finally welcomed distinguished guests. When 2 radiant lights landed, 2 figures emerged from them. The leader wore black clothes, with a cold and stern demeanor, especially his eyes exuding a chilling aura. He was Sheng Gaoj. Following behind him was Su Feijing. The 2 of them had come from the Sheng family, traveling all the way here and finally arriving at the Pharmacists Alliance today. After they landed, Leon Yuding and many high-ranking members of the Leon family hurried to greet them. "Young Master Su," Leon Yuding respectfully called out. Although Su Feijing had appeared so submissive in the Sheng family, he showed a calm expression in front of Leon Yuding. He just nodded and then signaled to Leon Yuding. Leon Yuding understood and quickly bowed to Sheng Gaoj. "This must be Senior Sheng Gaoj. Your presence here at our Leon family truly shines a light upon us." Before he could finish his polite words, Sheng Gaoj walked straight in, saying coldly, "I can sense that person is in this city right now, but after traveling all the way, my sword intent is somewhat exhausted, so I need 3 hours to recuperate. After 3 hours, I want to know the precise location of this person, and then eliminate him." As he said the last 2 words, a huge sword intent illusion appeared above Sheng Gaoj's head. Su Feijing immediately bowed and said, "Understood. HMPH, you really haven't seen the world. Let me tell you the truth, this Shen Gaoj in the Shen family is not the top powerhouse. The most powerful one, Shen's second young master, is still in seclusion cultivating. If he were to come, I reckon no one in the entire Apothecary Alliance would be his match." Speaking of this, Su Feijing looked proud. "If it weren't for me, would such a figure stay in your Leon family?" Leon Yuding nodded repeatedly, showing a fawning expression. Yes, we owe it all to Su Young Master's face. If we can establish a connection with the Shen family, my Leon family will definitely show our gratitude." "Humph, stop saying useless things. I'm almost exhausted from this journey. Find a place for me to rest." Yes, I've already prepared a place for you. This way, please." Leon Yuding nodded and bowed ahead, quickly bringing Su Feijing to a magnificent location. When Su Feijing saw the extravagant furnishings and the table filled with fine wine and cuisine, he nodded in satisfaction. Well done. Hehe, this is nothing. Look at this." Leon Yuding clapped his hands mysteriously. In an instant, Footsteps could be heard behind the room's curtains, followed by a group of women walking out together. These women were all dressed provocatively, each with exceptional beauty. "Su young master, these are specially prepared for you. Are you satisfied?" Leon Yuding smiled and asked. Seeing this scene, Su Feijing couldn't help but feel pleased. Then he patted Leon Yuding's shoulder heavily. "Good. Good. You are truly a clever person. Thoughtful." With that, a glint appeared in Su Feijing's eyes. During this period, he had been feeling very frustrated. First, he was rejected at the Falling God Valley, and upon returning, he had to act subservient towards Shen Gaoj. Even on the journey, he had to be careful and serve Shen Gaoj, lest he provoke this killing deity again. All these tensions had made him feel on edge until today, when he finally found some relief in the sight of fine wine and beautiful women. "So young master, please enjoy your rest. I won't disturb you anymore." With that, Leon Yuding smiled and left the room. As the door closed, Leon Yuding's smile vanished instantly, replaced by a cold command. "Watch this place. No one is allowed to enter, no matter what happens inside, yes?" Leon Yuding left in big strides. He was busy now, needing to find the person Shen Gaoj mentioned within 3 hours. Despite the busyness, he felt excited. If he could establish a relationship with the Shen family through this matter, it would be a great thing for himself and the Leon family. Let me briefly introduce the relationship between the Leon family and Su Feijing. Leon Yuding met Su Feijing in a fortuitous circumstance. When he learned that Su Feijing was the renowned young master of the Su family, he immediately showed enthusiasm and eagerness to curry favor in order to align with this powerful individual. After all, the Leon family's influence in the Apothecary Alliance was not top tier, especially in the vast Tianhuai. They needed someone to depend on urgently. Su Feijing also enjoyed Leon Yuding's flattery without limits, and they quickly built a close relationship. Later, Leon Yuding often sent gifts to Su Feijing, hoping that he wouldn't forget him after gaining benefits. When Su Feijing and Shen Gaoj planned their visit to the Apothecary Alliance, he informed the Leon family in advance to prepare for the reception. Learning that a higher status and more powerful member of the Shen family was coming, Leon Yuding was ecstatic. This was also the reason he had made bold statements at the auction. In the meantime, in a certain inn in the city, Siminki was staring at a map with a frown. The map detailed the buildings in Yang City County, with a circle drawn heavily on the inn where Zhu En and others were staying. Si Guangzhong remained silent, watching Siminki circle the map. Suddenly, Siminki stopped and slammed the table. "I've decided, we'll take action tonight." "Take action?" Si Guangzhong asked. "Yes." Siminki nodded heavily, his eyes filled with determination. "I have a hunch that tonight will be our last chance. If we miss tonight, we'll never get our hands on that thing." Si Guangzhong also showed a hint of anger, especially since it was he who had originally handled the matter involving the Lu family. Now hearing that they might lose the opportunity, he was filled with fury. "All right, let's act tonight. But before we do, we need to plan carefully. We can't act recklessly, or we might fail." "Okay, I'll follow your lead this time. I only want that boy's life, and that wench's life." Si Guangzhong recalled the grudge with Zhu En and the humiliating beating in front of many people. Under this atmosphere of impending danger, a meticulous plan began. Everything started from the moment the lights began to shine. As night fell, the lights of Yang City County illuminated countless homes. Siminki led a group of people out of the inn and signaled to the others behind him. In an instant, they merged into the bustling crowd and disappeared. An hour later, they would regroup in front of the inn where Zhuan was staying. Meanwhile, at the Leon family's residence, Su Feijing walked out of the room contentedly, followed by the sight of a slaughterhouse. The goods you found this time are not bad, just too fragile. They all died before it was satisfying. Next time, find stronger ones. Su Feijing said indifferently. "Yes, I'll make sure to improve next time." Leon Yuding quickly bowed in response. Su Feijing stretched lazily, then shivered slightly, causing the blood stains and dirt on his body to shake off, returning him to his usual clean appearance. "So, have you found the person you were looking for?" "Yes, Su young master, I've found him. That person actually lives in an inn in Yang City County." Leon Yuding bit his lip secretly. With his connections and resources in the city, it was a simple task to track down a person. He also discovered that the person he was looking for was the young man who was seen with Mo Changhong today. However, he didn't share this information with Su Feijing. In his view, even if people from the medicinal food workshop were involved, it didn't matter now that the Shen family had taken action. It was a situation where everyone had to retreat obediently. Oh, why are there so many people today? Si Guangzhong spat evilly and forcefully pushed through the crowd. Because of his forceful actions, he attracted many angry stares from the people around him. Si Guangzhong showed no weakness. What are you looking at? Look at me again, and I'll gouge your eyes out. Young man, don't be so reckless with your words. An elderly man said displeased. I'll be as reckless as I want. What of it? Old man, who do you think you are, trying to lecture me? Si Guangzhong was already feeling frustrated, so he sneered directly at the old man's words. The old man snorted, such lack of manners. Hey, you! Si Guangzhong was about to say something more when suddenly he felt a sense of impending danger behind him and tried to dodge. But at that moment, two people beside him intentionally or unintentionally stepped closer, blocking his movements. It was because of this delay that Si Guangzhong received a solid slap. With a loud sound, the slap landed on the back of Si Guangzhong's head, causing him to stagger and almost fall to the ground. The pain and humiliation made him furious. Who the hell dares to? Before he could finish his sentence, he felt a fierce kick to his knee. With a thud, he involuntarily knelt down on the ground. Soon after, he was subjected to a flurry of punches and kicks. Si Guangzhong was firmly suppressed on the ground, completely unable to move. At this moment, Si Guangzhong, who had only recently regained his physical body thanks to his father's special talent, had plummeted to the lowest level of cultivation. So, facing these unreasonable and despicable attacks, he had no power to resist. In just a short moment, he was beaten to a pulp, blood flowing from his nose and eyes. Despite this, Si Guangzhong still refused to accept it, struggling desperately to try to stand up. Just then, a foot slammed down on his face and pressed down forcefully. Crack! Si Guangzhong heard his newly healed cheekbone shatter once again. It's over. He sighed in infinite sadness. What had he been through recently? Why was he so unlucky and getting beaten everywhere he went? Just as he lamented, a hoarse and cold voice sounded in his ear. Young man, I warned you before not to be so reckless with your words. Why didn't you listen? Now, had enough of a lesson? Si Guangzhong struggled to open his swollen eyes and looked up, only to see the old man who was smiling down at him, pressing his foot on his head. Behind the old man, there were dozens of men in blue clothes. Si Guangzhong felt a throb in his heart. This old man was obviously not simple, but he was still the young master of the Si family, and this show of force did not intimidate him. So, he sneered and said, even if I'm reckless, what can you do about it? Before he could finish his sentence, a glint of cold light flashed in the old man's eyes, and he forcefully twisted his foot on Si Guangzhong. Crack, crack, the cheekbone of Si Guangzhong kept making explosive sounds, and then he passed out from the pain. The old man lifted his foot and said coldly, take this kid aside and keep an eye on him. The fireworks show at the market is about to start. We can't have any disturbances at this time. Yes. Several people immediately came forward, dragged Si Guangzhong to the side, and kept him under watch. The old man quietly disappeared into the crowd once again. The crowd in the street became more and more crowded, with countless people eager to see the fireworks display before the market began. The commotion also alarmed Yan in the inn. She walked to the window and stood next to Zuan, looking surprised. Why is it so lively outside? Zuan smiled faintly. This is the fireworks display. It started 10 days before the market and gets more grand each time. Oh, but why are there so many cultivators? Haven't they seen fireworks before? Zhao Wenliang also arrived at the window of the hall at this time and said with a smile, these fireworks are different from the usual ones. They are specially made by the Pharmacists Alliance, containing various precious medicinal ingredients. When ignited, they purify the surrounding spiritual energy, greatly benefiting one's cultivation. That's why so many cultivators have gathered here. Oh, I see. Yan couldn't help but get excited and said to Zuan, let's go down and join the fun. Zuan was about to nod with a smile when he caught a glimpse of the commotion between the old man and Si Guangzhong in the corner of the crowd. Although the old man's men were trying to contain the situation and using themselves as a shield, they couldn't escape Zuan's sharp eyes. Zuan was taken aback because with his sharp gaze, he immediately saw that the person being dragged away on the ground was not Siguangzhang. But who could it be? And why was he there? Where was his brother, Siminki, Zhu? An's heart skipped a beat and silently expanded his divine consciousness, enveloping several blocks around him. Although many streets in Yang City had secret techniques to shield against divine consciousness probing, it was no match for Zuan. Soon, the scenes of several nearby blocks appeared in Zuan's mind. When he noticed that many imperceptible traces were converging towards his location, Zuan was slightly surprised. Then, a faint smile appeared on his lips. Yanner, there will be fireworks displays for the next 10 days. Let's not go down today, you go back to the room first. Yan looked deeply at Zuan and finally lowered her eyes. Okay, I understand. With that, she turned and returned to her room. Zuan raised his hand and laid down a few arrays, sealing off Yan and the two daughters' rooms. Seeing this, Zhao Wenliang was puzzled. What's going on? Is there a problem, Zhu? Unchuckled. Nothing much. Just a few flies trying to join the fun. Despite Zuan's casual tone, Zhao Wenliang became very serious. Do you need any help? No need. It's a long night ahead. I'll just play with them. With that, Zuan tapped his forehead, and the symbolic tower in his sea of knowledge opened, releasing Lu Yingxi. Although she hadn't suffered any injuries before, her excessive consumption of cultivation had left her extremely weak, so Zuan had placed her in the symbolic tower for recuperation. Upon hearing Cha Wenliang's words, Lu Yingxi nodded, but her gaze involuntarily drifted towards the window, her face full of concern. At the same time, Zuan appeared in the empty space above the inn. The stars were shining brightly at this moment, and several neighboring planets emitted a bright and soft light, illuminating the earth like moonlight. Zuan's fingers moved continuously, forming dozens of complex seals, then pushed downward. In an instant, the entire inn was enveloped in a soft light. After completing all this, Zuan finally sat cross-legged, sitting quietly in the empty space, waiting for the arrival of the people. Siguangzhang had been defeated, and Siminki was unaware of everything that had happened in the inn. At this moment, he had just walked out of the crowd and arrived in front of the inn, looking up at this unremarkable inn. The starlight washed over, and the inn was quiet. A cold smile appeared on Siminki's lips. At the same time, people began to appear around him one after another. In an instant, everyone had gathered, except for Siguangzhang. Siminki furrowed his brow slightly. Where did he go? I don't know. We didn't see the second young master's trace along the way. This guy, forget it. Let's not wait for him. For Siminki, it was a good thing that Siguangzhang hadn't appeared. Then he wouldn't have to say anything after catching the little girl himself. So he gave the order, and everyone immediately quietly attacked the inn. However, they did not notice that when they crossed a certain boundary, a faint light scanned over them, isolating all the noise outside. The inn was empty, completely silent. Only the candlelight reflected on the windows proved that someone lived there. Siminki hid in the shadow of a corner and suddenly frowned, because he felt a faint sense of danger. The feeling was not strong, but it lingered like a worm gnawing at his bones. Something's not right. Why is it so quiet here? Someone whispered behind him. This sentence was like thunder on a clear day, reminding Siminki in an instant. Yeah. No matter how secluded it was, the inn shouldn't be this quiet. Could there be a trap here? Siminki's heart skipped a beat more than 1 BPM, and the blood rushed to his head. Let's get out first. He immediately ordered cautiously. But when the people turned around, the way they came had disappeared, replaced by a hazy mist. Siminki's face turned pale. He understood that he had indeed fallen into a trap. With things at this point, he had no choice but to speak in a low voice. Everyone, don't panic. We must gather together and charge into the inn. That is our only way out. Upon hearing his command, the previously restless men calmed down slightly and then huddled back to back, cautiously moving towards the inn lobby. But just after walking a few steps, the previously nebulous mist suddenly thickened, instantly engulfing everyone. Siminki shouted hoarsely, "Quick, grab the person next to you." But it was too late. The mist came so fast that many people felt their vision whitening before falling into a pure white nightmare. Siminki was horrified. He could clearly feel the people around him disappearing one by one. In the blink of an eye, He was left alone in the mist. "Who are you? Come out and face me if you have the guts. What kind of heroes are you with these tricks and illusions?" Seminki shouted hysterically. But all that responded was the empty mist. This silence was like a silent mockery, causing Seminki's heart to gradually sink to the bottom. Despair and regret began to crazily breed and spread. Because he hadn't even seen the other party's face before falling into such a terrifying situation, it showed how great the gap in strength was between himself and the other party. How ridiculous to think that this was an easy task. The real clown is myself. But just as Seminki was terrified, suddenly, he felt like a sharp blade flashed before his eyes. The dazzling light made his eyes sting. Then came a deafening roar, shaking him to his core. "What's going on?" Seminki looked up in fear. In the mist that was once pure and white, a pitch-black crack suddenly appeared, which rapidly expanded. After a crisp crack, it shattered completely. Starlight fell again, and everything reappeared before his eyes. It was only then that Seminki realized he had been standing in front of the inn's lobby door all along. And behind him were his men. Before Seminki could catch his breath, he saw several beams of light coming from the sky in the distance. When the leader showed his figure, it was actually Shungaoj. At this moment, he was dressed in black, with a face as white as jade, eyes like stars, and holding a sword. Although he was simply standing there, a mighty sword intent rose into the sky, causing even the stars to tremble. Seminki murmured, almost like a groan, "Shen family sword heart." Then he stood there with a pale face, not daring to move. He understood that the sword that had just pierced the mist was sent out by this young man in black. But why would someone from the Shen family appear here? Did they also know about the Liu family's affairs? Came to snatch the little girl? These thoughts flashed through Seminki's mind. And it was at this moment that Shungaoj slowly raised his eyes, coldly looking towards the distant empty space, then said in an indifferent tone, "The sword intent is good, but unfortunately, you have taken the wrong path." "Ha ha!" A light laughter came from the void, revealing Xuan's figure. Dressed in white, he sat in the empty space like a flawless piece of jade in a bottomless black pool, sharply contrasting with the black-clad Shungaoj. "Why do you say I took the wrong path?" Xuan smiled sardonically. "Because a real swordsman would never play with the kind of illusion tricks you just used." With that, Shungaoj took a step forward, his eyes flashing with sword intent. "So just based on this, you are not my opponent. Surrender obediently, come with me, and explain everything clearly, or die." It is indeed the Shen family sword heart, and it is also a bloodline heritage of extremely high quality. How could something like this appear in your hands? Xuan smiled faintly. "If I told you this was a gift from a friend before their death, would you believe it?" Shungaoj's expression instantly became strange, seeming annoyed and mocking. "What do you think?" Zhu unshook his head and sighed lightly. "I don't think so. Since you know it won't, then you may as well accept your fate." With those words, the sword intent in Shungaoj's eyes surged, and he raised his hand to strike. Boom! This sword seemed like a torrent pouring down from the sky, aiming straight at Xuan with the force of Mount Tai. Facing this imposing sword intent, most cultivators would not even dare to counterattack, let alone those with smaller courage who might just kneel down and admit defeat. But Xuan simply smiled faintly. Perfect timing. With that, he raised his hand, and the crimson small sword in his hand directly met Shungaoj's sword with exquisite timing and angle. On one side was grand and majestic sword intent, on the other side was a small crimson sword less than a foot long. The contrast was extreme. At least Su Fijin, who followed Shungaoj, was ecstatic and pleased upon seeing this scene. In his eyes, just based on this one sword, Xuan was already destined to lose. However, to everyone's surprise, upon seeing this sword, Shungaoj, who was charging at full speed, flashed a look of astonishment in his eyes. There was no other reason, it was simply that Xuan had controlled the timing and angle of his sword so perfectly that Shungaoj couldn't help but feel a strange sensation of actively moving towards the sword edge. But this feeling was fleeting, and he coldly snorted, sword intent boiling around him, and the sword energy in his hand skyrocketed. In an instant, this sword energy crossed the distance between them and pierced straight towards Xuan's forehead. Everything happened so quickly that no one could react. However, in that split second, as if foreseeing it, Xuan suddenly shifted the crimson small sword in his hand to an almost impossible angle. And that angle happened to be the weakest point of Shen Gao's sword. There was no sound, not even a disturbance in the air. The two swords collided silently. But in the next second, the overflowing sword intent that had reached its peak in Shen Gao's attack dissipated instantly. Following that, the sword light vanished, and the sword intent shattered. Shen Gao grunted, retreating hundreds of meters before standing in the void, hands hanging down, a trickle of blood flowing down from his left wrist. The whole scene was silent. Especially Su Feijin, who had just thought Zuan was doomed, widened his eyes in disbelief, his face filled with horror. How could this guy possibly force Shen Gao back in a sword duel? Did that mean his understanding of sword intent surpassed even the strongest in the Shen family? How was that possible? These successive thoughts flashed through Su Feijin's mind, making every hair on his body stand on end. Equally horrified was Siminki, standing in front of the inn's hall door. At this moment, apart from shock, he felt more relieved. It's a good thing, a good thing. Fortunately, he hadn't really fought this young man. Otherwise, with just one sword, he probably would have been defeated. Didn't even the strong in the Shen family lose? And it was at this moment that Shen Gao slowly lifted his head, his eyes still burning with sword intent. What kind of secret technique is this? Secret technique, Zhu shook his head with a faint smile. This is not a secret technique, just a pure form of swordsmanship. Shen Gao trembled slightly. Then what kind of swordsmanship is this, Zhu? Casually plucked a sword flower and said lightly, I call this move Immortal's Guidance. Immortal's Guidance. Shen Gao murmured softly, then his expression became solemn. I take back what I said earlier. Your swordsmanship is indeed remarkable, at least in your understanding of swordplay. But you are not my opponent, so I advise you to surrender obediently now, and then come with me to explain things. In that case, with your talent in swordsmanship, as long as you haven't done anything wrong, the head of the family might show leniency and let you off, maybe even allow you to join the Shen family as a swordsman. Shen Gao said slowly, then looked at Zuan, waiting for his response. In his opinion, the conditions he had offered were generous enough. Any youth with a bit of insight would heed his words. But, much to his surprise, after hearing Shen Gao's words, Zuan chuckled and raised an eyebrow. From what you're saying, should I be grateful to your Shen family? Of course. Shen Gao nodded naturally. Before this, no outsider had ever touched the Shen family sword heart. Those who did were either already dead, but you are the first. Zuan's smile remained on his face, with a hint of mockery in his eyes. But what if I don't want to? Shen Gao's eyes narrowed dangerously, staring coldly at Zuan, before finally speaking slowly after a long silence. You don't really think that just with that one sword earlier you can truly defeat me, do you? Whether I can or not, we'll have to try to find out. As a swordsman, if you don't even have the courage to draw your sword, then you can't be considered a true swordsman, can you? Zuan's tone was cold and clear. That's right. Shen Gao nodded. Just with that statement, you have earned my respect. With that, he raised his right hand, plunged it into the void, and then slowly drew out a long sword. The sword was 3 feet 3 inches long, simple and unadorned, with only the blade faintly shimmering with starlight, resembling a silver thread adorned with several pearls, dazzling to the eyes. This sword is called Rainkiller, obtained when I paid respects at the sword-presenting mountain. Following me through 27 battles, it has never been defeated. I have not used it for a long time, but today, out of respect, I draw this sword. Shen Gao held the sword in his hand, slightly bowed, and made a distant salute to Zuan. This was the respect between swordsmen before a duel, much like a handshake before a boxing match, proving that you are qualified to be his opponent. Zuan's expression also became solemn, standing up and returning the salute. The sword in my hand has no name because it was a gift from an old friend, so I have kept it by my side all this time. Zuan said calmly. Correct. This sword seems to encompass the entire world as it comes crashing down with overwhelming force. Zuan's face showed solemnity, and he raised his sword to meet it at the same time. If Shen Gao's sword seemed to want to destroy the world, then Zuan's sword seemed to be like a long sword energy great wall spanning thousands of miles, blocking all evil spirits and demons. Boom! The two swords collided in an instant. The space shattered, creating waves that spread crazily into the distance. Su Fei, standing in the distance, saw the scene and exclaimed in shock before immediately dodging further away. Just before he left, he didn't forget to drag the DRIZZLE on Yuting with him. However, they were still a bit late, as they were affected by the lingering power of the sword energy, instantly shredding Su Fei's robe on his back. As for the people like Si Minky on the ground, they fared even worse. Except for Si Minky, who reacted quickly and dodged in time, barely saving his life, the rest of the Si family subordinates didn't even have time to groan before being crushed into pieces by the leaking sword energy. And this was only the beginning. Not seeing the figures of the two in the sky anymore, only to streaks of sword light crisscrossed, occasionally colliding and creating thousands of waves. Si Minky shivered at the sight, hiding in a corner. He didn't know when this trembling in would collapse. In fact, if it weren't for the dozens of seals left by Zuan before, the inn would have collapsed long ago due to the sword's power. Even so, the inn continued to flicker with light, resisting the aftermath of the sword's power. And it was precisely because of the existence of these seals that everything that happened here was contained within this inn, unknown to the outside world. But at this moment, Shen Gaoj suddenly stood still. At this moment, he no longer had the calmness he had at the beginning. Although he still looked elegant in black clothes, the black hairband holding his hair had come loose at some point, making him look somewhat disheveled. Breathing slightly heavily, he stared at Zuan, who appeared equally composed on the other side. Zuan seemed to be stronger than him. Although they had just been through a thrilling sword battle, Zuan remained calm, handling it effortlessly, not a wrinkle on his clothes. Seeing this, Shen Gaoj's expression grew more serious. If the first sword was due to his underestimation and lack of full strength, he had given it his all in this latest confrontation. Yet he still failed to achieve anything, feeling slightly inferior. This was terrifying. Could it be that he was not a match for this young man in white? No, the Shen family, like their swords, never failed. With this thought, Shen Gaoj's eye showed a hint of madness, then he looked up. Such a beautiful night. It would be a shame to have it obscured, wouldn't it? As he spoke, Shen Gaoj took a step forward and struck out with his sword. Boom! This sword struck the protective barrier surrounding the inn. Unlike the previous sword's residual impact, this one directly hit the barrier, causing it to flicker wildly. Countless starlights fell from the sky, pouring into the barrier in an attempt to repair and resist Shen Gaoj's attack. The barrier Zuan had constructed seemed to correspond to the stars in the sky, making it resilient and isolating the inn as its own world, cut off from the outside. Shen Gaoj was shocked, never expecting his sword to fail to break the barrier. At this moment, he felt the enhancement the barrier provided to Zuan, his eyes filled with determination. Bring it on! He shouted, striking out with another sword. Boom! This sword hit the same spot as before, finally causing the entire barrier to groan under the pressure before shattering with a crack. As the barrier broke, all the information from the outside world flooded in like a tide. Laughter, conversations, arguments mixed together, returning the inn to the human world. But in the next moment, these sounds almost disappeared. Because the people on the streets surrounding the inn were all dumbfounded, staring at Zuan and Shen Gaoj suddenly appearing in the sky. In fact, there were many people in the sky at this moment, but the two of them were the most eye-catching. The surging sword intent emanating from them seemed to boil the sky, making it difficult to look directly at them. What's going on? When did these two sword cultivators appear? Someone exclaimed. The elderly man who had dealt with Si Guangzhong before suddenly shook, then blurted out, "Not good. Retreat quickly. These two are about to fight with their swords." With those words, he dashed towards the distance without hesitation, followed closely by his many subordinates. Their retreat caused a commotion among the surrounding crowd. At that moment, accompanied by a rumbling sound, fireworks soared into the sky. The fireworks display in front of the marketplace officially began. The dazzling fireworks illuminated the sky in various colors. Due to their height, these fireworks actually bloomed around Zuan and Shen Gaoj. The brilliant fireworks masked many things, and just then, Shen Gaoj took a deep breath. It was as if he was swallowing the whole world in that breath. In an instant, the starlight gathered toward Shen Gaoj's head, pouring into him frantically. In the blink of an eye, the already powerful sword intent emanating from Shen Gaoj increased further, his eyes showing a hint of madness. "Ha ha! To make me use this move! You should be proud! Die!" Shen Gaoj shouted and then unleashed a sword strike. It was a lonelier strike than the fireworks, seeming to condense billions of starlight, dazzling yet indifferent. This striking contrast shook the entire world as Shen Gao's sword intent rose fiercely above his head, like a volcanic eruption, illuminating the night sky. This sword. Someone lost their focus. That young man in white is doomed. Someone sighed lightly. Just then, a beam of light happened to pierce through the endless void and flew towards the sky above Yangcheng County. In that beam of light, the veiled woman happened to witness this scene and couldn't help but exclaim. But even she couldn't intervene to stop it now. Even Shen Gao's sword was no exception. When his rain-killing sword pierced the red lotus in that instant, the lotus trembled slightly, and then all the petals withered in an instant and scattered. But in the next moment, these petals rapidly expanded, regrowing into countless red lotuses. Not only that, these red lotuses split into two into four, and multiplied crazily. In the blink of an eye, these red lotuses had occupied most of the sky, forming a dense wall of flowers. Under this blockade, Shen Gao's unstoppable sword momentum had to slow down. With the decline of his sword momentum, the majestic sword power he had accumulated vanished into thin air. Seeing this scene, Shen Gao had to grunt, then retreat 100 zhongs back. After standing firm, he looked grimly at Zuan, who was surrounded by countless red lotuses. What kind of sword intent is this? Zuan smiled faintly. Red lotus. As he spoke, these countless red lotuses surged like a raging tide, swirling around Zuan. Seeing this scene caused a slight commotion in the crowd. Those who had thought Zuan was doomed all widened their eyes in disbelief. Su Fei's shocked face was so dark that it could almost drip water. He had almost celebrated victory just now, but he never expected such a huge reversal in the next moment. How could this kid be so difficult to deal with? Even the experts from the Shen family couldn't kill him. It's really despicable. These thoughts churned in Su Fei's mind, his eyes staring fiercely at Zuan surrounded by countless red lotuses in the distance. He wished he would just drop dead right now. However, in a street far away, a masked woman who had arrived at the last moment breathed a sigh of relief, then her eyes curiously examined Zuan and the red lotuses around him. Honestly, she didn't expect Zuan to survive the previous sword strike. But when she thought about where Zuan came from, the woman couldn't help but feel relieved. Is this the power of the Hua clan? Being a quasi-saint level swordsman with just the body of a god? The woman murmured softly. At that moment, a figure appeared not far behind her, then respectfully bowed. I greet the Empress. The woman didn't even turn her head, just said lightly, Rise, yes? The person who had risen was Mo Changhong, the owner of the medicinal food shop. At this moment, although she appeared calm on the surface, she was actually shocked. Although she had arrived late, she had witnessed the battle just now. Zuan's display of enormous strength greatly exceeded her expectations. But what shocked her the most was the attitude of the Empress. Since the Empress had retired, she rarely showed herself. But this time, she had personally come a long way and seemed very interested in Zuan from her appearance and expression. What background does this young man have to attract the Empress to come personally and be so excited? These thoughts fluctuated in Mo Changhong's mind. Meanwhile, the mysterious Empress gradually calmed down. To be honest, if Zuan had really died just now, she would have made Shen Gao and even the Shen family pay a painful price. But now that she saw Zhu unharmed, her heart gradually calmed down, and she proactively concealed her figure and aura. Because she didn't want to reveal herself at this moment, she wanted to see how far this white-clothed youth could reach. At the same time, in the sky, Shen Gao's eye shone with a faint light. The setback from the previous sword strike had indeed shaken his sword intent. After all, he had accumulated countless sword momentum, taking advantage of the timing and location to unleash a powerful strike. The result ended in frustration, not even touching Zuan's clothes. For a swordsman, this was a devastating blow. In fact, if it were any other swordsman, they might have admitted defeat and retreated by now. But Shen Gao was different. He couldn't lose, let alone retreat, because he was a swordsman of the Shen family. And the Shen family members couldn't afford to lose. So he took a deep breath, then slowly exhaled. The haze that had covered his sword intent instantly cleared up. He raised his hand slowly, pointing his rain-killing sword directly at Zuan in the distance. I admit you are indeed very strong, much stronger than I expected, but today, one of us must fall, and that person can only be you." In fact, as he spoke those 3 words, Shen Gaoj had already disappeared from his original position. As the words "can only be you" dispersed, Shen Gaoj was already rushing into the vortex of red lotuses. Yes, it was a vortex composed of countless red lotuses, towering from the ground to the sky. Each lotus was actually condensed from pure sword intent, containing supreme power and killing intent. However, in Shen Gaoj's eyes, it seemed as if none of these existed, his sword intent pointing directly at Zuan, who stood at the center of the vortex. Wherever his sword intent passed, any sword intent blocking the way would instantly shatter and turn into nothingness. In an instant, a long corridor appeared within the red lotus vortex. Zuan, seeming unaware of this, stood in the vortex, smiling. Unknowingly, many people on the ground held their breath. They knew that another earth-shattering battle was about to begin soon. The eyes of the Empress shone brighter. She was eager to see how Zuan would face Shen Gaoj's next attack. Meanwhile, Shen Gaoj had crossed through layers of obstacles, coming close to Zuan, then raised his hand for a strike. This strike was not fancy, but the sword momentum was like a crashing river, thundering down, carrying the momentum to crush everything, heading straight for Zuan. It was a sword with no artistry, just a pure intent contest. In such a duel, the strong survived, and the weak perished. Everything was just that simple. Su Fei's mouth curled up in surprise. There was no trickery this time. Just accept your fate. But unexpectedly, at that moment, Zuan reached out his hand and gently touched the lotus in front of him. Zuan's response was also very simple. He lifted his sword and thrust straight ahead. Then the 2 swords clashed without any fancy moves. Boom! A terrifying shockwave spread out from the intersection of the 2 swords, cutting several tall buildings in Yangcheng County in half, causing them to crash down with a rumble, stirring up countless dust and noise. But the external cries of amazement did not affect the 2 combatants. They engaged without hesitation, filling the sky with the sound of metal clashes and sparking fireworks that illuminated the night sky in a dazzling display. The shockwave scattered in all directions, causing onlookers to scatter and flee in fear, not daring to come close. In the blink of an eye, the lively street had become deserted. Amidst this chaotic scene, there was a lone figure lying awkwardly in the middle of the street, hysterically shouting, "Hey, don't leave me alone here. At least untie the binds on me first." This loud shout came from the man who had been beaten up earlier and then detained, Si Guangzhong. Speaking of which, Si Guangzhong was also having a stroke of bad luck. The old man hadn't intended to kill him, just found him too talkative and wanted to teach him a lesson. But no one expected to run into the fierce battle between Zuan and Shen Gaoj. In the blink of an eye, the streets near the inn had turned into a dangerous zone. In this situation, the old man had long since fled with his men, unable to care for Si Guangzhong. Due to his recent resurrection, Si Guangzhong's body was extremely weak, and the old man's men were skilled at binding people. Therefore, even after everyone else had escaped, Si Guangzhong struggled in vain, unable to break free, watching in horror as the unleashed sword energy from the sky continued to pound the street around him, while frantically shouting to attract attention and seek help. In this situation, with everyone fleeing in fear, who would come to his aid? Soon, Si Guangzhong realized this and felt despair sinking into his heart. "You scoundrels, how dare you leave me tied up here? Just wait, when I get out, I will tear you all apart." Si Guangzhong gnashed his teeth in anger, trying to mask his fear, but the terrifying scene before him was simply too frightening. Zuan and Shen Gaoj in the sky were like two fighter jets, indiscriminately raining down ammunition. In just a short while, the once solid and sturdy street became riddled with holes, with countless collapsed buildings in its wake. Lucky or unlucky, amidst this chaos, Si Guangzhong miraculously escaped without a scratch. But the more unscathed he remained, the more frightened he became. The uncertainty of when death might strike him from above was unbearable. "Please come and save me quickly, or at least give me a quick death. This is too terrifying." Si Guangzhong finally broke down, crying out with a trembling voice. Just as he had lost all hope and succumbed to complete numbness, suddenly, behind a collapsed house on the street, a figure flickered into view. Even though the moment was brief, Si Guangzhong noticed it. It was as if a drowning man had caught hold of a life-saving straw, and he immediately cried out in relief, "Help me! Please save me! I am the eldest son of the Si family. If you save me, I will surely reward you generously." Perhaps moved by his words, the figure behind the ruins began to move towards him. Si Guangzhong couldn't contain his joy. But soon, this joy turned into shock, as the figure emerged from behind a large pit. Si Minky! Si Guangzhong exclaimed. Yes, the newcomer was Si Minky, who had been trapped in the inn before. He looked very disheveled. He maneuvered through the battlefield-like street, dodging the unstable ground and the falling sword energy from above. Despite the chaos, he relentlessly made his way towards Si Guangzhong. Witnessing this scene, Si Guangzhong couldn't help but feel a bit touched. This brother he always looked down upon was actually quite decent. At least at this moment, he was risking his life to come to my rescue. It seems I should treat him better in the future. Just as he pondered this, Si Minky finally reached Si Guangzhong. Si, brother, thank you for coming to save me. Quickly untie me. Si Guangzhong shouted. Strangely, Si Minky didn't move, instead gazing at Si Guangzhong with a strange look. Si Guangzhong remained oblivious, as he was overwhelmed by the joy of being saved. Brother, those bastards tied me up with a rope made of fairy vine. My hands and feet are bound, and what's infuriating is that these guys seem to be experienced. These restraints have trapped my blood flow, making me immobile. But you just need to help me remove the restraints on my hands. Before he could finish his sentence, Si Minky interrupted him directly, who said, I'm here to save you. Si Guangzhong thought he must have misheard, until he looked up and saw the cold expression on Si Minky's face. His heart skipped a beat. Oh no! But he quickly forced a smile and said, Brother, why are you saying that? Hurry and untie me. Who is your brother? Of course, it's you. Si Guangzhong even used a respectful term this time. Si Minky's smile was cryptic as he said, but I remember someone once said I was just a lowly bastard. Si Guangzhong's face instantly turned pale, because those were the exact words he had used to insult Si Minky before. A pleading look appeared in Si Guangzhong's eyes. Brother, I know I was wrong. Please forgive me. Si Minky waved his hand, dodged another sword energy attack with a step to the side, then said coldly, No need for these words of apology. I don't want to hear them. Brother, this is not the time for jokes. Who's joking? Weren't you just crying and yelling for someone to give you an end? I heard that and rushed over. Otherwise, you would have thought I came to save you. Si Minky stated coldly. The enmity between him and Si Guangzhong didn't develop overnight. Previously, Si Minky had refrained from taking action due to considerations for the family head, Si Daoyuan, and others. After all, he couldn't directly kill Si Guangzhong during a mission, as it would raise too many suspicions. And this also made him tremble all over, his whole body icy cold. Brother, no, puff. A huge wound suddenly appeared in his throat, blocking all the words he wanted to say. In a burst of blood, Si Guangzhong's eyes quickly dimmed. As members of the Sijia family, Si Minky naturally understood how to permanently eliminate future troubles by taking action. So this time, Si Guangzhong did not have the luck of rebirth in the ancestral land last time, and his soul perished directly. After completing all this, Si Minky did not immediately leave, but rather tidied up the scene and created an illusion that Si Guangzhong was killed by the residual sword energy. Although he knew that it was highly unlikely for anyone to come and see the scene, and it could be destroyed by the aftermath of the battle at any moment, he did it just to be safe. After disguising the scene, he looked up at the sky with awe, then silently left. This little incident did not attract anyone's attention because everyone's gaze was drawn to the epic battle in the sky. At this moment, the battle was intensifying. With the naked eye, it was impossible to distinguish which of the two intersecting sword lights in the sky belonged to Zuan and which belonged to Shen Gaoj as they clashed occasionally. Suddenly, the two sword lights stopped in mid-air, revealing their figures inside. Zuan and Shen Gaoj stood facing each other, their swords locked together, caught in a stalemate. The whole scene fell silent instantly, because even those who did not understand swordsmanship knew that this seemingly ordinary standoff was much more dangerous than the grand battle just now. This was a pure contest of sword intent, where a slight misstep could result in a shattered sword heart and the loss of one's life and soul. Seeing this scene, Su Fei, standing in the distant sky, involuntarily clenched his fist, silently rooting for Shen Gaoj. Shen Gaoj did not disappoint his expectations. His sword was slowly approaching Zuan. Though the process was slow, it was filled with tremendous pressure. Many people's hearts were at their throats. Yet Zuan's face remained expressionless, standing coldly as if the approaching sword edge did not exist at all. Zuan, your sword intent is the most unique I've seen, but you are still going to lose because I am the invincible Shen family swordsman. Surrender now, and I can spare a strand of your soul to face judgment. Otherwise, your end will be total annihilation, and by then, it will be too late for regrets. Shen Gaoj declared coldly. This was just a tactic to undermine Zuan's fighting spirit. Yet Zuan remained unfazed, giving only a faint smile. The outcome is yet to be decided. How can you be so sure that I have lost? Shen Gaoj snorted. It seems you won't shed a tear until you see the coffin. Let me show you the outcome. With that, Shen Gaoj increased the pressure on his sword drastically. The Rain Killer sword pressed against Zuan's sword, inching closer to his throat. But at the critical moment, flame suddenly surged in Zuan's eyes. Where his gaze fell, the space was set on fire by the flames. The flames, nearly transparent, emerged silently in the air. Not even the closest Shen Gaoj could feel any heat. Yet these flames made Shen Gaoj's heart skip a beat and his body covered in goosebumps, sensing an extremely intense sense of danger. Almost subconsciously, Shen Gaoj wanted to retreat. However, seeing that he could succeed in the next moment by defeating Zuan, Shen Gaoj gritted his teeth and resisted the pressure of the flames, trying to bring down Zuan. But the next second, Shen Gaoj suddenly felt the pressure lighten, staggering, and almost falling forward. When he looked again, Shen Gaoj was shocked to find that the flames had spread to the Rain Killer sword, which had been connected to his mind, and in an instant, the treasured sword was reduced to ashes. With a puff, Shen Gaoj spat out a mouthful of blood. As a top swordsman, the Rain Killer sword was deeply connected to his spirit, and now that it was destroyed, his sword heart suffered a great blow. Shen Gaoj hastily retreated, not even caring about his posture, as the flames could have easily taken his life a moment later. He quickly moved back hundreds of feet, panting heavily when he finally stopped. This scene shocked everyone, as no one expected Shen Gaoj's defeat in the recent standoff. Many looked at Zuan, shrouded in the pure white flames, with awe. From the beginning till now, this young man in white had displayed two secret techniques in succession: the unstoppable Red Lotus sword intent, and the all-encompassing flames. Who knew what powerful cards he still held? Watching the flames, the Empress standing outside the district shivered, then narrowed her eyes slightly, murmuring softly, "The fire of Zhurong. No, it seems to have integrated many other types of flames. What an interesting child." Her voice was filled with satisfaction at the end. At this moment, Shen Gaoj, catching his breath, slowly raised his head, his eyes cold. "Why didn't you attack just now?" His sword heart was on the verge of breaking, so he had to focus and recover. If Zuan had taken advantage of that moment to attack, even if he didn't die, he would have been seriously injured. But Zuan didn't do that, so he asked. Zuan smiled faintly. "There's no reason. I just didn't want to deal with a fellow swordsman in that way because the best destination for a swordsman can only be death under the sword." Shen Gaoj was surprised by Zuan's answer, then gradually softened his gaze. "Thank you. You're welcome." Then, the two of them smiled together. A feeling of mutual understanding filled the air for a moment. However, soon Shen Gaoj's smile faded, and he spoke softly. "Zuan, indeed you are a true swordsman, but I won't let you go because of what just happened. If you die by my sword later, you can't blame anyone but yourself." His expression was very serious as he said this. Without waiting for Shen Gaoj to finish speaking, Zuan waved his hand. "No need to say more. Didn't I just say it? The best fate for a sword cultivator is to die under the sword, not to admit defeat and surrender. If you think you still have the strength for another battle, feel free to try." With Zuan's indifferent words, the flames burning around him suddenly gathered and formed into a giant dragon, lurking behind him and coldly staring at Shen Gaoj. This imposing presence caused Shen Gaoj's face to pale, but his eyes gradually sparkled brightly. "If you think I am joking with you, you better think carefully again." "No need to think. Let's begin," Zuan said lightly. In reality, many people present, including Shen Gaoj himself, were puzzled about what other tricks Shen Gaoj could possibly have left. His sword was even damaged, so what could he possibly use to fight against this white-clothed young man? This question lingered in many people's minds. It seemed as though Shen Gaoj, in response to these doubts, took a deep breath, then nodded slowly. Very well, in that case, I will show you the respect that a sword cultivator deserves. With that, Shen Gaoj suddenly raised his hand and plunged it into his own chest. This action took many by surprise. What was he doing? Did this Shen family sword cultivator want to commit suicide? But amidst the commotion, Shen Gaoj stood there with a pale face as blood gushed out, without even blinking his eyes, instead thrusting his hand further into his chest. Through the bulging chest shape, it was clear to see his hand forming into a fist that firmly held onto one of his ribs, and then he forcefully pulled. Crack! A muffled sound emanated from Shen Gaoj's chest, spreading instantly throughout the area. Subsequently, under the gaze of countless eyes, Shen Gaoj slowly withdrew his hand, holding a crystal-clear white rib bone. Witnessing this scene, many felt their scalps tingle. The reason being, it was just too ruthless. To break one's own rib bone, pull it out from the chest, it required extraordinary courage and determination. After completing these actions, Shen Gaoj's face had turned as white as paper. Yet, his eyes shone brightly. Zuan, I want you to know, this right here is the vessel of my sword heart. With these words, Shen Gaoj gently caressed the rib bone in his hand, which instantly began to change shape from bone to a long sword. Along with the change in shape, the sword intent emanating from Shen Gaoj's body transformed as well. If Shen Gaoj previously seemed like a drawn sword ready for battle, he now appeared plain and unadorned, just like the bone-formed long sword in his hand, lacking even a trace of a blade. Yet, this transformation made Zuan's expression unusually serious. Is this the true power of the Shen family sword heart, Zu? And murmured softly. As soon as he spoke, Shen Gaoj had already stepped forward, attacking Zuan. There was nothing more to be said. Shen Gaoj's only thought now was to defeat Zuan with his sword. For this, he not only broke his rib bone, transmuting it into a sword, but his entire being had become an unparalleled sword. The sword's strike was soundless, without a single ripple. This was the culmination of condensed sword intent. Everything was aimed at slaying the enemy, with not a trace of sword cha leaking out. At this moment, in the heavens and on the earth, there was only this sword, and only this sword. Even the Empress couldn't help but be moved, exclaiming, "Excellent swordsmanship!" Zuan did not hear these words, as he was fully focused on the impending strike. His eyes gleamed brightly, and his small sword abruptly rose in his hand, meeting the incoming sword head-on. Thud! A muffled sound. Everyone felt their hearts skip a beat, and before them was a brilliant white light. What would be the outcome of this strike? This thought filled everyone's minds. At the same time, amidst the white light, a figure staggered out, retreating several dozen yards before stopping. Everyone looked over, and upon seeing the face clearly, they couldn't help but gasp softly. It was Zuan, dressed in white. However, this time, Zuan's face no longer held its previous aloofness. A trickle of blood ran down his wrist, a sight that was disturbing. The Empress trembled, her eyes flashing with anger. Su Fei's heart was filled with joy. Zuan, you have finally been defeated. Your Majesty, would you like me to lend a hand? Mo Changhong inquired. She had long noticed the Empress's attention toward Zuan, so she couldn't help but ask upon seeing Zuan injured. The Empress's gaze flickered uncertainly, ultimately sighing in resignation. It's too late. Shen's sword momentum has already formed, and even I cannot save him now. Upon hearing the Empress's words, Mo Changhong shuddered with fear. Does this mean Zuan's fate is sealed? Now, it all depends on his destiny, because the only one who can save him is himself. The Empress murmured. Indeed, at that moment, Shen Gaoj's figure suddenly flew out from the white light, aiming another strike at Zuan. This strike carried even greater force than the previous one. Bang! Zuan didn't even have time to retaliate before being once again thrown back by the impact. Immediately after, Shen Gaoj's wrist flicked, delivering another strike with the third sword. This third sword, bolstered by the previous two strikes, its sword intent was so powerful that it seemed to shake the universe. Zuan was forcibly smashed to the ground, causing several buildings to collapse before he barely managed to stand. All of this happened in a matter of seconds, and Shen Gaoj swiftly unleashed 3 consecutive strikes. Just as the Empress had stated, Shen Gaoj's sword momentum had reached its peak, while Zuan had lost any ability to retaliate. Finally, defeated again. Someone sighed softly. It seems the myth of the undefeated Shen family sword cultivator will continue unbroken. No one can break it. Someone murmured. Only Shen Gaoj stood high above, his face calm, holding a long sword in his hand, black clothing billowing in the wind, and he coldly demanded, "Zuan, surrender or face death." Supporting himself on the rubble nearby, though covered in dust and bloodstains, and clearly in a losing position, Zuan stood tall. His eyes remained clear and bright. "I will not surrender." "Very well, then you shall die." The Empress's face changed dramatically, and in the end, she gritted her teeth and was about to get up and rush out. Although she knew that by going up like this, she probably couldn't save Zuan, who had already been locked in by the sword. She couldn't just watch a young member of the Hua clan die in front of her eyes. But just then, a sudden shout came from the long silent inn. "Husband, carry on." As the voice rang out, the whole room shook. At this moment, let's rewind back a few minutes. In that inn, Yan, Aoshu, Lu Yingxi, and Cha Wenliang were all watching the sky with great solemnity. When Zuan had the upper hand, their hearts would relax slightly, but when the situation turned, their hearts would be in their throats. Yan was naturally the most worried. Although she had experienced countless ups and downs with Zuan, toughening her nerves immensely, the current situation was completely different from before. Even Yan, who knew little about swordsmanship, could see that Shen Gaoj was an extremely formidable opponent. So her heart clenched tightly. It wasn't until Zuan melted Shen Gaoj's rain-kill sword with flames that she breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that the battle was finally over. After all, how could a swordsman fight without a sword? But never would she have imagined that Shen Gaoj would be so stubborn. He forcefully broke one of his own ribs to use as a sword and engaged Zuan once again. This time, the situation on the battlefield changed drastically, with Zuan falling into a disadvantage, being beaten back by Shen Gaoj. Seeing this, Yan couldn't stand still any longer. "No, I have to go save my husband," she said, about to fly up. But Cha Wenliang stopped her at that moment. "Madam Zhu, you absolutely cannot act rashly. Going up with your current strength would be suicide." "Then what should I do? Am I just supposed to stand here and watch my husband get beaten in front of me?" Yan became extremely agitated and yelled. Cha Wenliang's expression turned serious. "You also can't go out." When he left, Zuan made it clear for me to watch over you all, and I believe Zuan won't be so easily defeated. But Yan completely ignored his words. Almost in a rage, she shouted, "Get out of my way. He is not your husband. Of course you don't know how it feels to worry." And not just her. Aoshu was also eager to save her older brother. Cha Wenliang was at his wit's end, but then, Lu Yingxi suddenly pointed to a room nearby. "Quickly look, what's going on there?" Everyone turned to look. They saw the window of that room suddenly shimmering with golden light, and a majestic aura rushed out from within the room. Everyone shivered. "What's going on? Who's in that room?" Cha Wenliang couldn't help asking. Yan suddenly remembered something. "It's Xiaohu Lu. She's asleep in that room." As soon as she said this, a strange scene appeared. The walls of the room suddenly became transparent, revealing Xiaohu Lu lying unconscious in bed. However, at that moment, she was floating in mid-air, sitting cross-legged with her eyes closed tightly. A golden light appeared on her forehead, which had previously illuminated the window. "What's going on?" Aoshu couldn't help but ask. Cha Wenliang seemed to sense something and suddenly shouted, "Look at the golden light on her forehead." As he said that, the golden light on Xiaohu Lu's forehead suddenly exploded, as if something was trying to burst out. Even Yan was shocked this time, because she suddenly felt a familiar yet unfamiliar aura. It was familiar because this aura was very similar to the alchemical armor she had before. It was unfamiliar because this aura was 100 times stronger than that armor. At the moment she was shaken, Xiaohu Lu suddenly opened her eyes, and then a ball of light flew out of her forehead, heading straight for Yan. Cha Wenliang was about to stop it, but Yan shouted, "No need. This is my previous armor." With that, she caught the ball of light in her hand. After holding it, her arm felt heavy, and a magnificent scene flashed into her mind. After seeing this scene, Yan shuddered, looking unbelievably at Xiaohu Lu. Xiaohu Lu smiled slightly. "This is me returning your armor to you." With that, Xiaohu Lu looked towards Zuan, who had just been blasted from the sky, and said innocently, "Although it's still missing an important piece, it's already complete now, and its power is incomparable." Then, Xiaohu Lu lowered her head and said to Yan, "Aren't you going to use this to help him?" Otherwise, if you delay any longer, he might really lose. Xiao Hulu's words instantly reminded An Yan. She was shaken but didn't care about anything else. She immediately flew up, shouting, "Husband, carry on." With that, she threw the ball of light in her hand with force. In an instant, the light ball turned into a golden light and shot straight towards Zuan. This sudden turn of events caused a commotion among the people present. Many shook their heads inwardly. It's useless, he's unbeatable with the sword's momentum being established. No matter how this white-clad youth struggles, the end result will be his defeat. Someone said coldly. Shen Gaoj didn't pursue the golden light, but instead leisurely watched from high in the sky. The light ball swiftly flew towards Zuan, and then paused right in front of him. Zuan was slightly stunned, but then chuckled lightly. "What's this? Is this here to help me? Well, that's good. Saves me more effort." With that, Zuan reached out and lightly tapped the light ball with his fingertip. In an instant, the light ball burst like a soap bubble, and the golden light inside spread along Zuan's fingertips, enveloping his entire body. Following that, a powerful aura rose to the sky, moving everyone present. The Empress, who was about to move, suddenly stopped in her tracks, shocked. This armor ... Meanwhile, Zuan stepped out from the golden light. With each step he took, the golden light solidified into a piece of armor part, attaching to Zuan's body. Leg armor, chest armor, handguards, helmet. In the blink of an eye, an exquisite, seamless piece of armor appeared on Zuan's body. Everyone stared blankly. At that moment, Zuan looked up and smiled slightly. "Bring it on." Shen Gaoj coldly snorted, slightly turned his body, and narrowly dodged the sword in the nick of time. But in the next moment, Zuan, who had been standing in front of him, suddenly disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already behind Shen Gaoj, ready to strike again. The entire process was smooth and swift, leaving no time for contemplation. For an ordinary person, they would probably have kneeled at that moment. However, Shen Gaoj was not an ordinary person. As a top sword cultivator of the Shen family, his reflexes were incredibly fast. With a flick of his wrist, he thrust the rib-bone sword in his hand backward. The timing and angle of this strike were perfect, almost giving the impression that Zuan was actively moving towards the sword. Although Shen Gaoj didn't turn around, a cold smile played at the corner of his mouth, clearly satisfied with his own strike. But in the next second, his smile faded. He felt a shock in his wrist, followed by a tremendous force coming from the tip of the sword. He realized he had not managed to dodge it. This thought flashed in his mind, and without even looking back, he attempted to evade by sidestepping. But it was too late. After a brief collision between his body and the rib-bone sword, Zuan's crimson dagger mercilessly descended towards Shen Gaoj's neck. Shen Gaoj had to roar and unleash the sword momentum he had been accumulating for a long time to meet Zuan's strike. The clash generated a huge shockwave, instantly spreading across the sky for miles around. Shen Gaoj stumbled back, flying several miles before managing to regain his balance. When he turned around again, his expression turned grim. Zuan's previous strike had consumed all the sword momentum he had been laboring to build up. It was the very advantage that had allowed him to dominate Zuan before. Now, that significant edge had vanished, which left him feeling not only angry, but also a hint of fear. He was sure he had struck Zuan with his sword, but how come nothing had happened to him? Meanwhile, Zuan lightly wiped his chest armor. In an instant, the armor began to emit a golden light, gathering at the damaged spot under his palm. Blink, and the damaged area was completely restored, with no trace of damage visible. Shen Gaoj's eyes widened in realization. He now understood why his sword strike had been ineffective. Zuan's armor had blocked it. But his ribbone sword, which was formed from his own sword heart, was supposed to be indestructible. What material was that armor made of to withstand such an attack? Shen Gaoj's gaze turned increasingly serious. Zuan smiled faintly and then swiftly charged towards Shen Gaoj once more. At this point, all that needed to be said had been said. Only one of them would fall today to end the fight. Therefore, Zuan wasted no time and launched a fierce assault on Shen Gaoj. In a flash, sword energy crisscrossed in the sky, illuminating the surroundings. Shen Gaoj, who had previously held the upper hand, was now being relentlessly pressured by Zuan. Such a situation could not last long because real sword cultivators often only needed one strike to determine the outcome. Even though the circumstances between Zuan and Shen Gaoj were special, they could not keep up this intense battle forever. Moments later, the fight in the sky suddenly ceased. Zuan then stepped on Shen Gaoj, his crimson dagger pointing diagonally at his throat. Shen Gaoj's ribbone sword had already snapped in half, and his gaze turned extremely dim. This seemingly complex process, from Zuan obtaining the armor to Shen Gaoj's defeat, had only taken the time it would for an incense stick to burn. The scene left the entire audience in silence. Many gasped in astonishment, their faces filled with disbelief. Who could have expected such a dramatic turnaround? Zuan, who had seemed on the brink of defeat, had turned the tables after acquiring the armor and decisively defeated Shen Gaoj. If it wasn't witnessed with their own eyes, many would not believe it was true. The undefeated status of the Shen family sword cultivators had been a long-standing legend. In the minds of many, it was an irrefutable fact. But today, in the skies above Yongcheng County, Zuan had shattered this invincible image with his own hands. Su Fei's eyes widened in disbelief as she watched Shen Gaoj being trampled by Zuan, her face growing pale. Shen Gaoj had actually lost. What now? Before coming here, she had never even considered what would happen if Shen Gaoj were to be defeated because, in her eyes, it was simply unimaginable. Yet, the impossible had happened before her eyes. Standing behind a shocked Su Fei, Leon Yuding's eyes flickered with various thoughts. He had remained silent throughout the entire process, standing like a background figure. However, this did not hinder the thoughts racing through his mind, especially now, as he watched Zuan, standing proudly in the sky, armored and formidable. Leon Yuding unconsciously took a few steps back, slightly distancing himself from Su Fei's surprise. Of course, this whole process occurred quietly, and Su Fei remained unaware. Meanwhile, Zuan gazed down at the pallid Shen Gaoj and calmly stated, "You have lost." Upon hearing those words, Shen Gaoj's expression became intense, but he soon snorted disdainfully. "Yes, but I refuse to accept it. You merely relied on the advantage of the armor. Without it, you would have been a dead soul under my sword long ago." Zuan chuckled. "Do you think I won because of this armor? Isn't it?" Shen Gaoj sneered. But just then, in front of Zuan, a barely perceptible sword aura suddenly appeared. This sword aura was nearly pure white, flawless, and clean. Although it was very small, it contained a terrifying energy. Crucially, when it appeared, it seemed to subtly affect the rules of the world. If it was really like that, even without this set of armor, the outcome would still be hard to predict. "Do you have anything else to say now, Zu?" unasked casually. Shen Gaoj looked up, his expression gradually returning to calmness. "If I lose, then I lose. I have nothing more to say now. Let's get on with it. Give me a decent death as a swordsman." "All right." Zuan didn't hesitate at all, and the crimson small sword in his hand stabbed fiercely. This time, there were no surprises. The small sword pierced through Shen Gaoj's throat with a pu sound. Strangely, despite Shen Gaoj's throat being pierced, not a drop of blood splattered out. Furthermore, in that instant, above Shen Gaoj's head, an extremely majestic aura soared into the sky, taking control of the entire world in an instant. A deep, thunderous roar came from within the aura. As the sound wave spread, everyone's expression changed. "Heaven, it's the Shen family's guardian sword spirit!" Someone exclaimed in shock. The guardian sword spirit was a presence that only attached to the direct bloodline descendants of the Shen family. It was said to be left behind by the ancient sword emperor who founded the Shen family's enduring legacy, possessing an unpredictable and awe-inspiring power. If a direct descendant of the Shen family was in danger, this guardian sword spirit would appear. This was why the Shen family had been able to maintain its undefeated myth. But no one had expected that Shen Gaoj also possessed a guardian sword spirit. This was big trouble. Many people were secretly anxious. At the same time, above the sky, a tremendously huge ancient sword suddenly appeared. Although it was just an illusion, the intimidating pressure it exuded was still palpable. In the midst of the sword, there was a fierce gaze glaring fiercely at Zuan. "Are you harming a member of my Shen family?" Facing the thunderous question, Zuan calmly shook his head. "No, I didn't harm him. I just wanted to kill him." The sword trembled. This fierce figure was already enraged. "How dare you mock this guardian?" "Did I mock him? I was just stating a fact, and what I said was not wrong." We are competing in swordsmanship, and now that he has lost, naturally he must die. Does this mean the Shen family only allows victory and not defeat, Zhu? And sneered. In just a few words, the fierce figure attached to the sword was left speechless, but soon he roared in anger. You are so articulate, now die. With that, the giant sword instantly accelerated and appeared before Zhu in an instant. The speed was beyond description, almost like teleportation. Yet Zhu didn't even move, he just raised his arm nonchalantly. Click! With a light sound, the armor on his arm instantly transformed into a shield, blocking the giant sword perfectly. With a sharp and grating metallic clash, countless sparks erupted from the tip of the sword. Despite this, it was still blocked by this thin shield and couldn't penetrate. The whole scene shook. So this thing can be used like this, someone murmured softly. But at that moment, the guardian sword spirit was furious. It had not expected to encounter something it couldn't pierce through. In the next instant, the guardian sword spirit suddenly swooped behind Zhu and fiercely stabbed towards the back of his head. Just like the arm, before it could get close, the helmet on the back of the head also transformed into a shield and blocked its attack. I don't believe your whole body can turn into a shield. The sword spirit roared, then the giant sword quivered, instantly transforming into numerous swords and rushing towards Zhu like a flood. Clang, clang, clang! Accompanied by the sound of impact as if raindrops, no matter how many swords there were, they were all blocked by the armor. Some alchemy enthusiasts on the ground watched this scene with excitement, almost drooling. While there were many alchemical armors in existence, complete sets were rare, and it was unheard of for a set like Zhu's that could automatically transform to protect the wearer. This armor was definitely extraordinary. However, at that moment, the guardian sword spirit, unable to break through after prolonged attack, roared in fury. Bastard, since you hide inside your turtle shell and refuse to come out, today, I will slaughter everyone in this city. With that shout, the sword spirit was also incensed, immediately splitting half of its sword selves, redirecting the sword tips downwards towards the crowd below. The onlookers scattered in panic, starting to flee desperately. Even a fool could see that the sword spirit was truly intent on killing. If one were to die by its sword, wouldn't that be unjust? But how could a person's legs outrun swords? Just as the sword spirit was about to strike, a cold voice rang out. This is the territory of the Pharmacist Alliance, and it's not your Shen family sword spirit's place to act recklessly here. With these words, a veiled woman appeared in front of the sword selves, blocking their path. Seeing the woman, Zhu, who was about to intervene, was taken aback, his eyes filled with deep shock, even ignoring the sword spirit next to him. Sensing Zhu's astonishment, the woman glanced at him. Although her face was hidden behind the veil, her eyes revealed a smile towards Zhu. Zhu was shaken. Meanwhile, the woman turned her attention back to the countless sword selves and her gaze turned cold. Now, get lost, or else don't blame me for being rude. And who do you think you are to speak to me like this? The sword spirit roared. Me. The woman smiled coldly. I am the pioneer of this land. If you're smart, you'll leave now, or I'll make sure you regret it. This time, the sword spirit did not speak, only responding with actions. Countless sword selves rushed towards the woman. Where they passed, space showed numerous tiny cracks. But the woman just smiled coldly, stomped her foot, and lightly ordered, "Go away." As for the whole scene, it was a violent stir. There was no other reason. It's simply because the 4 words Mysterious Heaven Empress represent too much. That's the true big shot standing behind the entire pharmaceutical alliance. Even Chen Wenliang in the inn couldn't help but inhale sharply, filled with awe, and said, "It's actually her. But hasn't she already retired? How could she suddenly appear here?" "Master, who is this woman?" Aoshu asked curiously. Chen Wenliang smiled bitterly. You can understand her as the one who founded the Pharmaceutical Alliance. Wow, isn't she more powerful than even you, Master? Chen Wenliang fell silent for a moment, then nodded. To be precise, I am in no way on the same level as her, whether in terms of contributions to the Pharmaceutical Alliance or achievements in medicine. I can only look up to her. For Chen Wenliang, who was extremely proud, to say such words, it shows the status of this mysterious Heaven Empress in people's minds. At least, even Liang Yuding, who was already standing far away, couldn't help but take a few steps back after seeing this scene, moving further away from the already completely stunned Su Feijing. Although the Su family was formidable and the Shen family was an extraordinary family, distant water cannot help to put out a nearby fire. Now, this mysterious Heaven Empress is standing in the midst of the crowd. If she decides to make a move, I'm afraid no one can escape. To be safe, he naturally had to choose a more cautious posture. At the same time, the remaining sword spirits in the sky suddenly circled around, then headed straight for Shen Gaoj under Zuan's command. Zu. And sneered, "What? Do you think I'm a soft persimmon?" With that, Zuan sword in hand decisively slashed down. With a puff, Shen Gaoja's head flew high into the air. No! The sword spirit screamed. As the guardian sword spirit of Shen Gaoj, if the entity was killed, it would also suffer heavy damage. Sure enough, when Shen Gaoja's head soared, the remaining sword spirit instantly turned into powder, with only a barely remaining sword fragment, and then in a split second, flew towards the distant sky. Zuan did not chase after it. Although he knew that the surviving sword spirit most likely carried Shen Gaoja's soul, he was not planning to eliminate them. On the contrary, he wanted them to go back and report to fully utilize their value. Because Zuan wanted to use this incident to demonstrate his attitude towards the Shen family. Negotiating is possible, but if they want to play hardball, sorry, Zuan won't tolerate it. I believe the Shen family will be pleasantly surprised upon receiving this news. Shen Gaoj was gone, and Su Feijing was stupefied. It wasn't until this moment that he slowly emerged from his shock, followed by an infinite horror. Because only now did he realize that there was no one around him. Liang Yuding, who had been following him before, had long since disappeared. As for the other people, they were all standing at a distance, looking at him with a very strange gaze. After all, many had witnessed the scene where Su Feijing was pretending to be close to Shen Gaoj. Now the main person was dead, leaving only his follower. Now, his situation could be described as extremely awkward. Su Feijing naturally understood this. At this moment, fear had already taken over his heart, and his only hope was that Zuan hadn't noticed his presence. Unfortunately, this hope was quickly dashed. Just as he was thinking this, Zuan appeared in front of him in the sky with a flash, then lowered his head and gave him a faint smile. "Lord Su, long time no see." Boom! Su Feijing felt his head explode with a bang. But at this point, with no turning back, his stiff face could only muster a smile even uglier than crying. "Long time no see." Zuan raised his eyebrows slightly. "Is there anything else you'd like to say?" Su Feijing shuddered, understanding the meaning behind Zuan's words, and his eyes showed a color of infinite pleading. "This matter did not originate from me, so can you spare my life, Zu?" And smiled. "Is that all?" In fact, when Zuan's face showed a smile, Su Feijing had already sensed that things were taking a turn for the worse. His reaction was not slow. He hesitated for a moment, then turned around without hesitation and fled towards the densely crowded area. His idea was simple. Even if Zuan wanted to kill him, he couldn't just ignore the lives of others, right? As long as he could blend in with the crowd, he would have a slim chance of survival. Unfortunately, good ideas are met with harsh realities. Just as he took 3 steps, a nearly imperceptible sword energy pierced directly through his throat, leaving a streak of blood as it exited from the front. Compared to Shen Gaoj, his death was swift and decisive, with no dragging or hesitation. In fact, even after Su Feijing's body had fallen to the ground with a bang, many people still had looks of astonishment on their faces. Wasn't this the grand young master of the Su family? How could he be so easily defeated by this white-clad youth? This scene made Liang Yuding, who was hiding in the crowd, feel his eyelids twitch uncontrollably, and he immediately lowered his head deeply. It was ridiculous that he had thought of competing with this young man before. It was lucky that he acted quickly. Liang Yuding secretly congratulated himself. Ignoring the thoughts of the crowd, after Zuan swiftly dealt with Su Feijing, he turned around and returned to the sky. Standing not far ahead of him was the mysterious Heaven Empress who had just lent a helping hand. "Is it done?" The one who spoke first was surprisingly the mysterious Heaven Empress, Ju, and nodded. "Good, come with me. I have some questions for you." With that, the mysterious Heaven Empress turned and flew off into the distance. Zuan was about to follow, but Anyan, somewhat worried, stepped forward. "Husband, Zu," halted his steps, turned around, gave her a faint smile, and said, "Don't worry, I'll be back soon." Anyan, who had originally wanted to say something more, took a deep breath when she saw the calm expression on Zuan's face, then nodded. I'll be waiting for you, Zu, and left. The remaining group of people stood dumbfounded in their places. Is it over just like that? Someone muttered in shock. Yes, that's it. Someone sighed. Because the medicinal food workshop is located at the highest point in Yangcheng County, when you stand in front of the window of the room, you will find that the entire Yangcheng County is at your feet. At least that's how Zuan feels. You are of the Hua tribe. The sudden question made Zuan withdraw his gaze from outside the window and nodded. Yes. Although the origin of Zuan had long been discerned, when he admitted it himself, the mysterious empress couldn't help but shudder. Indeed, how is the earth now? Zuan quietly looked at the woman, then spoke slowly after a long pause. The spiritual energy has been restored. Just for simple words, yet containing such intriguing implications. I never expected that, after leaving Earth for so long, I would still see someone of the Hua tribe. The Empress sighed softly, then looked at Zuan. Aren't you curious about my identity, as well, Zu? Smiled, then shook his head. Not curious, huh? Why do you say that? Because I know your origin, Zuan said plainly. How is that possible? The Empress couldn't believe her ears. But what Zuan said next silenced her questioning. In fact, I am also curious how a divine being of the Hua tribe like you ended up here. Upon hearing the 4 words divine being of the Hua tribe, the Empress's eyes lit up, staring intently at Zuan. How do you know? Accompanied by the questioning, a majestic pressure radiated from the woman, causing Zuan to involuntarily take a few steps back. Nevertheless, Zuan's expression remained unchanged, just a faint smile on his face. Is it that hard to guess? Looking at Zuan's calm face, the Empress gradually eased the pressure and lowered her eyes. Well, even with the power of Zhu Rong's fire that you possess, it's not difficult for you to discern my identity. She then raised her head again, removing the veil to reveal a stunningly beautiful face. I am indeed a divine being of the Hua tribe. My former name is Jiushan Zhuanu. Upon hearing this name, Zuan raised an eyebrow slightly, but quickly suppressed his thoughts. Because at that moment, the Empress, or rather Jiushan Zhuanu, continued, since you have come to this place, you must be aware of the great calamity that befell the Hua tribe in the past, Zu. Nodded. In fact, I came here to investigate that very matter. Jiushan Zhuanu's expression became eager. Have you found any clues so far, Zu? Shook his head. There are clues, but the true culprit has yet to be found. However, Jiushan Zhuanu's focus was not on this. She eagerly asked, besides that, have you encountered any other divine beings of the Hua tribe on Earth or in the various realms? Zuan looked at Jiushan Zhuanu with a knowing smile. Why do you ask? Nothing. Just looking for an old associate. Forget it. I suppose it's futile to ask you. Considering your age, it's impossible for you to have met them anyway. Jiushan Zhuanu's face was filled with deep disappointment. A strange glint flashed in Zuan's eyes as he then asked, you haven't answered my question yet. How did a divine being of the Hua tribe like you end up here? Hearing Zuan's question, Jiushan Zhuanu sighed lightly. This is a long story. Back then, Jiushan Zhuanu paused, a look of reminiscence on her face. Back then, I fought alongside other immortals against the invading evil tribes. Their strength was overwhelming, and we were forced to retreat, with countless brethren falling in battle. Later, the entire heavenly court and the 3 races of gods, demons, and spirits united for a final stand. That great battle lasted from day to night, then from night to dawn. Countless divine beings perished, their blood staining the mountains red. Yet the enemy continued to surge like a tide. In such circumstances, almost everyone despaired. We had given up all hope and were preparing for a final stand when a mysterious light enveloped us, divine beings. Speaking of this, a look of horror appeared in Jiushan Zhuanu's eyes. I can't describe the nature of that light, but all I know is after it enveloped us, my vision blurred for a moment, and when I opened my eyes, I was alone, appearing in this realm beyond realms. Just like that. Zuan couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Yes, just like that. What about the other divine beings who disappeared with you? Jiushan Zhuanu smiled bitterly. To be honest, I've been searching for them all these years, but in vain. Zuan fell silent, because he suddenly recalled a long time ago when he was in the realms and exterminated the Lord of Unrequited Love, the words that were said to him. The scene he described was almost identical to what Jiushan Zhuanu said. In the face of imminent peril, a mysterious light carried away the Huazu divine beings. The only difference was that Jiushin Zhuanu was among those taken. While Zuan pondered, Jiushin Zhuanu continued, "As I am skilled in the medical arts, I established the Physicians' Alliance here with several other medical experts. I also discovered that, after passing through that divine light, my power had experienced a substantial growth, and I no longer aged. Hence, I've been waiting here, hoping to one day meet someone from the Hua tribe." Finished speaking, Jiushin Zhuanu looked at Zuan. "So that's why I ended up here. Now, it's your turn." Zuan smiled. "My origin is simple. I was just an ordinary person on Earth who stumbled upon the path of cultivation through fortunate circumstances, and then..." Zuan briefly recounted how he started cultivating and came to know about the great calamity of the Hua tribe. But when he reached the part about seeking the true culprit and reaching this place, Jiushin Zhuanu couldn't help but be moved. "You've come this far step by step." "Yes." Jiushin Zhuanu fell silent, then sighed after a long while. "So, the widely talked about military genius before was referring to you. I see." Zhu unsmiled but remained silent. "Regardless, you belong to the Hua tribe, and as a divine being of the Hua tribe, I must take care of you. So, speak, is there anything you need help with?" Jiushin Zhuanu said earnestly. Zhu shook his head. "I don't need help, but there's something I think you might recognize. I think you should know who left this for you." Zuan said calmly, handing over the jade plaque. As it touched her hand, tears welled up in the eyes of the ninth heaven mysterious lady, and her fingers trembled as she caressed the jade plaque. Is he all right?" Zuan sighed heavily. "He's dead." Even though she already knew the result when she saw the jade plaque, hearing it from Zuan made the ninth heaven mysterious lady unable to hold back a mournful cry. "Erlang." Then came a sob that felt like shedding blood. Zuan looked on quietly, his eyes filled with nostalgia and desolation. This jade plaque was obtained from Erlang Shen Yangjian when they were eradicating the Lord of Separation. At that time, Yangjian, in order to break free from the Lord of Separation's bindings, chose to die rather than be captive, entrusting Zuan with the jade plaque before his death, instructing him to deliver it to a certain person. He did not mention the person's name, only telling Zuan that he would know when he saw them. Zuan had traversed the entire universe, but had never encountered the person Yangjian spoke of. Only upon reaching the celestial realm did he finally meet the mysterious empress of the ninth heaven. Though engaged in battle with Shen Gaoj at the time, the moment the mysterious empress revealed her presence, Zuan was certain that she was the person Yangjian had tasked him to find. A faint trace of aura remained on the jade plaque, leading Zuan without hesitation to the medicinal cuisine hall. After crying for a long time, the ninth heaven mysterious lady gradually stopped her weeping, then lifted her head, her red and swollen eyes fixed on Zuan. "Did he say anything?" Zuan fell silent for a moment, then softly said, "He wanted me to tell you, he has no regrets." These words were like a heavy blow, shaking the just calmed ninth heaven mysterious lady to her core, and she sat stunned in her chair, almost dazed, murmuring, "No regrets, no regrets. But now that you have no regrets, what about me? Do you know how lonely I am in this world?" How all-encompassing her muttering, the more despair filled her expression. Soon a deep sense of resolve to die grew in her eyes. In fact, the reason the ninth heaven mysterious lady could live alone for millennia in the celestial realm was due to the faint hope in her heart sustaining her. But upon hearing of Yangjian's death, even this last thread of hope shattered, leading her to contemplate death. At that moment, Zuan sighed softly. "Will you give up your hard-earned divinity and everything so easily? Do you know what Yangjian sacrificed and what everyone sacrificed for your survival?" The ninth heaven mysterious lady raised her eyes abruptly, fixing them on Zuan. Unmoved, Zuan continued, "When I found him, he had been imprisoned in a lonely world for thousands of years, enduring cruel punishments periodically. Despite this, he did not give up, but persevered until my arrival. And you, and those missing deities, miraculously survived as well. So are you really ready to give up so easily? If so, you are free to die now, but..." A sneer appeared on Zuan's face, "But with such a mindset, do you have the right to call yourself a deity of the Hua clan?" These words struck the ninth heaven mysterious lady's soul like thunder on a clear day, causing her to fall silent for a long while. When she raised her head again, her eyes had regained their clarity, devoid of any suicidal intent. "Thank you." No need to thank me. Thank him. He is a true deity. Yes, he is a true deity. The ninth heaven mysterious lady repeated, suddenly remembering something and turning to Zuan. Come with me to a place. I have something to give you. Mo Changhong stood in the corridor, gazing at the closed door, filled with questions. The Empress had taken Zuan inside for some time now. What were they discussing? And why did the Empress seem to hold Zuan in such high regard? Could it be? Mo Changhong suddenly thought of a possibility, sending shivers down her spine as she looked incredulously at the closed door. Could it really be? But the age gap between them was significant, and Zuan already had a family. Just then, the door swung open, and the ninth heaven mysterious lady emerged, followed by Zuan. Her eyes were red, as if she had just cried. Seeing this, Mo Changhong was shaken once again, lowering her head deeply, not daring to look up. You stay here at the medicinal cuisine hall, and remember to take care of the people in the inn. We will be leaving for a while, and will return in a few days. The ninth heaven mysterious lady instructed. Yes. Mo Changhong hurriedly replied. Let's go. The ninth heaven mysterious lady said to Zuan before flying into the sky. Zuan, before leaving, turned back to Mo Changhong. Remember to tell my wife not to worry about me. With that, he followed the mysterious lady, swiftly leaving the planet and soaring into the void. Despite his speed, keeping up with the ninth heaven mysterious lady proved challenging. She soon noticed this and slowed down. When Zuan arrived in front of the shrine, his eyes gradually widened, a look of shock appearing on his face. It was because the statues atop the shrine were incredibly eye-catching. Fire God Zhurong, Water God Gonggong, Xingshan, Donghua Emperor. The names inscribed on the shrine were all legendary deities of the Hua clan. Just then, the nine heavens profound lady walked up to the shrine and personally wrote a few large characters in a vacant spot. The position of the god Yangjian of Erlang. As she finished writing, a candlelight was ignited in front of the name. Zuan remained silent, just watching the scene unfold. After everything was done, the nine heavens profound lady turned to Zuan, saying, among the spirits of the fallen Hua clan, and those who came with me from distant places and disappeared, his name is the only one missing. She continued, tears glistening in her eyes. I have always hoped that he did not die, but was hiding and recovering somewhere. But today, that hope is shattered. The candle flame would continue burning, the only thing she could do for them. Zuan, recalling something, spoke hesitantly, actually. You still have a glimmer of hope to see him again. There is no need to comfort me. Since he entrusted this jade token to you, it means he is no longer in this world. The nine heavens profound lady's voice was solemn. That may be so, but the Shangtia Mastiff that always followed Yang Jian is still alive and has been searching for Yang Jian's reincarnation. Hearing this, the nine heavens profound lady's body shook, then she looked at Zuan. Reincarnation? Yes, Zuan nodded. How is that possible? When a deity falls, they should dissipate completely. How could there be a reincarnation? Normally, that is true. But he is an exception. When he fell, I protected his last bit of spiritual light with my divine consciousness, giving him a chance for reincarnation, Zuan explained. The Shangtia Mastiff has been searching for Yang Jian's reincarnation, and before coming to the outer heavens, I learned from the Shadow Turtle clan that a dog clan had left the heavens and should be here in the outer heavens now. Zu. And continued, why didn't you tell me this before? The nine heavens profound lady exclaimed. Honestly, even though he has a chance at reincarnation, the hope is very slim. I didn't want to tell you because the odds are so low. But it seems you cannot let go of your feelings, so I decided to inform you. After all, Zuan looked at her deeply. Even the faintest hope is still hope, isn't it? The nine heavens profound lady's eyes showed a mixture of emotions, but she quickly regained her composure. Thank you sincerely this time. Zuan smiled and said, you're welcome. As a deity of the Hua clan, it was my duty to help you. The nine heavens profound lady didn't continue with pleasantries, but took out an ancient-looking white jade bottle from her storage ring and handed it to Zuan. When he took it, Zuan raised an eyebrow slightly because the small white jade bottle was unexpectedly heavy. What is this? A pill, the nine heavens profound lady replied. A pill that can help you enhance your strength. Zuan smiled and shook his head. Thank you for your kindness, but I'm not accustomed to using pills to boost my cultivation. The Nine Heavens profound lady interrupted him. I know what you're concerned about. Every person's situation is different, and the biggest flaw of ready-made pills is that they can easily cause issues during cultivation due to individual differences, right? Zhu nodded in agreement. As the conversation went on, it became clear that Zuan, at his level of cultivation, found standard pills ineffective and potentially problematic. Despite some high-quality pills having an effect, individual differences made them risky. This concern, when magnified by immortal sovereign-level cultivation, could be disastrous. While other strong cultivators might overlook these issues, Zuan was concerned. Over time, accumulated issues would make future cultivation very difficult. Therefore, even if he wanted to use pills for cultivation, he would choose to refine them himself. In fact, most dedicated cultivators at his level did the same, leading to most advanced cultivators becoming skilled in pill making. The Nine Heavens profound lady reassured him, "Don't worry, I founded the Alchemist Alliance. I understand the concerns you have. The pill I gave you is special for that reason." She continued, "Do you feel it's unexpectedly heavy, Xu?" And nodded. Given the size of the bottle, it was indeed unusually heavy. That's because the pill inside has been specially crafted, and one of its ingredients effectively eliminates the issues you are worried about. What ingredient? Zuan finally couldn't contain his curiosity, and asked. The Nine Heavens profound lady whispered, "When the light that brought me here to this realm didn't completely dissipate, some of it seeped into my bloodline and divinity. I absorbed a majority of it, but the remainder was extracted and refined into this pill." Zuan was shocked by this revelation and carefully examined the white jade bottle in his hands. He had been curious about the light that took away countless deities of the Hua clan. Thinking it might hold clues about the light, Zuan couldn't resist opening the bottle. As he removed the stopper, a strange fragrance wafted out, but Zuan paid it no mind, completely engrossed in the contents. The celestial maiden let out a light sigh. "Actually, I have been studying this light for years, trying to uncover the secrets hidden behind it." And the result? The result? The celestial maiden chuckled bitterly. "The only thing I can confirm now is that this light is obviously closely connected to the Hua clan. Other than that, I don't know much more than you." Zuan remained silent for a moment, then slowly said, "Regardless, at least it is benevolent, isn't it?" With that, Zuan gently covered the bottle cap again. Then with a flick of his wrist, the white jade bottle disappeared. Seeing this scene, the celestial maiden couldn't help but ask, "What? Don't you plan to use it to enhance your strength?" "Of course I will, but not now. Because there are many things that need to be dealt with first. Such as the grudge between the Lu family and the Si family," Zuan said coldly. Hearing this, a flash of coldness passed through the eyes of the celestial maiden. "You're right, I had almost forgotten. The Si family's actions this time were indeed excessive. Not only will you hold them accountable, but I will also pay them a visit to find out what they are up to." Meanwhile, in another part of the galaxy, in the region of the Pharmacist Alliance, the atmosphere in the Si family was very tense. In the hall, there came the furious roar of Si Daoyuan. "Say it again. What happened to Guangzhong?" Si Minky knelt below, touching his head to the ground. "Return to the head. At that time, Guangzhong and I were preparing to sneak into the inn to rescue the girl from the Lu family. Unexpectedly, the Shen family people suddenly arrived, and a great battle broke out with Zuan. Except for me, everyone from the Si family perished in the raging sword aura, including the second young master Guangzhong." Crack! Si Daoyuan suddenly slapped the armrest of the chair, jumping up, his eyes flashing with devouring light, even distorting his face. "Everyone is dead, and you're the only one who survived a yes." "Nonsense, then why did you come back? Why didn't you die there?" Si Daoyuan was furious, grabbed a teapot, and threw it at him. With a crisp sound, the teapot hit Si Minky's forehead, hot tea water flowing down, making his head emit steam. Despite this, Si Minky didn't move at all, still kneeling there. Si Daoyuan, still full of anger, rushed down from the platform to finish Si Minky off, but fortunately, someone next to him stopped him. "Mighty Head, please calm down. I believe Minky didn't mean for this to happen. Please spare him this time." Hearing this, Si Daoyuan finally stopped in his tracks, snorted, "HMPH, Cheng, it's all thanks to you. If not for your sake, I would have killed him." "Yes, yes." The elder who spoke nodded repeatedly, then turned to Si Minky and shouted, Hurry, and thank the head for sparing your life. Si Minky knocked his head against the ground several times, his voice low. Thank you for sparing my life, head. Si Daoyuan remained silent with a grim face. Meanwhile, Elder Si Yicheng sighed lightly. Head, I believe our first concern should be to understand why the Shen family intervened in this matter. Si Daoyuan was startled by this statement. The iron grimace on his face faded quickly, turning pale. Are you suggesting the Shen family might be involved in this matter? I'm just saying there's a possibility, but no one knows for sure. Just the possibility alone filled Si Daoyuan's heart with fear. Compared to the Shen family, a prominent clan, the Si family was not strong enough to match. So at this moment, he had lost the arrogance he had had before, and his expression became anxious. What should we do then? If the Shen family is involved in this matter, they probably came for the girl from the Lu family. How about we make a statement to the Shen family now, saying that we give up competing for this girl? Si Yicheng shook his head. Head, this is absolutely not feasible. First, the Shen family won't believe it, and second, even if they do, it's tantamount to admitting defeat, isn't it? Then what do you suggest we do? Si Daoyuan was as restless as an ant on a hot pan. Observing the lack of authority in the head, Si Yicheng's eyes showed a hint of disdain, but then he spoke in a deep voice. I think our first move now should not be to make a statement, but to watch and wait, see how the Shen family responds, and then make a decision when appropriate. Yes, you are quite prudent, and I appreciate it. Let's do that. Si Daoyuan kept nodding vigorously. This family meeting ended abruptly, and the elders left one after the other. But almost everyone ignored Si Minky kneeling on the ground. Even Si Daoyuan didn't look at him, as if he were a discarded dead dog. After most people had left, Si Minky slowly got up from the ground, his face covered in blisters from being scalded, casting a cold glance at the throne on the high platform, then turned and walked out of the hall. Outside the hall lay a silent night. Just as Si Minky stepped down the stairs, a casual voice came from the shadows around the corner. The young master is only returning now. Si Minky stopped in his tracks, a sneer playing on his burned lips. Young master, are you calling me that? Of course, regardless, you are the head's first son, so I naturally have to address you as young master. Si Yicheng emerged from the darkness, smiling as he spoke. So, this young master almost died at the hands of his own father just now. Si Minky mocked. Heh, it seems the young master has some complaints against the head. Si Yicheng's eyes shone, speaking softly. Si Minky turned around abruptly, his swollen eyes filled with icy light. Yes, I do have grievances against him, because from childhood to adulthood, I have never held any position in his eyes. This time is no exception. He was willing to kill me for Si Guangzhong. Is this what a father should do? So, you secretly plotted to kill your own brother, Si Guangzhong, and disguised it as being caused by the residual sword energy. Si Yicheng said with a smile only after Si Minky had finished venting. But that sentence struck Si Minky like a thunderbolt, leaving him stunned on the spot. Si Cheng was not moved at all. Instead, he smiled and said, What? Now that I've exposed your lies, are you planning to kill me without hiding anymore? But do you think, since I dare to say these things to you, I would be afraid of you killing me? Simon Chess shuddered all over, then took a deep breath and closed his eyes. When he opened them again, there was no trace of hostility in his eyes, just a cold emptiness. Speak. What do you want? Si Cheng clapped lightly and smiled, saying, Very good. This is what I appreciate most about you, restrained yet knowing when to advance and retreat, much better than that arrogant and overbearing Si Guangzhong. Simon Chess snorted coldly, unmoved. He knew that Si Cheng, who always presented himself innocently behind the family head, was actually the core strategist and advisor of the entire Si family. Many decisions actually came from him, not from the family head, Si Daoyuan. So he could not be underestimated. Indeed. Si Cheng sighed lightly, then slowly said, Young master, what do you think is the current situation of the Si family? What situation? This question made Simon Chess slightly startled. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke in a deep voice. It should not be so peaceful. At least the bold move against the Lu family has already stirred discontent within the Medicine Master Alliance. Clap, clap, clap. Si Cheng clapped lightly, wearing a look of admiration on his face. Young master is indeed sharp, even more insightful than your father. But let me correct you, The situation of the C family is not simply unrest, but truly caught in a life and death struggle. Simon Key's expression changed drastically, but when he saw the serious and solemn expression on Cassie Chang's face, he swallowed back the words in his mouth because he knew Cassie Chang would continue speaking. Indeed, Cassie Chang spoke coldly. Previously, when the C family made a bold move against the Liu family, there were murmurs of dissatisfaction within various factions of the Medicine Master Alliance, yet they were deterred by the prestige of our C family and did not act. However, the situation has changed, as someone from outside actually saved the people of the Liu family. And now the Shen family has also emerged, making the situation even more complex. But if that were all, it wouldn't be a big deal. The most crucial factor is the sudden appearance of the Empress Xuanchen. Upon hearing the 4 words Empress Xuanchen, Simon Che trembled all over, suddenly understanding something. His face turned pale in an instant. Seeing his change in expression, Cassie Chang nodded approvingly. It seems you have understood what's going on. Yes, the situation is just as you have suspected. As the mastermind behind the existence of the entire Medicine Master Alliance, Empress Xuanchen will not sit idly by and watch the destruction of the rules she has established. When she was in seclusion, she might have turned a blind eye to this matter, but now that she has appeared in public, countless eyes are staring at her. If she continues to remain silent, the Medicine Master Alliance will surely fall into chaos. Your father, the one who is obtuse outwardly, but shrewd in internal disputes, hasn't even realized this. He even absurdly believes that the Shen family would get involved in this matter. With that, a mocking expression appeared on Cassie Chang's face. Has he ever thought that if the Shen family were to take action, could the C family still exist until now? Simon Che was mesmerized by this analysis, but after a moment, he managed to suppress his emotions and asked in a deep voice, "Why are you telling me this? Shouldn't these words be said to the family head?" Unexpectedly, Cassie Chang shook his head. "Do you still think he is the family head?" This sentence was like a bolt from the blue, causing Simon Key's hair to stand on end. "What do you mean?" Cassie Chang chuckled and said, "It's simple. Now, there are only 2 paths before our C family. One is to completely surrender, and when Empress Xuanchen or representatives from the Shen family arrive, we offer no resistance. We wait until they've vented their anger, but this way, the entire C family will suffer heavy losses, and even you and I may not be spared. As for the second path," a cold smile appeared on Cassie Chang's face. "Everything can be negotiable. I believe Empress Xuanchen is not someone who indiscriminately kills. What she wants is for the C family to provide a reasonable explanation so that the rules of the Medicine Master Alliance won't collapse." Simon Key's body trembled slightly, as even though he was intelligent, he already knew what the reasonable explanation Cassie Chang mentioned was. Seeing this, Cassie Chang's approving expression on his face became even stronger. Young master is indeed clever. Yes, that reasonable explanation lies with the family head. You see, the instigator of the Liu family incident was the family head. Your subsequent actions, including going to war, were all based on his orders. So, one could say, the origin of all these events lies with him. As long as he is handed over, I believe Empress Xuanchen will not further trouble our C family. This is the safest and most reliable path for the C family now. Do you understand, young master? Cassie Chang looked at Simon Che with a smiling face. But Simon Che felt a chill all over his body because Cassie Chang, who appeared harmless, was incredibly scheming and calculating. In fact, before this conversation, he had not even realized the dire situation the C family was about to face. Cassie Chang not only understood the situation, but also had thought of a solution. The key was that this method seemed incredibly ruthless. As an elder of the C family, he could even calculate against his own family head. After calculating against him, would I face the same fate? At that moment, Cassie Chang seemed to sense Simon Key's concerns and lightly said, "Young master, there's no need to be so afraid. The C family is ultimately under your branch. I cannot control it. Everything I've just said is for the long-term benefit of the C family. Although ruthless, it is the safest and most reliable path for now. If young master finds it difficult to let go of fatherly affection, or simply thinks I am aiming for the position of the family head and stirring up trouble, I can leave right now. But before I go, I hope that young master considers this carefully, as the C family only has this one night left." With that, Cassie Chang turned and walked into the darkness. Step by step, Just as he was about to fully step into the darkness, a slightly trembling voice came from behind him. Wait! Woo-woo! My poor Guangzhong has died just like that. How am I going to deal with this? Sitting across from Sidaoyuan was a disheveled woman, currently crying with her face covered. Sidaoyuan was feeling annoyed, so he slammed his wine cup heavily on the table. Stop crying. It's annoying. The woman stopped sobbing, raised her head to look at Sidaoyuan. Sir, did Guangzhong really die in vain? The speaker was Siguangzong's birth mother, also Sidaoyuan's favorite concubine, named Nianchuang. At this moment, with Siguangzong dead, as a mother, she was naturally filled with grief. Sidaoyuan furrowed his brows, let out a light sigh. I am also very sad about Guangzhong's death, but he died at the hands of the Shen family. What can we do? Nianchuang showed a hint of resentment on her face, but why did that guy, Siminki, return unscathed? He and Guangzhong have always been at odds. There must be some unspeakable secret behind this. Sir, why not just kill him directly to avenge Guangzhong? Sidaoyuan sneered. You don't need to worry about that, but it's not appropriate to act now with the situation so tense. Once things calm down a bit, I will find a way to make him pay for Guangzhong's death. His words were filled with hatred, lacking any trace of fatherly affection. Hearing him say this, Nianchuang was finally satisfied and poured him another cup of wine. Sir, I heard that something went wrong with the Lu family. How did the people from the Shen family suddenly intervene? Sidaoyuan sighed. Who knows? I am also worried about this matter. If it is indeed the Shen family intervening, then it won't be easy. What's so difficult about it? We can just give up if necessary. Nianchuang said. Hehe, it's not that simple. Considering the Shen family's prestigious background, even comparable to the ancient 100 families, their sudden involvement is clearly not just about this matter. Sidaoyuan said with a worried expression. Sir, don't worry too much. There's always a solution to every problem. Our C family is one of the 10 major families of the Medicine Alliance. We do have some influence. If the Shen family really wants to act, they need to weigh their options. Nianchuang reassured. Sidaoyuan chuckled at her words and then embraced her. You are still caring. As the couple discussed in the room, a voice suddenly came from outside the door. Master, Elder Cheng is here to see you. Oh, he's here. Let him in immediately. Sidaoyuan stood up eagerly, showing great respect for Elder Cheng, as many decisions were usually made by him. Meanwhile, Nianchuang quickly tidied her hair. Elder Cheng entered with a smile. Greetings, Master, Madam. Cheng, please have a seat. Any updates on the matter? Sidaoyuan was impatient. Elder Cheng had been tasked with investigating the exact cause of Siguangzong's death. Elder Cheng smiled slightly and said, Master, the investigation is complete. It turns out that young Master Guangzhong died because of leaked sword energy. Sidaoyuan was momentarily stunned, and Nianchuang's expression turned sour. That's impossible. Why did so many people go, but only he came back? I don't care. He must pay for my Guangzhong's death. All right. Since Madame has spoken, we'll handle him after this matter is resolved. Elder Cheng said casually, then turned to Sidaoyuan. Master, that's not my main concern this time. Oh, what is it then? Do you know why the Shen family suddenly appeared? They are not here for our family's affair with the Lu family. Their real target is a young man named Zuan. Sidaoyuan was shaken. Is this true? Absolutely. Sidaoyuan felt a huge weight lifted from his heart, and he laughed heartily. Well, as long as they are not here for our family, it's fine. Cheng, you've worked hard. Let me offer you a drink. After Elder Cheng drank, he cleared his throat and continued, I have found out that this Zhu, behind whom the rumors have been circulating recently, is actually a remarkable military talent. Oh. Sidaoyuan put down his cup. Although far away, he had also heard of the military matters. What happened next? Why is the Shen family causing trouble for him? I don't know, but it is said that this young man possesses a sword heart from the Shen family, so they naturally want to investigate. Sidaoyuan's expression changed. The importance of the Shen family sword heart was unquestionable, and with this young man eliminating the people sent by the Shen family in the recent battle, the situation was likely to get more complicated. If the military is involved, it will be even more complex. Sidaoyuan took a sharp breath. Indeed, but no matter what, these matters have nothing to do with our family. Elder Cheng smiled. Yes, that's good. Cheng, thanks to your wisdom and caution, I didn't act rashly back then. Here, have another drink. Another drink was poured. Si Cheng laughed lightly and said, It's not entirely impossible, but we need to plan carefully. Ha ha ha, I knew nothing could stump you. Good. As long as there's hope, that's all we need. Come, let's continue drinking. Feeling extremely excited and carefree, Sitaoyuan drank cup after cup, even throwing aside the grief of losing his heir, completely intoxicated in no time. Si Cheng's enthusiasm today was also quite high. Normally, he would drink moderately, but today was different. He not only drank without restraint, but also actively raised toasts. In just 1 or 2 hours, Sitaoyuan was completely drunk, passed out on the table. While Sitaoyuan's cultivation in the outer realms may not be very high, it was unusual for him to be in such a state of intoxication. Even his concubine, Nian Sheng, found it very strange. Elder Si, why did the master get drunk so quickly today? Nian Sheng asked with a smile. But in the next moment, she couldn't smile anymore. This was because Si Cheng turned his head slowly, his previously smiling face now devoid of any expression, his eyes cold as ice. What did you say? Nian Sheng felt a chill in her heart, but forced a smile. I mean, how did the master get drunk so quickly today? It's really strange. Strange? I don't think so, because a strange glint flashed in Si Cheng's eyes. This is the result I wanted. Nian Sheng's eyelids twitched madly. She felt a bone-chilling coldness in Si Cheng's words. What? What do you mean? Elder Si, why do I feel like I'm having trouble understanding? Nian Sheng stuttered. Si Cheng ignored her, coldly staring at Sitaoyuan slumped on the table, and indifferently said, A single dose of the escaping powder from the poison master of the Qianji Valley is enough to bring down even a primordial beast. It's commendable that you managed to hold on until now before being drunk to death. With that, he turned to Nian Sheng with a faint smile. What do you think, second madam? But at this moment, Nian Sheng could no longer smile. In fact, she was on the verge of tears. Elder Si, what are you doing? Nian Sheng said with a trembling voice. What am I doing? I'm saving the entire Si family. Just then, footsteps were heard outside the hall, and SD Minqi walked in. Seeing him, Nian Sheng instantly understood a lot of things. She stood up abruptly, staring at Si Cheng with wide eyes. You actually conspired with this traitor to plot against us. What is this? Before she could finish her sentence, a dagger emerged from her throat, cutting off her words. Nian Sheng's mouth hung open, blood quickly filling her mouth and overflowing from the corners, her eyes filled with shock and disbelief. She never expected Si Minqi to turn against her. But Si Minqi acted as if she was just a pig or dog, flipping his wrist sharply with the dagger in hand, brutally stirring it in Nian Sheng's throat. After making a deep and translucent hole, he pulled out the dagger. With a thud, Nian Sheng's body collapsed to the ground. Well done, young master, decisive and swift, indeed. Si Cheng exclaimed with a clap. But Si Minqi showed no emotion on his face, only a harlot who flaunted her power by relying on the family's influence. Killing her was effortless. As he spoke, Si Minqi wiped the dagger clean and approached Sitaoyuan, who was still sound asleep on the table. The most crucial thing now is, how do we deal with him? Si Cheng chuckled. How to deal with him? I believe the young master has already made his decision in mind, right? I have fulfilled my promise, so what to do next is a matter between you and your son. Si Minqi nodded, all right? As soon as he said that, he raised the dagger in his hand and struck down toward Sitaoyuan. The speed was so fast as if it was a flash of lightning. Si Cheng didn't even blink, as he believed Si Minqi would be cautious in his actions. Though he hated Sitaoyuan, he wouldn't kill him now. Indeed, the dagger didn't aim at Sitaoyuan's vital parts, but at a pressure point. With a muffled sound of flesh being cut, blood spurted out, and Sitaoyuan's body trembled violently. Yet, under the dual effects of medicine and alcohol, he still didn't wake up. Si Cheng sighed lightly, destroying all his cultivation. Your hatred really runs deep. Meanwhile, Si Minqi waved the dagger repeatedly, creating a macabre symphony of blood and flesh in the room. Amidst the splattering blood, Si Minqi's face was filled with madness. Finally, after the last strike, Si Minqi stepped back, breathing slightly heavily. Looking at Sitaoyuan, who was now drenched in blood, and with each wound bleeding profusely, his aura rapidly weakening and dissipating. Minky still groaned in pain, then slowly began to regain consciousness. His memories lingered on the scene before getting drunk, feeling the pain all over his body like a nightmare. What's going on? How did I get drunk like this? Sitao Yuan moaned. Si Cheng smirked. Family master, sorry to say, it seems like your son holds some grudges against you. Don't blame me. After all, we're also thinking for the long-term good of the Si family. Hearing this, Sitao Yuan trembled, only now realizing he was soaked in blood, and couldn't help but cry out in shock. What are you planning, Ko? But his words were cut off as Minky inserted the dagger into Sitao Yuan's mouth with force. Yes, why hasn't Dad come back yet? Nyan echoed. Yan chuckled lightly. Dad is busy with important matters. He should be back soon. But why did Aoshu's sister say that Dad left with a very powerful aunt? Is he in danger? Nyan worried. Before Yan could respond, Mo Changhong suddenly smiled. Little Nyan, don't worry. My Lady Empress is a top figure in the Pharmacists' Union, and she even helped your dad this time, so your dad will absolutely be safe. But they've been gone for several days. Where did they go? Nyan pouted. Just then, the little gourd, who had been silent ever since Zuan and the others left, suddenly exclaimed, "They're coming back soon." Huh? What's coming back? Xiong asked. They are coming back. The little gourd said calmly. How do you know? Because I can sense the armor on him. He's rapidly approaching here at the moment. Before anyone could react, two streaks of light quickly crossed the sky and landed in the courtyard. As they revealed their figures, it was indeed Zuan and Jiushin Zhuanu. The moment they saw them, Xiong and Nyan rushed over. Dad, you're finally back. Dad, are you okay? Looking at the two worried daughters, Zuan smiled slightly, gently ruffling their heads. Don't worry, Dad is fine. At the same time, Mo Changhong and Za Wenliang came forward to greet Jiushin Zhuanu. Greetings to Lady Empress. Mo Changhong was one of Jiushin Zhuanu's subordinates, so it was natural. Za Wenliang paid his respects out of respect for Jiushin Zhuanu. After all, she was the creator of the Pharmacists' Union. Jiushin Zhuanu waved her hand, and then smiled at Za Wenliang. Mr. Gijin is too polite. Just call me Zhuanu. I dare not. Zhuanu lady is the founder of the Pharmacist Union, and naturally deserves the title of Empress. Jiushin Zhuanu did not insist, just smiled, and then turned her gaze to Lu Yingxi, who was standing in the distance. Are you the only surviving orphan of the Lu family now? Lu Yingxi trembled all over, hurriedly approached and knelt down, bowing her head deeply, and said in a choked voice, Yes. Jiushin Zhuanu nodded. Rest assured, I am already aware of this matter, and will naturally give your Lu family an explanation. Thank you, Lady Empress. Thank you. Lu Yingxi knocked her head heavily, shaking with excitement. Because anyone from the Pharmacists' Union would know the title of the Empress, it can be said that she is a figure above the 10 major families of the Pharmacists' Union and many other experts. In the past, someone like Lu Yingxi would only have looked up to her and might not even have the qualifications to be close. Now such a figure is personally speaking up for the Lu family, so there is really hope for the Lu family's blood feud. Jiushin Zhuanu waved her hand, a gentle force lifting Lu Yingxi from the ground, then sighed softly. Don't thank me. This is what I should do. It's just that I've been lazy to intervene due to many things, which resulted in these families becoming more and more reckless. Speaking of which, I also have a responsibility in this. After that, Jiushin Zhuanu turned to Mo Changhong and nodded. Issue the summons, yes. Mo Changhong immediately took out a peculiar jade slip from his person and then crushed it. Click! A burst of light shot up from the jade slip, exploding in the air like a firework. Each burst of light shot off in different directions. In an instant, the entire area was shaken. The guards from the nearby medicinal food workshop immediately rushed over, while the guards and forces from other places dropped everything upon receiving the notification, speeding towards this location. The reason was simple, because Jiushin Zhuanu had once established a rule that upon issuance of a summons, all members under her command must immediately rush to the location. Those who disobeyed would be executed. Although this rule had never been used since its establishment until now, these people still dared not show any slack, as the threat of being executed for disobedience was not to be taken lightly. Furthermore, Many people were secretly excited, as this clearly indicated that the Lady Empress was about to make a major move. Within the hour, most of the nearby members had arrived. It was at this moment that the true terrifying power of Jiyushin Zhuanu could be seen. Although only half of the expected people had arrived, their numbers densely occupied half the sky above Yangcheng County. This spectacular scene made many onlookers gasp in awe. Jiyushin Zhuanu and Zuan exchanged a glance, then Jiyushin Zhuanu flew up into the sky, with all the people present bowing in unison. "Greetings, Empress!" Jiyushin Zhuanu's expression was calm. The C family has been acting recklessly and attacked the Lu family, which is also part of the Pharmacists' Union, which is a violation of the rules. I command you all to accompany me to subdue them. Any objections? Yes? The unanimous reply was satisfying to Jiyushin Zhuanu. Very well, we shall depart now. As Jiyushin Zhuanu and Zuan led the massive army to the C family, the atmosphere within the C family had become extremely bloody and eerie. After a whole night of slaughter, loyal followers of the former family head Si Daoyuan were all but gone. Only the terrified and timid remained, shaken by the sudden upheaval. Even the members of the Elder Council dared not utter a word, because the last elder who dared to question was still nailed to a pillar in the hall. Thus, what seemed like an unassailable family power collapsed overnight, turning into nothingness. And the newcomer Si Minky gained everyone's recognition with his swift and decisive actions, as anyone who didn't agree was already dead. A once insignificant illegitimate son in the eyes of many had finally gained a towering power. However, even in this situation, Si Minky remained composed, without a hint of pride or arrogance, because he knew that everything was far from over. The real test was yet to come. Compared to his coldness, Si Cheng seemed much more active. Looking at the cut-off muscles all over his body, and even the tongue already cut off, Si Daoyuan, Zuan slightly raised his eyebrows. "Is this your family head?" Si Cheng stepped forward with a smile on his face. "Yes, this is our family head. Also the new family head, to fulfill the explanation to you and the Empress." The whole scene fell into silence. In fact, at this moment, many people in the C family were still in a state of confusion. The shocking change that occurred in the study last night and the continuous killings throughout the night had put a tremendous pressure on many people's minds. And this pressure finally reached its limit when they saw the overwhelming army of retribution coming. Therefore, even now, with Si Daoyuan, who used to be so dominant, lying in such a miserable state on the ground, it failed to evoke any sympathy. Jiyushin Zhuan remained silent. In fact, she had not spoken since she arrived at the Si family, and all negotiations were conducted by Zuan. This was also why Si Yicheng treated him with such respect. Zuan glanced at the smiling Si Yicheng in front of him, then shifted his gaze to Si Minky, not far away. In fact, he was not unfamiliar with this Si Minky. At the beginning, when Eyeliner and others tried to intercept Lu Yingxi, the mastermind behind the scenes was Si Minky. Just a few days later, he had become the current family head of the Si family. The numb and stunned expressions of the Si family members present could give a hint of what had happened. Si Minky naturally felt Zuan's gaze, shuddered all over, and then lowered his head deeply. It was not just because of the current powerful figures, but more importantly, he recalled the earth-shattering battle in Yangcheng County. The majestic sword intent that almost split the entire planet in half was a nightmare that he could not shake off until now. Feeling Si Minky's avoidance, Zuan smiled faintly, then beckoned to the excited and tearful Lu Yingxi in the crowd. Lu Yingxi immediately approached. "My lord, Zhu." Pointed to Si Daoyuan on the ground. "This person is the original family head of the Si family, and now he is handed over to you." Lu Yingxi gritted her teeth, nodded, "Yes." Then she trembled as she walked up. When she came close to Si Daoyuan, she shouted with a tearful voice, "Si Daoyuan, did you ever think you would end up like this, you old thief?" Hearing her shout, Si Daoyuan trembled all over, slowly opened his tightly closed eyes. When he saw that the one standing in front of him was Lu Yingxi, the only remaining girl from the Lu family, an infinite look of terror and despair appeared in his eyes. Because he knew very well that if there was anyone who hated him the most in the world, it must be the people of the Lu family. Therefore, he struggled frantically, seemingly trying to move away from Lu Yingxi. But how could he escape? Lu Yingxi, whose eyes were now red, took out a small knife she had with her, and with one slash, cut off one of Si Daoyuan's ears. Blood gushed out, and Si Daoyuan let out an incomprehensible wail. Lu Yingxi grabbed the dropped ear, tossed it into her mouth, and began to gnaw at it. Crunch, crunch. The raw flesh was torn off by her teeth, making a squeaky sound, while the blood dripped down from the corner of Lu Yingxi's mouth. Eating his flesh. This was Lu Yingxi's full hatred toward Si Daoyuan. But this was just the beginning. In the next 15 minutes, Lu Yingxi cried and acted, eventually completely killing the person who had harmed the Lu family in her eyes. After the killing, the dagger in Lu Yingxi's hand fell to the ground with a clang, and she then knelt down despondently, letting out a cry, "Dad, Mom, Sister, the original culprit of harming our Lu family has now been executed. Our Lu family's vengeance is avenged." After speaking, Lu Yingxi burst into tears, sobbing. The people of the Si family were silent. The bloody scene just now made many of them shudder, but they couldn't say a word. After all, this incident was indeed initiated by the Si family and had dealt a devastating blow to the unsuspecting Lu family. Whatever Lu Yingxi did to Si Daoyuan did not seem excessive. At least that was what Si Yicheng thought, so he smiled and watched, showing no hint of emotion in his eyes. Meanwhile, after crying for a while, Lu Yingxi turned around and knelt to Jiushenjuan and Zuan, saying sincerely, "Thank you, Empress and Mr. Zhu, for helping out. Without your assistance, the blood feud of my Lu family would never be avenged." With that, she cowed out loudly, "Ju," and waved his hand casually, saying, "There's no need for that. Since I said I would help you, I will definitely help you to the end." Then, he turned to Si Yicheng, showed his canine teeth and smiled meaningfully, "Elder, do you think I'm right?" Si Yicheng's heart skipped a beat, but his smile did not waver. "Indeed, what the Lord said is quite right. Since I will help to the end, do you think the grudge of this Lu family is completely avenged now?" Zuan said indifferently. A hint of panic flashed in Si Yicheng's eyes, but he forced a smile. "My lord, I don't know what you mean by that, but the incident against the Lu family was indeed the doing of the former family head, Si Daoyuan, acting alone. Now that he has been eliminated, and all his followers have been cleansed in blood, isn't that thorough enough, no? So according to you, all those involved in this matter have received their due punishment, yes, Zhu." And gazed at Si Yicheng, then suddenly laughed. "What's your full name, elder?" "I dare not. My name is Si Yicheng." "What position do you hold in this Si family?" "No specific position, just an idle member," Si Yicheng answered fluently. However, at that moment, Zuan suddenly said, "Then advising and strategizing for the family head is also your responsibility, right?" This questioning made Si Minky's expression change slightly. Si Yicheng, however, remained composed. "My lord, I don't know what you're talking about." Zuan chuckled, but did not respond to him. Instead, he turned to Jiushenjuan, who had not spoken at all throughout. "Empress, do you think the explanation given by the Si family is satisfactory enough?" Jiushenjuan shook her head, not satisfied. "That's right, I'm not satisfied either. Dead men tell no tales. Do you think you can wash away the blood on your hands by pushing all the blame onto Si Daoyuan alone?" Zuan's face showed a mocking expression. "You're thinking too naively. Today, the Empress and I have come with such a grand momentum to make the Si family pay the price in blood." Hearing this, Si Yicheng turned pale, unable to maintain his usual smile any longer. His biggest confidence before was that he believed the Empress would not exterminate the entire Si family at all costs. At most, she would only eliminate the ringleader and intimidate others. That's why he had been so calm and composed. Zuan did not respond at all, just coldly watched him with a sneer. Si Yicheng felt his heart sinking to the bottom because Zuan's eyes were clearly telling him three big words. "Do not believe." This also made Si Yicheng feel a chilling intent to kill. He had no doubt that if he couldn't make the other party believe him next, then he was as good as dead. Suddenly, a thought flashed in his mind. Although someone as calculating as him had never thought this way before, and doing so would discard many of his plans, but at this moment, he couldn't care less. He abruptly pointed to Si Minky, not far away, and shouted, "Sir, I'll tell you the truth. Everything was orchestrated by this Si Minky behind the scenes, including patricide, all at his instigation. I don't know anything else." With these words, everyone from the Si family turned pale. Many never expected that Si Yicheng would say such things at this moment. Wasn't this the same as betraying to family heads in front of and behind? Si Yicheng also understood that this would provoke anger and fear, but it was the same old story. As long as he could survive, nothing else mattered. But at that moment, instead of seeing any hint of forgiveness in Zhuan's face, he saw a hint of mockery in his eyes. This realization shook Si Yicheng to the core, and he suddenly understood something, just as he was about to turn around. But in that instant, a cold knife stabbed into his neck, cutting through his veins and windpipe, emerging from his throat. Kaka! Si Yicheng opened his mouth wide, letting out a few sounds of regret, but couldn't say a word because the knife had severed his vocal cords. So, the usually silver-tongued Si Yicheng stood there trembling, his strength draining away with the blood. The whole place fell into dead silence. Everyone from the Si family stared in disbelief at Si Minky standing behind Si Yicheng, holding the knife handle tightly. No one expected such a sudden turn of events. Only a meaningful smirk appeared on Zhuan's face. Meanwhile, Si Minky slowly stirred the knife in his hand, causing Si Yicheng to tremble and blood to splatter. Plap! Si Minky pulled out the knife from his hand, and Si Yicheng struggled to turn around, looking at Si Minky with unwillingness in his eyes. The resentment in his eyes was enough to frighten anyone. But Si Minky remained unmoved, just giving a cold smile and stabbing Si Yicheng in the forehead. This time, Si Yicheng's eyes finally dimmed, swayed a few times, and then his body collapsed to the ground. No one spoke. In fact, many from the Si family still hadn't understood what had happened until that moment. But then, applause rang out. Zhuan clapped lightly, saying with a calm tone, "Wonderful, truly an extremely spectacular performance." Si Minky took a deep breath, threw away the knife in his hand, and kneeled on the ground with a thud. "Sir, spare me." He didn't offer many explanations, not even a single one, as everything condensed into these simple 4 words. "Spare me, sir." Zhuan stared at him. Si Minky remained still, bowing his head on the ground, seemingly waiting for his fate. After a long while, a faint smile gradually appeared on Zhuan's face. "You are clever. At least much smarter than this guy lurking in the shadows, thinking others are clueless. Because you understand your current position and what you should do. That's good." Si Minky nodded his head to the ground. "Thank you for the praise, sir." But Zhuan's next words brought tension back into the atmosphere. "But have you never heard that smart people often don't live long?" Si Minky shuddered, but quickly raised his head and said, "Sir, there are no smart people here, only those willing to listen to you." Zhuan smiled, turned around in a huff, saying lightly, "In that case, I will give you a chance." The matter of the Si family was concluded in such an unexpected way. The people of the Si family were still in a state of confusion. But the 9 Heavens goddess was very satisfied. She did not intend to uproot the entire Si family, as that would not be conducive to the Medicine Alliance's development. What she wanted was simply to re-establish the forgotten rules. And now, Zhuan had caused the entire Si family to disintegrate without shedding a drop of blood, which meant that even if Si Minky continued as the head of the Si family, he would have no prestige. The only thing he could do was to thoroughly cater to himself and Zhuan, the fundamental basis on which he could stand. In this way, the calamity of the Si family was completely eliminated, and the vendetta of the Lu family was avenged. She hadn't even lifted a finger throughout the whole process, which made the 9 Heavens goddess very pleased. So when Zhuan returned to his camp, the 9 Heavens goddess couldn't help but ask in a low voice, "How did you do it?" Zhuan smiled faintly. "It's simple. I could see that this matter was not simple at all, and there was definitely this Si Yicheng stirring things up behind the scenes. Although he helped Si Minky become the head of the family, Si Minky is not a fool. He knew very well that the current head was just a figurehead and would eventually become a puppet once things stabilized. This was a situation he would never want to see happen. So, I gave him an opportunity. And he cleverly seized it. But doesn't he know the cost of doing so?" The 9 Heavens goddess couldn't help but ask. "Of course he does. But that's how things are in this world. You must make choices. Compared to the cost he would have had to bear before, the current price is negligible, at least. Now he is no longer a puppet propped up by others. In this way, even the patricide and power usurpation will gradually fade away, so he made this decision without hesitation." Watching Zhuan speak calmly and confidently, even the experienced 9 Heavens goddess couldn't help but feel a little stunned. Zhuan smiled and shook his head. "Some are, but more comes from my experiences." "Experiences? What kind of experiences can a young man like this have gone through?" The 9 Heavens Zhuan girl couldn't help but find it amusing. Although Zuan had lived through over 3,000 years, in her eyes, who had experienced countless cycles of time, he was still just a child. As things concluded, everyone naturally began to prepare to leave. But just then, Zuan suddenly furrowed his brow slightly and looked up at the sky. It's going to rain. Indeed. Just then, the previously clear sky was suddenly covered with dark clouds. However, these clouds appeared extremely bizarre, as there had been no wind before. It was as if someone had suddenly pulled a gray curtain over the sky, and in an instant, it became dark and gloomy. The Nine Heavens Zhuan girl was also taken aback. This rain is really strange. Given the imposing aura of the powerful gathered here, it was impossible for rain and wind to occur. So, this unexpected appearance of dark clouds seemed very peculiar. Zuan's expression gradually became serious, his eyes quickly becoming calm, as he slowly said, "Not surprising, because someone is coming." As he finished speaking, the sky began to pour rain. Yet, this rain also seemed peculiar. Due to the absence of any wind, the raindrops fell vertically, tracing straight lines and enveloping the entire sky and earth in a curtain of fine rain. The Nine Heavens Zhuan girl's expression also quickly turned serious because, powerful as she was, she sensed an indescribable force approaching. What's going on? Who is coming? Zuan took a deep breath, his eyes suddenly sparkling like stars. The sword intent envelops the heavens and the earth, and condenses into reality. The only ones capable of reaching this level should be the Shen family. Shen family! Upon hearing this name, the expression on the Nine Heavens Zhuan girl's face immediately became more serious. Revenge is coming so quickly. The Nine Heavens Zhuan girl murmured softly. In fact, after Shen Gao's defeat and escape, the Nine Heavens Zhuan girl knew that this matter was far from over, but she didn't expect the people from the Shen family to arrive so quickly. Just then, there was a sudden commotion among the crowd in the distance. It should be noted that those who could accompany the Nine Heavens Zhuan girl here were all skilled individuals, but at this moment, these experts had panicked expressions, moving aside one after another. In an instant, the crowd that had occupied most of the sky split open a straight path. At the end of the path, shrouded in rain and mist, a woman with an exquisitely crafted oil paper umbrella slowly walked out. It was an incredibly delicate-looking oil paper umbrella, and the woman beneath it wore red clothing, with snow-white wrists and eyes resembling those of a cat. To be honest, such a sight shouldn't have appeared here. It should have belonged in the spring rain alleys of the Jiangnan region. However, when this woman appeared, the entire scene fell silent instantly. All that could be heard was the sound of the rain and the rustling of people retreating due to fear. The Nine Heavens Zhuan girl sighed softly. 1,000 horses flee from the red clothes. The Shen family has actually sent her. It seems that today's events are unlikely to end well. Apparently hearing the words of the Nine Heavens Zhuan girl, the woman suddenly halted her steps, then slowly raised her eyes and looked in their direction. This graceful woman, almost to the point of being exquisite, with lips as red as blood and skin as white as snow, especially her eyes and brows, resembling a Persian cat napping in the afternoon, exuding a hint of laziness. Especially when she smiled, it was so cute that one couldn't help but want to pat her head. However, none of the people present dared to entertain such thoughts, because it was simply too crazy. Not even the most reckless madman would dare to do so. Even if given the choice, these people would prefer to escape as far away as possible. The farther from this woman, the better. Everything was because of this woman's identity. The Shen family, Shen Hongyi. The Shen Hongyi, who made 1,000 horses flee from her red clothes. This was a name that was enough to make ordinary cultivators tremble with fear, because it was said that almost no one who encountered Shen Hongyi ever survived. Holding an oil paper umbrella, she seemed to be like a death god walking on earth. Wherever she went, she reaped countless souls. Some individuals or factions once doubted this rumor, but now, their remains were nowhere to be found. They had never expected to encounter this legendary figure today. This was enough to astound them. Just then, Shen Hongyi's gaze, after scanning the surroundings, playfully settled on Zuan. "Hello, I'm Shen Hongyi. May I ask if you are Zuan?" Her tone was cold, but carried a hint of innocence, as if an inexperienced girl was asking a curious question. Nodded. "Yes, it's me." Shen Hongyi smiled. When she smiled, the cat-like eyes and brows emitted a mesmerizing charm. "Very well. Since you are the one who seriously injured my incompetent brother, I will have to kill you. Please don't be angry. With her words, the raindrops in the sky hesitated for a moment before shooting towards Xuan. Each raindrop instantly transformed into an unstoppable sword aura, piercing through space and appearing in front of Xuan. The attack was swift. Many people hadn't even reacted when the raindrops had reached Xuan up close. Xuan snorted coldly, his body unmoving, his eyes flashing with a hint of sword energy. In an instant, countless pure white sword auras suddenly manifested around him, heading straight for the onslaught of raindrops. Boom! The clash between the sword auras and raindrops sparked numerous waves in an instant. Those nearby felt as if their faces were being sliced, staggering back in shock. Even the Nine Heavens Zhuan girl was no exception. Although she was not harmed by the unleashed sword energy, the terrifying sword intent still made her slightly breathless. Countless bursting sword energies formed a massive vortex, while Xuan stood still without moving. He knew that this strike was just the beginning, with the true killer move yet to come. Sure enough, just as the clash of sword energies had resounded, a slender jade finger suddenly pierced through the layers of turmoil, lightly tapping towards Xuan. Although it was just a boneless, gentle finger, this light touch seemed to suddenly pull the rainy curtain that had covered the sky and earth, all rushing towards Xuan. Not only that, these raindrops constantly converged and condensed on their way, and by the time they reached near Xuan, they had already solidified into a large dragon, opening its massive mouth to fiercely swallow him. The sword aura turns into a dragon. Zhu unraised an eyebrow slightly. Impressive technique, but you're still a bit off if you want to kill me. With that, Xuan took a step forward. With the momentum pointing forward, there is unstoppable force. It's hard to imagine that such a majestic and powerful sword would come from the hand of such a delicate woman. Xuan didn't directly grab the sword's edge, but instead hurriedly retreated. However, how could his retreat speed match the speed of the sword light? In just the blink of an eye, the sword light had already reached Xuan's eyebrows. Just as it was about to pierce his brow in the next second, at that moment, Xuan suddenly looked up, and a red lotus blossomed rapidly in the center of his brow, conveniently blocking the sword light in its path. Creak! A sharp sound like tearing silk resounded. The lotus shattered, and the sword light dispersed. Shen Hongyi's eyes lit up. Is it because of this sword intent that you severely injured my brother? It's quite interesting. With that, Shen Hongyi suddenly swung the oil paper umbrella in her hand. Click, click, click. Accompanied by a series of metal clashing sounds, the delicate oil paper umbrella began to transform rapidly. The umbrella surface quickly closed, transforming into a cold long sword. Then Shen Hongyi thrust out with the sword, her body moving with the sword borrowing the person's momentum. She looked like a celestial fairy untainted by the mundane, heading straight for Xuan. This sword had substance and form, and the speed was not fast. But faced with this umbrella-turn sword strike, Xuan's expression suddenly became serious. Then his figure swayed slightly, and he instantly connected with the heavens and earth. In that moment, he was the heavens and earth, and the heavens and earth were him. He raised his hands, brought them to his chest, and suddenly clapped them together. Boom! Under the seemingly reverent strike, Shen Hongyi's incoming sword was caught between Xuan's hands. Upon contact, the heavens and earth violently shook. Raindrops that had already fallen to the ground were lifted up in unison, then evaporated into nothingness. A look of surprise flashed across Shen Hongyi's face, because Xuan's seemingly ordinary clap managed to break her sword intent. Of course, there was a price, as a strand of blood was snaking down Xuan's wrist. But this was far from the killing intent Shen Hongyi had when she attacked. You withstand like the earth. Quite interesting. You even integrated Buddhist principles into your swordsmanship. Shen Hongyi couldn't help but admire. Although she praised with her mouth, there was no pause in her sword movements. She used the momentum to lift her sword upwards, breaking free from the bind of Xuan's palms, heading straight for his throat. Ding! A fine sound rang out. A crimson small sword blocked Shen Hongyi's umbrella sword, and the clash of sword tips sparked a brilliant light. Xuan and Shen Hongyi separated at the touch, and then Shen Hongyi looked meaningfully at the sword in Xuan's hand. Indeed, it is the Shen family sword heart, extremely pure. It cannot be condensed without direct blood lineage. How did you obtain this, since you're not of the direct line? I've said, it was a gift from a friend, but unfortunately, you didn't believe it. Zuan responded calmly. Heh. Shen Hongyi chuckled softly. Whether you believe it or not, the Shen family sword heart appearing in the hands of an outsider is an unforgivable crime. Because ... the dignity of the Shen family cannot be desecrated. Zuan remained silent. Honestly, I appreciate your unique insights into swordsmanship. If not for this matter, perhaps we could have been good friends. But today, you must die. Shen Hongyi spoke confidently, her cat-like eyes shining brightly, clearly preparing to unleash her full power. Zuan remained unfazed, simply holding his sword horizontally. So be it. Before the words had even finished, a sword energy slashed through the sky. As it passed, the densely packed dark clouds were split open, revealing a long rift. Zuan didn't dodge because he knew that at this point, any evasion was meaningless. He raised his sword to meet it head-on, directly confronting Shen Hongyi's strike. There was no sound, only a violent shockwave that spread out instantly, dispersing the dark clouds. Sunlight once again spilled onto the earth. It was then that Zuan took several steps back, a trace of blood appearing at the corner of his mouth. The 9 heaven fairies' gaze focused, about to speak. Zuan lightly wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his tone cold. Is this the true power of your Shen family sword intent? To be precise, it's at 60% power. With those words, Shen Hongyi's figure appeared in a dazzling light. She was still dressed in red, her arms as fair as snow, seemingly unchanged. Zuan nodded. Very well. Then he raised his sword once more. Come again. Shen Hongyi's eyes showed a hint of respect, slowly lifting the umbrella sword. This sword is called Concealing the Clear Skies, and what follows is my sword at full power, creation and destruction. Please receive it. With those words, Shen Hongyi's momentum began to skyrocket at a frantic pace. Although the 9 heaven fairies' face showed some concern, ultimately, she did not step forward to intervene. She understood Zuan, or rather, she understood the temperament of the Hua family. Since he chose to face his enemies alone, it meant he didn't want others to interfere. Just then, Shen Hongyi's sword struck like a dragon, aiming directly at Zuan. In that instant, anyone who laid eyes on this sword had a strange illusion. It was as if the heavens and earth suddenly split into two, one real and one illusory. The two stood facing each other like mirrors. The swords simultaneously appeared into realms, slashing towards everyone. That's right. Though the sword intent aimed directly at Zuan, anyone who saw it felt as though the sword was also coming for them. In terror, the faint-hearted were instantly frightened silly. Even the strong felt their faces pale, unable to resist. Then, a soft shout was heard, 3 feet green edge, unmatched in this world. With those words, Zuan, who had been unable to lift his head under the pressure of the sword, suddenly opened his mouth wide. A white air burst out and instantly condensed into a sword intent, meeting the incoming sword head-on. Shen Hongyi's pupils shrank. Are you spitting out your own sword heart to confront me? Before she could finish her sentence, the two swords collided and completely annihilated each other. Shen Hongyi groaned and took half a step back. This was the first time she had retreated since appearing. At the same time, all the present people, previously in great fear, were shaken, then regained their composure. Soon after, a tumultuous uproar surged through the crowd. Everyone's faces were filled with fear because they had no doubt, if Zuan hadn't awakened everyone with his sword, they would all be dead by now. This kind of sword intent was too terrifying. Just one glance was enough to overturn life and death. At that moment, Zuan took a deep breath, his face pale but his eyes deep as the sea. Actually, there was no need for him to remind them. The people present were already aware of the urgency of the situation, so they immediately began to flee frantically towards outer space. After all, they had narrowly survived the previous sword strike. But would they be lucky enough to survive the next one? It was only at this moment that many people finally understood why Shen Hongyi was also known as the Heartless Swordswoman. In her eyes, human life was as insignificant as grass and could be cut off at any time without hesitation. The heavenly maiden of the 9 heavens hesitated for a moment. Zuan, you? Don't worry, I am confident I can defeat her, but I can't fight at my best with you all around me. Zuan smiled at her. What? You still don't trust me? After a moment of contemplation, the heavenly maiden nodded. All right, be careful then. With that, she got up and left. She had seen the determination in Zuan's eyes, so she knew that any persuasion at this point would be in vain. It was better to leave and let him fight freely. In an instant, the Heavenly Maiden and her people left without a trace. Not only them, but the members of the sea family also ran faster than anyone else. After witnessing the fierce battle in the sky just now, everyone was terrified by the shocking power displayed by both sides. With a chance to escape now, they naturally ran as far as they could. Sea Minky was no exception, but he didn't run too far. He just went to a corner of the outer void and stopped, looking solemnly at the planet. The reason was simple: he wanted to know the outcome of the battle as soon as possible, as it directly impacted his life and death. Despite being the nominal head of the sea family now, he knew better than anyone the dangers hidden beneath his position. Patricide, usurpation, and the subsequent killing of his supporter Si Yicheng, he was seen as ruthless and unscrupulous by his own family members. The sudden appearance of Shen Hongyi from the Shen family had disrupted all their plans. Si Minky couldn't even imagine what fate awaited him if Zuan were to lose and die in battle. So, if there was anyone who cared most about Zuan in the current situation, it was undoubtedly him. Meanwhile, on the now silent planet, Shen Hongyi looked at Zuan and asked nonchalantly, "Done with your business, Xu?" Nodded, "Okay, let's begin." Shen Hongyi chuckled, "Honestly, I can't imagine what tricks you have left to deal with me. Your cultivation level is obviously high, but your strength is lacking. It's like a child with all the skills but no power. You stand no chance against me. Whether I have a chance or not, we'll only know after the fight. Stop the nonsense and draw your sword," Zuan said softly. "Fine, I'll make you understand today." Boom! The Lion Tiansing sword came out like thunder, carrying a tremendous force as it smashed towards Zuan. Yes, she abandoned all techniques and just went straight for the strike. But faster than the sword light was Zuan ascending into the sky, seemingly greeting the sword light that came crashing down as if seeking death. A look of surprise flickered in Shen Hongyi's eyes. But in the next moment, a dazzling light surged from Zuan's body, and a beautifully exquisite armor completely enveloped him. The two clashed fiercely. Despite the sword light being relentless, it couldn't harm Zuan at all, completely blocked by the armor. Shen Hongyi was stunned, then chuckled lightly. "Is this your final move? External forces are not what a swordsman should rely on." But Zuan ignored her words, shattering the sword strike, and then rushing towards Shen Hongyi, launching his first counterattack since the battle began. Shen Hongyi remained calm, deftly blocking Zuan's attack with the Lion Tiansing sword. "Although this armor is beautiful, I must say, it's too slow." With that, Zuan was sent flying back. A sword light followed. The two continued their battle, causing massive explosions that even those standing outside the planet could see, making the entire planet tremble slightly. Witnessing such a violent scene, many people paled. Indeed, Shen Hongyi is truly a top-notch swordsman from the Shen family. Fighting alone with such power, I'm afraid this Mr. Zhu will have a hard time surviving, someone whispered. The rest remained silent, all attention drawn to the unprecedented battle before them. As for Si Minky, he tightly clenched his fists, staring intently at the two sword lights moving back and forth on the planet. His only thought was to hope that Zuan would emerge victorious soon. However, at that moment, there was a deafening roar that shook the void, followed by a violent trembling of the planet as a massive vortex appeared at its center, indicating a catastrophic explosion. "What's happening?" someone exclaimed. On the planet, Shen Hongyi looked indifferently at the deep pit created by the impact. "I told you, you're too slow. Don't you understand?" There was no response from the pit, as if Zuan, who had just been struck into it, had been swallowed by darkness. Shen Hongyi raised an eyebrow slightly, about to speak. But at that moment, a golden light shot up from the pit with a terrifying force, heading straight towards Shen Hongyi. She dodged the strike, but before she could react, numerous sword auras burst around her, entangling the Lion Tiansing sword in her hand. Within the sword auras, Zuan, clad in armor, launched another attack, aiming directly at Shen Hongyi's face. With the perfect timing of the attack, Shen Hongyi just sneered, and with a flick of her wrist, broke the Lion Tiansing sword in half, then pulled out a small sword and slashed at Zuan. During this critical moment, Shen Hongyi managed to swing a sword at an almost impossible angle. Bang! Sparks flew everywhere as the violent sword aura scattered in an instant. Most of it was neutralized by Shen Hongyi's own sword intent, but one sword aura managed to evade all of Shen Hongyi's defenses and headed straight for her face. Almost instinctively, Shen Hongyu moved her head to the side in time to narrowly avoid the fatal strike. However, she was slightly slow, and the sword aura grazed her cheek, cutting a deep gash from her chin to her temple. Blood gushed out, staining Shen Hongyi's face red. She groaned in pain, then her eyes blazed with fury. This was the first time she had suffered such a serious injury since she became a disciple of the Sword Mountain sect. And her opponent was someone far inferior in strength to her. How could she not be enraged by this? How dare you ruin my face? I'll make you pay with your life. Shen Hongyi's sword intent went wild in an instant, and then she struck with her sword. This strike was indescribable in words. It was as if an ancient deity that had been asleep for ages had finally opened its eyes, creating a force that could split heaven and earth. Indeed, the sword light descended, causing the entire planet to tremble. Boom! The sword light directly cut a deep chasm into the ground, extending downward continuously. Meanwhile, deep underground, there were sounds as if something was rupturing. Following this, the whole planet split apart along the chasm. The onlookers outside were astonished by this scene. A single sword strike split this planet in half. Someone exclaimed in disbelief. And this isn't just any ordinary planet. It's one guarded by powerful clans, a planet with a stable cosmic order. Another person, their face pale, added, "Wow, is this the true power of the Shen family sword intent? It's truly domineering." Someone else marveled. The members of the Sea family were in turmoil, as this was their ancestral land being destroyed. Amidst the chaos, Sea Minky remained calm, his gaze unmoving and unperturbed. Seeing his composure, the rest of the Sea family gradually quieted down. Though many still looked reluctant, some even shed tears, no one dared to act rashly without their family head's orders. Under Sea Minky's apparently serene demeanor, there was a turmoil of emotions. He was well aware of his current situation, summed up in a simple phrase: if Zuin lives, I live; if Zuin dies, I die. Upon witnessing the destruction of their family's planet, he couldn't afford to feel any sorrow. His sole concern was Zuan's fate under the terrifying power of the Shen family sword intent. Could Zuan survive this ordeal? Meanwhile, the Nine Heavens Supreme Maiden looked gravely worried. She, too, was uncertain about whether this young scion of the Hua clan could survive the ongoing battle. All she could do was silently pray for him. She understood that Zuin had instructed her to lead the others away, intending to face Shen Hongyi alone to hone his skills. If he emerged victorious, he would progress further. If he failed, everything would be lost. Consequently, her heart was heavy with concern. "Zuan, you must hold on." While this battle raged on the other side of the continent in the Yongcheng County, within the medicinal cuisine inn, little Hulugord, who had been engrossed in playing games, suddenly looked up with a serious expression on his innocent face. "It's shattered." "What's shattered?" Thinking. "Looking up," asked puzzled. Upon hearing this, Enyan, who had been chatting with Aoshu nearby, trembled all over. "Hulugord, what are you saying?" Little Hulugord spoke softly. "I can sense that his armor has suffered severe damage." His words shocked everyone present, for they all knew who the he mentioned by little Hulugord was. And that armor was Zuan's life-saving measure. If even that had shattered, it meant Zuan was in grave danger. Enyan also realized this, her face growing increasingly pale. Zawin Liang furrowed his brow and immediately asked, "Apart from this, what else did you sense? How is Zuin himself?" Little Hulugord shook his head. "I didn't sense anything else. The connection has been severed now. As for him," Little Hulugord said calmly, "I estimate he's already dead." This statement plunged the room into a few seconds of silence. Then, Aoshu jumped up. "You're talking nonsense. How could Brother Zu be dead? He must be fine." Whether you believe it or not, given that even his armor has been shattered to pieces, his chances of survival are already slim. Little Hulugord spoke matter-of-factly, her tone calm and indifferent. "Enough!" Zawin Liang interrupted Little Hulugord before she could continue. He knew that despite appearing to be a little girl, Little Hulugord had no human emotions. Letting her continue would only make matters worse. Even though he halted Little Hulugord in time, Enyan's expression remained bloodless, her whole body trembling. As for Thinking and Aoshu, they looked at each other, then burst into tears. While they hadn't sensed Zuan's danger, It only underscored the horrific peril he was facing. Enyin took a deep breath, trying to calm her frantic heart, then said firmly, "I need to go find him." Zhao Wenliang furrowed his brow. "But, there's no but. I have to find him." "Exactly, I'm coming too." Aoshu also immediately stood up to declare. Seeing Enyin's determined expression, Zhao Wenliang knew there was no stopping them. And under the circumstances, nobody could remain calm. Even he harbored inner worries. Thus, he nodded, "All right, in that case, let's go together. I'll lead the way. I know the coordinates of the Sea family's planet." Mo Changhong, who had been silent for a while, spoke up. "You're going to?" Zhao Wenliang asked. "Of course, I've been trying to contact the Empress just now, only to find that the connection failed. Something must have happened there, so naturally, I have to go see for myself," Mo Changhong said solemnly. In fact, upon hearing little Hullagord's words, Mo Changhong had attempted to contact the Empress several times without success. This had left her deeply anxious. "What's going on? Why have we lost contact with the outside world?" someone exclaimed in surprise. "That's right, I'm experiencing the same thing." "Me too." The crowd began to murmur. Just then, the Nine Heavens Zhuan spoke solemnly. "Stop shouting. The reason you have lost contact with the outside world is because the area for hundreds of thousands of miles around has been completely shrouded by the sword intent leaked out by the two of them during their battle. Apart from the sword intent, there is no other spiritual power left in this region. Not even divine thoughts can penetrate through, so naturally, messages from the outside cannot come through." Upon hearing this, many people displayed expressions of shock and horror. Just the leaked sword intent has blocked off hundreds of thousands of miles of space. "That's terrifying power," someone mumbled absent-mindedly. Another person suddenly asked, "Empress, when will this battle end?" The Nine Heavens Zhuan shook her head gently. "I don't know, because no one can see through the layers of sword intent blockade to discern the situation on the battlefield. I can't even perceive the fluctuation of sword intent between the two sides. So all we can do now is wait, and only wait." Everyone fell silent, because if even the Empress couldn't see through the battle, no one in the vicinity could either. Time passed by second, and soon, it was a day later when Yan and her group finally arrived outside the battlefield, looking weary and dusty. But as they prepared to enter the battlefield, they were blocked by an invisible barrier. "What is this? Why can't we get in?" Mo Changhong asked. Zhao Wenliang walked forward, lightly pushed at it with his hand, and a look of astonishment appeared in his eyes. "The space ahead has been completely sealed off by an immense power. No wonder you couldn't get through to the Empress earlier." "What are we going to do then?" Mo Changhong inquired. "There is no way. This sealing power is extremely strong. Mere mortals cannot pass through it," Zhao Wenliang said with a bitter smile. "So we just wait here. You know, not far ahead is the Sirius family planet," Mo Changhong urged. Zhao Wenliang could only smile wryly. Just then, Aoshu suddenly got temperamental. "Who cares about the seal? Today, I shall pass through it." With that, Aoshu rolled up her sleeves. "Yan, take the others and step back from here." "All right." After everyone stepped back and cleared a space, Aoshu took a deep breath. Then with a swift movement of her arms, a series of loud cracking sounds came from within her body, and she exhaled loudly. "Here I go." Thud. With a heavy sound, Aoshu's palms were thrust against the barrier. But the next moment, she was forcefully pushed back dozens of steps. "Dragon sister!" two young girls exclaimed. "Aoshu!" Yan couldn't help but shout. Aoshu managed to stand her ground, feeling her arms numb, but the barrier remained unmoved. This triggered the ferocity hidden in her blood. "Zhu brother is inside. Open up for me." With those words, Aoshu suddenly transformed into her true form. A giant dragon appeared in the void. She opened her mouth, roared, and charged at the barrier again. Thud! Another loud sound. This time, the barrier showed a slight ripple, but it was just that, a ripple. Then the tremendous recoil force sent Aoshu flying back once more. Yan quickly flew to her side and helped her stop. Gasping for breath, Aoshu reluctantly returned to her human form. Looking at the barrier again, there was still no change. Aoshu couldn't help but show a despairing look. "What kind of barrier is this? Why is it so strong?" Zhao Wenliang sighed. "I've said it's useless, because if I'm not mistaken, The power sealing off this space comes from Zuan and the one he's opposing. Everyone fell into silence. Yan's eyes filled with infinite despair and sadness. Although they were so close, only a short distance away from the battlefield, this seemingly near distance was like an insurmountable obstacle. Must we just wait here? Mo Chang Hong whispered. Just when Yan and her group were at a loss outside the battlefield, a sudden change occurred within the battlefield. The planet, which had been split in two by the sword of Shen Hongyi, suddenly trembled again. Although the two halves of the planet were not far apart due to gravity, there were signs that they were reattaching themselves. This was the planet's will to survive, also known as the laws of nature. Each planet had its own laws of nature, strong or weak, and the Sirius family's planet clearly possessed powerful laws. So even though it had been severely damaged by a sword strike, it was still working to repair itself. However, at that moment, the half-rejoined planet began to tremble. Soon, the mountains, rocks, and everything on the planet started to disintegrate and crumble, as if an invisible giant hand was crushing everything. In an instant, amidst a mournful cry full of endless reluctance, the entire planet completely shattered into fragments. It was the lament of the laws of nature. The whole place was trembling. Many people showed infinite horror because they felt that within the countless debris, a presence was emerging. The nine heavens Xuan knew also trembled slightly. Had the battle finally ended? Then she looked intently. At the same time, Yan and the others, who had been blocked by the barrier, suddenly felt the barrier disappear. Naturally, they were overjoyed and hurried over. With thousands of miles to cover, it was just a brief moment for them. When they arrived, a figure emerged amidst the myriad of star dust. Everyone held their breath, watching quietly, because they all understood that whoever emerged from the star dust would be the victor of this battle. Yan's heart was in her throat as she focused intently. The figure became clearer and clearer. Suddenly, after seeing this teenager, the entire venue erupted into a tumultuous commotion. It's that young man. He actually won. So you're saying that people from the Shen family have already lost to this young man? Unbelievable, truly unbelievable. That's Shen Hongyi, someone feared by thousands of troops. But he was also defeated by this young man. Originally clenching his fists, Si Minky felt a sense of relief upon witnessing this scene, then a faint smile appeared on his face. Good. It seems that I bet correctly. However, amidst the astonishment, there was no joy to be found on the face of Jiushin Zhuanu. Instead, her eyes were filled with concern. At the same time, Zuan's gaze swept across the entire venue before finally settling on Yan and others, then he smiled slightly. Instantly, tears welled up in Yan's eyes, and the two little girls immediately rushed forward. Daddy! Are you okay, Zhu? Unhugged the two girls in his arms and softly said, Daddy is fine. Didn't you see that Daddy is perfectly fine? The two little girls pinched Zuan's shoulders, carefully examined his smiling face, and then felt reassured. Nyan couldn't help but pat her chest and let out a sigh. It's good that you're okay. Daddy, we were so scared before, and Mom cried more than once. Thinking about it, she continued, yeah, blame Xiaohulu for nonsensically saying that Dad must have had an accident, which made us worrying so much. Saying this, she glanced at Xiaohulu in the distance, as if to say, now you can't say anything. Xiaohulu, upon seeing Zuan, had a flash of different emotions in her eyes. Just as she was about to speak, Chao Enliang suddenly sternly said, don't say anything, maintain silence for now. Xiaohulu moved her mouth, ultimately shrug indifferently, okay? Meanwhile, Aoshu and Yan also rushed over to Zuan. Yanner, you've worried me, Zhu, and whispered. Yan gazed deeply at Zuan without speaking. Aoshu, on the other hand, excitedly exclaimed, Zhu brother, did you shatter that planet behind you, Zhu? Nodded, yeah? Wow, Zhu brother, you are amazingly powerful. Aoshu said admiringly, Zhu. Smiled, then kissed the two little girls in his arms, and softly said, be good, you to go play with Shure. Okay. The two little girls obediently followed Rashu away. It was only after they had gone far that Zuan raised his head, his expression gradually becoming serious. Yanner, there's something I need you to help me with. Yan immediately nodded, okay? Zuan took a deep breath. I will go into seclusion for a while. During this time, you need to take care of these two little girls. Yan was surprised and asked, how long will you be in seclusion? I'm not sure about the time yet. It could be a month or even a year. During this time, you don't need to worry too much about me. Take good care of the two little girls." Looking at Zuan's calm smile, Yan suddenly realized something, and her expression became very serious. She then nodded solemnly. "Okay, I promise you. And no matter how long it takes, both I and Nyan will wait for you to come out of seclusion." Zuan chuckled. "Don't be so tense. I just gained something from this grand battle, so I need to go into seclusion to digest and absorb it." With that, a ray of light suddenly flashed in the center of Zuan's brows. The treasure tower that was originally stored in his sea of consciousness flew out and landed in Yan's hand. During this time, you can let the two little girls rest in the treasure tower, and if there are any emergencies, you can also enter it, Zuan said. Yan clenched her fists gradually, took a deep breath. "Okay?" Soon after, a golden light appeared in the palm of Zuan's hand, within which a set of armor was faintly rotating. However, the armor appeared very dim, showing signs of severe damage. Zuan looked at Xiaohulu. "Thank you for giving me this set of armor." Xiaohulu replied indifferently, "No need to thank me. This was originally something I devoured from you all. I'm just returning it to its rightful owner." Zuan chuckled, then gazed at the golden light in his hand and said lightly, "I believe you have already noticed that this armor has been severely damaged. Of course, I never expected someone to damage such a sturdy armor in such a short time." "Is that praise, Xu?" An asked with a smile. "If you want it to be, then it is. I don't mind." After a period of growth, Xiaohulu's words had become very proficient, even described as overbearing. Xu gazed deeply at Xiaohulu, then handed the golden light over. "Next, I entrust you to repair it. I'll give it a try. Whether it will succeed depends on whether there are suitable alchemical vessels for me to devour." Xiaohulu nonchalantly took the golden light in her hand, then turned and left. However, after turning around, she whispered something that only she could hear. "Strange. Normally with such injuries, one should have died a long time ago. Yet they can still hold on until now and make arrangements for the future. It's truly unbelievable." Of course, these words were only heard by herself. No one else could ever know. At that moment, the exhaustion in Zuan's eyes was hard to conceal, but he still smiled and said, "Yanner, go on. Take the two little girls and shore into the treasure tower." Yan seemed to have 1,000 words to say, but when she made eye contact with Zuan's calmly smiling eyes, she swallowed them all and simply uttered a low "okay." Then she turned and left, taking the two little girls and Aoshu into the treasure tower. Just before leaving, the two little girls happily waved goodbye to Zuan. "Daddy, see you later." Zuan also waved and smiled, "Goodbye." As the light flickered, and Yan's group disappeared. In the next moment, Zuan spewed a mouthful of blood, and his smile disappeared from his face, replaced by a deathly pale complexion. This sudden turn of events shocked everyone present. Cha Wenliang was the first to rush forward, supporting the staggering Zuan. "How is it, Zhu?" Shook his head gently. "The situation is very bad." Cha Wenliang's expression instantly became extremely serious. Because if Zuan could describe his situation as very bad, it meant that he was in a dire state to the extent where he didn't even need to hide it anymore. At the same time, Jiushin Zhuanu also rushed forward. Zuan's wrist turned over, and a damaged and incomplete strange long sword appeared in his hand, exactly the extraordinary sword named Lian Tianxing that Shen Hongyi was famous for. Seeing this sword full of scars, Jiushin Zhuan's pupils shrank slightly. "Is she dead, Zhu?" Shook his head. "No, her guardian sword spirit is exceptionally strong and saved her sword heart at the last moment." Nevertheless, Jiushin Zhuan's heart remained heavy, because she couldn't imagine how Zuan had defeated Shen Hongyi. After all, in terms of strength alone, Shen Hongyi far surpassed Zuan. The only thing Zuan could rely on was the realm that far exceeded his strength level. But no matter how high the realm is, it cannot be used as real strength. At this moment, there was a sudden crackling sound coming from Zuan's body, and then blood seeped through his chest and back. Wenliang immediately tore open his chest clothing and saw a shocking scene. Zuan's body was covered with countless interlaced cracks, some deep enough to see internal organs, while others shallow enough to see white bones. At this moment, these cracks were oozing blood continuously. Wenliang felt scalp tingling, wanting to help Zuan, but found it impossible to do so. Therefore, at this moment, Zuin seemed as fragile as a porcelain crushed and pieced back together, unable to withstand any touch.